The young man was originally a once in 10,000 years absolute waste, but he was chosen by the 10,000 changes chaos to become the master of one tower. Rumors say this tower imprisons the strongest beings of every era, not only having brutal bloodthirsty ancient sword demons, but also having the weapon-refining emperor who can refine heaven and earth's 10,000 things into weapons. However, these terrifying powers will all obey his commands. Just 7 days ago, Feng Chen's Dantian was destroyed in a battle, completely becoming a waste person. Even fellow disciples dared to beat his sister into heavy injury. The sect master not only turned a blind eye, but even wanted to sweep him out the door. At this moment, Feng Chen carried his dying sister on his back, walking on the streets of Clear Spring Town. To save his sister's life, now he could only return to his family, take back that Restore God pill that Heavenly Star Gate rewarded him years ago to heal his sister. The Restore God pill can bring dead people back to life, grow flesh on white bones, can break through boundaries. It is a precious pill medicine that 1,000 gold cannot buy. Placed in the outside world, it would cause countless people's crazy fighting. Back then it was also because Feng Chen made great contributions to Heavenly Stargate, became young master, that Heavenly Stargate specially gave one to him. It's just that at that time Feng Chen felt he had Heavenly Stargate's countless resources to train himself, didn't need it, so he sent the Restore God pill back to his family. But now Feng Linger was heavily injured and dying. Ordinary pill medicine was completely useless, needed that Restore God pill to heal her. Feng Chen walked trembling to the Feng family door, forcefully knocked on the big door. "Open the door, it's me, Feng Chen." The big door opened with a creak sound. More than 10 Feng family disciples ran out. Only when they saw the miserable Feng Chen, they were stunned. "Young Master Feng Chen has returned." Everyone hurriedly came out to welcome, but one of the disciples coldly spoke. "Welcome what? Now Feng Chen is no longer Heavenly Stargate's young master, his Dantian is destroyed, just a useless waste person." Hearing this, everyone then reacted, all showing disgusted faces. "A waste thing, shameful eyesore thing, actually dares to come back? This waste killed many important people, the Feng family cannot shelter him, to avoid bringing trouble." He, not just this, heard that the Yang family's big miss who originally had marriage agreement with this waste, after knowing this waste's Dantian was destroyed, decided to break off the engagement. "Get lost waste, our Feng family absolutely will not keep you." Listening to these blood relatives' words, Feng Chen felt like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart, both angry and hateful. Back then the Feng family was just an unknown local small family. If not for himself joining Heavenly Stargate, becoming Heavenly Stargate's young master, how would there be today's Feng family? Nails digging into flesh, Feng Chen used his hoarse voice to shout at everyone, "I cannot enter the Feng family, but you must take out the Restore God pill to save Linger." Feng Chen, you still think you're Heavenly Stargate's young master? You waste, what right do you have to command us? A youth wearing yellow silk clothes, tall as an ox, walked out from the crowd. He was Feng Hong, Feng Chen's blood cousin brother. "We are all blood-flesh relatives, why do you go this far?" Feng Chen roared. "Blood-flesh relatives? You deserve it?" Feng Hong coldly snorted, came to Feng Chen's front and mocked. "Feng Chen, don't say I don't remember old feelings, looking at past family affection. Sake, as long as you kneel down now and kowtow several loud heads to me, I'll reward you one healing pill, let you go save your about-to-die sister. As for the Restore God pill, don't even think about it." Hearing this, Feng Chen was so angry his whole person was shaking, finally let out a beast-like roar, difficultly bent his knees, knelt on the ice-cold ground. "Kneeling down is not enough, must also kowtow." Feng Hong laughed loudly, eyes full of mockery. Feng Chen forcefully pinched his thigh, closed his eyes, knocked his head on the floor, hard broken stone pieces knocked his forehead painfully, hot blood flowed from his forehead. "Ha, he actually really knelt down and kowtowed to me. This is the Feng family's genius, Heavenly Stargate's young master." Feng Hong mocked and laughed loudly, so happy his mouth couldn't close. "Where's the medicine?" Feng Chen looked at Feng Hong, word by word. I was just playing with you, you really thought I would take pill medicine to save your about-to-die sick ghost sister? Do you deserve it? Feng Hong, you seek death." Feng Chen angrily shouted, dragging his wounded body, desperately rushed toward Feng Hong. But he just stepped out a few steps, was heavily kicked flying out. Just a waste with destroyed Dantian, also deserves to scold me? Feng Hong's mocking voice still echoed in Feng Chen's ears. Under multiple blows, Feng Chen fainted, the blood he coughed up splashed on the black jade ring worn on his left hand's little finger. That was the only thing his father who died when young left him. At this moment, no one noticed this black jade ring flashed a trace of light, silently drew Feng Chen's consciousness away. Don't know how long passed, when Feng Chen woke up again, he found himself in a chaotic empty space. In front of him, lay one after another mountain-like huge divine beast corpses. True dragons, phoenixes, black turtles, white tigers, all kinds of mythical existences that only belonged to legends. Further away, stood a tower as high as heaven that could not be climbed, flowing with chaos breath that cut across ancient and modern times. Looking at the towering ancient tower as high as heaven before his eyes, Feng Chen's face was shocked, the breath here was really too terrifying, beyond his lifetime's knowledge. Feng Chen's breathing became rapid, carefully came to the ancient tower's door. Looking at the ancient tower like a heaven pillar, Fangchen became more and more curious about the things inside the tower. Hesitating for a long time, he finally still put both hands on the tower door, preparing to push it open to explore. Unexpectedly, the seemingly heavy tower door was easily pushed open. Fangchen could see from far away a thin figure sitting cross-legged in the center, not moving at all. A waste who lost cultivation from broken Dantian, the Berry Heaven Tower actually chose you? Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang inside the tower, scaring the shocked Fangchen. Then the tone changed, carrying a bit of surprise and doubt. So that's how it is, this seat understands. Didn't expect after so many years past, this heaven and earth finally gave birth again to a person like you. Since you carry that kind of great existence's bloodline, are also the 10,000 ways divine body, and naturally possess fire law, no wonder the Berry Heaven Tower chose you as master. Bloodline? 10,000 ways divine body? Fire law? Fangchen was very confused, never heard of these. But out of awe for this Berry Heaven Tower's mysterious unknown, still cupped his fists toward the empty space, dare ask Senior, who are you? What place is this? Who is this seat? The mysterious voice rang again. The current you still doesn't have the right to know, even if you are the legendary 10,000 ways divine body, but haven't grown, still just a weak ant. But since the Burial Heaven Tower has chosen you, there's no harm in telling you. Here, this is the Burial Heaven Tower, which holds the strongest beings of all ages throughout history. Every time you go up a floor, the strength of the prisoners increases. Among them, there are those who have suppressed an entire era with their power. Speaking of which, you should count yourself lucky. If it weren't for the sword demon, who had already exhausted his lifespan and passed away 100 years ago, not only would your Dantian have been destroyed, but even if you were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, you wouldn't be able to withstand his sword and would be obliterated completely. Qin Xian was shocked. He never expected that the Burial Heaven Tower had such a vast background. As for the sword demon, how could he not know? The legends of the sword demon have spread throughout the world. He was an unparalleled powerhouse from the recent ancient period, renowned for his swordsmanship that reached the divine. He once dominated an entire era. It is said that the sword demon's strength was such that a single strike could sever thousands of mountains and rivers, cut through stars, and strike into the 9 abysses, unmatched in the world. But he suddenly disappeared 1,000 years ago, and since then, no one knew his whereabouts. He never expected that such a legendary figure of swordsmanship would be imprisoned in this mysterious Burial Heaven Tower, and not even on the highest floors, but on the first floor. No wonder the mysterious person said that before his Dantian was destroyed, even if he were 100 or 1,000 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to resist the sword demon's strike. Indeed, that's true. However, the mysterious person's next words made him even more terrified. But you are both lucky and unlucky. Since the previous Tower Master left, countless years have passed, and now the laws of the Burial Heaven Tower have weakened, and the sealing power is slowly dissipating. Within a year at most, the seals of the Burial Heaven Tower will be broken one by one. At that time, as the new Tower Master, you will die a tragic death. You should have seen the ancient dragons and phoenixes outside the tower, ancient divine beasts. They were killed by other prisoners held in the Burial Heaven Tower in the past. Hearing this, Qin Xian sucked in a cold breath. Although those ancient divine beasts outside the tower were already dead, their terrifying aura still lingered, making it clear how formidable they were. Even one of them casually walking out could easily destroy the entire Tianqing sect with a single motion. To think they were killed by ancient powerhouses imprisoned in the Burial Heaven Tower, how terrifying must those beings have been. But since even the sword demon on the first floor is so strong, those imprisoned on higher floors must be even stronger. Not to mention that his Dantian is now destroyed. Even before it was, he would have been no match for them. Qin Xian bowed to the void and said, "Please, Senior, tell me what I should do. Now you are the master of the Burial Heaven Tower. You can use the power of the laws to repair the seals of the Burial Heaven Tower, or you can offer me your lifespan, and I will help you suppress and kill the prisoners inside this tower." Qin Xian's face showed shock. Who was this mysterious person? To say they could help him suppress and kill the other ancient powerhouses within the Burial Heaven Tower? These were terrifying existences that could kill ancient divine beasts. But power of laws? Lifespan? Qin Xian furrowed his brows, showing a face full of confusion. At this moment, the mysterious person spoke again. The power of laws is the power of the Tao. As long as you integrate new laws into the Burial Heaven Tower, not only will you repair the seals, but you will also gradually gain control of each floor of the tower. In the future, when facing enemies, you can bring them into the tower and use the Burial Heaven Tower to suppress them. As for lifespan, besides breaking through, you can also absorb the lifespan of others. This is far easier than breaking through realms. As long as you give me enough of your lifespan, I can help you suppress or kill all the dangerous beings in the top 30 floors of the Burial Heaven Tower. In fact, if you are willing to pay a sufficient price, I can even help you gain their inheritances. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian felt both heavy and overjoyed. The heavy part was that the ancient powerhouses imprisoned in the burial heaven tower were all extraordinary and saint-like. Once the seals were broken, not only would he be in danger, but the entire world might be destroyed by their slaughter. At that time, he would become the sinner of the world. But the joyful part was that this mysterious person could actually help him gain the inheritances of these powerhouses. Even the sword demon is this terrifying, peeking through a crack in the door, it must be a chance against the heavens. And since the mysterious person can do this, perhaps he can also repair my Dantian. With this thought in mind, Qin Xian cautiously tried to probe. Senior, my Dantian has been destroyed, and my cultivation is completely lost. I'm afraid I can't repair this tower. Kid, there's no need to probe. I understand your thoughts. The mysterious person's faint voice echoed, the destruction of the Dantian is indeed a great problem for an ordinary person, but it's not a big issue for me. As long as you are willing to offer me 100 years of life, I can grant you the qualification to cultivate again, and you will even become much stronger than before. What do you say? 100 years of life. Qin Xian was greatly shocked. Right now, his Dantian was shattered, his cultivation regressed, and his lifespan was probably only 100 years. If he gave it to the mysterious person, wouldn't he have only a few days left to live? However, without enough strength, let alone living 100 years, even surviving would be a problem. What's more critical is that his sister needs medicinal treatment, and without sufficient strength, her life might not last much longer. With this thought in mind, Qin Xian gritted his teeth and said with unprecedented determination, "All right, 100 years of life, I give it." Very good, truly worthy of being the new master chosen by the burial sky tower, you really have the guts. The mysterious person revealed a profound smile, then his voice became serious. Kid, although your Dantian has been destroyed, it's actually a good thing, because the cultivation method you practiced before was too trashy, completely wasting the potential of the 10,000 Dao divine body. Even in the body refining stage, you didn't even reach the limit of 100,000 pounds. Even if you grew later, you would only be an average martial artist. Now that your Dantian has been destroyed, and all your cultivation scattered, it's truly a case of breaking to rebuild. Now, I will pass on to you the 10,000 transformations chaos formula. This is the supreme skill I obtained during my travels through the heavens. It was created by the first 10,000 Dao divine body when the world was first opened, and it is the most suitable for you. Moreover, before the previous tower master left, he specially left a gift for you, which will make you stronger. As the mysterious person's voice faded, a mysterious beam of light descended from the sky, entering Qin Xian's heavenly crown. Countless scriptures appeared in his mind, transforming into a cultivation technique. The 10,000 transformations chaos formula. Almost instinctively, Qin Xian began to practice the 10,000 transformations chaos formula. It was clearly his first time cultivating this technique, but there was not the slightest confusion. On the contrary, it felt incredibly familiar, as if he had already cultivated it thousands of times. Boom! At the same time, as Qin Xian activated the 10,000 transformations chaos formula, his body trembled, emitting dazzling radiance, resonating with the burial sky tower. Deep in the burial sky tower, in an indescribable place, a drop of mysterious blood hovered, flowing with chaotic light, faintly resonating with the myriad paths of the world, emitting immeasurable power that could collapse even the heavenly laws. At this moment, the mysterious drop of chaotic blood passed through layers of void and entered Qin Xian's body, merging as one. Boom! In the deepest part of Qin Xian's body, it seemed like something shattered, and then an unprecedented overwhelming power surged forth, causing his flesh and bones to glow with brilliant radiance. The 10,000 Dao divine body has finally awakened. The mysterious person whispered when he saw this, then his gaze shifted to the outside of the tower, piercing through endless voids. At that moment, far beyond the earth, in the highest reaches of the heavens, in the starry sky beyond the boundaries of law, the myriad paths of the world trembled. Endless radiance from the great Tao illuminated the heavens, alarming supreme existences who were overlooking the world, some of whom woke up from slumber or seclusion. The myriad paths are shaking, who is it? Could it be that someone is about to break through to the legendary Supreme Emperor realm? No, this phenomenon it seems like the legendary 10,000 Dao divine body is about to emerge. The 10,000 Dao divine body, the legendary physique, isn't it? Is there really no one who can awaken successfully? Who is it? Chapter 3, Awakening the Divine Body of Myriad Paths. On the first floor of the Burial Heaven Tower, countless grey mist floated and surged. This was the purest chaotic energy, a supreme power far more advanced than the worldly energy cultivated by martial artists. At this moment, drawn by some mysterious force, large amounts of chaotic mist rushed endlessly into Qin Xian's body. Originally, after that battle, Qin Xian's Dantian had been destroyed, many of his meridians broken, and his entire body filled with hidden injuries, with even numerous bones cracked or shattered. Normally, for a martial artist suffering such injuries, even if the Dantian wasn't destroyed, further cultivation would be impossible. Over time, if the hidden injuries erupted, they could take a martial artist's life directly. But as the chaotic mist entered his body, in an instant, all of Qin Xian's hidden injuries were healed, including the complete restoration of his dantian. Moreover, his physical body underwent an unprecedented transformation, constantly being tempered and reborn. With almost every breath, his body grew stronger by one level. No one knew how much time had passed. Qin Xian, seated cross-legged on the ground, awakened, opened his eyes, and lightning flashed from his gaze. With every gesture and movement, blood energy surged violently, containing a strength never seen before. In fact, this power was far stronger than when his dantian had been intact. Just how strong, Qin Xian vaguely guessed it was at least more than 80,000 catties of strength. One must know, the body refinement realm is the first great realm in martial cultivation, focused on tempering the body. Normally, even reaching 10,000 catties of strength is already astonishing. Yet now, after retraining, he was still in the body refinement realm, but possessed a strength of 80,000 catties. And he felt that this was not even his limit, and even greater power was continuously emerging from within him. Qin Xian was amazed, and was about to ask the mysterious figure, but just then, a quarrel from the outside world pulled his consciousness back. In front of the Qin family's main gate. Qin Heng. Hearing this, Qin Heng's smile grew even more mocking. Aunt Lu, you might not know, but after the Yang family found out that Qin Xian's cultivation had been destroyed, they were going to come and break off the engagement. Do you really think the Yang family would want a useless cripple as their son-in-law? The beautiful woman's fair face turned deathly pale. Enough, Qin Heng cousin, Qin Xian cousin is still a great contributor to our Qin family. At this moment, a beautiful young girl in a gorgeous dress, about 15 or 16 years old, standing next to the beautiful woman, spoke up. No matter how he is now, he has once made great contributions to our Qin family. Qin Heng and the others froze because Qin Xianxian was the precious granddaughter of the Qin family's grand elder, not someone ordinary family members could compare to. The beautiful woman quickly turned to Qin Xianxian and said, Xianxian, please bring some pills to heal Xianer and Linger's injuries. Especially the healing pill, that was personally awarded to Xianer by the Tianqing sect. Now Linger's life is hanging by a thread, only the healing pill can completely heal her injuries. However, Qin Xianxian looked at the unconscious Qin Xian, no longer showing the cheerful expression that always followed him before. On the beautiful face that still carried a hint of youthful innocence, there was a cold, unfamiliar indifference. Aunt Lu, Qin Xian cousin was indeed very good to me in the past, and I, Qin Xianxian, have always remembered that. But the healing pill is incredibly precious, it's the family's top pill. Even my grandfather, the grand elder, cannot take it without reason, unless... Unless what? Unless Qin Xian cousin is willing to hand over the Tianqing sect's techniques and martial arts to me, I can make the decision and let grandpa give the healing pill to Qin Xian cousin and Linger to treat their injuries. Xianxian, how could you do this? You should know the consequences of doing such a thing. Aunt Lu looked at Qin Xianxian in disbelief, feeling that the innocent girl who used to always follow Qin Xian around calling him brother Xian had changed. She had become so cold, so ruthless, so unscrupulous. Moreover, the Tianqing sect's techniques and martial arts were secrets that could not be passed on. Once revealed, Qin Xian would undoubtedly die. Qin Xianxian, however, said coldly, healing pills are precious, and the family won't casually give them to ordinary family members. The healing pill is the first treasure, and it certainly can't be used lightly. Besides, Qin Xian cousin's dantian has been destroyed, and there's no other way but this. Good, no other way. At this moment, Qin Xian slowly woke up and heard everything that had been said, looking deeply at Qin Xianxian, repeatedly saying 3 good words. Indeed, it was only when a person was at their lowest point that they could see through everyone around them. Qin Xian cousin, you've finally woken up. Qin Xianxian looked at Qin Xian, a fake smile on her face, but for some reason, she felt that the person who had woken up had suddenly changed. Even though his dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation was gone, there had been a sense of decadence when he had been unconscious. But after waking up, there was a kind of divine light, a faint sense of pride like when he was the young master of the Tianqing sect. It was as if his dantian had never been destroyed. How could she feel this way? Qin Xianxian only thought it was an illusion, revealing a faint smile, but it carried no warmth. But Qin Xian cousin, don't blame me for saying this is the only way. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do anything. As long as you tell me, Qin Xian cousin, I promise you, I will definitely try to get the healing pill and the best healing pills from the family for you. No need for you to worry about it. Qin Xian looked deeply at Qin Xianxian, realizing she was just like Lu Yuner. He had truly misunderstood her in the past. Ignoring the subtle change in Qin Xianxian's expression, Qin Xian stood up again, his gaze cold as he looked at Qin Heng, and said in a chilling voice, bring the pills here, or I'll leave your body intact. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me with laughter. You're like this now, and still dare to threaten me? What? Have you forgotten your cultivation has been destroyed? Qin Heng laughed mockingly, not taking Qin Xian's words seriously in the slightest. Shinner, let's go find the elders. They will definitely save Linger. Aunt Lu said. Qin Xian shook his head. Mother, it's useless. If we're not wrong, they dared to do this, probably because they were instructed by those elders. As expected of the former young master of the Tianqing sect, your mind works fast. But even if you know, so what? What can you do to me? Hearing Qin Heng's words, Aunt Lu collapsed onto the ground, her face full of despair as she cried out, then what should we do about Linger? Are we just going to watch her? Looking at his mother's broken spirit, Qin Xian's heart, which had been chilled, started to warm again, and he softly said, if they won't give it to us, we'll just take it ourselves. Humph, wishful thinking. If you have the ability, then. Before Qin Heng could finish his words, he saw Qin Xian, who should have been extremely weak, take a sudden step forward. Without waiting for Qin Heng to react, he grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a chicken. Attack together. The Qin family disciples around them erupted all at once, each unleashing their killing moves. Get lost. With a low shout, a wave of blood energy erupted from Qin Xian's body, directly blasting the group of people away. Qin Xian's dantian hasn't been destroyed. A cry of shock echoed, and everyone was so scared they lost their souls. Qin Xianxian's face was filled with horror. Impossible. Chapter 4, Return the favor with their own methods. Hand over the healing pills. Qin Xian shouted coldly. Qin Heng, who was being choked by the neck, had a face as red as a beet, feeling as though a terrifying giant ape was choking him. He could hardly breathe and had no strength to resist. All he could do was exert all his might to scream, the pills are in my chest. Humph, I'll deal with you later. After taking the pills from Qin Heng's chest, Qin Xian casually threw him to the ground, knocking him unconscious. He then eagerly went to his sister's side, feeding her half a bottle of healing pills. Although it was just a low-level healing pill, its effects were still good enough to temporarily save Qin Linger's life. However, to fully heal her injuries, the God Restoration pills were still needed. Pooh. After a while, Qin Linger coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood, her face no longer as pale as before. She shakily opened her eyes and saw Qin Xian's worried expression. She weakly whispered, Brother. Linger, it's okay now. The people who bullied you, I will make them pay 100 times over. Qin Xian snorted coldly, thinking about the people from Tianqing sect, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Seeing Qin Xian like this, Qin Linger said nothing more, lying weakly in Lu Qingyue's arms, trembling as she called out, Mother. Lu Qingyue felt both pain and relief, knowing that her daughter's life was saved. Now that his sister was safe, Qin Xian finally relaxed. His eyes flickered coldly as he stared at Qin Heng and said, It's time to settle our score. He walked over and grabbed Qin Heng, lifting him up. He then struck him heavily with a slap, knocking out Qin Heng's teeth. Ah! Qin Heng was jolted awake by the pain. When he saw the fierce Qin Xian, he trembled all over. Seeing Qin Heng wake up, Qin Xian exerted force with his palm, forcing him to kneel on the ground, coldly snorting, You like kowtowing so much, huh? Today, I'll make you kowtow enough. At this moment, Qin Xianxian seemed to wake up from a dream and immediately spoke, Cousin Qin Xian, enough. This won't help. However, Qin Xian completely ignored Qin Xianxian's words. He forcefully pressed Qin Heng's head down, slamming it onto the ground. With his current strength, a mere Qin Heng couldn't resist at all. The ground crashed under the impact, the hard blue stone floor being cracked open with a pit, filled with dirt and blood. After pounding him several dozen times, Qin Xian finally vented some of his anger, then threw Qin Heng to the ground. Young Master Qin Xian, Grandfather Qin Xian, I was wrong, please spare me. Qin Heng lay on the ground, barely alive, tears and blood flowing down his face. Spare you? Did you ever spare me? Qin Xian questioned coldly. The Qin family juniors nearby saw how badly Qin Heng was beaten, all shrank their necks, silent, staring blankly at the scene like wooden statues. Qin Xian looked at Qin Xian with a complicated expression. Not long ago, he was clearly a cripple, yet in a blink, he beat Qin Heng without giving him a chance to fight back. What in the world had happened? Cousin Qin Xian, we are family, you can't do this. Qin Heng cried out. Hearing this, the fire in Qin Xian, which had just calmed down, immediately rose again. He stomped heavily on Qin Heng's chest and shouted coldly, word by word, family? You think you deserve to say that? Killing intent surged. Qin Xian raised his hand wrapped in Yuan power, about to end Qin Heng's life, when suddenly a mysterious voice sounded in his mind. Boy, you don't want your lifespan anymore? Killing him just like this, what a waste. Qin Xian calmed down, and asked silently in his heart, Senior, what should I do? Wait, I'll pass you the method to absorb lifespan right now. Qin Xian nodded, lifted his hand and paused in place, receiving the method passed on by the mysterious man. Seeing this, Qin Heng was overjoyed and shouted loudly, Cousin Qin Xian, I know I was wrong. From now on I will kneel and bow to you every day to atone. Please, for the sake of our blood ties, spare me. Qin Xian gave no response. Cousin Qin Xian, I truly know I was wrong. As long as you spare my life, I will do whatever you want.
Cousin Qin Xian?
Seeing that Qin Xian was still frozen, Qin Heng showed a face full of confusion. At that moment, Qin Xian had already received the method to extract lifespan, and a cold and cruel smile appeared on his face.
He asked, "Do you really mean it? You'll do anything?"
Yes, I do. Even if you want me to kill my own sister, I won't frown one bit. Qin Heng shouted with excitement. Beast! Everyone felt a chill rise in their hearts.
In that case, give me your life.
Qin Xian snorted coldly, raised his hand and struck the top of Qin Heng's head, activating the secret method, wildly absorbing Qin Heng's lifespan. Lifespan flowed away rapidly. Qin Heng's face turned paler and paler, and he begged for mercy in panic, but Qin Xian showed no mercy at all. Moments later, when Qin Xian absorbed his last thread of lifespan, Qin Heng's appearance changed completely and directly turned into a dried corpse.
This what kind of evil technique is this?
It actually turns someone into a dried corpse.
How could Tianqing sect have such a vicious cultivation method? This is demonic arts, this is demonic arts.
The crowd cried out in shock, all scared and stepping back several steps. Even Qin Xianer was frightened.
Qin Xian used to be strong, but not like this, not this demonic.
Qin Xian glanced at the crowd with extremely dark eyes, then carried his sister on his back, and shouted coldly at the Qin family juniors blocking the door, "Who dares stop me?" Everyone trembled inside, dared not hesitate at all, and hurriedly stepped aside. Under all eyes, Qin Xian carried his sister, pulled along Lu Qingyue, and step by step walked into the Qin family.
Is this the #1 genius of the Qin family, Qin Xian? Truly terrifying. Wasn't it said that Qin Xian's dantian was shattered and all cultivation lost?
Why is he still so powerful? Qin Xian, this god of killing, has returned.
Qingchuan town is destined to be restless. Quickly report to the clan, the information was wrong, delay the plan.
Looking at Qin Xian's back, everyone trembled inside, unable to calm for a long time. Especially Qin Xianer, her delicate fists clenched tightly.
Why? Wasn't Qin Xian's dantian crippled? What exactly happened?
Returning to the Qin family, Qin Xian carried his sister into Lu Qingyue's room, carefully taken care of by their mother, while he sat cross-legged by the bed, staring at the mysterious black mark on his chest, like a ring. At this moment, he could guess that the Burial Heaven Tower must be hidden inside the black jade ring. He then tried to sense the Burial Heaven Tower, and sure enough, his consciousness soon entered the first floor of the tower. Now, he had successfully rebuilt his dantian, and his strength had surpassed 80,000 jin. Far beyond the limits of the body refinement realm.
Even the ordinary true martial realm does not possess such terrifying strength.
It was precisely because of this that Qin Xian felt great curiosity toward the myriad Dao divine body he possessed.
Senior, may I ask, what exactly is the myriad Dao divine body?
Qin Xian bowed respectfully toward the empty space. Silently, a hazy figure wrapped in mist appeared in midair. One could not tell whether it was male or female. It stood with hands behind its back and said, "The myriad Dao divine body is one of the most powerful physiques in the world, once ranked among the top 10 divine bodies of all heavens." Qin Xian was both shocked and delighted. The myriad Dao divine body was actually so powerful, ranked as one of the top 10 divine bodies of all heavens. But he also frowned. Since the myriad Dao divine body was so powerful, why had he never felt it before? All this time, his rise to the position of young master of the Heavenly Star sect had more to do with his bitter cultivation than his talent alone. Of course, although the myriad Dao divine body is one of the strongest divine bodies in heaven and earth, it is also famously a useless body, no different from a mortal flesh body. The mysterious person sneered.
What do you mean? Qin Xian was shocked.
He did not understand why the myriad Dao divine body could be both a top 10 divine body and also a useless one.
It sounded completely contradictory.
Because the true myriad Dao divine body must devour countless powerful bloodlines of all heavens and refine all the ways of heaven and earth to be fully formed.
A myriad Dao divine body that has not devoured powerful bloodlines cannot even awaken. It is utterly useless, like you before, having the divine body in name, but no different from ordinary flesh. Qin Xian gave a bitter smile. He finally understood why he had never felt the power of the myriad Dao divine body before, so that was the reason. He also knew that his awakening of the myriad Dao divine body was most likely related to the mysterious person. The mysterious person said, "You're lucky. Among all the tower masters of the Burial Heaven Tower through history, one had the myriad Dao divine body and left behind a drop of his essence blood. Because of that drop, you were able to awaken your myriad Dao divine body. Also, you must have felt that your strength far surpasses normal people, right?" Qin Xian nodded.
"I can feel it. Even though I am still in the body refinement realm, my strength is at least 80,000 jin, maybe even close to 90,000.
That is only natural. The power contained in that tower master's essence blood is unimaginably terrifying.
It's only because your cultivation is still shallow that you couldn't fully refine the great Dao essence blood. Even though it awakened your divine body, at most you've refined only 1/10,000th of it.
Qin Xian was shocked.
Just refining 1/10,000th of the strength was enough to awaken the divine body and raise his physical strength close to 90,000 Jin.
If he refined all of it, how terrifying would that be? You don't need to think about that right now. The rest of the great Tao essence blood left by that Tower Master is more than 99% dormant deep within your body. Only when your cultivation rises can you refine it. Trying to refine it with weak cultivation would be a curse, not a blessing.
The mysterious person said calmly, of course, you also won't be able to refine it.
Qin Xian was speechless. Was this even something a human should say? Also, the myriad Tao divine body needs to devour powerful bloodlines at every stage to keep breaking through.
Otherwise, without powerful bloodlines, the myriad Tao divine body will become your limitation. You won't be able to reach higher realms even with the Tower Master's essence blood. A true myriad Tao divine body must constantly refine all kinds of powerful bloodlines to reach the ultimate peak. In other words, if you want to reach the true martial realm, you must first devour a powerful bloodline.
Qin Xian asked, Senior, how strong does this powerful bloodline need to be?
The mysterious person said, I recall that someone once compiled a list of the major bloodline physiques in the world on the Taishan continent.
Chapter 5, The Ancient Supreme Sword Demon.
Qin Xian's face suddenly changed. On the current Taishan continent, there was indeed someone nosy enough to list all the powerful physiques from ancient times until now into one single ranking, the Taishan Divine Physique List. It meant to summarize 108 kinds of powerful physiques from throughout the ages of the Taishan continent. You must know, any physique that could enter the Taishan Divine Physique List was a top-tier supreme physique in the world. Even the one ranked at the very bottom, the 108,000 flame battle body, because it held a heavenly meteor flame from beyond the skies, its owner was still far beyond an ordinary martial genius. Breaking the strength limit of the body refinement realm was not a problem, and if nurtured properly, it would not be hard to be crowned king in the future. Those who possessed such powerful physiques were all the top prodigies of great forces, receiving extreme attention and protection from strong figures. Although Qin Xian now had a strength of over 80,000 Jin in the body refinement realm, it was still impossible for him to seize or devour such bloodlines.
At this moment, the mysterious man suddenly said, just right, isn't there a powerful bloodline bearer right here?
Qin Xian was stunned, then immediately understood and looked toward the center of the first level, where the sword demon had passed away sitting upright, and his eyes lit up. The Guiyuan sword body was a powerful physique born for the sword. Its owner had an extraordinary natural talent in swordsmanship, and once they started cultivating the sword, their progress was usually more than 10 times that of ordinary people, extremely astonishing.
Among them, the Guiyuan sword body was ranked 13th on the Taishan Divine Physique List, a terrifying physique.
The reason the sword demon could become a supreme who once dominated an era in recent ancient times was partly due to his great determination and willpower that defied the erosion of time. But a big part of the reason was because he possessed the Guiyuan sword body. Having the Guiyuan sword body meant he was born with a talent for cultivation far beyond his peers. So, Qin Xian took the initiative and walked to the center of the first level. Even though the sword demon had passed away sitting there for over 100 years, he was, after all, a supreme who had dominated an era in recent ancient times. His sword might was vast and boundless. Let alone true martial realm cultivators, even experts at the Sky Gang realm could not get within 100 zhang of him, or they would be shredded into ashes by that invisible sword force. Only Qin Xian, as the master of the Burial Heaven Tower, was able to use the tower to directly dissolve the invisible sword force and arrive in front of him.
Forgive me, Senior Sword Demon. Today this junior will borrow your bloodline for a while.
No matter what reason the sword demon was suppressed by the previous generation's Tower Master, in the end, whether it was the Black Demon Sword or the Flamewave Sword Art, they had once belonged to the sword demon.
Out of sentiment and courtesy, Qin Xian still cupped his fists and paid his respects.
Then he condensed a sharp sword with his essence power and slashed at the sword demon's exposed arm.
Clang! Sparks flew, but the sword demon's arm was completely unharmed.
Qin Xian tried several more times, attacking from different angles, but he still couldn't break the sword demon's skin.
He couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Even though the sword demon had died, his body remained indestructible, far beyond what Qin Xian could penetrate.
If he couldn't even break the skin, how could he take the bloodline?
Beside him, the mysterious man seemed to enjoy watching Qin Xian struggle, and then slowly walked to the front of the sword demon and said, "Kid, this sword demon isn't all that impressive, but he is still far above you. His sword body is immortal. With your ability, breaking through his flesh is too difficult."
The sword demon isn't all that impressive? Come on, was that even something a person would say?
Qin Xian gave a bitter smile and immediately cupped his fists toward the mysterious man, saying, "Senior, please help me. This junior is willing to trade the 60 years of lifespan I just obtained."
Kid, you're too naive. You think a mere 60 years of lifespan from a true martial realm cultivator is enough to make me take action?
The mysterious man sneered and said, "Come back and talk to me when you bring 200 years of lifespan from a Sky Gang realm cultivator."
Qin Xian's face turned black. With his current strength, even though he was stronger than most ordinary true martial realm warriors, how long would it take to steal the lifespan of a heaven martial realm warrior? But who told him that the mysterious person's fist was bigger? Qin Xian, for now, had no choice but to retreat and settle for second best, saying, "Senior, I am just a body-refining realm warrior, how can I deal with a heaven gang realm expert? Would you please teach me some powerful martial techniques that are enough to deal with a heaven gang realm warrior?" The mysterious person sneered, "You brat, after awakening the 10,000 Dao divine body, although you are still at the body-refining realm, your physical strength is at least 80,000 Jin, which far exceeds an ordinary true martial realm warrior, even comparable to a mid to late stage true martial realm warrior. However, it's still barely enough to deal with a heaven gang expert. If you want me to teach you martial arts, it's possible, but you must give me all of your 60 years of lifespan." Upon hearing the mysterious person's words, Qin Xian didn't hesitate and directly agreed. After all, what he needed most right now was strength. Without strength, even if he had more lifespan, it would be useless. "Good, I will teach you one move." A transparent giant hand wrapped around Qin Xian, forcefully pulling out the 60 years of lifespan he had just gained. "You are born with the fire law, and it just so happens that the sword demon once created a sword technique called the flame wave sword technique, which is the most suitable for you. Watch carefully." The mysterious person's figure moved, and his arm flicked. A large, pitch-black sword flew from the withered, meditating sword demon, landing firmly in his hand. This sword is called the Black Demon Sword. It is the sword that intertwined with the sword demon's life and soul. Now, it is ownerless. I will give it to you. The Black Demon Sword traced a remnant arc through the air, and on its broad blade, eerie black flames suddenly ignited. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding world skyrocketed, and the space itself twisted and burned, causing Qin Xian to retreat repeatedly, otherwise, he feared that getting too close would result in burning himself. First move of the Flame Wave Sword technique. Slash. The mysterious person swung the sword, and the black flames exploded, transforming into a massive 100-foot wave, cutting through layers of mist, and finally crashing into the wall of the Burial Heaven Tower, causing a deafening explosion. Qin Xian swallowed, staring in disbelief at the scene. If it weren't for being in the Burial Heaven Tower, he would have thought that this strike could have destroyed the entire Tianqing sect. Whoosh! The Black Demon Sword fell from the sky and stabbed straight into the ground in front of Qin Xian. "Did you see it clearly?" the mysterious person asked, then flicked his finger. A mysterious light entered Qin Xian's forehead. It was the method to perform the first move of the Flame Wave Sword technique. Qin Xian, still somewhat confused, stood frozen in place, trying to comprehend the previous strike. After a moment, he picked up the Black Demon Sword, but his expression changed drastically as he found it impossible to lift. It felt as if he were holding a mountain, so incredibly heavy. The sword demon was a peerless swordmaster from ancient times, a being so strong that his sword could cleave through hundreds of mountains. His life and soul were fused with this sword, making it extraordinary, a world-shattering divine weapon. It was not something an ordinary person could lift. "You are the master of the Burial Heaven Tower." The sword demon was just a prisoner held in the tower, and moreover, he had long since withered and passed away. "If you break through the Black Demon Sword's resistance with your spiritual will, you can lift it." The mysterious person spoke indifferently. "It's easy for you to say." Qin Xian silently complained in his heart. The sword demon was one of the most powerful beings of the ancient age, his life and soul intertwined with the sword. How could it be so easy to break through with just spiritual will? But now, there was no other choice. Qin Xian closed his eyes and cleared his mind. His consciousness began to slowly expand, and in the dark, it seemed as though he was merging with the Burial Heaven Tower. He didn't know how long had passed when a profound and mysterious will descended. At that moment, Qin Xian, holding the Black Demon Sword, was slowly able to lift it, no longer as immovable as before. The mysterious person couldn't help but nod slightly. "Not bad. You are indeed the master of the Burial Heaven Tower, and with the 10,000 Dao divine body, you're extraordinary. You managed to communicate with the Burial Heaven Tower so quickly, though only the first floor." But it was enough to suppress the will of the Black Magic Sword. Qin Xian held the Black Magic Sword, and with a thought, the chaotic mist inside the Burial Sky Tower quickly gathered. He operated his cultivation technique, pulling the flame laws within his body, releasing a black flame that sought to burn everything, which attached to the sword blade of the Black Magic Sword, continuously compressing and gathering power. Slash! The Black Magic Sword cut through the air, and a wave of flame, 3 yards long, was slashed out. Although it had an imposing force, compared to the sword strike from the mysterious man, it was still worlds apart. However, a flash of surprise briefly crossed the mysterious man's eyes. This kid's comprehension was so strong, just after one demonstration, he could perform it. Although the first move of the Flame Wave Sword technique wasn't impressive in his eyes, in this world, it was definitely a top-tier martial skill. Even true geniuses would need extensive cultivation to barely perform it.
No wonder he was chosen as the new tower master of the burial sky tower, truly extraordinary.
Ha! It seems I'm still not as good as the senior.
Qin Xian muttered to himself. At your current level, being able to slay a 3-yard flame wave is already quite impressive. The mysterious man said calmly, the sword technique has been taught to you.
You can leave now. Just this one strike? Qin Xian exclaimed.
He had given up 60 years of life.
Was this just for this one strike? What else?
A mere true martial realm cultivator's 60 years of life is nothing, hardly worth mentioning. If you weren't the tower master of the burial sky tower, even if a revered elder offered up 60 years of life, I wouldn't even bother to glance at it. The mysterious man replied indifferently, clearly dismissing the 60 years of life. The Flamewave sword technique has 3 moves. If you want to learn the second move, go get the 200 years of life from a Tiangang realm martial artist.
200 years of life from a Tiangang realm martial artist again. Xianer, wake up.
Qin Xian immediately withdrew his consciousness from the burial sky tower space and woke up. He saw his mother, Lu Qingyue, calling him anxiously, tears streaming down her face, her clothes disheveled and dirty, as if she had just fallen to the ground.
He hurriedly said, Mother, what happened? Lu Qingyue panicked and said, Linger was taken by them.
Qin Xian's heart shook violently, releasing a terrifying aura of anger.
Who did this? Where did they take Linger? Qin Xian's face turned as dark as thunder. Lu Qingyue was frantic, it was the second elder.
He suddenly barged in and forcibly took Linger, saying he was going to send her to the Sun family, to Sun Guangde and his son.
I couldn't stop them. Xianer, only you can save Linger. She's your sister.
Qin Xian's rage erupted, his eyes practically burning with the intent to kill. Relying on his identity as a Sun family elder and some connections with Elder Zhu from the Earth Element sect, they had committed all sorts of crimes in Qingchuan town, and no one knew how many good women they had harmed over the years. These two beasts had ill intentions toward his sister long ago, especially that third young master.
If his sister really fell into their hands, the consequences were unimaginable. The second elder's actions were unforgivable. Mother, don't worry, I will bring Linger back safely.
Qin Xian didn't dare to think further and rushed out immediately, arriving at the Sun family's gates in no time.
Qin Xian is here.
The 2 guards at the Sun family gate immediately turned pale, drawing their swords and pointing them at Qin Xian, shouting, This is the Sun family.
Unauthorized people are not allowed near. Get out of my way.
Qin Xian struck out with a palm, and the 2 guards were instantly sent flying, spitting blood. He stepped on one of the guards' chest. He looked down with a cold voice and shouted, Speak, where is my sister? Seeing Qin Xian's eyes like a demon from hell, the guard's heart trembled. He quickly pointed to a nearby loft, over there.
Helping evil, die.
Qin Xian's foot burst out with yuan power, directly shattering the guard's internal organs, ending his life. At the same time, he waved his hand casually and sent out a yuan force, hitting another guard and killing him. After quickly dealing with the 2 guards, Qin Xian dashed forward like lightning, his figure rushing toward the loft like thunder.
It's Qin Xian. Stop him quickly.
More than 10 guards from the Sun family rushed over upon hearing the noise. They were all top fighters trained by the Sun family. Almost every one of them had cultivation close to the true martial realm, with strength reaching 7 to 8,000 jin, even over 9,000, nearing the limit of the body refining realm. So many people were enough to kill a true martial expert.
Those who block me die.
Qin Xian roared, and the black demon sword was summoned from the burial heaven tower's space.
Black flames flashed.
Wherever it passed, each guard was instantly burned into black charcoal.
In the loft,
the second elder of the Qin family was chatting and laughing with the elder of the Sun family, completely unaware that Qin Xian had already killed his way here. This time, our clan's Qin Xingqiang going to Earth Origin sect to train, we will rely on everyone in the Sun family. Rest assured, brother Qin Huai. You gave such a big gift to the Sun family, this matter is as good as done, absolutely no problem.
But, are you sure Qin Xian and Tianqing sect really won't pursue this matter?
Sun family's 4th elder, Sun Ming, frowned. Although rumors said Qin Xian had lost all his cultivation and was expelled from Tianqing sect, after all, he was once the #1 young man in Qingchuan town.
It's hard not to worry.
Second elder Qin Huai stroked his beard and laughed loudly, don't worry.
Qin Xian is already crippled. Tianqing sect has also sent word.
They have indeed expelled Qin Xian from the sect. If he really dares to come, I'll just slap him to death.
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, a Sun family guard burned to black charcoal was thrown in violently, startling the 2 into standing up in shock. A tall figure full of killing intent walked in step by step, sharp killing aura spreading everywhere.
Qin Xian.
The 4th elder of the Sun family trembled in his heart. A wave of fear surged, and he kept retreating in fright.
A man's name is like a tree's shadow.
Even though rumors said Qin Xian had lost his power and was expelled from Tianqing sect, all his past fame still surfaced in their minds uncontrollably. Second Elder Qin Huai was also shocked, but quickly calmed down and shouted, "Qin Xian, who let you come here?
Where is my sister?" Qin Xian stared fiercely at the second elder.
If not for confirming her location, he would have killed this old man already.
Hee, your sister is of course with the Sun family's third elder and third young master now. Who knows how happy she is? Second elder of the Qin family sneered, not even bothering to hide, mocking without mercy. A crippled waste with a ruined dantian, not worth fearing.
Able to kill Qin Hong, able to kill those guards, must have used some tricks only. After all, he was once the young master of Tianqing sect.
Having some unknown mysterious means is normal, but they can't last long. Before absolute strength, they are not worth mentioning at all.
Old man, you're looking for death. Hearing this, Qin Xian's anger soared to the sky, killing intent bursting. He rushed out like an arrow toward the second elder of the Qin family.
Qin Xian, you think you're strong just because you killed Qin Hong?
You're just a cripple.
And you dare to attack me?
Second elder of the Qin family shouted angrily. Yuan force exploded, and the surrounding tables and chairs were blasted away. Around him, 6 vague giant bull phantoms appeared. When a martial cultivator's strength reaches 10,000 jin, a giant bull phantom begins to form. The strength of one ox equals a mighty 10,000 jin of power. The second elder of the Qin family possessed the strength of 6 oxen. Within the realm of Jinwu, he could be called a powerful man. Qin Xian's eyes turned cold, holding the black demon sword. His speed reached the extreme, stabbing straight at the second elder of the Qin family.
Just you what? Before the second elder of the Qin family could finish his sentence, the black demon sword easily pierced through his Yuan force defense and stabbed into his abdomen. Yuan force rampaged, destroying his dantian with ease.
It must be known, Qin Xian's physical strength now reached 80,000 jin, at least the power of 8 oxen, far stronger than the second elder.
Speak! Where is my sister?
Qin Xian roared in anger, like a god of death, terrifying beyond compare.
Impossible! Your dantian was clearly destroyed.
The second elder of the Qin family cried out in disbelief, still shocked, clearly not knowing that Qin Xian had restored his cultivation and thought he had only temporarily recovered using a secret method of the Tianqing sect.
Speak! Qin Xian roared, waving the black demon sword, and cut off one of the second elder's arms on the spot. Ah!
Blood sprayed everywhere. The second elder of the Qin family screamed in pain with his head raised, and fainted from the agony. Qin Xian turned to look at the terrified fourth elder of the Sun family who had pissed himself, killing intent in his voice. You speak! Seeing Qin Xian's demonic eyes, the fourth elder of the Sun family trembled with fear and immediately spoke. Upstairs. She was taken upstairs by Sun Guangda and Sun Yukai.
If anything happens to my sister, I will wipe out every last one of your Sun family.
Leaving behind these words, Qin Xian ignored the trembling fourth elder of the Sun family, and shot upstairs like an arrow loosed from a bow. He ran madly, rushing to the top floor in one breath, and when he saw what was inside the room, his eyes instantly turned blood red, his gaze extremely terrifying. He saw Qin Linger tied to the bed, unable to move, her clothes messy and exposing her body. Beside her, Sun Guangda and Sun Yukai, father and son, were nearly naked, only wearing small shorts, leering as they reached out to tear off the last of Qin Linger's clothes as she struggled desperately. Little beauty, lie there and be good, let us father and son take good care of you. Chapter 7, First Display of Earth-Rank Martial Skill.
Stop right now!
Qin Xian roared and charged in, directly blasting the double doors apart.
Brother, save me! Seeing Qin Xian's figure, the tied-up Qin Linger couldn't help but cry out hoarsely, full of misery. Not good, Qin Xian is here. The chubby Sun Yukai cried out in alarm, and dodged behind his father Sun Guangda in fear. Father, what do we do now? Humph, just a cripple with a broken dantian, what's there to be afraid of?
Sun Guangda sneered, completely unconcerned about Qin Xian's arrival. Instead, he looked at him arrogantly and mocked coldly. Qin Xian, for the sake of Tianqing sect, I'll let you go this time.
Get lost quickly, don't ruin our fun. Don't worry, after we enjoy ourselves, you can have some fun too. After all, a lovely girl like your sister, I bet you want to play with her too, right? Clearly, this father and son from the Sun family had extremely twisted and perverted tastes. Die for me!
Qin Xian, burning with rage, charged forward to kill. With one palm strike, Sun Guangda was caught off guard, sent flying backwards, and fell to the ground coughing up blood. Looking at the shattered heart-protecting mirror on his chest, Sun Guangda cried out, impossible! How do you still have cultivation? If not for that specially made mirror protecting him, he would have died just now.
But wasn't Qin Xian's dantian destroyed? How could he have recovered?
Seeing Qin Xian charging at him again full of killing intent, Sun Guangda panicked and shouted, Qin Xian, Elder Zhu from the Yuan sect is my sworn brother.
If you kill me, he definitely won't let you go.
If he dares to come after me, I'll destroy the entire Yuan sect.
Standing before Sun Guangda.
Qin Xian raised his sword and swung it down, a head flying off and heavily smashing onto the ground. In death, the eyes were wide open, still not believing that he was actually killed.
You actually dared to kill my father. Uncle Zhu will never let you go.
Sun Yukai screamed in terror, but immediately, a large wet patch appeared in front and behind his pants, clearly losing control of his bladder from fear. Qin Xian raised his sword and walked towards Sun Yukai, his voice cold as he said, "Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your father right away."
"No, Qin Xian, you can't kill me, you can't kill me."
Sun Yukai shouted, scrambling to get up and desperately running outside.
"Trying to run?"
Qin Xian snorted coldly, gathering power in his palm and striking out at Sun Yukai.
But just then, a figure suddenly leapt forward, releasing a blast of Yuan force to intercept the strike.
The two forces collided, instantly sending a fierce wind through the room, shaking the entire place violently. The newcomer was tall and handsome, but his face was as stern as the king of hell, radiating authority.
Qin Xingqiang. Qin Xian's eyes narrowed, recognizing the newcomer.
Qin Xingqiang, the same age as him, equally talented, but back then, he had been overshadowed by Qin Xian and became second among the younger generation of the Qin family. Now that Qin Xian had been crippled, he naturally took the opportunity to rise, becoming the first among the younger generation of the Qin family. Upon seeing the headless corpse on the ground, Qin Xingqiang was both shocked and furious. "Qin Xian, you've gone mad. You actually killed the third elder of the Sun family.
Do you know you're bringing a great disaster to the Qin family?"
He had originally come with the second elder to discuss the matter of the Earth Yuan sect with the Sun family, and everything had been finalized. He was just waiting for the third elder and his son of the Sun family to finish enjoying Qin Linger, and then he could use the Sun family's resources to enter the Earth Yuan sect. Not just as an ordinary disciple, but to rise in one step and become a closed-door disciple. He had left for a while due to some business, but when he returned to the living room, he found that Qin Xian, this cripple, had actually come and not only crippled the second elder's arm but also killed the third elder of the Sun family. Clearly, this ruined all the efforts he had made previously.
How could Qin Xingqiang not be angry?
But amidst the shock and anger, there was also some confusion.
Qin Xian, this cripple, wasn't his cultivation supposed to be destroyed? When did he recover? Great disaster?
Qin Xian sneered, his eyes cold as ancient ice. "To sacrifice my family of three to gain benefits, such a Qin family, it would be better off destroyed." Once, he had treated the Qin family so well, and after becoming the young master of the Heavenly Star sect, he had continuously sent resources to the Qin family, helping them grow into one of the local powerful families. But now, with his Dantian destroyed and being expelled from the Heavenly Star sect, the Qin family treated him like this, even wanting to offer his sister to the twisted father and son of the Sun family to please them. Such a Qin family, it would be better off destroyed.
"Qin Xian, you killed my father, Uncle Zhu will never let you go."
Sun Yukai shouted, turning and running down the stairs.
"You can't escape." Qin Xian's eyes darkened. How could he let this person who dared to plot against his sister get away? He immediately wielded the black demon sword and leapt forward to kill him.
But just as he moved, Qin Xingqiang blocked his path.
"Get out of my way."
Qin Xian shouted angrily, swinging his sword horizontally, black flames surging out, trying to devour Qin Xingqiang.
"Humph, do you really think you're still the number one of the Qin family?"
Qin Xingqiang coldly shouted, drawing his own spirit sword and striking heavily, while 17 phantom oxen appeared in front of him.
Boom!
This collision directly forced Qin Xian back 7 or 8 steps.
17 oxen strength.
2 months ago, when he returned to the family, Qin Xingqiang was still at 12 oxen strength. In just 2 months, he had increased his strength by 5 oxen. Such terrifying progress in cultivation was beyond imagination.
How did Qin Xingqiang manage to do it?
Even Qin Xian, when he was the young master of the Heavenly Star sect, had access to many cultivation resources, far beyond those of the Qin family, and yet he could not achieve such an astonishing cultivation speed. Although Qin Xingqiang had defeated Qin Xian, looking at the spiritual sword that had a crack, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was a spiritual sword, even a common one, was considered indestructible, something that a martial artist in the true martial realm could not damage. All this could only mean that the black sword in Qin Xian's hand was an extraordinary object. Unable to help himself, Qin Xingqiang looked at the black magic sword in Qin Xian's hand with a fiery gaze. "Qin Xian, it seems that your cultivation may not have fully recovered.
You may have used some secret method to forcibly restore part of it. Now, you are at most only as strong as 8 oxen, how can you fight me?"
After the earlier exchange, Qin Xingqiang accurately sensed Qin Xian's strength, which was only that of 8 oxen.
Although stronger than the second elder, he was no match for Qin Xingqiang.
You have to understand that in cultivation, a difference of even 1 oxen strength is huge, let alone a full 9 oxen. However, what Qin Xingqiang didn't know was that Qin Xian hadn't used any secret method to restore his strength, nor was he at the true martial realm. Instead, he already possessed the strength of 8 oxen in the body refinement realm, an incredible monster. As long as you hand over your sword and leave your sister behind, I, as the representative of the Qin family, can settle this matter and let bygones be bygones. Qin Xingqiang said directly.
Qin Xian snorted coldly, let bygones be bygones? I will never let the Qin family off easily.
This Qin Xingqiang was indeed knowledgeable, but this was the personal sword of the former sword demon, one that had been cultivated with both life and swordsmanship.
How could it be compared to an ordinary spiritual sword?
Looking at Sun Yukai, who was about to come down the stairs, Qin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the black magic sword cut through the air like a crescent moon. With a single step, he struck with all his strength.
Qin Xingqiang didn't show any weakness either. He waved his spiritual sword, intending to clash with Qin Xian.
But just as they were about to collide, Qin Xian suddenly launched the entire black magic sword, immediately piercing Sun Yukai at the foot of the stairs. The broadsword body pierced through Sun Yotsai's body, and the tremendous force drove him into the wall. Sun Yukai screamed in agony and died on the spot, his eyes wide open in disbelief.
Qin Xian, you're seeking death.
Seeing Qin Xian kill someone right in front of him, Qin Xingqiang was furious. Without any hesitation, he intended to strike Qin Xian dead with a single blow. A strange, terrifying blood aura appeared around him.
Qin Xian remembered the rumors.
The reason Qin Xingqiang became the top person in the Qin family was because he possessed the legendary bloodthirsty killer body.
The bloodthirsty killer body was a special constitution.
Although it wasn't listed in the Great Xian Divine Body ranking, it was close enough. Those with this body were naturally suited to be assassins, and the more people they killed, the stronger they became. Qin Xian thought back to how quickly Qin Xingqiang had grown stronger in just 2 months. This was probably related to that, and he had killed many people.
Bloodthirsty slash.
Qin Xingqiang shouted coldly, raising his spiritual sword.
A large amount of blood aura transformed into flames, swirling around the sword, and then he slashed at Qin Xian.
Immediately, a blood-colored sword light, 3 zhang long, slashed toward Qin Xian, making his body hair stand on end as he felt a deadly threat. Bloodthirsty slash was a martial skill of the middle grade of the Xian level. In this world, martial skills were divided into 8 levels of the universe and primordial chaos, with the heavenly, earth, Xian, and yellow levels being the main ones. Among them, most were based on the heavenly and earth levels, while the universe and primordial chaos levels were considered beyond the extraordinary, existing only in legends, where only those who reached a new realm could practice. Heavenly level was the highest, and yellow level was the lowest.
Naturally, the 4 levels were further subdivided into 3 ranks, low, medium, and high.
The middle grade Xian level martial skill was quite a powerful one and was very compatible with the bloodthirsty killer body. A martial artist at the true martial realm with 17 oxen of strength would be able to use it. More bloodthirsty and deadly, when using such martial arts, the strength could instantly reach 21 newtons. How could Qin Xian dare to be careless? With a single movement of his hand, the black demon sword flew back into his hand from Sun Yotsai's corpse. At the same time, Qin Xian also used the sword techniques he learned from the mysterious person in the Burial Heaven Tower, the first move of the Flame Wave sword technique. The black demon sword instantly ignited with a strange black flame, and the spiritual energy in the air quickly gathered, causing the black flames to expand several times.
Though it seems slow, in reality, all of this happened in the blink of an eye.
Qin Xian slashed forward, and immediately a 3-meter-long black flame sword wave appeared, carrying terrifying heat that seemed capable of burning everything in the world, colliding violently with the 3-meter sword light.
Boom! Boom!
One black, one red, the collision of 2 3-meter sword lights was like a meteor crashing, instantly exploding the entire top floor. In this moment, although Qin Xian used the first move of the Flame Wave sword technique to block Qin Xingqiang's attack, he was still lacking 9 newtons of strength, and the impact still landed on him.
However, since awakening the myriad Dao divine body, Qin Xian's physical body was incredibly strong.
After the impact hit his body, he only felt his blood churning a little, with no major issues, so he immediately used his movement technique to rush through the exploding debris and protect Qin Linger, finally landing safely.
Brother, are you alright?
Qin Linger looked at Qin Xian with concern in her arms.
Linger, don't worry, I'm fine.
Qin Xian shook his head. Over there, Qin Xingqiang's face was cold and shocked as he looked at Qin Xian. He originally thought that Qin Xian's strength, which had forcibly been restored to 8 newtons through some secret method, was already remarkable, but he never expected that the sword technique just performed could actually block his bloodthirsty slash. One must know that the difference between them was a full 9 newtons of strength. Moreover, he had used an Xian grade mid-tier martial technique, perfectly suited to the bloodthirsty killing body. Even if that black sword was good, it shouldn't have been able to do this.
That sword move, what kind of sword move was it? Xian grade high tier?
No, at least it was earth grade, and possibly an earth grade mid-tier, or even earth grade high tier peak martial technique. Only then could it have possibly neutralized his bloodthirsty slash.
This Qin Xian, what other secrets did he hide?
The more he thought about it, the more intense Qin Xingqiang's gaze became, realizing that Qin Xian still held immense value. Wait, he must catch Qin Xian and extract all of his useful value. As long as he obtained this mysterious black sword in such earthgrade or higher ultimate martial techniques, he would definitely shine brightly. At that time, it would no longer be as simple as just joining the Earth Yuan sect. Swish! Qin Xingqiang was always a decisive person, and once again, he took action directly, summoning his spirit sword. In an instant, the spirit sword danced, releasing a sword flower the size of a yard, shooting towards Qin Xian with lightning speed. He coldly sneered, "Qin Xian, no matter how many trump cards you have, in the face of absolute strength, you are still nothing." Qin Xian's eyes narrowed coldly, knowing that he needed to protect Qin Linger now, and blocking this attack was not easy.
Black Demon, it's up to you. Qin Xian's countermeasure was simple and direct.
He threw the Black Demon sword and collided directly with the Sword Lotus.
Fool, do you think you can block me like this? What?
Suddenly, Qin Xingqiang's face changed drastically as he saw his spirit sword Lotus, which was supposed to be a yard in size, couldn't block the Black Demon sword at all. It was weak in comparison and was pierced directly by the Black Demon sword, which continued to fly toward him without losing momentum. He didn't know that this was the life and death sword of a past generation top-tier sword demon, a sword forged through both martial skill and spiritual energy. It had long since evolved into a divine weapon, incredibly heavy. If Qin Xian hadn't connected with the Burial Heaven Tower, he wouldn't even be able to lift this ancient sword.
Qin Xingqiang quickly struck with his spirit sword, attempting to block the Black Demon sword's trajectory.
He never expected that even after striking 37 times, he couldn't change its path in the slightest. His eyes were filled with horror, and he could only hurriedly dodge. The black magic sword was deeply embedded on one side, with no hilt to hold. At this moment, his hands went numb, and the spiritual sword in his grasp shattered piece by piece. It was unimaginable how heavy and hard this black sword was. However, the more so, the more he craved it.
Humph, Qin Xian, you don't even have a sword now.
You are, When he snapped back to reality, Qin Xingqiang found that Qin Xian and Qin Linger had already disappeared, likely escaping while he was distracted moments ago.
However, Qin Xingqiang did not immediately chase after them.
To him, this mysterious black sword was far more important. A sword that could create a crack in his spiritual sword with just one encounter must be an extremely rare weapon. For a martial artist, a powerful weapon could greatly enhance their own strength. Qin Xingqiang quickly moved forward, gripping the sword hilt and trying to lift it, but his expression changed drastically when he realized it was completely immovable. It was too heavy. Impossible, I possess the strength of 17 bulls, surpassing the limits of an ordinary true martial realm, almost reaching the second peak limit. Qin Xingqiang circulated the immense energy within his body, aiming to reach an enormous force of 170,000 pounds in an instant, but he found he still couldn't lift the black magic sword even a little, his face turning pale. If he couldn't budge it, how could that worthless Qin Xian, who had merely 8 bulls of strength, wield this black sword freely? Ah! At this moment, a scream echoed from the Sun family hall, and Qin Xingqiang felt something was terribly wrong, not bothering with the black magic sword on the ground, and dashed over. Upon arrival, he found that the second elder of the Qin family had not only lost an arm but was also drained of blood and looked like bones wrapped in skin, as if someone had sucked him dry, his breath completely gone. He looked at the astonished elder of the Sun family and asked, "Elder Sun, what happened? Where is Qin Xian?" The elder of the Sun family trembled in panic and, "I am going to fetch the healing elixir. Otherwise, when Qin Xingqiang comes back, we won't be able to leave anymore." As the former young master of the Tianxing sect, skilled in assassination, he had always been careful and secretly purchased a courtyard in Qingchuan town early on, a fact that no one knew about. Now, it was useful. They could no longer stay in the Qin family. Okay. Although she did not know why Qin Xian was so anxious, out of trust for her son, Lu Qingyue did not dare to delay. She took the unconscious Qin Linger and, seeing Qin Xian's hurried figure leaving, she quickly entered the house, grabbed the most precious little pouch hidden under the stone beneath the bed, then rushed out carrying Qin Linger. Qin Xian burst into the Qin family's treasure vault. The treasure vault was naturally guarded tightly, and all the guards were martial artists of the true martial realm. When they saw Qin Xian break in, their expressions changed instantly, and one shouted, "Qin Xian, this is the treasure vault, not a place you can barge into." As they spoke, they moved to attack, drawing their large blades, with their martial energy surging out. "Get lost!" Qin Xian roared, waving his black demon sword, unleashing a blade of light that sent the 4 powerful guards flying, knocking them to the ground, where they coughed up blood. The 4 guards were just ordinary true martial realm fighters, with the strongest having only 2 ox strengths, so they couldn't block him at all. Isn't Qin Xian's Dantian destroyed? How can he be so strong? A few guards murmured in disbelief, forced to watch as Qin Xian sliced open the vault door and charged inside. This was where all the treasures of the Qin family were kept. When he received the healing elixir from the Tianxing sect, he had personally seen the 3 elders carefully store it away, saying they would keep it secure in the treasury. Logically, the healing elixir should be here. Looking at the countless boxes, Qin Xian felt anxious. He didn't have time to open each one, so he shattered all the boxes, witnessing gold, silver, jewels, and various treasures scatter everywhere. However, after rummaging through them, he still couldn't find the healing elixir he sought. Damn it, where the hell is the healing elixir? Qin Xian's face changed over and over. Though he didn't want to believe it, he had to accept that the healing elixir's importance to the Qin family was greater than he had imagined, probably kept safe by the three elders. Among the three elders, except for the second elder, who was a useless coward, the other two had deep martial arts skills, ranking among the top in the Qin family. Especially the first elder, whose martial cultivation had long since entered the Tiangang realm for many years. If the healing elixir really was with the first elder, getting to it would likely be harder than reaching the heavens. But for his sister Qin Linger to survive, even if he had to charge through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, he would do it. He snatched a few bottles of elixirs and stuffed them into his pocket, and then Qin Xian charged out of the treasure vault toward the first elder's residence. Swish! At that moment, a figure blocked his way and thrust out a sword, blood light soaring. Qin Xian sensed a fatal threat and quickly evaded, only to see the blood-red sword light carve a deep trench in the ground, extending several feet all the way to the courtyard wall. The one who appeared was none other than Qin Xingqiong, who had returned.
Qin Xian, you are so daring.
You have killed the second elder and slaughtered the three elders of the Sun family. Now you even dare to invade the family vault and steal our wealth. For such a great sin, you shall be punished. All members of the Qin family seize Qin Xian, Qin Linger, and Lu Qingyue. Whoever successfully captures any one of them will be rewarded with high-grade elixirs and profound martial techniques. Qin Xingqiong shouted loudly, infusing his martial power, and his voice rolled, echoing above the Qin family, attracting the attention of all the Qin clan members. In an instant, every member of the Qin family had their faces changed drastically. Qin Xian really had tremendous boldness, committing such serious offenses repeatedly. They then displayed expressions of delight. High-grade elixirs were extremely valuable. Martial arts at the mysterious level are worth a fortune. Qin Xian's face changed slightly as he understood Qin Xingqiong's malicious intent, and rushed back to the Qin family, fearing he couldn't stop himself, thus loudly shouted out, letting everyone know the crime Qin Xian had committed. On one hand, it stirred the family's experts to come out, like the great elder and the third elder, both martial arts masters. Secondly, upon seeing him alone, they probably realized that he and his mother had split up, instructing other Qin family members to stop and hunt down Lu Qingyue and Qin Linger. Moreover, they offered high-quality elixirs and mysterious-level martial arts as rewards. Money stirs the heart, especially for such precious treasures, making all the Qin family members go crazy. At such a young age, his heart is filled with extraordinary wisdom. Although Qin Xian had already reminded his mother to take his sister and leave, he still worried they wouldn't escape in time and would be caught. Therefore, he chose not to fight Qin Xingqiong, but soared into the sky, abandoning the divine elixir, to search for his mother and sister and take them away.
Where do you think you're going?
Qin Xingqiong would not allow Qin Xian to leave easily. With a swift sound, he charged forward to stop him, drawing out a new spirit sword with all his might to kill him. Although Qin Xian's cultivation was not as strong as his, he had been the young master of the Tianqing sect and mastered its advanced body techniques. He evaded the fight, dodging the attack, preparing to find his mother and sister. Suddenly, Qin Xian felt a bone-chilling, deadly sense of danger approaching, even more intense than that from Qin Xingqiong, and immediately retreated several meters in a flash.
Boom!
A gigantic palm print, as large as a house, descended from the sky, landing where he had just stood. Instantly, stones flew, creating a massive pit, with dust rising heavily. Qin Xian, you disregard the safety of the family and cruelly killed the second elder and the third elder of the Sun family. Today, I will take your head to atone. An ancient voice resounded like a heavy bell. A powerful figure, old yet imposing, appeared on the roof, looking down with a powerful aura far surpassing Qin Xingqiong. The third elder of the Qin family.
A strong martial artist of the Tiangang realm. Chapter 9. Old dog, I've been waiting for you for a long time.
In the world of martial arts, body refinement is fundamental, then there is true martial arts, and only upon reaching the peak of true martial arts can one enter the Tiangang realm. Stepping into the Tiangang realm, throughout the entire Qingchuan town, one can be considered one of the top experts. Only the heads and elders of a few great families could be experts of this level.
Run!
Seeing the third elder Qin Sangshan appear, even Qin Xian's expression changed, and without a word, he decisively flickered and fled outward. After all, he knew very well that Qin Sangshan, as the third elder, was one of the top experts in the Qin family and a powerful martial artist of the Tiangang realm. Let alone the current Qin Xian, even before his Dantian was destroyed, he would still not be a match for him. Damn it, I didn't expect this old guy to come as well. Originally, Qin Xian could still contend with Qin Xingqiong alone, but once Qin Sangshan arrived, he instantly lost the chance. He could only run for his life. However, Qin Sangshan was a powerful martial artist of the Tiangang realm. With a single movement, he crossed several meters in an instant and appeared less than half a meter behind Qin Xian. A palm struck towards his back, the palm force fierce, and Qin Sangshan coldly said, Qin Xian, even if your cultivation has miraculously recovered a bit, you were not even my match at your peak.
How could you contend with me now? Stay.
That palm, filled with mysterious light, contained terrible elemental power, far surpassing Qin Xingqiang, capable of breaking gold and splitting stone, creating a tremendous sense of deadly danger for Qin Xian. But it was too fast, he couldn't evade it at all, only managing to turn and raise the black demon sword before him. Boom! As if struck by a wild beast, Qin Xian was sent flying, crashing through a wall, instantly raising a cloud of dust that obscured his figure. Humph, even if you barely recover to the true martial realm through secret methods, what difference does it make? It is ultimately just temporary, far from the peak, and moreover, fighting against an old man like me. Qin Sangshan snorted coldly, completely not putting Qin Xian in his eyes. After all, the gap between them was too great. The third elder truly lives up to being a powerful figure in the heavenly gang realm, really impressive. Qin Xingqiang praised, his desire to increase his strength growing stronger. Although Qin Xian's cultivation was low, at least he had not been able to do anything about it. In fact, he had been repeatedly beaten by the third elder, which ultimately proved he still lacked absolute strength. If someone like the third elder, with a cultivation a whole realm above, used absolute suppression, even if Qin Xian had various methods and skills for battling adversity, it would be useless. In a single clash, he was sent flying. Qin Sangshan nodded and said, Xingqiang, there is no need to belittle yourself. With your talent, I believe in less than 2 years, you will step into the heavenly gang realm, and then you will feel the immense strength above the true martial realm. 2 years? Qin Xingqiang's eyes flashed with a sharp blood-red gleam. With his bloodthirsty body and some other techniques, he wouldn't need 2 years, at most 1 year, even half a year, to enter the heavenly gang realm. By then, with his physical constitution and various methods, not even the third elder Qin Sangshan, let alone the current leader of the Qin family, Qin Sunming, would be his match. At this moment, both of them suddenly sensed something was wrong. Although Qin Xian had been knocked away, both of them believed that a single palm strike couldn't possibly kill him, or even severely injure him. However, Qin Xian's figure hadn't appeared for a long time, making them feel uneasy. They rushed into the broken wall. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind blew, scattering the dust and smoke. On the ground, a large pit filled with flying dirt appeared, but Qin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Both of them immediately changed their expressions. How could they not understand? Qin Xian had escaped. He actually escaped again. Qin Xingqiang was both shocked and angry. He felt as though Qin Xian had tricked him time and again, and his face turned ugly. What a cunning little fox, no wonder he was once the young master of the Tianqing sect. Qin Sangshan's face darkened. This Qin Xian was even more cunning than he had imagined. He had initially thought the palm strike had wounded him, but now he realized it must have been a trick to help him escape, and they had been kept in the dark. Although he now looked down upon Qin Xian as a waste due to his Dantian being destroyed, such scheming still made him admire him. Qin Sangshan leaped into the air, landing on the eaves of a 5-story building not far away. From this high vantage point, he surveyed the entire Qin family courtyard, hoping to spot Qin Xian's figure. However, no matter how he searched, he could not find Qin Xian. I understand now. Qin Linger, that little girl, is dying. Qin Xian must be looking for the revitalizing pill. He must have come to the treasury earlier to find it, and when he didn't find it, he must have guessed it was either with me or the Great Elder. The Great Elder is in seclusion, he wouldn't dare go to him. But now that I've left, he has an opportunity. Qin Sangshan, being an astute old master who had lived for over 60 years and seen much in his time, quickly figured it out. His expression changed slightly, this is bad. If that little brat enters my secret chamber, it will be troublesome. His figure flickered and he rushed toward his courtyard. In his courtyard, there was a secret chamber where he stored many valuable treasures he had collected over the years. As he had guessed, Qin Xian had indeed taken advantage of the smoke and dust to conceal his figure. Using the stealth techniques from the Tianqing sect, he silently left, rushing straight toward the third elder's courtyard. The possible location of the revitalizing pill was either with the Great Elder or the third elder. The Great Elder was the most powerful person in the Qin family, and he was currently in seclusion. Even if the revitalizing pill was with him, it would surely be kept close and guarded. Trying to snatch it right under the Great Elder's nose was nearly impossible. And when Elder San left the courtyard, it was an opportunity that arose. Arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, Qin Xian finally let out a sigh of relief, and with a pft, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just now, even though he used the Black Demon Sword to block, the immense power of the Tiangang realm expert still penetrated through the Black Demon Sword and struck his body, causing internal injuries. Who is it? Inside Elder San's courtyard, 2 guards stood watch, both skilled members of the family who had reached the true martial realm. Looking over, they immediately changed color, it's Qin Xian. Whoosh! Qin Xian's figure shot up like a lightning bolt. Before the two could draw their swords, two waves of yuan power struck them, sending them flying out, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. He then flashed into Qin Sangshan's courtyard, heading straight for the study. As the former young master of the Tianqing Gate and the future star of the Qin family, Qin Xian naturally knew many secrets of the Qin family, including that elder San Qin Sangshan had a secret hidden room in his study, where many treasures were stored. He arrived at the study and without saying a word, swung the black demon sword down.
With a loud bang, the study was smashed open, revealing the secret hidden room within, where treasures sparkled with luminous light.
This old bastard has embezzled quite a lot over the years. Qin Xian cursed inwardly and rushed inside. A few breaths later, Qin Sangshan returned to his courtyard, noticing the two guards were knocked down and sensing fluctuations of yuan power inside.
Damn it! Whoosh! He charged in.
The courtyard seemed calm, but when Qin Sangshan rushed into the study, he found a complete mess. The secret passage in the study had been blasted open, and he immediately sensed something was wrong, rushing inside. The hidden chamber in the study held many of his precious treasures. Upon entering at that instant, Qin Sangshan was astonished to discover that the hidden chamber was intact, all the treasures still neatly arranged.
What is going on?
Just as Qin Sangshan felt puzzled, suddenly, his scalp tingled and a sense of danger arose. This was a sign of crisis that a Tiangang realm expert would instinctively feel. He turned his head to look behind him, and his eyes widened in horror.
Because Qin Xian was actually hiding on the roof of the study, at this moment holding a large, heavy black sword, the blade swirling with strands of strange black flames, drawing in the surrounding yuan energy and exuding a terrifying aura. He showed a cruel smile. "Old dog, I've been waiting for you, die." As he spoke, he swung down the sword at Qin Sangshan. The first move of the flame wave sword technique. Boom!
A 3-zhanglong black flame sword light was instantly unleashed, crashing towards Qin Sangshan.
Chapter 10, Qin Xian, you should take your own life.
At this moment, it was what Qin Xian had waited for a long time. How could he, as the young master of Tianqing Gate, be just a man of courage without strategy? As for the divine recovery pill, a treasured item that was among the top in the entire Qin family, with Qin Sangshan's nature, he would have to be cautious. He would never place it in the hidden chamber. Instead, carrying it on his person would be the safest option. Therefore, from the very beginning, when Qin Xian came here, smashed open the study, revealing the hidden chamber, it was simply to set up a trap to draw Qin Sangshan's attention away. The real goal for Qin Xian was to take action against Qin Sangshan.
Only by killing Qin Sangshan would there be hope of truly seizing the divine recovery pill.
Thus, Qin Xian deliberately used yuan power to penetrate the hidden chamber, leaving fluctuations of yuan energy to disturb Qin Sangshan's perception, allowing him to hide and prepare to unleash the first move of the flame wave sword technique, ready for the moment Qin Sangshan entered. At this moment, it was the best timing.
Boom!
The 3-zhang black flame sword light, drawing in the surrounding yuan energy, struck directly at Qin Sangshan.
What kind of martial skill is this? Xian level high quality? No, it's earth level.
Qin Sangshan's face changed dramatically. This expert who had stepped into the Tiangang realm clearly sensed the terror of this sword strike, enough to make him feel a life-threatening danger. There was no time to dodge, he could only muster his yuan power, forming a protective force armor on the surface of the body.
Boom!
It was said to be slow, but in reality, everything happened in an instant. The 3-zhang black flame sword beam heavily struck Qin Sangshan. With a deafening roar, it split the hastily raised force defense, sending him flying, leaving a deep wound from his left shoulder to his right waist, the blood gushing out like there was no cost. Truly worthy of being a heavenly strong expert. Even though I caught him off guard with my first move of the flame wave sword technique, he didn't die. His life is really tough.
Qin Xian sighed inwardly.
He had originally planned to kill Qin Sangshan while he was unprepared, but now he realized how naive he had been. The heavenly strong martial cultivators were far stronger than he imagined. But he was also a ruthless person. No matter that the pursuers would soon catch up, this was the perfect time to kill Qin Sangshan. Take advantage of his illness, take his life. Only in this way could he obtain the rejuvenation pill to treat his sister.
The sword beam rose again.
Taking advantage of Qin Sangshan's serious injury, he suddenly changed his mind. The sword, which should have pierced his brow, instead landed on his dantian. With a soft sound, the dantian of the once powerful heavenly strong expert was pierced, completely ruining it.
Ah, Qin Xian, I will kill you, you little beast.
Qin Sangshan was furious. The cultivation he had struggled for decades to build was destroyed, and it felt worse than death.
Kill me?
Now, in your current state, you don't even have hope of survival. Qin Xian snorted coldly, grabbing Qin Sangshan's neck with one hand and using a secret technique to seize his lifespan. At the same time, he quickly searched Qin Sangshan's body and finally found a jade pill bottle. When he opened it, his face changed instantly.
Because the rejuvenation pill was not on Qin Sangshan.
The only remaining possibility was that the rejuvenation pill was with the Grand Elder. As Qin Xian seized Qin Sangshan's lifespan, he thought about how he could take the rejuvenation pill from the Grand Elder.
Qin Xian, stop. I am at least your elder.
Qin Xian, please, I'll call you grandfather, please don't kill me. Qin Xian, even if I die, I'll come back to find you. After a moment, as Qin Sangshan went from cursing to begging for mercy upon seeing death approaching, and finally to cursing in despair, his lifespan was completely drained. He turned into a dry corpse, still glaring at Qin Xian with unblinking eyes even in death. If you dare come back to find me after you die, I will turn you into ashes. Qin Xian snorted coldly, not taking these harsh words to heart. He didn't leave immediately, but instead looked up towards the outside of the house.
Figures appeared outside the house.
It was Qin Xingxiang and a group of strong members from the Qin family who arrived at this place. Upon seeing the tragic death of the third elder, his body withered like a mummified corpse, they showed expressions of disbelief. The third elder, a powerful heavenly strong expert, was actually killed.
You're finally here.
Qin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and calmly spoke as he looked at them. Qin Xingxiang stared at Qin Xian intensely. How did you kill the third elder? He couldn't believe that Qin Xian had the ability to kill the third elder, a heavenly strong expert.
Where is the rejuvenation pill?
Qin Xian didn't answer but instead asked in return, scanning the strong members of the Qin family. Except for Qin Xingxiang, the other strong members of the Qin family all looked away, too afraid to meet his gaze.
The reputation of a person is like the shadow of a tree. Moreover, now that Qin Xian had killed the third elder, even though they knew his Dantian was destroyed, they still didn't dare to face him.
What are you afraid of? Qin Xian must have used some trick to kill the third elder. Even if his cultivation is restored, he is only at the true martial realm. And killing the third elder must have come at a huge cost. Now, he is only a dying man. Qin Xingxiang sneered, then turned his gaze to Qin Xian. Qin Xian, you have quite a lot of guts. You killed 2 of the family elders today, and you still dare to stay here.
Everyone, attack together. Kill him.
Before the words faded, before the strong members of the Qin family could rush forward to attack, Qin Xian had already moved, gracefully landing on the rooftop, surveying the crowd and saying, if you all rush at me together, I really can't compete. But if I want to escape, you won't be able to stop me.
What if it's me? A powerful, strong voice suddenly echoed in the air.
On another rooftop, 10 zhang away, a seemingly old but sturdy figure silently appeared, radiating an aura even stronger than that of Qin Sangshan, making the air feel as if it had solidified. With a complex expression, he looked at Qin Xian and said, Qin Xian, your courage is impressive. I've only been in closed-door training for a few months, yet the entire Qin family is on the verge of being destroyed by you. The newcomer was Qin Sangming, the grand elder of the Qin family. The number 1 person of the Qin family has emerged from seclusion. Seeing the newcomer, all the members of the Qin family expressed their respect and bowed deeply. We greet the grand elder.
Faced with the grand elder's overwhelming force, Qin Xian coldly scoffed, what does it matter if the Qin family is completely destroyed? You oppress me and insult my loved ones. The grand elder frowned. He had just come out of seclusion and only knew that Qin Xian had gone mad today, continuously killing Qin Hong, the father-son duo of the Sun family's third elder, the second elder, and now the third elder, turning the entire Qin family pale with fear. He had no idea what had actually happened. However, no matter what hidden truths there were, one should not so brutally slaughter their own kin in the Qin family. Qin Xian, I do not know what happened.
But regardless of the circumstances, you should not kill your own kin, especially after having killed 2 elders. Even the family head must pay with his life for this. Qin Xian, remembering your past leadership that brought the Qin family to be one of the 4 great families in Qingchuan town, you should take your own life, and I will not act against you. The grand elder said lightly.
Chapter 11, The Malicious Intent of Qin Xingxiang. Take my own life?
Upon hearing this, Qin Xian revealed a trace of scorn on his face. Grand elder, did you not ask what the Qin family has done to me, yet you want me to take my life as soon as you emerge from seclusion?
Truly laughable. Since that's the case, grand elder, I too will remember the last shred of kinship.
As long as you return the divine return pill to me, I can decide to let go of this grudge against the Qin family. Otherwise, I, Qin Xian, swear to the heavens here, as long as I am alive, I will destroy the entire Qin family. Whoever from the Qin family steps out, I will kill one. The fierce killing intent in his words made not just the others but even the grand elder's heart tremble. He knew that Qin Xian was serious. But precisely because of this, Qin Xian could not be left alive. Killing intent surged. Kill. The grand elder suddenly attacked, without any warning, pouncing towards Qin Xian, striking at his head with one claw as if an eagle's cry echoed. This was a middle-grade Xian-level martial skill, Eagle Claw Strike. With the grand elder's cultivation level, he had long stepped into the Tian Gang realm, far surpassing the third elder. This sudden strike left no time for anyone to react. But Qin Xian had already anticipated it, preparing in secret. The moment the Grand Elder erupted, he swiftly moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the Grand Elder's attack and daring not to engage head-on. With his current cultivation, even executing the first move of the Fire Wave Sword technique, he could not withstand it. The gap in strength was too great, even with a heavenly-level martial skill, it wouldn't help. Swish! Then, without a word, Qin Xian directly fled. In this situation, confronting head-on would be suicidal, only fleeing offered a chance to reclaim the Divine Return Pill.
You cannot escape.
The Grand Elder naturally understood the danger Qin Xian posed. When one attack failed, he bent his figure again, rushing towards Qin Xian once more. His speed far surpassed that of Qin Xian. But Qin Xian dashed into the courtyard, leaping around amidst the houses, artificial hills, and potted plants.
The Tianqing sect was an assassin sect, best at hiding and assassinating.
As the young master of the Tianqing sect, Qin Xian naturally mastered this art to perfection. Use various obstacles to help escape. The Great Elder snorted coldly. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. Utilizing the overwhelming power of a celestial realm expert, he directly charged into the yard, completely burying rows of houses, rockeries, and potted plants. With a thunderous roar, the yard was left in ruins, dust flying everywhere.
The Great Elder landed in the midst of the chaos, ready to search for Qin Xian's trace. Whoosh!
Suddenly, a sharp light flashed. The Great Elder casually described it as two fingers pinching the gleam, discovering it was not an assassination by Qin Xian, but a dagger with a note attached. Upon seeing the content of the note, the Great Elder's face immediately turned ugly. Within 3 days, if you do not hand over the Divine Restoration Pill, for every day that passes, one person from the Qin family will die. At this moment, Qin Xingqiang also landed beside the Great Elder, asking, "Great Elder, where is Qin Xian?" The Great Elder expressionlessly handed the note to Qin Xingqiang. After reading the note, Qin Xingqiang's face also turned gloomy, but soon, he spoke loudly to the dust-filled yard. "Qin Xian, handing over the Divine Restoration Pill is acceptable, but it must be done at the family ceremony in half a month. I know you took the top-tier healing pills from the family treasury, they are enough to keep your sister alive until then. If you can defeat me face-to-face at the family ceremony, not only will you get the Divine Restoration Pill, but we won't object to you becoming the family head. If you are unwilling to wait for half a month, then come. From today on, the Great Elder will fully guard the family. You may kill a few people, but once you are caught, you will definitely die." The Great Elder's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Xian's voice suddenly came from the dust. "All right." In the Great Elder's sensing, Qin Xian's aura completely faded away and vanished. At this moment, the Great Elder looked at Qin Xingqiang and said solemnly, "Xingqiang, although you have now made Qin Xian the number one among the younger generation of the family, promising him without the family's permission will bring great shame to our Qin family. Others will think we yield to the tyranny of that little beast, Qin Xian. Great Elder, please remain calm." Qin Xingqiang said with a smile, carrying a bloodthirsty chill in his tone. Even if Qin Xian is expelled from the Celestial Star Sect, he was once the young master, mastering the assassination techniques of the Celestial Star Sect. If he truly wants to strike at our Qin family, he will certainly put us in a passive position. After all, Great Elder, you cannot always be stationed at the Qin family, always on guard, it will take a huge toll on your spirit. Now, let us make an agreement with Qin Xian. At the family ceremony in half a month, as long as he defeats me, he can obtain the Divine Restoration Pill. Then, for the next half month, he won't target us, and even in front of everyone at the family ceremony, we can kill Qin Xian and wash away the shame of the Qin family.
Isn't that even better?
He was comforted, but still shook his head. Having confidence is good, but Qin Xian was able to kill third brother, which means he has many tactics. You are strong, but it doesn't mean you can kill Qin Xian, you might very well be counter-killed.
What if I can break through the 2-9 limit before the family ceremony?
Suddenly, Qin Xingqiang spoke.
2-9 limit?
The elder looked at him in surprise. Though he had to admit that Qin Xingqiang's talent was monstrous, having advanced to this stage in just a few months, close to the 2-9 limit. But in the true martial realm, every bit of power gained is incredibly difficult. If Qin Xingqiang could reach the 2-9 limit with 18 ox power, he would be the most outstanding youth in the entire Qingchuan town, even more monstrous than Qin Xian back then. But to break through the 2-9 limit in just half a month and control power beyond 18 ox is simply impossible, even if he is a bloodthirsty killer.
That's right.
As long as I use the God Return Pill, I can break the 2-9 limit in half a month, mastering 19 ox power, or even more than 20. Qin Xingqiang showed a cold smile and said, "Although I said that after half a month, if Qin Xian defeats me, he can get the God Return Pill, but since he has already betrayed the Qin family, he does not need to keep his promise. Moreover, with the God Return Pill, I can also break the 2-9 limit. At that time, killing Qin Xian will be as easy as pie. The promise to return the God Return Pill never existed from the start." The elder did not expect Qin Xingqiang to be this ruthless. He wanted to say something, but Qin Xingqiang further pressed, "Elder, there are no other options now. Qin Xian has already killed 2 elders and the father and son of the Sun family's 3rd elder. If we cannot kill Qin Xian, we cannot explain ourselves to the Sun family or even the Earth Origin sect. If we cannot explain to the Sun family and the Earth Origin sect, then our Qin family can forget about establishing a foothold in Xingchuan town. We may even be punished by the wrath of the Earth Origin sect, and others will laugh at our Qin family's incompetence.
Hearing this, the elder fell silent. At this moment,
hearing these words, the Grand Elder's mind was not calm either, realizing that what Qin Xingsheng said was not without reason. If the Qin family really gives birth to a martial king in the future. Just thinking of this scene, even the Grand Elder's eyes burned with excitement, and his breath quickened a bit. He clenched his teeth and said solemnly, "Good, I will give you the healing pill, and you must kill Qin Xian at the family ceremony in half a month. Rest assured, Grand Elder." Qin Xingsheng revealed a smile of a plotted scheme coming to fruition. The healing pill ultimately fell into his hands.
Qin Xian, how will you fight me? Chapter 12, 100,000 Gene of Ultimate Realm.
Successfully retreating from the Qin family, Qin Xian returned to the secretly purchased courtyard. The courtyard was actually not far from the Qin family estate, still in Xingchuan town. However, it was precisely because of this that the Qin family would not discover it right away due to the darkness under the lamplight. This was the experience of Qin Xian, who was once the young master of the Heavenly Star sect, and the Qin family would never imagine that Qin Xian, who had killed so many important figures in the Sun family and the Qin family, had not escaped Xingchuan town for refuge, but was right under their noses. Out of caution, Qin Xian wandered around the courtyard several times and found that he was not being followed, so he quietly entered the courtyard and discovered his mother and sister were there, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, he also saw the secret signs left by his mother in the Qin family, so Qin Xian could finally let go of his worries. In the room, Qin Linger lay on the sickbed, her delicate and beautiful face pale and devoid of blood. Lu Qinyue was taking care of her by the side. Upon entering the room, Qin Xian hurriedly took out the pill bottle he had retrieved from the Qin family vault, which contained the precious high-grade healing pills cherished by the Qin family. Although they were inferior to the healing pill, they were still extremely valuable and very effective for healing wounds. Pouring out a jade-like pill the size of a thumb, Qin Xian went to the sickbed and personally fed it to the unconscious Qin Linger.
Lu Qinyue showed a look of joy. "Xianer, you brought back the healing pill?"
Qin Xian shook his head and said, "The real healing pill is still with the Grand Elder. These are only the high-grade healing pills from the Qin family vault.
Although they are not as good as the healing pill, they are enough to sustain Linger's life.
But don't worry, mother, in half a month, the Qin family will hold a family ceremony, inviting guests from all sides to watch.
As long as I defeat Qin Xingsheng, I will be able to smoothly reclaim the healing pill."
But Lu Qinyue was worried this was a trap set by the Grand Elder and Qin Xingsheng. "Mother, you need not worry. Even if the Qin family wants to set a trap, they must consider their face, they won't openly make a move against me,"
Qin Xian said.
He naturally knew it could be a scheme by the Qin family, but for the sake of Linger's life and not wanting to worry his mother, he could only say this. Besides, he truly did not have much ability to take the healing pill from the Grand Elder now. "Xianer, it's my fault, I'm sorry for both of you siblings." Lu Qinyue sighed, feeling that she owed too much to Qin Xian. Such dangerous matters should not fall upon this young boy who had just come of age. But she was powerless, and could not bear to watch her precious daughter die like this, only feeling guilt in her heart.
Qin Xian stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Mother, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be us siblings."
Lu Qinyue did not say much more, just stayed to take care of Qin Linger. After taking the healing pill, Qin Linger regained some color, but did not immediately wake up. After all, these pills could only maintain the condition without worsening. Seeing that his sister was alright, Qin Xian felt much more at ease. After chatting with his mother for a few moments, he went into another room in the courtyard, closed the door, sat cross-legged, and entered the buried heaven tower with his consciousness.
"Predecessor!" Qin Xian called out.
Silently, a mysterious figure surrounded by mist appeared, looking at Qin Xian. A hint of a smile appeared. "Your efficiency is quite good. I just told you, and I didn't expect you to bring me the 200 years of life of a Tiangang realm martial artist so soon. So, do you want the second style of the Yen Lang sword technique, or do you want me to take action to seize the true blood of the sword demon? I think you should choose to let me take action and obtain the true blood of the sword demon." With his keen insight, he naturally saw through all the secrets on Qin Xian's body at a glance. Qin Xian suddenly said, "Senior, I would like to change my terms."
"Change terms?"
The mysterious person looked at him in surprise.
"That's right."
Qin Xian looked sincerely at the mysterious person. "My sister's life is in danger now. Senior, you are an extraordinary being, even those imprisoned in the buried heaven tower can be subdued.
I believe saving my sister shouldn't be a problem."
"Kid, it's not difficult for me to save your sister, but are you sure you want to change to this condition?" The mysterious person said, "Given your current situation, seizing another 200 years of life from a Tiangang realm martial artist will be hard. Moreover, if you miss this opportunity, next time when you want me to help you obtain the true blood of the sword demon, it may not just be 200 years of life from a Tiangang realm martial artist, but possibly 2,000 years, or even 1,000 years from a martial king.
You must think clearly.
I have thought it through clearly. Qin Xian said seriously, I can choose not to break through, and I can even have no Wandao divine body, but I cannot be without my sister. Although we could obtain the returning god pill by defeating Qin Xingqiang at the family ceremony in just half a month, Qin Xian did not dare to gamble. He did not know whether the Qin family would hand over the returning god pill. He didn't even know whether the Qin family would swallow the returning god pill first to prevent him from obtaining it. After falling from the pedestal of a genius, he had tasted the warmth and coldness of the world.
Qin Xian dared not gamble on people's hearts at all.
Therefore, he would rather give up a great opportunity to break through than prioritize treating his sister. To him, his mother and sister were the most important. The mysterious person looked deeply at Qin Xian, who showed no fear in their gaze. After a long time, the mysterious person withdrew his gaze and inexplicably sighed, you look so much like him.
In that sigh, it seemed to contain so much. Him?
Qin Xian furrowed his brows, not knowing who the mysterious person was referring to.
Kid, you're quite good.
The mysterious person rarely praised Qin Xian, saying, I understand your meaning, but you don't need to worry. Your sister will not die because in this world, no one can kill her.
Qin Xian was shocked. What did that mean? No one in the world can kill Qin Linger? Senior.
He was about to ask when the mysterious person interrupted him and said indifferently, some things you are not yet able to know. Now, you just need to give me the 200 years of life from the Tiangang realm martial artist and prepare to absorb the bloodline of the sword demon's returning essence. Qin Xian could only suppress the doubts in his heart and said solemnly, please take action, senior. Just a single move from the first style of the Yen Lang sword technique could allow him to counterattack Qin Xingqiang, who possessed the strength of 17 bulls. If he broke through to the true martial realm, his strength would surely reach a higher level, making it much easier to defeat Qin Xingqiang at the family ceremony. No need to rush, let's talk again when you reach the limit of the body refinement realm with a strength of 100,000 pounds. The mysterious person simply said this and disappeared again.
Qin Xian could only continue his cultivation.
Previously, the essence blood left by a former tower master of the buried heaven tower, who also had the Wandao divine body, allowed him to awaken the Wandao divine body smoothly. After his physical strength reached over 80,000 pounds, the remaining essence blood had been dormant deep within his body, but that 1,000th of the essence blood power still hadn't been completely exhausted, continuously strengthening Qin Xian's physical body.
Almost constantly growing stronger.
When he once again entered the Tower of Burial Sky, his physical strength had silently reached 90,000 pounds, which equals to the strength of 9 bulls. It is known that the limit for body refinement realm is 10,000 pounds of strength, or in other words, the strength of 1 bull. The general limit for true martial realm is 90,000 pounds, or the strength of 9 bulls. Of course, heroes like Qin Xian from the past, and the current Qin Xingqiang, both broke through the limit of 9 bulls, reaching over 10 bulls of strength. It can be said that currently, Qin Xian, who is still in the body refinement realm, possesses physical strength comparable to the limit of an ordinary true martial cultivator, and his physical strength is continuously increasing. After practicing the 10,000 transformations chaos technique for 3 days and nights, on this day, Qin Xian emitted an astonishing aura of blood energy, as if a wolf smoke was rising from the crown of his head. His entire body's muscles and bones thundered like drums.
All muscles and bones resonated.
The phantom images of fierce bulls appeared around him, at least 10 in number. The legendary extreme of body refinement realm, a giant force of 100,000 pounds. Upon reaching the limit of 100,000 pounds, Qin Xian felt as if he had entered an entirely new level. Even though he was still in the body refinement realm, he sensed subtle changes occurring. The blood energy within him was unusually rich, far greater than that of an usual true martial realm cultivator, and every move contained endless strength, as if it would never deplete. This feeling was even more powerful than before when his dantian had not yet shattered. Such strong physical power. Qin Xian marveled. He had never felt that physical strength could grow so strong to this extent, without the need to use origin power. He felt capable of striking down a true martial realm cultivator with just a palm. Now, when dealing with Qin Xingqiang, he could be much more relaxed. Kid, congratulations, you have finally reached the extreme of body refinement realm, 100,000 pounds. At this moment, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. Although his true face could not be seen clearly, the appreciation evident in his eyes was obvious. This was something that had not occurred when he first reached 90,000 pounds. Clearly, the limit of 100,000 pounds was not simple. As if sensing Qin Xian's confusion, the mysterious person said, though it seems that the difference between 90,000 and 100,000 pounds is only 10,000 pounds, only upon reaching the 100,000 pound limit can one be considered a true peerless genius of ancient times, capable of pursuing the ultimate peak of martial arts. Throughout history, all tower masters of the Tower of Burial Sky, as long as they were martial arts path practitioners, must have reached the 100,000 pound limit in the body refinement realm. Only upon reaching the ultimate limit of body refinement realm can your martial path stretch far and long. Qin Xian suddenly realized, but he also heard some doubts.
Martial path practitioners? Are there other paths of cultivation besides the martial path? Since you have achieved the ultimate limit of body refinement realm, it's time to break through.
The mysterious person merely extended a finger, lightly drawing in the air, and instantly, the sword demon's body, which Qin Xian could not break through no matter what, had a wound carved onto its exposed chest. Visibly, a stream of blood surged out from the heart. Although the sword demon had been dead for over 100 years, the blood remained bright red, vibrant, carrying a fierce sword energy that made the space tremble, eventually forming a palm-sized blood sword, suspended in front of the mysterious person. The blood sword radiated an astonishing sword aura, as if it were not blood, but an unparalleled divine sword, capable of cutting through mountains and seas. If not for the protection of the mysterious person, and if Qin Xian were not the master of the Tower of Burial Sky, he would have doubted that facing such a group of sword demons true blood up close would annihilate anyone, even a celestial realm expert, into ashes. Although the sword demon was dead, its blood was still incredibly terrifying.
Chapter 13, 89 Bull Strength.
This is the essence blood of the sword demon's heart, containing both the bloodline of the returning element sword body and the power of the sword demon. The mysterious person waved his sleeve, and the blood sword swiftly entered Qin Xian's body. He said solemnly, "Kid, immediately operate the 10,000 transformations chaos technique to refine this blood." Without the mysterious person's words, Qin Xian would surely do this, because the moment the blood sword entered his body, it felt as though it transformed into billions of sharp blades, crazily raging through his limbs and bones, as if wanting to destroy everything he had, causing endless pain. It must be known that he had already awakened the myriad Dao divine body and reached the extreme of body refinement realm, boasting a physical strength of 100,000 pounds, his physique unmatched in strength, even stronger than countless true martial realm warriors. But in front of this blood of the sword demon, he still felt extremely weak. Blood seeped out from every pore of his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was stained completely red, appearing as a blood man. Qin Xian gritted his teeth, enduring the endless suffering, and began to operate the myriad transformation chaos technique, resonating with the myriad Dao divine body. In an instant, the boundless energy of the sword demon blood that was about to burst him apart was drawn away by the myriad transformation chaos technique by more than 90%, sent to an unknown place. The remaining 10% of the sword demon blood, although still terrifying, was at least something Qin Xian could barely endure, beginning to slowly stabilize and making its way through his body's meridians in accordance with the specific technique path. Naturally, as the sword demon blood traveled through his meridians, Qin Xian clearly felt that his meridians were struggling to withstand it, continuously being torn apart, producing excruciating pain. He endured it all, for he sensed that the sword demon blood was moving throughout his limbs and bones, continuously establishing a connection with his body, subtly altering his physique, while also releasing powerful energy to heal his wounds. Thus, one moment the sword demon blood was tearing apart his meridians, flesh, and bones, and the next it was unleashing formidable vitality to aid in his recovery.
Qin Xian's body was caught in a cycle of destruction and repair.
With almost every breath he took, his flesh would grow stronger than before, but it would quickly collapse and then repair itself. In this cycle, he lost track of how much time had passed until finally, Qin Xian felt that the sword demon blood had completely merged within him. And he broke through. At this moment, Qin Xian opened his eyes, which sparkled like sword tips exuding brilliance, shooting out beams of light several feet long that struck the tower wall with a loud clanging sound. He stood up tall, his clothes having been torn apart during the repeated cycles of destruction and repair, now instantly turning to dust, revealing a robust tiger-like figure, tall and straight. Every inch of muscle held terrifying strength, and his entire body made crackling noises, his flesh now far stronger than before, filled with power, surpassing what it once was by an immense degree. He took out a set of black robes and draped them over himself. At this moment, Qin Xian clearly sensed his current strength, originally at the limit of body refinement realm with a force of 100,000 pounds. That is to say, 10 bulls strength. But now, his blood energy was surging, with blood flowing through his limbs like a torrent, producing ear-splitting sounds. In his dantian, it was as though a small world existed, with swirling hazy source power settling down, emitting an astonishing aura, beginning to erupt.
A series of towering bull phantoms began to emerge outside his body. 11, 12, 13, 30, 50, 80. In the blink of an eye, the bull phantoms had broken through the limit of 81, and they continued to increase without stopping. It is important to note that the ordinary true martial realm fighters reach a power limit of only 9 bull strength, which is 90,000 pounds of immense force. However, Qin Xian had reached the legendary extreme of body refinement realm, possessing an astonishing strength of 100,000 pounds, meaning he had 10 bull strength, stronger than the usual limit of true martial realm fighters. Now, having broken through to the true martial realm, his power was naturally even greater. However, the limit of 9 bull strength.
It's just for the ordinary true martial realm, yet those with true talent can constantly break their limits within the true martial realm. Like Qin Xian before, like Qin Xiong now, They have both broken the limit of 9 bulls' strength and reached the strength of over a dozen bulls.
It is rumored that there are 11 limits within the true martial realm.
1-9 limit, 2-9 limit, 3-9 limit, 4-9 limit, 5-9 limit, 6-9 limit, 7-9 limit, 8-9 limit, 9-9 limit, 19 limit, 11-9 limit. Now, Qin Xian has just broken through, using the power of the blood of the sword demon, directly breaking the 9-9 limit, possessing a terrifying strength exceeding 81 bulls. Moreover, this is not his limit, his physical strength is still continuously increasing. Soon, the phantom of the wild bull reached 89, and then it stopped increasing.
89 bulls' strength.
Even though Qin Xian has experienced so much, far more than ordinary people, at this moment he couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. It must be known that when his dantian was still intact, although his physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary true martial realm, reaching 18 bulls' strength, it was still a world apart from the current 89 bulls' strength. If this news spreads, it would certainly shock the world. Anyone who breaks the 1-9 limit is already somewhat talented.
Breaking the 2-9 limit can be considered an ordinary genius. Those who break the 3-9 limit are true geniuses. Those who break the 4-9 limit can be regarded as geniuses among geniuses. As for Qin Xian, who is approaching the 19 limit, he is no longer something that can be described merely as a genius. At the same time, the black demon sword beside him was lightly vibrating, as if resonating.
This is something even Qin Xian couldn't do when he pierced through the black demon sword's will with the burial heaven tower, but at this moment, it happened. Qin Xian grasped the black demon sword. At that moment, he felt no weight from it. Instead, it felt like an extension of his own body, able to be commanded like an arm or finger. As if he was born to control all swords in the world. What is this? Qin Xian was both shocked and delighted, knowing this must be the effect of the bloodline of the returning origin sword body. After the myriad Dao divine body devoured the blood of the sword demon, it also possessed various abilities of the returning origin sword body. This is the astonishing aspect of the myriad Dao divine body. Any powerful bloodline it devours grants it corresponding abilities. Qin Xian swung the black demon sword, executing the first form of the flame wave sword technique. Boom! A terrifying black flame sword wave, over 10 zhan long, swept out, its might far exceeding what he had previously unleashed, crashing heavily against the wall of the burial heaven tower, making a roaring noise. Indeed, it is stronger than before, but it can be even stronger. Qin Xian looked down at the center of his right palm, where an acupoint suddenly shone brightly, like a star, emerging with an unprecedented amazing power, far more surprising than the current 89 bull strength, faintly radiating a terrifying sword intent. It was enough to make even the Tiangang realm change its expression. At that time, nearly 90% of the energy from the blood of the sword demon condensed into this acupoint, transforming into a star, containing immense power. This is precisely the wondrous aspect of the myriad transformation chaos formula. It not only awakens the myriad Dao divine body, but also allows various acupoints within the body to be ignited and developed, as if turning into individual dantians, storing endless energy without worrying about exhaustion of primal energy. Moreover, it is said that when cultivated to the extreme, not only can it ignite 100,000 acupoints, but each acupoint can also connect to the worlds, mobilizing the power of 100,000 worlds for oneself. One can imagine how terrifying it would be if one could really achieve this step. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. It is rumored that the sage who created the myriad transformation chaos formula did not even reach that step, and for the current Qin Xian, it is still too far away. Now, the first acupoint that has been ignited and developed is the inner labor palace acupoint. Holding the black magic sword, activating the Nilagon point, he unleashed the first style of the flame wave sword technique once again. Boom! A black flame sword wave, nearly 50 zhan long, shot up into the sky, its power boundless, once again crashing against the wall of the burial heaven tower. Feeling the deafening roar, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel satisfied. With this sword strike, he could slay the vast majority of Tiangang realm experts. And he had only released a fraction of his power. Otherwise, if all his force were thoroughly unleashed, even a king or a titled expert would be threatened. After all, this is the energy of the sword demon's true blood, something extraordinary. Of course, once fully released, all the energy from the Nilagon point would vanish, leaving it to be used only as a trump card. His own realm had already risen to the true martial realm, and his strength had reached a terrifying 89 bull force, not at all weak against Tiangang realm experts, especially when he activated the palm's acupoints, allowing him to unleash even greater power. The 10,000 ways divine body truly is powerful. It is well known that the 10,000 ways divine body ranks among the top 10 divine bodies of the heavens, and in terms of constitution alone, the devoured Guiyuan sword body ranks 13th on the Taishan divine body list. One can imagine how powerful the 10,000 ways divine body is, far superior to Qin Xingqiong's bloodthirsty killing body. Now, he felt that to defeat Qin Xingqiong, there was no need to use the flame wave sword technique. He could easily win in just one exchange. Buzz. At this moment, before Qin Xian could react, his figure unexpectedly rushed toward the sword demon uncontrollably. What's happening? Qin Xian's face changed drastically, trying to gain control, but it was futile. The acupoint star within the Nilagong point spontaneously propelled him toward the sword demon, soon bringing him within a yard of the sword demon's remains. The sword demon had clearly been in a meditative state for hundreds of years, yet still emanated an unimaginable overwhelming power, causing the void to tremble, as if billions of divine swords were piercing through the heavens, annihilating all in the world. However, this magnificent sword power did not harm Qin Xian in the slightest, not only because he was the master of the burial heaven tower, but also because the acupoint star in his Nilagong was shining, resonating with the sword demon's remains. Because more than 90% of the sword demon's true blood had condensed into this acupoint star, coming from the same source. At that moment, the sword demon suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out two tangible beams of light that pierced through the air like ancient divine swords, their might boundless, making Qin Xian feel a deadly sense of crisis. Qin Xian had no time to evade. The two beams of light, resembling ancient divine swords, entered his eyes. In the next moment, he felt his mind explode, inundated with countless pieces of information, instantly falling into a blank state. Vaguely, he saw a tall figure of sword energy soaring to the sky appearing in his mind, identical to the sword demon, and a cold voice resounded. In the past, I challenged the ancient great emperor of the wasteland, wishing to prove my emperor status, but unfortunately suffered a great defeat. Honoring my promise, I confined myself within the burial heaven tower for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of self-imprisonment, diligently honing the sword path, striving to challenge the ancient great emperor once more. However, the emperor has vanished, and I too am trapped in this tower, unable to leave. Knowing my lifespan is limited, I left behind the legacy of the sword path, hoping future generations may inherit my sword technique, ensuring it does not become lost. If there is trouble in the future, one may hold my sword order to command the sword sect. Those who wish to inherit my sword path, should you encounter my descendants in distress, remember the legacy of today's sword path and help them. Chapter 14, The Sword Demon's Legacy. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xian finally awakened, discovering countless memories about the sword path now residing in his mind. It was profound and deep. He immediately understood, this was the sword demon's sword path legacy, and he couldn't help but feel immense joy. The sword demon was a legendary figure of ancient times, a supreme force that once dominated an era, capable of slicing through mountains with one sword, ascending to the stars, and striking down to the abyss, powerful beyond imagination. Naturally, his sword path is considered the pinnacle of the world. Qin Xian did not expect that, assisted by the sword demon's true blood, not only would he successfully break through to the true martial realm, but unexpectedly obtain the legacy of the sword demon. The sword demon's legacy is something that could drive even kings and lords to madness. At this moment, a dark magic sword appeared in Qin Xian's hand once again. With his eyes slightly closed, he recalled the various memories from the sword demon's legacy. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and at that moment, an invisible sword aura emanated from him. It was as if he was one with the sword. He suddenly swung the dark magic sword, slicing forth a black flame sword light over 30 feet long. The sword's aura was astonishing, far surpassing the past, striking heavily against the tower wall. Still the same first move of the flame wave sword art, and still not using the power of the inner capital points. Yet this strike was at least more than double in strength compared to before. The reason was simple: Qin Xian had inherited the sword demon's sword path legacy. Within it were the countless memories and rich experiences of the sword demon practicing with his sword. He had merely digested the sword demon's memories and experiences of deploying the flame wave sword art. It was as if he had experienced it countless times, going from initial confusion to achieving a perfect stage where the sword moved exactly as he wanted. It could be said that the sword demon's legacy saved Qin Xian countless training hours on his path of swordsmanship. Furthermore, Qin Xian did not stop, he continued to wield his sword. The second black flame sword light stretched for 40 feet, its momentum frightening. Then, a third black flame sword light over 50 feet long was also slashed out, surpassing the previous one by a significant margin, containing a sense of destruction. These were the second and third moves of the flame wave sword art. There was no need for a mysterious person to teach him. Qin Xian had directly learned it from the sword demon's legacy. Moreover, the sword aura stacked impressively, and by the time he unleashed the third move, it could rival the first move activated from the star of an acupoint. Of course, the consumption was also quite severe. Even with the 10,000 Path Divine Body's original power, which far surpassed ordinary original powers by over 10 times, after executing 3 moves, his internal power was depleted by more than half, which was telling enough. However, all of this felt worth it after receiving the sword demon's legacy. Additionally, the sword demon's legacy naturally contained not only these few moves of flame wave sword art, but also more profound and unfathomable sword techniques, even supreme sword arts beyond the celestial level. Suddenly, Qin Xian exclaimed in surprise as he noticed that a special token had fallen before the sword demon. The token was palm-sized, completely black, shaped like a broadsword, intricately engraved with countless swords coming together to form a throne. On the back, there were only 2 characters: Sword Order. Qin Xian put away the sword order and respectfully bowed to the sword demon's remains, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for imparting the legacy." If fate allows, I will surely return the sword path legacy to the descendants of the senior in the future. It seems that after ascending to the true martial realm, you successfully received the sword demon's legacy. That's good enough. At this moment, the mysterious figure appeared, his gaze falling on Qin Xian, saying, moreover, you have already risen to 89 ox strength. Although the effect of the bloodline power is not as good as I expected, it's still not bad. But around 90% of the bloodline power has turned into the first acupoint star, some of the bloodline power still hasn't been fully digested. Otherwise, with the sword demon's bloodline power, you would have been able to reach 90 ox strength. It must be noted that even if the sword demon died, he was ultimately a near-ancient powerhouse. It had only been 100 years since his passing, and much of his bloodline divinity had not faded. Even a drop of blood contained the power to kill a strong person at the heavenly gang realm. What Qin Xian refined was the essence blood from the sword demon's heart, containing even more terrifying power. Qin Xian nodded, sensing indeed that a large amount of power remained within him, not fully digested. Even so, it allowed him to directly reach 89 ox strength. Once fully digested, stepping into the 19 limit would not be a problem. The mysterious figure spoke coldly, kid, don't think that reaching 89 ox strength is impressive. You must understand that throughout the history of the Toon Tower, no Tower Master has ever been below 11 at the true martial realm. This is a force of 99 bulls. Compared to previous Tower Masters, you are still far away. Hearing this, Qin Xian's face showed shock. The Tower Masters from generations past had reached the legendary ultimate force of 99 bulls. It is important to know that he was able to cultivate the force of 89 bulls only by relying on the true blood of the sword demon. However, he had a feeling that even if he completely exhausted the potential energy of the sword demon's true blood, it would be very difficult to reach 99 bulls. Initially, having cultivated the almost extreme force of 89 bulls, Qin Xian felt a bit proud, but the mysterious person's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, leaving him chilled to the core. The mysterious person said, kid, from now on, you need to keep fighting, keep refining, and completely transform the remaining true blood of the sword demon into your own power. By then, you won't even need to use the sword demon inheritance to deal with that weak bloodthirsty killer, nor with that so-called elder from the Qin family. It will be easy. A place to keep fighting? At that moment, Qin Xian pondered for a long time, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he thought of a place. A place where he could fight and also earn money. After coming out of the buried sky tower, he realized that 3 days and nights had already passed. This retreat had taken a bit too long. Qin Xian first went to the adjacent room, glanced at his sister Qin Linger, and then spoke to his mother Lu Qingyue, mentioning that he would be going out for a few days. He advised his mother to be careful, saying that there was a cellar in the courtyard with months' worth of food prepared, and not to go out recently, among other things. Naturally, to prevent the Qin family from actually searching here, Qin Xian set up a simple yet hidden formation in the courtyard. Once any outsider intruded, he would know immediately, and the formation could temporarily block outside enemies. After saying goodbye, Qin Xian used his movement technique and left the courtyard. Once outside, Qin Xian cloaked himself in a black robe to conceal his figure and stepped onto the street. Although with his current strength he no longer feared the Qin family and felt he could contend with the elder of the Qin family, even suppressing them in adversity. 89 bulls of power was sufficient to crush ordinary celestial realm martial artists. Activating the inner labor palace point made killing them outright effortless. But the mysterious person's assurance that Qin Linger was not in mortal danger relieved his worries, leading him to neglect dealing with the Qin family immediately. For him, the greater goal was to thoroughly digest the residual power of the sword demon's blood, hoping to break through the 19 limit, even seeking treasures to help him achieve the ultimate force of 99 bulls at the 11-19 limit. The mysterious person had once said that throughout history, the Tower Masters had all been 11-19 limit holders of 99 bulls in the true martial realm. As the new Tower Master, he naturally could not hold back. The streets were bustling with people, and there was no shortage of gossip, with widespread discussions about Qin Xian's affairs. Ever since Qin Xian returned, events had stirred things up. First, he shattered everyone's imagination, restored his cultivation, and killed Qin Hung and others who had insulted him. Then, to save his sister, he invaded the Sun family and killed the second elder of the Qin family and the third elder and his son from the Sun family right in public, creating a river of blood. Afterward, returning to the Qin family, he caused chaos, even killing the third elder at the celestial realm level, and he drew out the first elder of the Qin family, yet still retreated calmly. All of these deeds seemed to prove that Qin Xian had never been disabled, still being the fearsome killing god he once was. However, there were also other voices in the shadows, claiming that Qin Xian had merely used the forbidden secret technique of the Tianqing sect, paying a heavy price to temporarily restore his cultivation and could not maintain it for long. Moreover, Qin Xian had killed his own kin, murdering the third elder of the Sun family and his son, and had committed heinous crimes. The Qin family. In half a month, it will be the family grand ceremony. The strongest young member of the Qin family, Qin Xingqiong, will face off against Qin Xian, making him understand who the true first person of the Qin family is now. The Sun family has even boasted a bounty, offering 100,000 gold coins to anyone who can capture Qin Xian.
At once, the whole Qingchuan town fell into a frenzy.
Qin Xian is like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to hit him. Of course, Qin Xian merely noticed this briefly and didn't pay too much attention. Now, he no longer considers Qin Xingxion, nor the Qin family and Sun family, as anything important.
Leaving Qingchuan town, after traveling tens of miles east, a prosperous ancient city appeared in front of him. Tianfeng City, the first city of the southwestern province of the Zhao dynasty. From a distance, he could see many people coming in and out of the city gate. The inside of the city was noisy and lively, much more than the bustling Qingchuan town. As the first city of the southwestern province and the only ancient city within 100 miles, the prosperity of Tianfeng City is naturally incomparable to Qingchuan town. Qingchuan town is just an attached town of Tianfeng City.
Before long, when Qin Xian stepped into Tianfeng City, standing on the street, he looked up and saw a towering black ancient tower rising into the clouds in the center of the city without the obstruction of high walls. This is Qin Xian's goal this time, the fighting tower. A place where one can continuously fight and earn a vast amount of money. The fighting tower is a huge force dedicated to hosting martial arenas. Its martial arenas are spread across the world, in every major dynasty, and even higher-level empires, there are fighting towers everywhere.
The extent of its power is simply unimaginable. The fighting tower in Tianfeng City is just one of its branches.
The fighting tower has existed for a long time. For how many years it has existed is entirely untraceable, but its existence is a place of longing for all martial cultivators. Because in the fighting tower, countless martial cultivators gather, here, they can not only compete with martial cultivators worldwide to test their strength but also earn considerable wealth through various battles.
Chapter 15, Entering the Stage for Challenge.
As long as one participates in martial battles in the fighting tower, every victory brings a sum of money. If one wins 10 consecutive battles, they gain the qualification to challenge a battle stage master. Winning could earn them substantial wealth and rewards. If one wins 100 battles in a row, they even have the qualifications to challenge the tower master of that branch, becoming the new tower master. At that time, they would gain wealth, fame, and power, and be sought after by major forces to become a vassal, receiving generous salaries, even having the chance to rank on the leaderboards.
The fighting tower has 3 major leaderboards: the human list, the earth list, and the sky list.
Winning 100 battles in the human-level martial arena qualifies one to contest the human list. Winning 100 battles in the earth-level martial arena qualifies one to contest the earth list. Winning 100 battles in the sky-level martial arena qualifies one to contest the sky list. Anyone who makes it onto the boards is certainly a person whose name resonates throughout the world. Because these 3 major lists are formulated and analyzed by the fighting tower based on the intelligence of countless martial arts masters in the various branch martial arenas of the Zhao dynasty, their value is extremely high. Those who head to the fighting tower to participate in battles aim for a place on the leaderboard. However, participating in human-level battles is limited to those in the true martial realm. Participating in earth-level battles is limited to those in the celestial realm.
And so on.
Since strong cultivators in the celestial realm are rare in Tianfeng City, the fighting tower here mainly hosts human-level arenas. Even earth-level arenas are scarce, and the sky-level battles, since the establishment of the Tianfeng City fighting tower, have been held only a few dozen times.
With Qin Xian's current cultivation level, he can only participate in human-level battles for now.
The fighting tower has 3 floors. The first floor is for human-level battles, the second floor is for earth-level battles, and the third floor is for the sky-level battles that have rarely opened in many years.
To participate in the martial arts competition, one must first register their identity.
As he stepped into the duel tower, although it was not his first time, Qin Xian was still amazed by the grand atmosphere within, with exquisite carvings and decorations everywhere, located at the very center of the precious Tianfeng City, showing how wealthy and powerful the duel tower was. When he arrived at the registration desk, a slender and charming attendant in a qipao came forward gracefully, wearing a professional smile. "Hello, are you here to register for the martial arts competition?"
"Yes."
At this moment, Qin Xian had already taken off his black robe and did not deliberately hide his identity. Because in Tianfeng City, the small Qingchuan town and the Qin family were hardly worth mentioning, and the Qin family's influence had not yet extended to Tianfeng City, so no one knew he had come here. Seeing that the young man under the black robe was so youthful and handsome, with a face like a crown jade and sharp brows like stars, the attendant was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and politely said, "Please register your identity, and also pay a registration fee of 10 silver coins." To participate in the martial arts competition at the duel tower, a registration fee of 10 silver coins is required for the first registration. Even though it was so expensive, countless martial cultivators still came endlessly. During registration, the attendant also reminded him not to impersonate a true martial cultivator with the refinement realm to compete in the martial arts contest, otherwise, if something were to happen, the duel tower would not be responsible. This was because in the past, many martial cultivators of the refinement realm who impersonated true martial cultivators had been killed. Additionally, the registration requirements at the duel tower were quite lenient. As long as one dared to come, they were allowed to compete. Even if they were just ordinary people, all that was needed was to pay the corresponding registration fee, and they would be responsible for any consequences that arose. Mr. Chin, this is your scorecard. In the human-level martial arts arena, you can earn 10 points for each match you win. These points can also be used for discounts on goods within the duel tower.
The attendant explained while leading Qin Xian.
Moreover, points can also be used to buy goods in the specially designated shops and auction houses within the duel tower. Qin Xian received a jade card, which was given to every participant, with an initial score of 10 points.
Following the attendant, Qin Xian stepped into the first level of the martial arts arena.
The first level belonged to the human-level martial arts arena, where the space was quite spacious, with a total of 100 martial arts stages. Inside the arena, the sound of chatter was loud, with not only many martial cultivators but also numerous ordinary people gathered at the edges of the martial arts stages, excitedly watching the battles above. In the duel tower, one could pay the corresponding viewing fee to watch martial cultivators compete, and there were betting systems set up to gamble on the outcomes of the fights. This was also one of the main sources of income for the duel tower. Just as the attendant was explaining to Qin Xian, suddenly, there erupted a warm round of applause from a stage ahead, drawing everyone's attention. Qin Xian looked over and saw on the martial arts stage marked 39, two participants were confronting each other, exuding powerful auras that were far from what an ordinary true martial cultivator could compare to. Especially hearing the excited cheers from the audience below, he knew these two were not ordinary contestants. The attendant looked at the two contestants on the martial arts stage with surprise. It's actually Li Wei and Dan Ming.
Qin Xian asked, "Who are they?"
The attendant replied, "Mr. Qin, they are both regular winners in the human-level martial arts arena, often maintaining a winning streak of 7 to 8 matches. Today's match is the 9th battle after their 8 consecutive victories. After this match, whoever wins will achieve 9 consecutive victories, and then be eligible to challenge the champion. To be able to maintain a winning streak of 7 to 8 matches in the duel tower. It is evident that both are absolute leaders within the true martial realm." This naturally drew his attention a bit more. At that moment, on the martial arts arena, one of the contestants appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a tall stature. He was Li Wei, one of the competitors. In his hand, a long spear pointed towards the bald man across from him, filled with battle intent, he declared, "San Ming, I have been looking forward to fighting you for a long time. Today, I will end your record of 8 consecutive victories, achieve 9 consecutive victories, and then 10, to challenge the arena master." San Ming, with a robust frame, faced Li Wei, who also held an 8 consecutive victory record, equally filled with battle spirit. Licking his lips, he said, "Li Wei, that is also what I want to say to you."
Both sides had absolute confidence, their battle intent boiling, their momentum sharp against each other. "Ha ha ha, good. San Ming, watch me execute this move."
Li Wei laughed 3 times and suddenly took action, his spear dancing. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of spear shadows appeared, accompanied by surging primal power, resembling overlapping waves of tumultuous seas, crashing down upon the opponent with overwhelming force, an astonishing spectacle. What a powerful strike! It's been a while, I didn't expect Li Wei's tsunami spear technique to advance even further. With his cultivation paired with this tsunami spear technique, it's rare to find an opponent in the true martial realm. Although the tsunami spear technique is only a low-grade mystic technique, Li Wei has cultivated it for 20 years, clearly reaching a pinnacle level, comparable to a mid-grade mystic technique. Although San Ming is a formidable figure with 8 consecutive victories, he may find it difficult to withstand Li Wei's strike. We cannot conclude too quickly. San Ming is, after all, a strong 8 consecutive victor like Li Wei.
I wonder how San Ming will face this strike.
The audience below the arena murmured among themselves. Facing Li Wei's onslaught of the tsunami spear technique, San Ming did not change his expression. He smiled wide. "Haha, come well. I have long wanted to witness Brother Li's tsunami spear technique, and today I finally have a chance. 3 days ago, I might have been a bit troubled. But now..." As he spoke, San Ming gripped a pitch-black sledgehammer. His aura suddenly changed, clearly surpassing Li Wei.
"Mountain-breaking technique!"
San Ming shouted loudly. The pitch-black sledgehammer radiated a dark light, mysteriously growing a few inches. Although it seemed small against the wave of spear shadows, its might dominated above them. Moreover, around him floated faintly the ghostly silhouettes of 9 howling savage bulls. "What is this?" Li Wei's expression changed. "You actually reached the power of 9 bulls." San Ming said nothing. He swung the pitch-black sledgehammer, the hammer shadow expanding ferociously, turning as large as a house, striking directly.
Boom! All spear shadows vanished in an instant. The terrifying hammer strike maintained its momentum, crashing heavily onto Li Wei. Li Wei barely managed to block with his spear in front of him, then was violently sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground of the arena. His face pale, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze dimmed. He was defeated. After a brief silence below the arena, cheers erupted into the sky.
San Ming stood on the arena, looking down at Li Wei with indifference, saying, "If 3 days ago, it was hard to tell who would win, now I have already reached the limit of the true martial realm, you are naturally no longer my opponent." In the path of cultivation, even a difference of one bull's power can mean a significant difference. Li Wei smiled bitterly, "You have achieved 9 consecutive victories, as long as you win one more match, you can challenge the arena master."
San Ming revealed a hint of a smile.
Indeed, as long as he wins one more match, it would be 10 consecutive victories, qualifying him to challenge the arena master of 39. Once victorious, he would earn the right to become the new master, enjoying glory and wealth. He stood on the arena, looking down with a commanding presence, surveying the entire martial arts arena, his gaze sharp. He declared, "Who dares to challenge me?" His tone was arrogant and strong, yet it did not provoke much resentment. Because he had this qualification. In the arena of human-level martial arts, many participants dare not meet Shan Ming's gaze, let alone fight him. Everyone believes that Shan Ming is qualified to challenge the champion, even to become the new champion. Shan Ming has already won 9 matches in a row. If he wins just one more, he can challenge the champion. I wonder which guy dares to challenge Shan Ming.
Ha, even a constant winner like Li Wei was defeated, how many can really stand against him?
I see no one daring to challenge Shan Ming. He is likely to become the new champion. I've heard that even the 39th champion is quite wary of him, let alone others. Shan Ming has already reached the limit of the true martial realm with the strength of 9 bulls. As long as he wishes, he can step into the celestial realm at any time. Below, a waitress couldn't help but exclaim, with Shan Ming's strength, he absolutely qualifies to be the champion. I wonder who dares to accept Shan Ming's challenge. Even she, as an employee, is quite looking forward to Shan Ming's 10th battle. However, Shan Ming had just defeated Li Wei, his might unparalleled at the moment. She believed that for now, no one would dare to challenge him, so she said, "Mr. Qin, since this is your first competition, perhaps you should go to another ring, you might meet some other newcomers, and the chance of winning would be relatively higher." "No, just him." Qin Xian looked at Shan Ming instead.
Chapter 16, the whole arena is shocked. Alright, then, what? Mr. Qin Xian, you want to challenge Shan Ming?
The woman looked at Qin Xian in surprise, thinking she had heard wrong.
Qin Xian nodded, "Yes, that's right.
Mr. Qin, Shan Ming's strength is extremely formidable, his power has reached the strength of 9 bulls, and his methods are quite cruel. Generally, challengers do not end well." The woman had a good impression of Qin Xian, as he had achieved the true martial realm at such a young age and was quite courteous. Thus, she did not wish for anything bad to happen to him and spoke again, trying to advise him, "Since this is your first competition, I suggest it would be more suitable to choose other participants who are also newcomers."
Thank you for the reminder, but no.
Please help me place a bet of 1,000 gold coins on my victory. Qin Xian tossed down a bag of gold coins, stomped his foot, and his figure soared, landing on the arena. Unfortunately, he only had 1,000 gold coins left, otherwise, he would have wagered even more. Now that he is nearing the 19th limit, ordinary true martial realm warriors cannot threaten him, perhaps only those on the leaderboard could barely sharpen his skills a bit. To quickly rise on the leaderboard and challenge strong contenders, one needs to win 100 matches consecutively. Normally, to achieve 100 consecutive wins takes a long time. Because, unless in special circumstances, each match will be organized by the Fighting Tower, taking at least 10 days to complete 100 matches. But if Qin Xian defeats Shan Ming, proving his strength, the Fighting Tower would make an exception and quickly arrange many opponents to find a strong contender who has a chance to rise on the leaderboard.
Currently, Shan Ming is a very good challenge target. Mr. Qin.
The woman wanted to stop him, but it was too late, for Qin Xian had already stepped onto the martial arts arena.
Once on the stage, unless he voluntarily surrenders, he cannot withdraw from the match.
Holding that bag of heavy gold coins, the waitress gritted her teeth and could only follow his request to place the bet. When the audience below saw Qin Xian take the stage, they were all stunned.
Where did this little brat come from? He dares to step onto the martial arts stage, is he looking for death?
This kid must be crazy, he even dares to challenge Shan Ming. Kid, just surrender quickly, Shan Ming is not someone you can challenge. Shan Ming looked at Qin Xian, also slightly taken aback, not expecting the challenger to be a half-grown young brat. Although anyone who can participate in human-level martial arts is at least at the true martial realm, judging by the other party's age, stepping into the true martial realm at this age is already considered a rare genius.
How strong can it be? Dan Ming frowned and said, "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Surrender now. I don't want to hurt you."
Although he was cruel and combative, he was not a casual person, he preferred to challenge opponents of similar levels rather than a mere kid. Crushing a kid held no sense of achievement for him at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian smiled and said, "In that case, I will also give you a chance. Surrender now, as I do not want to hurt you." He threw Dan Ming's words right back at him.
A provocation. A blatant provocation.
The moment his words fell, the entire fighting arena erupted. They thought Qin Xian was insane for daring to challenge Dan Ming. And such provoking words were simply suicidal behavior. Hearing this, Dan Ming's expression immediately darkened, and he coldly snorted, "You won't drink the toast but will drink the punishment wine. Humph, since you want to find death, don't blame me for being cruel." Initially, he had a rare good heart, wanting to give this kid a chance, but since the kid was so disrespectful, he could not be blamed for it. Dan Ming immediately accepted Qin Xian's challenge. At the same time, betting began at the 39 fighting platform. Without exception, almost all the spectators directly placed their gold coins on Dan Ming, with the total amount reaching 31,000. On Qin Xian, however, there was only his own 1,000 gold coins. This kid is really confident, he dares to bet on himself. He's not afraid of losing all that money. They dare to provoke Dan Ming like this. He might just end up dead. What use is money when you're dead? That makes sense. Below the platform, the audience looked at Qin Xian with mockery, believing he stood no chance of winning. The betting ended. On the platform, Dan Ming stepped out, and with a bang, the entire fighting stage trembled slightly. His figure dashed forward in a flash, reaching Qin Xian in an instant. Wielding a giant black hammer, he swung it forcefully down at Qin Xian, unleashing terrifying primal energy. Below, many spectators were already gasping in surprise. Because while Dan Ming's strike seemed simple, it was brutal enough, unleashed with his peak true martial realm power. The speed was so fast that it gave the opponent no time to react at all. And the strength was so great that it was impossible for an ordinary true martial practitioner to withstand it. Out of the 9 previous battles, 6 were won in this very manner. However, when the hammer fell, all the spectators widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Because not only did Qin Xian not retreat, but he also merely raised a hand. Is this kid insane? Just when everyone thought of this idea, believing he would pay a heavy price for it, they all instantly widened their eyes in disbelief. Because the imagined scene of Qin Xian being smashed into a bloody pulp by the heavy hammer did not occur, instead, the terrifying hammer was actually caught by him with a single hand. Calm and relaxed. How is this possible? All the spectators were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend this scene. Especially Dan Ming, whose heart surged with waves of shock. No one understood better than him how terrifying this strike was. Even without using any martial techniques, he was confident that no one below the true martial realm's peak could catch it. How on earth did this kid do it? Qin Xian simply raised his gaze towards Dan Ming. At that moment, Dan Ming felt a chill run down his spine, as if not faced with a boy, but rather a terrifying demon looking down on him. Who exactly is this boy? Grasping the heavy hammer, Dan Ming suddenly retreated 10 steps, his expression more serious than ever. At this time, many voices of doubt arose from the audience. Dan Ming is faking a martial fight. It must be so. Dan Ming is after all the holder of 9 consecutive victories, how could he possibly fail against a mere kid? This act is just too fake. If that kid wins, he will get over 30,000 gold coins, even if we split it, that's over 15,000 each. I want to report that Sean Ming is faking the match. Many spectators began to complain. However, Sean Ming let out a bitter laugh in his heart. How could this be a fake match? It was clearly because his opponent was too strong. He had kicked a steel plate this time. You are very strong, much stronger than I imagined. But be careful of my move. This time, Sean Ming looked at Qin Xian without any trace of earlier contempt. He decided to give it his all, and suddenly his entire body erupted with energy. The overwhelming aura of his true martial realm peak surged continuously, even cracking the solid floor beneath him. A phantom of a 9-headed savage bull appeared around him. Storm Hammer! Sean Ming shouted loudly, pouring his energy wildly into the pitch-black hammer in his hand, which began to shine with a dark energy. He then swung it fiercely toward Qin Xian. The black hammer flew out of his hand, spinning at an astonishing speed in the air, whipping up a violent wind filled with extreme terrifying power, directly crashing toward Qin Xian. The Storm Hammer has finally appeared. Now Sean Ming is really not faking the match. The Storm Hammer is his signature move. He once defeated a true martial realm peak participant with this attack. Facing this strike, that kid is undoubtedly going to die. The moment this strike came, all the doubting spectators fell silent because the Storm Hammer was indeed Sean Ming's signature skill, a powerful technique of the initial grade. But what shocked them was that facing such a terrifying blow, Qin Xian actually stood still without moving. Has this kid lost his mind? Not lost his mind, he might be scared stiff. Boom! Under the countless gazes from below the stage, the Storm Hammer struck Qin Xian heavily. The violent power exploded instantly, shaking the entire arena, sending dust and smoke into the sky. The violent tremor drew attention from all around, with many curious about what had happened. That young man might not even have a complete corpse left. Once Sean Ming's Storm Hammer is unleashed, it's said that even second-tier monsters have been blown to pieces. No one in the audience believed that Qin Xian could withstand that hammer, including Sean Ming, who now thought he had already won. He walked towards the rolling dust, preparing to pick up the black hammer, shaking his head and sighing, "Kid, you are too arrogant, you will pay for this."
"Oh? Is that so?"
Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from within the thick dust.
The entire venue shook.
Shan Ming widened his eyes in terror as he saw a young and tall figure slowly walking out of the dust, holding the black hammer with one hand.
Who else could it be but Qin Xian? Chapter 17, the entire venue in an uproar. Impossible. Shan Ming couldn't believe it. That was his strongest blow, one he believed could even confront a celestial strongman. But his strongest blow did not harm Qin Xian at all? The entire venue was shocked, unable to believe it.
That was the strongest blow of the true martial realm peak, yet it couldn't even scratch Qin Xian.
Is this still a human?
I have to say, you are indeed very strong. That blow just now really hurt a bit, Qin Xian said calmly. He had intended to test the strength of his body, so he had taken the storm hammer blow head on. It must be said, it was dangerous. Even when he was the young master of the Heavenly Star Gate, Qin Xian wouldn't dare do this. But he believed that the strength of his body, the 10,000 path divine body, had reached 89 bulls of strength, meaning his physical defense must be strong, which led to this scene. The result satisfied him. Even a strike from a true martial realm peak martial artist using a mysterious grade technique had not broken through his bodily defenses. However, having taken this hammer blow head on, even Qin Xian felt some pain.
Just some pain?
Upon hearing this, Shan Ming for the first time felt despair.
His strongest blow merely made the opponent feel some pain? What kind of monster is this?
The audience below gasped in shock.
This newcomer is ridiculously strong. It's only fair that I make my move now.
Qin Xian smiled slightly at Shan Ming, but this smile appeared terrifying like a devil to the latter, causing him to shiver in fear. Before he could react, in the next moment, he was horrified to see Qin Xian instantly cross several feet and appear right in front of him, striking him with a hammer blow.
Puff!
It felt like being hit by lightning as he crashed heavily down to the arena floor. Below, a thunderous applause erupted, deafening everyone.
Everyone looked at Qin Xian with fervent admiration.
In this world, the strong have always been respected. Although Qin Xian was a newcomer, he displayed overwhelming strength the moment he appeared, naturally earning everyone's recognition. As Qin Xian left the stage, a young female attendant approached him, her eyes glowing with admiration, respectfully offering him a special white card with both hands, saying, "Mr. Qin, because you defeated Shan Ming, you have earned 10 points. Also, because you bet on your own victory, you won all the money, totaling 31,127 gold coins, which have been deposited into your card. Please check." The strong are worthy of respect anywhere, especially since Qin Xian is so young, handsome, and graceful, making the attendant's eyes shine with excitement, longing to be his companion. She would gladly serve him for free. This card is universal across major banks in the world. Since Qin Xian is a newcomer, the rewards card issued by the Duel Tower is simply the most basic white card. Qin Xian accepted the white card and said to the attendant, "Please help me arrange for an opponent."
"Please wait a moment, Mr. Qin."
The attendant quickly replied that in the Duel Tower, aside from designated opponents, matches are usually arranged by the tower. Otherwise, like Shan Ming and Li Wei, who had fought for a long time in the Duel Tower, building their renown, they were not opponents easy for ordinary true martial realm cultivators to face, so challengers were quite rare. The Duel Tower cannot allow any martial artist to fight without proper opponents, hence suitable challengers will be arranged. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s was assigned as Qin Xian's opponent. It was clear that this man might have just arrived at the Duel Tower and did not know of Qin Xian's achievements. Seeing his young and delicate appearance, he said, "Little brother, I will go easy on you.
I won't let you get hurt too much."
Qin Xian smiled slightly, "Thank you for your kindness, but there is no need.
Just give it your all. In that case, don't blame me."
The man said no more, drew his sword, and unleashed a flurry of sharp sword flowers, thrusting directly at Qin Xian.
Bang! In the next moment, the sword-wielding man crashed down from the arena.
In just one encounter, this martial artist was defeated. Even as he fell, the man remained dazed, unable to comprehend how he had lost.
Everything happened too quickly.
But a number of spectators were not surprised. Even a strong opponent like Shan Ming, who had 9 consecutive victories, was forcefully defeated, let alone ordinary true martial realm fighters.
The third match. The fourth match. The fifth match. The sixth match.
In just half a day, Qin Xian had achieved 7 consecutive victories in the human-level martial arts arena. Moreover, as time went on, the opponents he faced became stronger. Among them were 2 individuals whose abilities were not inferior to Shan Ming. However, both were defeated by Qin Xian in just one encounter after taking the stage. 9 consecutive victories, including several opponents at the limits of true martial realm, but none stood a chance against him. A newcomer, on his first day, created a record of 7 consecutive victories and forcefully defeated several powerful opponents with 7 or 8 wins. Such a dazzling achievement naturally spread quickly, grabbing the attention of everyone in the duel tower. In the human-level martial arts arena, many people came upon hearing the news, especially to watch what kind of extraordinary newcomer this was. Especially when they saw that Qin Xian seemed to be only around 16 or 17 years old, they were even more shocked.
When did such a genius martial artist appear in the martial tower of Tianfeng City? At that moment, a boy who was also around 16 or 17 years old leaped onto the arena, handsome and tall, holding a long spear, looking at Qin Xian with a fighting spirit, and said, "I didn't expect that in this small martial tower of Tianfeng City, aside from that guy, there is actually another powerful martial arts genius like you." Following Master Lu here, this trip hasn't been in vain. However, it's a pity that although you are strong, I am about to interrupt your 8-game winning streak. Who are you?
Qin Xian could sense that the opponent's strength was not weak at all, even stronger than Dan Ming. Wei Wuxiu, from Tianyuan Martial House, I have a record of 3 7-game winning streaks in the human-level martial arts arena, and now it's the 3rd time, but soon it will be 8.
Wei Wuxiu announced his name.
As soon as the words fell, it immediately caused an uproar.
From Tianyuan Martial House, no wonder he can have 3 7-game winning streaks.
Anyone who can enter Tianyuan Martial House is a true martial arts genius, possessing strength beyond the limits of the 9 extremes. I wonder how much strength this Wei Wuxiu has. As expected of someone from Tianyuan Martial House, looking at his age, he is just an adult not long ago, yet he can achieve 3 consecutive 7-game winning streaks in the human-level martial arts arena. This time, Qin Xian is probably unable to achieve 8 consecutive wins.
Although he is strong, Wei Wuxiu is a person from Tianyuan Martial House.
Not necessarily, Qin Xian was able to defeat even Dan Ming, so it might not be so easy for Wei Wuxiu to defeat him.
Tianyuan Martial House has a huge reputation. Anyone who can enter Tianyuan Martial House for training is a true martial arts genius.
Although Qin Xian can have a 7-game winning streak in the human-level martial arts arena, and even has the old strong player like Dan Ming, people do not think he would be able to compete with Wei Wuxiu.
But there were also many people holding opposing opinions. So it's someone from Tianyuan Martial House, no wonder they are so arrogant.
Qin Xian raised his eyebrows, naturally knowing about Tianyuan Martial House. After all, it is the first holy land of cultivation in the current Zhao dynasty. Although he was once the young master of Tianqing sect, seeming very impressive, in reality, it was just that. Tianqing sect is strong, but at most, it is only a top 10 sect force in the southwestern provinces, completely incomparable to Tianyuan Martial House.
You might be disappointed,
Qin Xian said lightly. At the same time, below the 39th martial arts arena, there was a group of young boys and girls, all around 16 or 17, dressed luxuriously, their demeanor extraordinary, clearly not ordinary people. Moreover, while the arena was packed with people, there was an unusually wide space around them, with no one daring to come close.
Some people were even surprised and said, "These guys are here too?" Someone who did not recognize them curiously asked, "Who are they?"
These 7 people are all recently popular martial artists in the martial tower. Don't be fooled by their youth, their strength is quite impressive, each one being at least a 7-game winner. Especially the leading girl, it is said that just 2 days ago she achieved a 37-game winning streak on the 17th arena and defeated the arena master to become the new arena master.
Someone explained. So amazing, how old are they?
Others gasped with wide eyes. I heard this group is made up of disciples from Tianyuan Martial House, all martial arts geniuses from various parts of the dynasty, not to be underestimated. So they are from Tianyuan Martial House, no wonder they are so powerful. Now it seems that Qin Xian has a great chance of being defeated.
Many people shook their heads. Although Qin Xian's current strength appeared strong, Tianyuan Martial House is the #1 holy land for cultivation in the Zhao dynasty.
Gathered here are all the martial arts geniuses of the entire dynasty, equipped with mentors who are true powerhouses, and endowed with abundant training resources, which cannot be compared to ordinary martial practitioners. A disciple from Tianyuan Martial House casually looked at the arena and shook his head. It's rare to see a martial arts genius of similar age who can achieve 7 consecutive victories. What a shame.
No matter how talented, he is ultimately just a local genius.
Although Wei Wuxiu can only be considered average, after a year of training at Tianyuan Martial House, his strength has skyrocketed, making him unmatched by local talents. Yes, Wei Wuxiu's strength is already qualified to become a local champion. The reason he has been defeated in 2 consecutive 7-win streaks is because Lu Shi was worried about him becoming too arrogant, so he let us step in to defeat him. However, this kid can also be considered a martial arts genius. His chances of becoming a disciple of the martial house through testing are quite high. A group of disciples whispered to each other, their expressions relaxed, not taking Qin Xian too seriously, even believing that he would inevitably lose to Wei Wuxiu. At that moment, on the martial combat arena, Wei Wuxiu moved. He held a long spear, and with a swoosh, his speed was incredibly fast, like a shadow, instantly appearing in front of Qin Xian. This was the body movement martial skill that Wei Wuxiu specialized in, a fundamental level technique. At this moment, its astonishing speed was revealed. Wei Wuxiu gripped the long spear with both hands. His attack was simple and direct, smashing down towards Qin Xian with immense force, roaring, "Qin Xian, see my Thousand June strike."
It's here, the Thousand June strike.
Although the Thousand June strike is just a fundamental level technique, Wei Wuxiu has practiced this martial skill for many years, reaching an extraordinary level, gaining at least an extra 5 oxen of strength. This means Wei Wuxiu himself has reached the limit of 28 strength units, and now it has soared to 23 oxen of strength. With such a close distance, Qin Xian cannot avoid it, he will undoubtedly lose.
It seems this Wei Wuxiu is serious. The onlookers from Tianyuan martial house were discussing excitedly.
Faced with such a fierce attack, it was even more terrifying than Shan Ming's storm hammer strike. Others watching the martial fight were extremely surprised. Evidently, Wei Wuxiu had displayed strength comparable to a champion. This is the terrifying aspect of the Tianyuan martial house, anyone stepping out possesses champion-level power. But Qin Xian still did not retreat, nor did he draw the black demon sword. Instead, he raised his palm to meet the strike.
Boom!
The martial combat arena trembled, but what shocked everyone even more was that Qin Xian stood firm like a mountain while Wei Wuxiu, struck with the force of 1,000 Jun, was sent flying off the stage.
Wei Wuxiu looked at Qin Xian in horror, his hands trembling at the wrists.
This guy actually took his blow head-on, sending him back instead.
How terrifying must this physical body be? The audience erupted in an uproar. Chapter 18, the limit of 29? No, the limit of 39.
Especially the group from Tianyuan martial house, who looked at Qin Xian in astonishment. Although Wei Wuxiu was considered the weakest among them, his strength was genuine, easily defeating ordinary limits of true martial realm practitioners. But now he was defeated face to face. Moreover, judging by the battle situation, Qin Xian appeared quite at ease, not even using all his strength.
This little southwestern province unexpectedly produced such an extraordinary genius. Qin Xian glanced at Wei Wuxiu, who had been knocked off the martial combat platform, and questioned, "Is this the strength of the Tianyuan martial house disciples? It seems it's nothing special." As his words fell, the entire place fell silent. Everyone from Tianyuan martial house looked at Qin Xian with anger.
Although he had defeated Wei Wuxiu, that tone was just too arrogant.
"I'll go."
At that moment, a figure in black leaped forward. Stepping onto the ring, he fixed his sharp gaze on Qin Xian and said, "I am Zhao Feng. From what you have said, it seems you underestimate the strength of us disciples from the Tianyuan martial manner. Since you think so, let me experience your true power." Zhao Feng is a powerful warrior with 8 consecutive victories, and it's happened twice. His strength is considerable. He has fought in the battle tower 17 times, losing only once, which cannot be taken lightly.
This person is even stronger than Wei Wuxiu.
Wei Wuxiu's previous 2 streaks of 7 victories were interrupted, and one of those interruptions was caused by Zhao Feng. No wonder Tianyuan martial manner is so impressive, it truly has many talents. After defeating Wei Wuxiu, now a stronger Zhao Feng has appeared. But will he be able to defeat Qin Xian this time? The crowd below the stage buzzed with discussion. After Zhao Feng arrived at the battle tower, he had fought 17 martial battles, achieving 2 rounds of 8 consecutive victories, with only 1 loss. One of Wei Wuxiu's 7 consecutive victories was interrupted when Zhao Feng defeated him. Clearly, he is a martial cultivator stronger than Wei Wuxiu. Qin Xian raised his sword-like eyebrows but did not explain, as the best explanation was to fight.
He said, "Come on." Although angry at Qin Xian's words, Zhao Feng was not reckless.
On the contrary, after watching the battle between Qin Xian and Wei Wuxiu, he knew this man was incredibly strong and not to be underestimated. He let out a low shout, and instantly, his blood boiled, manifesting the shadowy forms of fierce bulls around him, appearing in numbers reaching 24.
The crowd below the stage gasped in amazement.
To cultivate 24 bull strengths in the true martial realm is undoubtedly a sign of genius, making him worthy to be a champion.
One cut to sever.
A sharp blade appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, his momentum rising higher and higher, and 6 shadowy fierce bulls manifested around him again. In the next moment, the 30 bull shadows merged into the sharp blade, slicing forward with a 5-zhang long blade aura, directly cutting towards Qin Xian. The impressive blade aura easily split the hard floor of the martial stage in half, creating a long gash, striking straight at Qin Xian. The fierce blade aura was felt even by those below the martial combat stage, causing them to shiver. Zhao Feng makes his move with a mid-grade Xian-level martial technique. It seems he is serious this time. The Tianyuan martial manner disciples were astonished, knowing Zhao Feng wouldn't underestimate Qin Xian, but they did not expect him to be so serious from the start. The mid-grade Xian-level martial technique provided a significant boost, raising Zhao Feng's strength from 24 to 30 bull strengths. In response, Qin Xian also showed a serious expression. This Zhao Feng was a significant cut above Wei Wuxiu. However, he still did not draw the black demon sword but instead thrust his fist forward. Instantly, his blood surged as 36 bull shadows manifested around him, and tremendous energy surged into his fist, striking forward fiercely. 36 bull strengths.
4-9 limit.
The crowd below the martial combat stage gasped in shock. Originally thinking Zhao Feng was impressive with his 24 bull strengths, they were surprised to find Qin Xian even stronger, achieving 36 bull strengths in pure physical power, significantly surpassing Zhao Feng. The two attacks collided, causing a storm of energy to erupt, shaking the entire martial combat stage. In the next moment, Qin Xian's fist strike split Zhao Feng's blade aura, heavily impacting him. Crack! Zhao Feng could only hastily block with his blade, but in the next moment, this finely honed blade couldn't withstand it and shattered, the overwhelming force striking him hard, sending him flying off the martial combat stage and crashing to the ground, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood.
Zhao Feng's expression turned haggard, his eyes dimming.
He never expected that even after stepping up, he couldn't match his opponent in a single clash. He returned to the Tianyuan martial house where everyone was, looking at the leading graceful and beautiful woman, his expression dim as he said, "I'm sorry, Master Lu, I am not his match." The people of Tianyuan martial house no longer had the slightest arrogance they once held, looking at Qin Xian on the ring with deep apprehension. Although Zhao Feng was not the strongest among those from Tianyuan martial house, he was considered to be of medium strength, yet even he had been directly defeated, this Qin Xian was truly strong. The leading Master Lu's face remained unchanged, her stunning features still calm, but looking at Qin Xian with a bit more color, she gently said to Zhao Feng, "No need to apologize, it is not your fault, but rather that your opponent is too strong." To achieve 36 bull strength at the level of Jinwu is rare in the world, even within Tianyuan martial house, he could be considered a strong individual, qualified to directly enter the Xian courtyard. Upon hearing this, all the disciples felt a sense of awe. Tianyuan martial house is the foremost cultivation sacred place of the Great Zhao dynasty, gathering martial talents from all over the dynasty, with strong individuals emerging continuously. Within the martial house are the 4 great courtyards, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The Yellow courtyard is for ordinary disciples, while entering the Xian courtyard is enough to prove one's exceptional talent and strength. Being evaluated in this way confirmed Qin Xian's greatness. However, he is also a great opponent to duel with, Master Lu said calmly. Although this Qin Xian seems young, I can observe that his combat experience is quite rich, far surpassing your own. You are all talents from various places, after all, you mostly cultivate within the martial house and lack combat experience, so fighting him will be quite a training for you. Since you are here, go up and challenge this Qin Xian. Understood. They dared not disobey Master Lu's words. Thus, the third disciple ascended the platform, a graceful young girl, charming in figure, cute and lovely in appearance, but at this moment her expression was serious as she clasped her fists towards Qin Xian from afar, saying, "I am Li Jianmei, a 29 consecutive victory fighter from the human-level martial fighting arena, undefeated, I hope to challenge you." Qin Xian's expression tightened slightly, although she looked cute and lovely, achieving 29 consecutive victories in the human-level martial fighting arena and remaining undefeated clearly indicated that this girl was not an ordinary individual. He replied, "I welcome your guidance." On the martial fighting platform, 2 great fighters clashed, attracting the fervent attention of the entire human-level martial fighting arena, with countless people coming specifically to watch. Especially Li Jianmei, with her 29 consecutive victories, which indicated that she had defeated at least 2 champions, her strength was beyond doubt. Li Jianmei flipped her jade hand, and a sharp autumn water sword appeared, the sword body shimmering like a clear spring, yet its edge radiated an imposing aura. Meteor Butterfly Sword. Li Jianmei, though seemingly young, possessed a remarkably solid origin force. As she poured her origin force into the sword body immediately shone with dazzling sword light as she swung it towards Qin Xian. In an instant, numerous sword flowers bloomed on the martial fighting platform, and butterfly-shaped sword lights flickered, hidden within the sword flowers. Though seemingly magnificent and beautiful, it secretly harbored lethal intent. Qin Xian's expression showed slight surprise. This Li Jianmei was somewhat remarkable, stronger than the earlier Zhao Feng. However, he still did not use a weapon, he simply stepped forward and raised his palm to strike forward, surging origin force bursting forth. Boom 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 boom. The sword flowers covering the entire martial fighting platform exploded entirely, and the hidden butterfly sword lights were also mercilessly extinguished. Everyone gasped in cold air. Although they had long known of Qin Xian's strength, they never expected that in just one move, he would shatter Li Jianmei's offensive. "You are indeed strong, but you have become too careless." Without a sound, a voice sounded from behind. At that moment, everyone finally saw that Li Jianmei had, at some unknown point, silently appeared less than a yard behind Qin Xian, her autumn water sword piercing straight toward his back. This was a strike without a trace. The disciples of Tianyuan martial house all shone with light in their eyes, silently cheering within their hearts. This sword was too fast. None could believe that Qin Xian could evade it. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, Qin Xian's tiger-like body shook, and a surge of blood energy rushed out, even a shadow of a fierce bull materializing, shaking the entire martial arena. 36 fierce bull shadows surrounded him, protecting him. The overwhelming blood energy rippled, and when Li Jianmei's lethal sword reached less than a foot from Qin Xian's body, it encountered immense resistance and could no longer pierce forward. Li Jianmei's charming face was filled with seriousness, and with a soft snort, the blood energy surged visibly from her seemingly delicate body, causing bull shadows to appear one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were already 33 shadows. Although not as many as Qin Xian's, the 33 bulls' power added to a single sword strike could no longer be resisted by the 36 shadows. Whoosh! Li Jianmei stepped forward, directly stabbing towards the back of Qin Xian's heart. You may be strong, but because of your strength, you have become too arrogant. Defeat is inevitable. Her voice accompanied the sword cutting through all obstacles, about to strike Qin Xian in the next moment. Just as Li Jianmei prepared to stop, realizing this was merely a spar on the martial stage, even though the opponent viewed Tianyuan martial house with contempt, it was ultimately just a sparring match. Otherwise, if this sword really struck, it would likely result in a fatal injury. Boom! At that moment, the sword momentum was blocked once more. An unimaginable force erupted wildly from Qin Xian's back, acting on the sword, causing Li Jianmei to stumble backward instead of advancing. Before everyone's eyes, new bull shadows materialized amidst the blood energy, on top of the 36 already present. In the end, there were 45 bull shadows roaring towards the sky, shaking the entire martial arena. Li Jianmei's eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. The crowd was also in shock. Chapter 19, A Peerless Talent, an invitation from Tianyuan Martial House. 45 bull strength. 5-9 limit. 36 bull strength is not even his limit? In the true martial realm, achieving 45 bull strength is a level that even the proudest of royalty could hardly match. Who exactly is this Qin Xian, to have trained up to 45 bull strength? Even the young talents of Tianyuan martial house, including Master Lu, looked on with astonishment, unable to believe the scene in front of them. In the true martial realm, the average person's limit usually only allowed for a training of over 9 bull strength. If one surpassed 9 bull strength, they could barely be called a martial arts genius. Even more talented individuals, like Zhao Feng, achieving 24 bull strength, were already considered impressive. Previously, the 36 bull strength displayed by Qin Xian was undeniably outstanding within Tianyuan martial house, certainly garnering the house's attention. But now it appeared that 36 bull strength was not his limit, revealing directly 45 bull strength. What terrifying talent this was! What terrifying physical prowess this was! Even Master Lu, who usually bore a calm expression, could no longer maintain his composure, revealing deep astonishment. Is this your attack? Qin Xian turned, calmly looking at Li Jianmei, who was close yet could not advance any further. Though they were at eye level, Li Jianmei felt as if this young man was looking down on her from a height, carrying an indescribable pressure. It was as if she was a 3-year-old child facing an adult. Boom! Qin Xian made his move, flicking his finger, and the 45 bull shadows surrounding him vanished into his fingertip, shooting out with that flick. 45 bull strength erupted. In an instant, Li Jianmei felt like she was struck by lightning, her entire body flying backward, heavily landing outside the martial stage. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. That autumn water sword, forged from fine iron through countless hammerings, also broke down piece by piece, turning into a pile of scrap metal. The arena was completely silent. Once again, with just one move, Li Jianmei, who was stronger than Zhao Feng, was defeated. Everyone looked at Qin Xian in the center of the arena as if they were gazing at a deity. In this world, there are people like gods. Supported by her companions, Li Jianmei took a distant glance at the unmovable Qin Xian on the martial arts stage, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and fainted. At this moment, the talented disciples of Tianyuan Martial Mansion no longer had any trace of their usual arrogance, for the young man on the stage was too strong, defeating their disciples 3 times with 3 powerful strikes. And each time was more forceful and brutal than the last. Master Lu stomped her foot, her graceful figure floating up and landing on the martial arts arena. Master Lu. The disciples below the stage were taken aback. What was Master Lu doing? Did she come out to stand up for them? Qin Xian also showed a hint of confusion and asked, "Do you want to challenge me too?" He could feel that this young woman, though only a few years older than the previous 3 youths, was far stronger, surpassing even the true martial realm. Moreover, there was a vague sense of threat that she emanated. Clearly, she was far beyond the elder Qin Sangming. Master Lu gently shook her head, revealing a smile. "You are strong, but if I make a move, it would be a bit bullying. I just want to know which family or sect you belong to." All the talented disciples of Tianyuan Martial Mansion also wanted to know, with such strength, which family or sect in the southwest province had produced such a genius. At this age, with such talent and strength, even in the Tianyuan Martial Mansion, filled with geniuses, he would definitely stand out. Qin Xian shook his head, an abandoned disciple of the sect, a forsaken child of the family, better left unsaid. Indeed, he had already been abandoned and expelled by the Tianqing sect and the Qin family. However, when this reached the ears of others, it rang like thunder, causing them to widen their eyes in disbelief. How could someone with such immense power, 45 bull strength, be an abandoned disciple of the sect and family?
What kind of powerful sect and terrifying family must that be? Even Master Lu, who had seen many geniuses over the years, could not hide her surprise at this moment, eager to know which sect or family could easily give up a genius who had cultivated such strength in true martial realm. At the very least, if the Tianyuan martial mansion encountered such a genius, they would definitely spare no expense to recruit him. However, Master Lu restrained her curiosity, not wanting to stir up old memories in him. She spoke eagerly, "You don't need to be sad, your talent is exceptional. If possible, I hope to represent Tianyuan martial mansion in welcoming you to join us. With your talent and strength, you will surely receive priority cultivation here." Sad? Qin Xian was taken aback. What sadness was he feeling? But he didn't expect the Tianyuan martial mansion to offer him an olive branch. "Thank you, but I don't want to join the martial mansion right now." Qin Xian refused. According to the mysterious person's instructions, he needed to continuously battle to fully convert the sword demon true blood inside him into his own power. He only wanted to keep fighting in the battle tower. Master Lu was not surprised by Qin Xian's refusal. A martial genius with such power in true martial realm could not be easily recruited, no matter where he was. She smiled and said, "No need to refuse so quickly. If you are willing to become a disciple of Tianyuan martial mansion, I can represent the mansion and allow you to become a disciple of the Earth Academy, providing you with 1,000 pounds of low-grade yuan stone for cultivation each year, and you will have unrestricted access to all the techniques and martial skills in the 6 lower levels of the Scripture Pavilion. Even as long as your future performance remains excellent. I can still ensure you a spot to cultivate in the sacred source cave. How do you feel about that?" The crowd erupted in an uproar. The Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy has 4 great halls: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Ordinary disciples are in the Yellow Hall, those with outstanding talent are in the Profound Hall, and the most monstrous geniuses are placed in the Heaven Hall. Naturally, the Heaven Hall has the most resources, while the Yellow Hall has the most ordinary resources and also the most people. Being admitted to the Earth Hall, which is second only to the Heaven Hall, indicates that Lu Yunshi holds Qin Xian in high regard. Moreover, Yuan stone is a special mineral formed by the condensation of heaven and earth's vital energy, and it is extremely rare. 1 pound of low-grade Yuan stone contains the equivalent of 30 days' worth of absorption for a martial cultivator, requiring only 3 days to completely refine. It's like increasing the cultivation speed by 10 times. Furthermore, Yuan stones are valuable yet scarce. Even 1 pound of low-grade Yuan stone costs 100 gold coins. 1,000 pounds of low-grade Yuan stone equals 100,000 gold coins, and even many small families cannot afford this much. A full wealth of a celestial realm expert might not reach this number. This shows just how wealthy the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy is. However, compared to the other 2 conditions, 1,000 pounds of low-grade Yuan stone seems insignificant. As the first cultivation holy land of the Great Zhao Dynasty, the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy's Scripture Pavilion has countless techniques and martial skills, including some from major sects, each worth a fortune. It is rumored that there are even Earth-level techniques and martial skills among them. Although one can freely enter the lower 6 levels, the Scripture Pavilion has only 9 levels in total, and the lower 6 levels include the majority of the techniques and martial skills. If 1,000 pounds of low-grade Yuan stone and free access to the 6 lower levels of the Scripture Pavilion can make everyone envious, then the last promise, regarding the Sacred Source Cave's cultivation spot, will make all disciples of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, like Wei Wuxiu, Zhao Feng, and Li Jianmei, go wild with jealousy. The Sacred Source Cave is rumored to be an ancient cultivation ground left behind by an ancient sage after the Great Zhao Dynasty dug it out. No one knows what is contained within the Sacred Source Cave. All that is known is that anyone who has entered it for cultivation has achieved astonishing success, typically becoming the most top-notch experts of today's Great Zhao Dynasty, with many becoming unparalleled powerful beings with titles of kings. It is precisely for this reason that the disciples of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy were shocked, exclaiming, "Lu Master, this is impossible. How can a cultivation spot in the Sacred Source Cave be so easily applied for by others?" "Exactly, that spot is something new, Lu Master. No need to say more." Lu Master interrupted them, looking at Qin Xian and asking, "How do you feel about it?" As the former young master of the Tianqing sect, Qin Xian naturally knew the immense value of 1,000 pounds of low-grade Yuan stone and the Academy's Scripture Pavilion. Even during his long time as the young master of the Tianqing sect, he had never received 1,000 pounds of low-grade Yuan stone for cultivation, and the Tianqing sect's Scripture Pavilion paled in comparison to that of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. As for the Sacred Source Cave, he had heard a little about it and knew it was a cultivation ground left by ancient sages. Ancient sages were individuals who could influence the heavens and earth, capable of moving mountains and seas with a gesture, incredibly powerful. It is even said they could create worlds and seize the creations of heaven and earth. While celestial realm experts may battle for supremacy in places like Qingchuan Town, they are as weak as ants before ancient sages, with a single fallen strand of hair capable of slaying hundreds. The cultivation grounds left by ancient sages are a topic even the sect leaders of Tianqing have brought up frequently, filled with envy. Unfortunately, even the sect leader does not have the qualifications to enter the Sacred Source Cave to cultivate.
Qin Xian never expected that Lu Master would offer such a great price just to recruit him to join the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Although it is necessary to show enough excellence before applying, it still shows attitude. I just wonder who is stronger, the ancient sage who left the sacred source cave or the sword demon imprisoned on the first floor of the tomb sky tower?
Suddenly, Qin Xian couldn't help but laugh. He realized he was overthinking.
Although the ancient sage could move mountains and seas, the sword demon was a supreme force that had dominated an era in ancient times, and legends of his strength still spread today, claiming he could sever distant stars with a single sword. The ancient sage who left the sacred source cave was strong, but still could not be compared to the sword demon.
Considering the great sincerity from the other party, Qin Xian did not want to refuse immediately. He said, "Let me think it over." Chapter 20, 100 consecutive wins in the battle arena.
This was not Qin Xian being pretentious. Although the sacred source cave was extremely precious, what he possessed was the tomb sky tower, a mysterious ancient tower that imprisoned many supreme beings throughout history. Even the sword demon was merely imprisoned on the first floor, so one could only imagine what kind of supreme beings were imprisoned at higher levels. Upon hearing this, not only were the others stunned, but even Lu Shi, who was originally full of confidence, was frozen in place, seemingly unable to believe that someone could refuse such a great temptation. This was a chance to cultivate in the sacred source cave. Although it was only an application, even if there was only a 1 in 10 chance, it was enough to make countless people fight for it.
Now this guy actually wants to consider it. It was simply a waste.
Lu Shi could not help but feel some anger. She thought Qin Xian was too greedy, unable to be satisfied with the sacred source cave opportunity alone, wanting to ask for more. She immediately grew cold and was about to say something, but when she saw Qin Xian's calm eyes, she froze. Because she could see that Qin Xian wasn't looking to be greedy, he simply did not take it to heart at all. Suddenly, her heart shocked violently. Who on earth is this Qin Xian, that he does not even regard the sacred source cave, a cultivation place of ancient sages, as important? Clearly, this could indicate that he may have cultivated in an even more supreme cultivation site that surpasses the sacred source cave. She subconsciously gasped in cold air. To be able to cultivate in such a supreme place, what kind of astonishing background must that be? At the very least, even the current royal family could not do it. Even the crown prince took pride in having the chance to cultivate in the sacred source cave. She couldn't help but feel even more curious. Is Qin Xian really just a cast-off disciple of the sect, a discarded person from his family? If so, then what kind of immense forces had expelled him from his sect and family? At this moment, someone came on stage in the battle tower. It was the person in charge of the battle arena, who politely approached Qin Xian's side and said, "Mr. Qin, you have achieved 10 consecutive victories. You can challenge the master of the 39th battle platform. Do you wish to challenge?" Challenging the master of the arena and succeeding would mean he becomes the new master and gains considerable rewards. One of Qin Xian's main purposes for entering the battle tower was to challenge strong opponents, continuously honing himself to become stronger, so he naturally agreed. Although he was confident that he could win against anyone in the true martial realm, anyone who could become a master of the arena was not an easy opponent. The likes of Shan Ming, Wei Wuxiu, and Zhao Feng, who were consistent victors, had never achieved 10 consecutive wins, showing how difficult it was to become a master. Okay. At this moment, a sturdy man with a great sword mounted the battle arena, his physique towering like that of a black gorilla, emanating a commanding aura. He looked at Qin Xian, clasped his fists, and said, "I am Chen Wan, the master of the 39th platform, here to learn from you." Qin Xian could feel Chen Wan's strength. His blood energy was particularly rich and powerful. He clasped his fists and said, "Qin Xian, here to learn." "Qin Xian, you are very strong. I admit I am not your opponent, but I will give it my all. See my blade." Chen Wan shouted, blood surging in him, and 26 shadowy savage bulls appeared, merging into the great sword in his hand, fiercely slashing at Qin Xian, the sword light roaring. Clearly, although Chen Wan was the ring master, he was only slightly stronger than Wei Wuxiu and did not match up to Zhao Feng or Li Jianmei. Even they were not his match, so how could he hope to stand against Qin Xian? The outcome was obvious. Qin Xian shattered the sword light with a single move and defeated Chen Wan in one strike. Challenged the champion successfully. The whole arena cheered, and Qin Xian became the new champion. But Qin Xian did not stop after becoming the champion. He continued to challenge. 11 matches. 13 matches. 21 matches. 58 matches. 87 matches. For 10 consecutive days and nights, Qin Xian seemed to know no fatigue, fighting in over 90 matches. And what was even more shocking was that he faced no defeats, whether newcomers, geniuses from various families, or seasoned masters of the arena. As long as they faced Qin Xian, none could surpass 3 rounds. Over 90% of them were defeated in just one move. Only experts at the champion level could barely resist for a bit longer. However, they had no idea that this was still Qin Xian holding back his strength. If he went all out, no one in the true martial realm could stand against him for a single move. The entire duel tower shook. Countless people flocked to hear the news that a super genius had emerged in the human-level martial arena, winning over 90 matches in a row.
Oh my, winning 95 matches in 10 days. I heard several champions personally challenged him and were forcefully defeated. Where did this genius come from? Winning over 90 matches in 10 days, isn't that going to set a record for Tianfeng City? Do you think he can win 100 matches in a row? 100 wins? Although he is strong, that should be tough. The later matches have stronger opponents, the tower assigns the strongest champions to face him. Among them, many champions, although just at the extreme of true martial realm, their strength is not less than those at the Heavenly Gang's realm, possessing blood energy exceeding 20 Savage Bulls. I guess he should stop at 97 matches, those few champions can step into the Heavenly Gang's realm at any moment. You all underestimate that Qin Xian, he has already won 99 matches. When the news about Qin Xian winning 99 matches spread, the whole city trembled. How many years had it been since Tianfeng City saw someone winning 99 matches? Even if it was just the most ordinary human-level martial arena, it was enough to draw everyone's attention. If he wins 100 matches, he would qualify to challenge the human list and make his name known. You must know, the three major lists of the Duel Tower encompass countless geniuses of the Dazhou dynasty. Even if he only ranks last on the human list, he would inevitably draw attention from the Dazhou dynasty after making a name for himself. Countless people rushed to witness the unmatched elegance of the genius who had won 99 matches, hoping to see him reach 100 and take the stage. However, the number of people arriving was simply too many, causing the Duel Tower to exceed its capacity, leading to a lockdown and limiting the flow of people. This had never been seen in history. Although they could not witness it firsthand, it did not prevent rumors from spreading out of the Duel Tower. I heard the opponent for the 100th match is Quang Gang. Quang Gang? It's actually him. Qin Xian is doomed to lose. While Qin Xian is strong, no one can surpass Quang Gang. Quang Gang is no ordinary champion, he once won over 100 matches, even ranking on the human list, though at the bottom, he is still a powerhouse among his peers. Yes, and Quang Gang has been on the human list for a year now. Back then, he possessed strength of over 40 bulls. A year has passed, who knows how much stronger the power has become. But it is rumored that the strength is far beyond those old and established celestial realm experts who entered many years ago. It is said that when Quang first climbed to the human ranking, he forcefully defeated a well-known celestial realm expert. Back then, Quang also had the charisma to contend for the ranking, but sadly, he only ended up at the last position, 33rd on the human ranking. Yet, even so, Qin Xian cannot reach the human ranking. Indeed, to achieve 100 consecutive victories is simply unrealistic. It has now begun, and it seems the result will soon be revealed. Countless people outside the fighting tower are watching and discussing, but more than 90% do not think Qin Xian can truly achieve 100 victories. It's too difficult. Moreover, the opponent in the 100th match is Quang, the last on the human ranking. It seems unfair. However, the three major rankings of the fighting tower were set up for those geniuses who can break the rules, and if even Quang cannot be defeated, then they have no right to rank. There is no doubt that this battle is in the spotlight. Soon, the martial duel began. The onlookers outside the fighting tower can only receive news of victories and defeats from within, but everyone agrees that both sides are likely to fall into a protracted battle, which could last for 1 or 2 hours. However, just 3 breaths later. Ding! 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 Suddenly, the ancient bronze bell at the top of the fighting tower rang inexplicably, chiming 3 times. The melodious bell sound echoed across the entire city, lingering for a long time. The whole city was shocked. Why has the tower bell rung? Wasn't it said that the tower bell only sounds for rare major events? Could it be that Qin Xian has achieved 100 consecutive victories in martial duels? That shouldn't be the case. Even if Qin Xian is strong, defeating Quang would still be difficult. It's impossible for a result to come out this quickly. There may have been other major events. The entire city fell silent, countless gazes fixed on the tightly shut fighting tower, eager to know the outcome inside. Soon, news broke out and swept through the city like a storm. Qin Xian, 100 consecutive victories. In an instant, the whole city trembled. After a year, someone finally achieved 100 consecutive victories. At the same time, countless people were shocked to learn that Quang was actually defeated. Bear in mind, Quang is the absolute top fighter in the human-level martial duel arena, having once achieved 100 consecutive victories and stood on the human ranking. His strength is naturally to be taken seriously. Now, after a year, how strong has he become, no one knows, but everyone knows that he is definitely far stronger than an ordinary celestial realm expert. Yet, strong as Quang is, he was unexpectedly no match for Qin Xian and was defeated? What is even more spine-chilling is that the battle lasted only 3 breaths before ending. There is only one possibility: Qin Xian's strength is far superior to Quang's. Inside the fighting tower. In the human-level martial duel arena. Under countless shocked, admiring, and fiery gazes, Qin Xian remained calm, his aura never disturbed in the slightest. He looked at Quang, who was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, the former 100-time victor. There is no doubt that Quang is strong, having cultivated a power of 45 bulls at the limit of 5'9" in the true martial realm, a rare genius in the entire Zhao dynasty. No wonder he could reach the human ranking. Even though he is only the last ranked 33rd, he is still not to be underestimated. But Qin Xian is stronger than him. There was no need to display all his strength, nearly showing a power of 54 bulls at the limit of 6'9", he forcefully defeated Quang in an instant. That battle, the 54 phantom images of bulls surrounding him once again shook the entire arena. Chapter 21, Impacting the Human Ranking, Trial Ladder. One must know, achieving a power of 54 bulls in the true martial realm is an incredibly rare genius existence worldwide. Even in the entire Zhao dynasty, such talents are few and far between. Oh my god, it's actually 6'9" limit. Who exactly is this Qin Xian? How could he reach the 6'9" limit in the true martial realm? Even the so-called most gifted prince of the past 100 years only reached this stage at 18. It's simply a monstrous genius. Everyone in the Tianyuan martial manor was completely shocked by Qin Xian's power. They were all martial geniuses from all over the country, previously defeated one by Qin Xian. Although they admired his strength, it was merely admiration. For those who had seen numerous prodigies in the Tianyuan martial manor, despite Qin Xian's impressive performance before, he still couldn't rank in the top 10, he was not enough to make them feel awe. But from the battle just now, when the power of 54 bull of the 6'9" limit appeared, it directly shattered Quang Gang. They were utterly stunned and began to genuinely revere this young man before them. Those who reached the 6'9" limit are easily ranked in the top 10 in true martial realm within the Tianyuan martial manor, and might even compete for the top 3. That is why they felt awe. Almost every batch of the top 3 in the true martial realm has a high chance of becoming a king in the future. And the kings are the top-tier powerhouses of the Zhao dynasty, towering giants of the dynasty. At the same time, in the human-level martial arena, a figure appeared in the air, looking to be slightly over 40, with a pale face, no beard, an elegant demeanor, and dressed in luxurious clothes that fluttered without wind. The moment he appeared, everyone gasped in surprise. Master Lu has actually appeared. I can't believe that the super powerhouse Master Lu was stirred. He has always been like a dragon, rarely seen. Wasn't Master Lu said to be in the Wanya mountain range? How could he be here? Don't forget, Quang Gang is Master Lu's direct disciple. It's only natural for Master Lu to appear after Qin Xian defeated Quang Gang. Lu Chengfeng was not only the master of the Tianfeng city branch, wielding immense power, but even the city lord had to respect him. More importantly, he was a super powerhouse who had transcended the Tiangang realm, with unfathomable cultivation, rumored to soon become a king. Lu Chengfeng descended from the sky and landed on the martial platform. Master Lu was also surprised and didn't expect to be stirred by the master of the Tianfeng city branch, so he personally stepped forward and bowed. Yunshi pays respects to Uncle Lu. Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly, making one feel like spring breeze, so it's Yunshi visiting. I wonder how your father is. Lu Yunshi replied, thank you for your concern, Uncle Lu. My father is in good health. That's good. Master, I have lost and feel ashamed for your high expectations. Quang Gang's face showed shame as he lowered his head. He was Master Lu's direct disciple, given immense hope. He even rejected Tianyuan martial manor, confident that he would find no peers among his generation, but unexpectedly lost on his home turf, and so quickly at that. In just one exchange, he was defeated by Qin Xian. Xiaojiang, don't blame yourself, you have done very well, Lu Chengfeng encouraged Quang Gang and then turned to Qin Xian. Junior greets Master Lu. Qin Xian clasped his fists, not bowing like others do. He could sense that the power of Lu Chengfeng before him was far beyond that of Elder Xiai Tsangming. In fact, Lu Chengfeng was even stronger than the most powerful person he had seen in recent years, the leader of the Tianqing sect. Regarding Qin Xian's mere clasping of fists, Lu Chengfeng showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he revealed a hint of appreciation. A genius should have the pride that belongs to a genius, even when facing a stronger opponent. If today Qin Xian had bowed, it would have made him look down on him. Young friend Qin, congratulations on your 100 consecutive victories, Lu Chengfeng said. According to the rules of the fighting tower, one who achieves 100 consecutive victories earns 10,000 fighting tower points, 1 million gold coins, 10,000 pounds of medium-grade elemental stone, and a piece of forged battle armor. As soon as the words fell, countless envious and jealous gazes turned towards him. In the battle tower, each victory only grants 10 points. To obtain 10,000 points, one must battle 1,000 times and achieve consecutive wins. It's important to know that the points in the battle tower are incredibly valuable. Compared to this, 1 million gold coins do not seem like much. As for the medium-grade elemental stone, it goes without saying that 1 pound is equivalent to 10 pounds of low-grade elemental stone, which equals 100,000 pounds of low-grade elemental stone, making it 10 times more than the conditions set by Lu Yunshi. And the forged battle armor is something even the powerful Tiangang realm warriors envy greatly. It can significantly enhance one's combat power. Qin Xian did not expect that achieving 100 consecutive wins would bring such enormous rewards. He immediately clasped his fists towards Lu Chengfeng. "Thank you, Tower Master Lu.
You're too polite, young friend.
This is what you have won." Lu Chengfeng looked at him and said. "Since you have achieved 100 consecutive wins, would you like to challenge the Runbang?" All eyes were on him. Although Qin Xian had already defeated the last on the Runbang, Quangang, and theoretically had the qualification to enter the list, he still needed to pass related trials to truly make it onto the board. Qin Xian calmly met his gaze. "I am willing. I hope to see young friend Qin's unmatched brilliance and wish you success in your challenge for the Runbang." Lu Chengfeng also showed a smile, sincerely speaking. With his palm facing up, he shot out a dazzling elemental light that merged into the top of the tower. Boom! In the next moment, a vast elemental light descended from the sky, which then converged into an ancient, grand door, behind which was deep and unfathomable, unseen to anyone. "Is this the legendary manifestation of principles?" someone exclaimed below. Principles are the great laws that only ancient sages can cultivate, containing immeasurable strength and countless mysterious uses. It is said that each tower's clock is an extraordinary treasure, engraved with the power of principles, which is extremely powerful. Once activated, it can unleash the power of the tower's principles, equivalent to the might of ancient sages, capable of instantly flattening a city, incredibly formidable. Now, the tower clock's power was invoked not to face external enemies, but to construct an inner world. Those extraordinary beings who want to challenge the three major rankings must enter the tower clock's realm to undergo trials. Only in this way can they succeed in making the list. Lu Chengfeng, elegant and refined, smiled at Qin Xian. "Young friend Qin, please." Qin Xian nodded, his figure flashed, and he disappeared into the inner world. Quangang watched as Qin Xian's disappearing back entered that mysterious and unfathomable trial realm, reminiscent of when he attempted to challenge the Runbang years ago, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness even now. Being able to achieve 100 consecutive wins is indeed a sign of being extraordinary, possessing enough confidence, even arrogance, to feel invincible. But only by entering that mysterious inner world did Quangang truly understand what it means that there are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people. Compared to that, he felt utterly insignificant. Inside the trial realm, it was a vast expanse, with an exceptionally rich energy of heaven and earth, and strands of the power of principles swaying. This power of principles was familiar to Qin Xian, for he was born with the fire principle. However, the means to construct a small world in the void left Qin Xian awestruck. Undoubtedly, this is a technique that only transcendent martial artists could display. It is rumored that ancient sages could open a small world in the void, employing techniques that were profound and beyond imagination. Without thinking much about it, he saw a seemingly endless heavenly ladder appear in the void ahead. Besides that, there were no extraordinary talents as he had imagined. Is this the test of the Runbang? Qin Xian looked around, found nothing, and began to attempt to ascend the heavenly ladder. As he took the first step, he felt an invisible pressure descend from above. But it was not too great, an ordinary true martial realm cultivator could easily withstand it. Day. After climbing 30 steps, Qin Xian felt that, along with the ascent, the invisible pressure kept increasing. At first, after reaching the 10th step, he needed 1 bull's strength to withstand it. As he stood on the 30th step now, he needed 3 bulls' strength to endure it. This meant that every 10 steps added 1 bull's strength of pressure. However, Qin Xian remained calm and quickly continued up the steps. Soon, he arrived at the 90 steps. At this point, even a warrior at the peak of the true martial realm would feel tremendous pressure and be panting. But for Qin Xian, it was still nothing. A common true martial peak cultivator had only 9 bulls' strength, while he was far stronger, so it was naturally not strenuous for him. He continued to climb the stairs. Before long, he reached the 180 steps, where the pressure required at least 18 bulls' strength to resist. Still, it was not a problem. 300 steps. 400 steps. When he reached the 400 steps, the invisible pressure had become terrifying to a degree, not to mention the true martial realm. Even a regular celestial realm cultivator would be instantly crushed into pulp. It felt like 40 ferocious bulls charging down from above. The pressure was immense and frightening. Qin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The pressure is great, but under this pressure, I can feel the sword demon blood within me fusing faster, continuously washing and strengthening my body. This is wonderful. Just as he was about to continue climbing, suddenly, up ahead appeared the figure of Quangang. Quangang, ranked 33rd on the human ranking. If you defeat me, you will have the right to ascend the human ranking. Clearly, this was not the real Quangang, but a martial mark left by him in the human ranking. However, when Quangang successfully ranked, he only needed 40 bulls' strength, so in the trial ladder, his martial mark needed 40 bulls' strength. The true Quangang at the peak of the 5 ninths was not even his match, let alone just a mere martial mark. Boom! The trial realm shook, and Quangang's martial mark burst open, transforming into a shower of light, rushing towards Qin Xian. Chapter 22, Top 10 of the Human Ranking. As expected, it was just a martial mark.
However, the shower of light contained immense and pure vital energy, along with a trace of special law power. When it entered his body, Qin Xian could clearly feel his inner energy rising, and his strength became stronger, subtly approaching 90 bull strength. At that moment, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect the trial ladder to offer this kind of reward in addition to pressure. This time, his adventure was truly worth it. Qin Xian continued to ascend the ladder, feeling his blood energy boiling continuously. When Quan Gang's figure exploded, the bell tower in Tianfeng City suddenly rang out 5 resounding bell chimes. The whole city trembled. Although they could not see the events in the trial realm, the ringing of the bell certainly was not without reason. At the same time, in the martial arena, an ancient giant board descended from the sky, hovering in the air, with 33 names from top to bottom.
It was indeed the human ranking.
At this moment, under everyone's gaze, the name of Quan Gang, ranked 33rd, vanished, replaced by Qin Xian's name. Congratulations to young friend Qin Xian for defeating the 33rd ranked Quan Gang, successfully ascending to 33rd on the human ranking. A voice echoed throughout the city, causing a great uproar. Countless hearts were shaken, although it was known that Qin Xian could defeat Quan Gang, successfully climbing the ranking was inevitable. But witnessing that moment with their own eyes, they still couldn't help but be stunned. The people of Tianyuan Martial Mansion were equally shocked. Master Lu immediately took out a communication jade plate to report this matter. A prodigy who could ascend to the human ranking showed extraordinary martial talent. Such talent, even if abandoned by great powers, was still significant for Tianyuan Martial Mansion. They are all coveted treasures. When Quan Gang first apprenticed under Lu Chengfeng, he rejected the Tianyuan Martial Mansion, and this time, he must bring them into the mansion no matter what. This way, in 3 months, they can face the grand competition of the top 100 martial artists in the entire wasteland. There is even a strong hope to help Tianyuan Martial Mansion claim a good ranking. On the trial staircase.
Level 423. Level 442.
At this moment, Qin Xian had already climbed to the 450 level of the staircase, and the pressure had reached an extremely terrifying extent. Even he, with great strength, had 45 phantom images of wild bulls emerging from his body. This means that here, a force equivalent to 45 bulls is needed to withstand it. Suddenly, Qin Xian paused. It wasn't that he was unable to climb, but a black-robed young man appeared ahead, his face cold and sculpted, blocking his path and radiating a powerful aura of blood energy, equivalent to 45 wild bull phantoms.
Zhang Ming, ranked 32nd on the human list. If you can defeat me, you will have the right to ascend the human list.
The black-robed young man spoke plainly, announcing his name, and without saying a word, he directly attacked Qin Xian, unleashing the power of 45 bulls. The 3 major rankings of the fighting tower, Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, each list holds only about 20 to 30 individuals, totaling less than 100. Though 100 may seem many, this number only represents the countless martial artists of the great Zhao dynasty. Zhang Ming, although only 32nd on the human list, was immensely strong, boasting a power of 45 bulls in the true martial realm, which says a lot. The usual limit in the true martial realm is merely 9 bulls. Even Quan Gang, as strong as he was, had only 45 bulls of power, clearly restricted beneath the extreme of 5 nines. Qin Xian made no attempt to avoid it, responding simply and brutally, delivering a punch that struck out. Boom! His figure remained still, while the black-robed young man stumbled back, clearly lacking strength compared to him. However, the black-robed young man maintained a calm expression and continued to attack, clawing forward, subtly revealing the phantom of a giant rock. Undoubtedly, this was a terrifying martial technique, at least of high-grade mysterious class. The power surged instantly. Yet, Qin Xian did not change his color, and then he released his punch, unleashing a horrifying blood energy that shocked the staircase. The punch and claw clashed. Boom! The black-robed young man was sent flying directly, crashing heavily onto the staircase, his figure shattered and collapsing into a vast rain of light rushing towards Qin Xian. At the moment Zhang Ming's figure exploded, the fighting tower in Tianfeng City resonated with 5 great bell sounds. The rankings on the human list monument changed once again. The entire city trembled. As expected, Qin Xian advanced to 32nd place. Congratulations to young friend Qin Xian for defeating Zhang Ming, ranked 32nd on the human list, successfully climbing to 32nd place on the human list. A familiar old voice resonated throughout the city once more. The crowd was not surprised by this. Zhang Ming, 32nd on the human list, had a strength of only 45 bulls, while Qin Xian had already reached a strength of 54 bulls when defeating Quan Gang. Inside the trial world, Qin Xian continued to ascend the stairs. Defeating just a Zhang Ming did not excite him much, and he felt little pressure even below the 700th step. At the 540th level, another person appeared, the contestant ranked 31st on the human list, whose physical strength reached 54 bulls in the true martial realm. He was significantly stronger than Zhang Ming. Both were at the limit of 6 nines. 54 bulls of power, while it seemed only 9 bulls more than Zhang Ming, was incredibly difficult to achieve in the true martial realm. It wasn't merely about having one more bull's strength. This person, with 54 bulls of strength, was much stronger than Zhang Ming. But Qin Xian remained unmatched in his vigor, his eyes sparking with cold light as he threw out a punch. Crushing all obstacles, he directly killed the 31st contender on the rankings on the heaven ladder, transforming him into a shower of light.
The tower bell rang once more. Qin Xian continued to climb the heaven ladder.
At the 553rd level, he encountered the 30th ranked on the leaderboard.
At the 561st level, he encountered the 29th ranked on the leaderboard.
At the 580 level, he encountered the 25th ranked on the leaderboard. At the 593rd level, he encountered the 20th ranked on the leaderboard.
At the 607th level, he encountered the 18th ranked on the leaderboard.
The higher he climbed the heaven ladder, the stronger the ranked opponents he faced. However, Qin Xian remained unmatched, forcefully ascending the ladder. Wherever he passed, every martial arts imprint of the top contenders fell without exception, collapsing upon the heaven ladder.
Outside, the tower bell rang again and again.
In the beginning, the world was still in shock, but soon it became numb. Qin Xian was too powerful, defeating many top contenders. In just half a day's time, he had already reached the top 20 on the leaderboard. You must understand, the top 20 on the leaderboard are truly extraordinary beings.
He has already reached 20th, will he continue to climb?
Everyone trembled, as if witnessing the rise of an unparalleled genius.
The disciples of Tianyuan Martial Academy were even more filled with awe.
Lu Yunchi looked at the name rising on the leaderboard, her eyes sparkling with heat, resolutely deciding that no matter what, she must get Qin Xian to join Tianyuan Martial Academy. One spot for the sacred source cave is not enough, so she would increase the number, or even request opportunities to comprehend the ancient sacred monument, or ask the academy leader for ancient sacred relics.
Such a peerless genius must be drawn into Tianyuan Martial Academy at all costs.
This way, they could achieve a higher ranking in the battle for supremacy 3 months later. Lu Chengfeng's eyes sparkled, murmuring to himself, this Qin Xian has truly given me a great surprise. By rights, a genius like him would never be an unknown figure.
Who exactly is this Qin Xian?
At this time, he had secretly sent people to investigate all information about Qin Xian. Let alone Tianfeng City, even the great Zhao dynasty would not suddenly have such a genius appear.
Could it be that he comes from a transcendent force outside the dynasty? In the trial land,
Qin Xian had already climbed to the 648th level.
Zhang Qingji.
There stood a tall figure, the 10th ranked genius on the leaderboard, whose strength had reached the astonishing power of 64 bulls, breaking the 7-9 limit. From a high position, he simply stated a name, then forcefully struck out. His blood energy surged mightily, even more terrifying than that of many celestial realm experts. He unleashed a top-tier martial skill from the Xian level, striking down towards Qin Xian. Undoubtedly, this was a very strong opponent, surpassing the 8-9 limit in the true martial realm, and possessing the power of 64 bulls, which was indeed rare in the world. Such a prestigious title was certainly not that of an ordinary person. Qin Xian showed a hint of surprise, as he knew Zhang Qingji was one of the 5 great generals of the great Zhao dynasty, who had long guarded the northern border. The 5 great generals of the dynasty were all top-tier martial artists, having surpassed the celestial realm and reportedly reached half a step into the throne level, immensely powerful. This was naturally the martial imprint left by Zhang Qingji 20 years ago when he climbed the ladder. He was no longer a young figure now. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Xian, this genius, who possessed the body of all paths, and through the baptism of the true blood of the sword demon, reached his peak, stronger than Zhang Qingji in his youth. Still using simple and direct fist prints, he struck upwards. In an instant, the 64 illusory bulls all exploded. The martial imprint of Zhang Qingji, ranked 10th, was torn apart, and his body exploded, turning into a shower of light.
Ding! In that moment, the bell rang again, one sound after another. Endless and grand.
Moreover, it is not only in Heaven Peak City, but throughout the entire Zhao dynasty's fighting towers, the sounds echoed one after another, shocking countless people. The capital of Zhao, the royal capital of the Zhao dynasty. As the tower bells of the fighting tower rang in the royal capital, powerful auras shot up into the sky. Especially within the palace, overwhelming auras surged back and forth.
The fighting tower's bell has rung? Who could it be?
It is said that only those who break into the top 10 of the human rankings will cause the tower bells to ring. Someone actually defeated the martial imprint left by that young general of the northern frontier. Although that imprint was left 20 years ago, it is said that he was an exceptional genius who broke the 7-9 limit in the true martial realm, possessing the strength of 64 bulls. Over the years, besides the crown prince, the top disciple of Tianshan Mountain, and the pearl of the Nangong family, no one could defeat it.
It seems our Zhao dynasty has given birth to another prodigy. I wonder who it is?
Numerous gazes focused on the fighting tower.
Chapter 23, Various Reactions.
Located in the northern part of the royal capital, there is a vast training place, the first sacred ground for martial arts, the Tianyuan Martial Mansion. The Tianyuan Martial Mansion is a lair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, countless strong warriors lie in wait, all stirred at this moment, gazing towards the fighting tower. They equally want to know which genius has entered the top 10 of the human rankings. The top 10 of the human rankings has not changed for nearly a decade. For anyone in the top 10, they are legendary beings who have broken the 7-9 limit, incredibly abnormal. Even though the Zhao dynasty has many talents, in nearly a decade, only 3 have stepped into the top 10 of the human rankings. Suddenly, countless people were madly discussing this. Outskirts of the royal capital, in a vast martial arts square, more than 300,000 soldiers were performing military drills. Each soldier had a rich blood aura rising like smoke, rolling up into the sky, a truly frightening scene. In this place, a particularly tall and mighty figure stood on a high platform, with a blood aura so astonishing that it overshadowed the blood aura of the 100,000 troops, dazzling like a beam of light. Merely standing there gave others an indomitable feeling. This person was the renowned general of the northern frontier in the Zhao dynasty, Zhang Qingji. At this moment, he gazed towards the fighting tower in the royal capital, revealing a hint of surprise. Someone actually defeated the shadow I left in the trial realm back then. Although I had only 64 bulls of strength back then, to defeat my imprint means the challenger is at least of the same level, possibly even stronger. I wonder who it could be? It seems our Zhao dynasty has once again given birth to a new prodigy. I am looking forward to it. While in the trial realm, Qin Xian had no idea that by defeating the martial imprint of Zhang Qingji, ranked 10th in the human rankings, he had stirred up a tremendous wave, alarming the entire Zhao dynasty. After shattering the imprint of the 10th ranked, Rain of Light fell in sheets, carrying strands of law power, merging into his body. This not only enhanced Qin Xian's strength but also accelerated the fusion of the sword demon's true blood. Having consecutively defeated several top talents in the human rankings and bathing in the Rain of Light, along with the accelerated fusion of the sword demon's true blood, Qin Xian's strength broke through the limit again, rapidly increasing from 89 bulls to 93 bulls of strength. I didn't expect that defeating the martial imprints in the top 10 would yield such great rewards. I wonder if defeating all 10 will let me reach 99 bulls of strength. Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a bit excited. With a swoosh, he swiftly ascended the stairs. Not long later, upon reaching the 652nd step, he encountered the martial imprint of the 9th ranked talent, which was stronger than the imprint of Zhang Qingji, ranked 10th. My name is Wei Feng. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the martial arts imprint of the person ranked 9th on the list had not yet made a move, and was directly blasted into ashes by Qin Xian, once again showering a rain of light that fell into his body. Outside world. Although the world had long suspected, when they heard the bell tower ringing again and saw the names change on the stone tablet of the rankings, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. You must know, these are the top 10, the most talented individuals in the history of the great Zhao dynasty. Moreover, the top 10 has not changed for nearly 5 years, yet today it has been changed twice by Qin Xian. What's more important is that it hadn't been long since he defeated the 10th rank to the 9th rank. Clearly, for him, the 9th rank was not very difficult to deal with, otherwise, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. But soon, the bell rang again. The 8th rank was defeated. A few breaths later, the 7th rank was also defeated. Then, not long after, the 6th rank was defeated too. The world was in shock. Everyone was eager to know, just how far could Qin Xian go? The top 3? You must know, those are the ones who have reached the limits of the 8th and 9th ranks, even breaking through. They are true monsters, some of the most extraordinary talents of hundreds of years. Ding! 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 Even though it had long been anticipated, when the bell that represented the defeat of the 3rd rank rang out, everyone was stunned. Someone really broke into the top 3. So extraordinary! Ding! Almost the next moment, the martial arts imprint of the 2nd rank was also defeated. Impossible, the one ranked 2nd, in the true martial realm, has the strength of 74 bulls, a true monster who broke through the 8th and 9th limits, stronger by a large margin compared to the one ranked 3rd, who was only 2 bulls stronger. People gasped. You must know, in the true martial realm, every time a limit is broken, one's strength experiences a significant boost. It can't be merely described by 1 or 2 bulls. Yet he was still defeated so quickly. It seems they still seriously underestimated this Qin Xian. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the tower bells rang continuously, golden rays shining brightly. The whole country shook. The 1st rank was also defeated. That was the strongest monster with 77 bulls of strength, and yet he was also defeated. At this moment, the world saw the name of Qin Xian forcefully ascend to the 1st rank on the ranking tower. The nation was in shock. Within the trial's realm, even after defeating the 1st rank, Qin Xian still felt not much effort was expended. After all, the 1st rank only had 77 bulls of strength, while before he came, he had already reached 89 bulls, far exceeding that of his predecessors. Now, after receiving the baptism of the light rain, he had already achieved 94 bulls of strength.
If this gets out, it will definitely shake the world. In the royal capital, deep within the royal palace. The prince's hall, towering and majestic, is the residence of the current prince. Inside is another world, containing a massive amount of the world's primordial energy. A majestic figure is sitting cross-legged in meditation, his blood energy boiling like rivers and seas, incredibly impressive. On his body, numerous ancient elephant phantoms emerged, subtly floating with dozens of them. It was quite powerful. If a Heavenly Gang realm expert were here, they would surely be filled with horror. The Heavenly Gang realm possesses strength that surpasses the power of ordinary bulls, with a single elephant's strength comparable to 10 bulls. Ordinary Heavenly Gang realm limits have nearly 10 elephants' strength, yet the prince holds at least 50 elephants' strength, which is extremely frightening. At this moment, he felt something in his heart and voluntarily exited his cultivation area. At this time, a subordinate hurriedly approached and said, "Not good, Your Highness, someone has broken your record." This person was Zhao Wuji, the current prince of the Great Zhao dynasty. He stood tall and handsome, with black hair like a waterfall, sword-like brows, and starry eyes, yet in the center of his brow was a special mark resembling an eye, which the world believed was a manifestation of a celestial deity, possessing an innate third eye that pierces through illusions. Zhao Wuji's face was calm as he said lightly, "Please elaborate." His subordinate detailed everything that had happened. Zhao Wuji showed a trace of surprise. Someone actually broke the person ranking record I set years ago. It seems this person has reached 77 bull strength in the true martial realm, or even higher. He is a true genius of martial arts. I wonder who this person is. Perhaps we can recruit him. 77 bull strength was merely a record left by Zhao Wuji years ago. Although he left behind a martial imprint at that time, it was ultimately just an imprint, not the true self. Zhao Wuji was confident that if his true self were here to fight in the same realm, it would be hard for that challenger to defeat him. However, it also piqued his interest a bit more. The subordinate shook his head. "We don't know, only that this person is named Qin Xian." "Then investigate thoroughly. I want to know everything about this Qin Xian." "Yes, Your Highness." Meanwhile, in the royal capital, one of the three great families, the Nandong family, was located in the southern part of the city. The mansion covered thousands of acres, with numerous palaces and hidden talents, concealing countless astonishing energies. The towering gate opened, and people came and went, searching for information about Qin Xian. A stunning and ethereal figure stood in the mansion, gazing at the towering battle tower. To the east of the royal capital stood a grand mountain soaring into the clouds, the highest peak of the Great Zhao dynasty, belonging to the current top sect of the Great Zhao dynasty, the Heavenly God Mountain. Naturally, news about the battle tower reached the Heavenly God Mountain as well. Shortly after, a disciple of the Heavenly God Mountain descended the mountain to investigate information about Qin Xian. At the mountain's peak, a figure carrying a long spear stood firmly against the wind, immovable, gazing at the royal capital. For a time, the entire Great Zhao dynasty began to investigate who this newly risen number one on the person ranking was, this sudden appearance of a notable figure. Yang family. Like the Nangong family, they were also located in the southern part of the city, but compared to the revered Nangong family, known as one of the three great families for generations, the Yang family was undoubtedly much weaker, only a newly risen family with a heritage of several hundred years. Their mansion only covered 100 acres, but in the royal capital where land was so valuable, such an area was still enough to be considered a strong clan. In the spacious hall, a big man with a bullish back and bear-like waist sat in the main seat. He appeared honest, but a pair of tiger-like eyes faintly revealed an incongruous coldness. He was the current head of the Yang family, Yang Shan. To become a military leader, Yang Shan was naturally not someone without wisdom. Moreover, the Yang family's prosperity and strength today were not without his contributions since he took over as head of the family. Since Yang Shan became the head of the Yang family, he had been busy running around for many years, trying his best to elevate the Yang family to greater heights, even frequently befriending the powerful figures of the current dynasty, secretly hinting at marriage alliances, hoping that through these alliances with noble families, the Yang family would ascend to new heights. Naturally, when someone suddenly rose to the top of the person ranking in such a short time, the Yang family also received the news as soon as possible. Who exactly is this Qin Xian? To be able to reach the first place in the person ranking, he is certainly not an ordinary character. Yang Shan's tiger-like gaze swept over the elders below, his brows slightly furrowing. The reason why the Yang family had continued to grow strong in recent decades was partly due to befriending powerful figures within the royal capital and partly due to recruiting talents. If recruiting was unsuccessful, they would actively cultivate good relationships. Many well-known powerful individuals today had once been promised friendship by the Yang family in their youth, owing a debt of gratitude, which invisibly aided the Yang family's growth. Below, the elders looked at each other. None of them knew who this Qin Xian truly was. Rationally speaking, a talent so extraordinary could not have remained unnoticed. Yet, they were entirely uninformed about this newly risen number one on the person ranking. Qin Xian? In the corner of the seats below, a stunning young woman in her early 18s stood out.
The figure is exceptionally tall, and the appearance bears 2 or 3 similarities to Yang Shan, exuding a remarkable heroism, but more of her mother's beauty. She is the current pearl of the Yang family, Yang Xian. Chapter 24, Climbing the Heavenly Ladder, The Door to the King. As one of the top geniuses in the Yang family, Yang Xian has shown extraordinary talent since childhood. Now, at just 18 years old, she has already broken the 4-9 limits. Her talent is exceptional, and she has been directly recruited into the Xian Academy by the Tianyuan Martial House. It is worth noting that among the 4 academies of the Tianyuan Martial House, the Huang Academy is the most ordinary, and being accepted into the Xian Academy is enough to demonstrate her potential. Upon hearing this name, Yang Xian couldn't help but picture her fiancé, who was promised to her since childhood, also named Qin Xian, far away in Qingchuan town. Could it be him? But soon, she shook her head. How could it possibly be him? Even when Qin Xian's dantian was intact, he had barely reached the 2-9 limit, while the newly crowned number 1 on the human rankings must possess at least 77 points of power, possibly even close to or at the 9-9 limits, a talent beyond imagination. Yang Shan frowned deeply, taking a barely noticeable glance at Yang Xian in the corner. If he knew who the Qin Xian really was, he wouldn't just spend all his thoughts finding ways to befriend him, he would even, under the right conditions, not mind having his most outstanding daughter, Yang Xian, proactively make contact, even harboring thoughts of a possible marriage alliance. After all, being the new number 1 on the human rankings indicates how immeasurable the potential is. Barring accidents, the possibility of achieving kingship is quite high in the future. If he could really make this new number 1 on the human rankings a son-in-law of the Yang family, then the status of the Yang family in the Great Zhao dynasty would rise even higher. With good management, they might reach a status comparable to the Nangong family in his lifetime. Of course, Yang Shan also knew that some of this was unrealistic. At this moment, an elder of the family said, head of the family, that new number 1 on the human rankings, Qin Xian, we do not know. However, Xianer's fiancé is also named Qin Xian. But according to what we know, this Qin Xian's dantian was shattered and can no longer cultivate. Since Xianer possesses immense martial talent and has been recruited into the Xian Academy by the Tianyuan Martial House, should we reconsider this matter? Another elder also spoke. That's right, although Xianer is engaged to that Qin Xian, he is now a waste. Xianer's future is limitless, we cannot ruin her life because of a marriage agreement. One after another, several elders expressed similar opinions. They all believed that the engagement should not continue. At the time the engagement was made, it was not just pressured by circumstances. Yang Shan naturally knew that he had planned to break off the engagement long ago. After all, even if Qin Xian hadn't been crippled, he had only just reached the 2-9 limit, unworthy of Yang Xian. And Yang Xian's martial arts potential is strong. She is not only the treasured jewel of the Yang family but also likely to become the first martial arts king of the Yang family, and as a marriage partner, she might even be able to ally with the royal family. Only in this way could the Yang family become stronger in his hands. However, Yang Shan had always presented a rather simple and honest image outwardly. He could not immediately reject this, otherwise, it would negatively affect his reputation. Leaning on the throne with a robust build, he shook his head and said, no, since there is an engagement, it must be fulfilled. My Yang family is not the kind of family that breaks its promises. Head of the family, an elder immediately replied, although the Yang family cannot lose credibility, we also cannot let the jewel of the Yang family be tarnished. That Qin Xian used to be the young master of the Tianqing sect, which was acceptable. Although his talent was lacking, he could just barely serve as a son-in-law. But now that he has been rendered dantian-less and has no cultivation, continuing to uphold the engagement will only ruin Xianer's future. Yes, I, the bright jewel of the Yang family, am about to marry a useless person and be tarnished. That's right, the Qin family is just a small family from a corner of the southwest provinces. Since we are the ones initiating the divorce, let's offer some benefits to the Qin family. I believe they won't blame the Yang family. No matter what, I cannot ruin the future of the bright jewel of the Yang family. One elder after another spoke up, all agreeing that the marriage must be annulled. Yang Shan looked troubled and turned to the corner where Yang Xian sat, saying, Xianer, what do you think? Your father would like to hear your opinion. Yang Xian stood up and said, I will follow my father's orders. However, I also wish to cancel the engagement. Qin Xian is already useless, marrying him will only drag me down and tarnish the Yang family. It would be better to follow what the elders have suggested, to annul the engagement and provide some compensation. Naturally, she did not want her bright future to be tainted by a useless person. She had always rejected this engagement because she yearned for the pinnacle of martial arts. To be her man, one must be an unparalleled strong person. Qin Xian, a martial arts useless, simply does not deserve it. Unless it was that newly risen top of the list, Qin Xian. Only he is worthy of being her man. Hearing this, Yang Shan sighed, since that's the case, I will be selfish this time and listen to everyone's wishes. In a few days, it will be the Qin family's family ceremony. I will send someone to the Qin family then, along with an appropriate compensation as our apology to nephew Qin Xian. Seeing this, all the elders showed joy on their faces. Yang Xian could not help but show a joyful expression as well. On the trial ladder, Qin Xian was bathing in streams of light rain, immense pure essence continuously flowing into his body, completely merging and dissolving the remaining blood of the sword demon within. At this moment, Qin Xian's physical strength increased again. No matter how much light rain there was, and how astonishing the heaven and earth essence contained within, his body seemed like an abyss, completely insatiable. Soon, the 95th Fierce Bull appeared. Then the 96th Fierce Bull also appeared. The 97th, 98th, and 99th Fierce Bulls also appeared. Without a doubt, Qin Xian had reached the true martial realm's limit of 11-9. Even the previous masters of the Burial Heaven Tower were also at the 11-9 limit. I have finally reached the strength of 99 bulls, but why do I feel this is not my limit? Qin Xian showed a hint of confusion. 99 bulls of strength theoretically represented the pinnacle of the true martial realm, and even the previous tower masters reached no more than this. But he felt there was still the possibility of advance, as if there were more ahead of him. So he entered the Burial Heaven Tower and directly asked the mysterious person. The mysterious person's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You can actually sense there is a possibility for further advancement? No wonder the Burial Heaven Tower chose you. What you sense is indeed correct. In fact, above the 11-9 limit, there exists a true limit, which is the strength of 100 bulls. This represents the ultimate extent of the true martial realm. 100 bulls of strength? Qin Xian was astonished. There was actually a higher limit. However, the strength of 100 bulls belongs only to legends. Even among the past tower masters, most were merely at the 11-9 limit, the mysterious person said softly. Qin Xian's expression changed. It seemed from the mysterious person's words that there had been tower masters who reached the ultimate strength of 100 bulls. However, he did not pursue the matter any further, instead saying, "Senior, how can I reach the strength of 100 bulls?" "Opportunities," the mysterious person replied. "The strength of 99 bulls may seem just one bull shy of 100, but the gap of that one bull is like the difference between heaven and earth." Throughout history, countless prodigies have exhausted immense efforts, yet they could never enter this level. Because once you break through this limit, your very life level undergoes a brand new transformation. Although you are the embodiment of a myriad of paths, reaching the strength of 100 bulls also depends on chance. However, the fact that you can sense the existence of the strength of 100 bulls shows that you are not lacking in potential. What you are missing is merely an opportunity. Opportunity? Qin Xian furrowed his brows. But the mysterious person did not elaborate further. Qin Xian exited the Burial Sky Tower and prepared to leave the trial ladder, returning to the martial arena. However, with just a glance at the trial ladder, it was still not the end. Since he was already there, Qin Xian was quite curious about this trial ladder, so he continued to climb, wanting to see what kind of scenery awaited at the top. Possessing the strength of 99 bulls, he climbed with ease. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, he arrived at the 810th level, which was indeed the end of the ladder. Here, it required the strength of 81 bulls to ascend. However, apart from the martial talents on the leaderboard, the normally empty trial ladder had a special portal appear at this very end. This was a stone door, 3 zhang high, looking simple and unadorned, but engraved with profound ancient characters, along with special patterns intertwining across the entire stone door. Qin Xian raised his head and saw 4 comprehensible ancient characters at the top of the stone door, the Door of Kings. The Door of Kings? Qin Xian showed a hint of confusion but still placed his hand on the stone door. The stone door was heavy, seeming like a mountain. At least 19 peak challengers were needed to push it open. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the Door of Kings was pushed open, he immediately beheld inside, unexpectedly, an ancient and solemn temple. The temple was incredibly vast, with stone pillars as thick as mountains standing uniformly on both sides, extending up high, seemingly merging into the sky, making it impossible to see just how tall it truly was. Under the stone pillars, there stood ancient stone statues clad in armor, towering over 100 feet high, like mountains, radiating an ancient sense of time, unknown how many years they had existed. At the end of the hall stood a tall stone throne, 1,000 feet high, much taller than the statues on either side. An ancient divine statue sat solemnly on the tall stone throne, depicted as a middle-aged man, clad in a starry robe, with both hands resting on the armrests, wearing a crown, and his eyes closed, as if contemplating the world. Facing this ancient and towering divine statue, Qin Xian felt a sense of insignificance, like an ant gazing up at a giant. It was simply too grand. Who on earth built such a magnificent temple and divine statue, along with all these stone statues? Also, who exactly were this divine statue and the stone statues? Why did such a strange stone door leading to such a temple appear at the end of the trial ladder? Chapter 25, The King's Trial. In confusion, a sound of the stone door opening echoed from within the temple. Qin Xian looked over and saw another ancient stone door opening not far away, and a breathtakingly beautiful figure stepped out, entering the temple. The girl seemed to be in her early 20s, with hair like a waterfall, and beauty that could captivate the world, wearing a tight-fitting red armor that showcased her perfect and alluring curves. Her long legs were exposed, with only her delicate head visible, giving off an air of cold elegance, yet also a sense of brave femininity. Qin Xian was also struck by her beauty. Such looks could be deemed as enchanting beyond imagination. Compared to her, Lu Yun was just a flicker of fire competing with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Noticing Qin Xian's presence, the girl's autumn-like eyes turned to him. Instead of the haughty demeanor he expected, she slightly nodded and introduced herself, Huang Jing, Nailan Xingcheng.
Huang Jing?
Qin Xian felt puzzled. He had never heard of this place. Perhaps it was a name from outside the Dazhou dynasty. Because the divisions of the fighting tower were not only in the Dazhou dynasty but were also present in countless dynasties across the world, even in higher-level empires.
Sky Peak City, Qin Xian.
Qin Xian similarly introduced himself. Nalan Qingchang also showed a puzzled expression, as if pondering where Sky Peak City could be. But after thinking for a moment, she still couldn't come up with any answer. This was strange. Since someone could come here, Sky Peak City must be an extraordinary place. During their first meeting, Nalan Qingcheng didn't press for questions. After slightly nodding to Qin Xian, she gazed toward the towering statue at the far end, her pretty face revealing a solemn expression, and actively walked forward to the center of the 2 rows of armored stone statues. Qin Xian watched her actions and had a feeling that Nalan Qingcheng seemed to know some secrets about this temple, and her current actions were certainly not meaningless. Sure enough, at that moment, a cold and emotionless voice echoed throughout the temple, "Do you wish to challenge the king's trial?" Nalan Qingcheng lifted her delicate head and said firmly, "I am willing."
The king's trial begins. Hold on for 1 minute, and you can become a king.
As the voice fell, 3 tall stone statues stepped out from each side of the temple and quickly shrank to normal human size. In total, there were 6 stone statues, some wielding sharp swords, others holding large blades, hammers, or long spears, each grasped different weapons, and instantly charged at Nalan Qingcheng. They moved incredibly fast, reaching Nalan Qingcheng in the blink of an eye, surrounding her from all directions, attacking simultaneously, filled with terrifying power. Nalan Qingcheng was clearly a gifted individual. Though a woman, she was far stronger than the male peers of her age, and in an instant, ancient elephant shadows emerged around her, roaring and charging in all directions.
Heavenly Gang Realm.
Qin Xian looked surprised. Only those in the Heavenly Gang realm could cultivate the power of ancient elephants, with one elephant's strength equivalent to that of 10 bulls, or 100,000 pounds.
Moreover, the number of ancient elephant shadows was as many as 80. Just like the true martial realm, the number of ancient elephant shadows was a measure of the strength of the warrior's cultivation in the Heavenly Gang realm.
Without a doubt, Nalan Qingcheng's talent was extraordinary. Cultivating so many ancient elephants' power in the Heavenly Gang realm was an unbeatable level of genius.
Boom 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 boom.
In an instant, Nalan Qingcheng collided with the 6 stone statues. The surge of energy was incredibly terrifying. Qin Xian was somewhat shocked. Any one of these statues surpassed the Qin family's eldest elder, Qin Sangming, by an unknown margin, possessing at least 70 ancient elephants' power, or perhaps even stronger. At least, even with his current strength of 99 bulls, he believed he could not withstand any of the statues head-on. Yet, Nalan Qingcheng lived up to her name, stunning and unmatched, her black hair flowing like a waterfall in the wind. At this moment, she displayed unparalleled combat power, like a female war goddess of this age. She was smart. Knowing how powerful the 6 statues were, she had already silently struck out, using a defensive martial skill, her energy transforming into a golden bell that enveloped her, with various intricate patterns interwoven, giving a feeling of being unbreakable. Although Qin Xian did not know what kind of martial skill this was, the moment he sensed the golden patterned bell's emergence, the surrounding heaven and earth energy surged madly towards it, making it even more solid. This was a martial skill only achievable at the earth level and above, capable of drawing energy from heaven and earth.
Boom 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 boom.
The moment the golden bell appeared, the attacks of the 6 stone statues arrived simultaneously. In almost the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the surface of the golden bell, rapidly spreading and intertwining across the entire surface of the bell. Ultimately, it lasted no more than a single breath before exploding, turning into a brilliant shower of light. Qin Xian's gaze tightened. The 6 statues were simply too powerful, and for such a strong genius of the Heavenly Gang realm to deploy an earth-level defense martial skill was unimaginably terrifying, possibly standing undefeated. Even dozens or hundreds of ordinary heavenly fiend martial artists together would likely be unable to break through.
What exactly are these stone statues in the ancient temple, that they are so terrifying? No wonder it is said that if one can persist for a moment, they can be crowned king. He now understands that the so-called crowned king is not reaching the realm of martial king, but being a king among equals, a king of the same generation. In the next moment, amidst the drifting light rain, a gleaming silver battle spear suddenly struck out, the origin light flashing brightly. The overwhelming power of Origin transformed into a mighty force, with massive amounts of the world's vital energy converging and crashing towards one of the stone statues holding a battle sword. Boom! The sword-holding statue was struck head-on and flew away, crashing heavily against the wall, producing a thunderous sound. However, the material of this temple is obviously extraordinary and showed no signs of cracking. Nailan Qingcheng is indeed incredibly wise, her attack being decisive and powerful, knocking away a stone statue in a single exchange, and at the same time, her jade palm struck out, executing a terrifying martial skill.
In an instant, she cast a giant handprint, showing ancient patterns, similarly pulling in the surging world's vital energy, and struck out, smashing a statue holding a spear away. In the blink of an eye, she had knocked away 2 stone statues, showcasing Nailan Qingqing's strength completely. This series of techniques also left Qin Xian astonished. In just a short moment, Nailan Qingqing, from the mysterious wilderness capital, had consecutively executed 3 top-tier martial skills above the earth level. From this, it is clear that Nailan Qingqing's background is absolutely extraordinary. After all, even if one looks at the entire Zhao dynasty, there are hardly a few with multiple earth-level martial skills. After knocking away 2 statues, although she had consecutively executed powerful martial skills 3 times above the earth level, Nailan Qingqing's breath remained long and did not wither. Her origin power was astonishingly abundant, almost unimaginable, as she continued to strike fiercely and bravely against the other 4 stone statues. However, Qin Xian could see that, even though Nailan Qingqing was incredibly strong, these stone statues were equally formidable, not far off from her. Moreover, 6 stone statues were attacking her at the same time. This battle was destined to be very difficult. At the same time, Qin Xian also took the initiative to move to the center of the 2 side statues. A cold, unfeeling voice resounded once again in the temple. Are you willing to challenge the trial of crowning a king? This time, it was directed at Qin Xian. Although Qin Xian did not understand exactly how this trial of crowning a king worked, and how one persisted for a quarter of an hour to become a king, seeing Nailan Qingqing fiercely battling the statues ignited his fighting spirit, and he longed for a battle. Since awakening the myriad Dao divine body, he had been absolutely invincible among his peers, even sweeping through the Zhao dynasty's human rankings with ease. Perhaps, the upcoming trial of crowning a king could allow him to feel the thrill of having rivals at the same level.
I am willing, Qin Xian declared. The trial of crowning a king begins.
If one can persist for a moment, they can be crowned king. At the moment the voice fell, 3 towering stone statues walked out again from both sides of the temple, quickly shrinking to normal human size. These 6 stone statues were different from those that faced Nailan Qingqing. While they exuded an astonishing aura, Qin Xian sensed that they were all in the true martial stage, and their weapons were slightly different, including warhammers, long knives, battle spears, stone seals, and grinding discs, etc.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Without giving Qin Xian any time, the 6 stone statues were before him in an instant. The 6 weapons fell with a thunderous crash, containing terrifying power of attack, each giving Qin Xian a feeling no less than the first place on the human rankings, even stronger by a wide margin, possessing at least the strength of 81 bulls at the utmost limit. However, Qin Xian displayed no fear, instead revealing an excited expression. Because he finally felt some sense of threat. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Qin Xian did not use any martial skill, fully releasing his true power, with loud cow roars erupting, shaking the ears.
He is the embodiment of all paths, his body itself is his strongest warrior, there is no need for other warriors. One hand strikes with a fist imprint, while the other hand points with a sword. The fist imprint collides directly with the stone statue holding a giant hammer, sparks fly, but the fist is completely unharmed, as if forged from immortal iron, indestructible. In the next moment, the giant hammer stone statue is sent flying away. In the same realm, Qin Xian, at the limit of 11 and 9, is clearly an invincible being, his strength completely overshadowing that of the stone statue. At the same time, his sword point strikes first, colliding with the long knife of another stone statue, directly deflecting the knife. The sword point lands on the statue, and then knocks this knife-wielding statue away. In just the blink of an eye, like Nailan Qingqing, he knocks away 2 large stone statues, and he hasn't used any earth-level martial skills. It can only be said that in the same realm, Qin Xian is far stronger than the stone statues.
Boom! 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 Boom!
But before he could celebrate, in the next moment, the attacks from the other 4 stone statues all crashed onto Qin Xian, and in the violent explosion of primordial energy, his figure is sent flying away. However, he quickly lands steadily 10 zhang away, feeling intense pain at the attacked positions, with bloody and mangled wounds appearing, though not deep. His entire energy is boiling from the attack, almost causing him to spit blood. Indeed, he is stronger than these stone statues, but only individually stronger, as these stone statues, even if weaker, are still significantly stronger than the number 1 of the Zhao dynasty, possessing at least 81 bulls' strength.
Chapter 26, The King of the Same Generation.
At the beginning of the fight, Qin Xian only knocked away 2 statues with absolute strength, while he couldn't first respond to the attacks of the other 4. Fortunately, his body of all paths has not only awakened but has also been tempered by the blood of the former Tower Master and the true blood of the Sword Demon, making him immensely powerful, unmatched at the same level. Otherwise, if it were other true martial realm practitioners, even the number 1 on the ranking would surely die if hit by 4 stone statues at the same time. However, this also made Qin Xian even more excited, his fighting spirit gradually boiling. Primordial energy circulates within him, and the wounds on his body that were battered to a pulp begin to heal at a visibly rapid speed.
The body of all paths is demonstrating its powerful healing ability.
The 4 stone statues charge at him again, while the 2 statues that had been knocked away initially rise again, as if nothing happened, and rush back at him. Qin Xian naturally has no fear, his blood energy erupts, and 99 phantom bulls appear, shaking the temple. In the distance, Nalan Xingcheng is locked in a fierce battle with 6 stone statues. Even as strong as she is, possessing the strength of 99 and 81 elephants, and mastering multiple powerful martial skills, at this moment, she only holds a slight advantage, and nothing more. The attacking power of these stone statues is too terrifying, each one nearly equal to her, containing immense energy with astonishing attack power. If she did not understand how to employ martial skills, she might fall into a disadvantage in an instant. Moreover, Nalan Xingqing deeply understands that the origins of these stone statues are not simple, they are all unparalleled talents who overcame the trials to become kings in the past, existing as equals to her generation of kings. This is also why, enduring for just a quarter of an hour, one can become king. Because after a quarter of an hour, even if the geniuses of the same generation who became kings might be surrounded and killed by the 6 current kings, it's not a joke. However, as powerful as Nalan Xingcheng is, her skills are obviously extraordinary. After fighting for half a quarter, she manifests multiple earth-level martial skills, yet still has abundant primordial energy, showing her strong foundation, even able to glance over at Qin Xian's side of the battle. She couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. Because she suddenly realized that Qin Xian is only at the true martial realm. But, what shocked her even more is that Qin Xian has not used any martial skills. To his surprise, even he could blast away 2 stone statues just like her. Especially when attacked simultaneously by the other 4 stone statues, he was knocked back but sustained no serious injuries, just a few minor wounds. It should be known that these statues are all monarch-level beings of the same realm. Nalan Xingcheng could see that this Qin Xian was incredibly strong, even stronger than she was during her true martial realm period. What a terrifying physique he has, far surpassing hers. Without a doubt, he was a formidable, extraordinary monster. However, when she saw Qin Xian's astonishing blood energy surging and the shadow of 99 fierce bulls appearing in an instant, even she, who had witnessed many prodigies, looked wide-eyed in disbelief. The strength of 99 bulls. How could this be possible? She knew that, even with her abilities, standing among the countless extraordinary prodigies in the ancient city of Huangjing, she was one of the very top talents, with the potential to contend for the throne. In the true martial realm, reaching 90 bulls was already the limit of 19 and shocked the entire Huanzhou. Looking at her peers, they were indeed exceedingly rare. Now, a so-called prodigy from Tianfeng City, out of nowhere, had appeared with the legendary strength of 99 bulls at the mythic limit of 1119. On Nalan Xingcheng's unparalleled and beautiful face, astonishment appeared time and again, a sight unimaginable on ordinary days. Now, she was also shocked to witness Qin Xian daring to clash head-on with 6 stone statues. During the fierce battle, not only was he unharmed, but he also pushed back, continuously sending the monarch-level stone statues flying. Strong. Stronger than absurd. Bam! With a huge crash, Qin Xian stomped one stone statue beneath his foot, like Mount Tai pressing down, unable to move. With each hand, he grasped one stone statue, swinging them like warrior weapons, constantly sending the other 3 statues flying, resembling an invincible war god, unrivaled in the world. Nalan Xingcheng immediately fell silent. Though it was the same king-level battle, Qin Xian was far stronger than her. He not only held the upper hand but also had a dominating advantage. This Qin Xian from Tianfeng City was truly too strong, almost breaking the unprecedented legends of the ancient and modern worlds. If it weren't for the inopportune timing, she would have truly wanted to ask this Qin Xian, which supreme force he had come from, or whether he was a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Just then, Nalan Xingcheng's expression suddenly changed. The 6 stone statues surrounding her suddenly surged in power, their weapons shining with blazing light, summoning mighty earth elements. Earth-level martial skills. Nalan Xingcheng dared not be careless for a moment, immediately unleashing multiple earth-level martial skills, including defensive skills, offensive skills, and movement skills. The stone statues able to use earth-level martial skills became significantly stronger, their combat power nearly doubling. Even with her ability, she could only choose to dodge instead of confronting them head-on. After all, those were the attacks from 6 king-level beings of the same realm, no one could resist them. Almost simultaneously, the 6 stone statues attacking Qin Xian exploded in momentum, and the 3 suppressed stone statues broke free, with earth elements rolling forth, creating immense terror, slightly changing Qin Xian's expression. Martial skills. The 6 stone statues could actually perform martial skills, even above earth level, drawing countless earth elements to them, rapidly increasing their power. Against a normal opponent, Qin Xian would still have confidence in clashing shoulder to shoulder, but facing stone statues using earth-level martial skills, even he would have to retreat. Once hit, it would not be as simple as before, he could very well be severely injured on the spot. Swish! Qin Xian activated his Sky Stargate movement skill, Phantom Star Steps. Though it was just a middle-grade mysterious movement martial skill. But the Phantom Star Step excels in its variety, allowing for a straight explosive acceleration in a short time, and enabling continuous shifts and dodges in a small area. Because of this, back then, Qin Xian completed many assassination missions by relying on this Phantom Star Step, killing countless people. When he used the Phantom Star Step, his figure flickered and then vanished from the spot. However, the 6 statues were almost like shadows chasing after him, and their movement techniques were clearly a level above, all being ground-level martial arts. Their attacks still locked onto Qin Xian, launching directly at him. Qin Xian's gaze sharpened. He no longer continued to evade but took out the Dark Demon Sword from the Burial Sky Tower, directly executing the first form of the Flame Wave Sword technique. In an instant, the surging heavenly and earthly energies in the temple were drawn to him. Originally, the area where Qin Xian stood had its heavenly and earthly energies siphoned by the 6 statues targeting him, but once he performed the first form of the Flame Wave Sword technique, at least 1/3 of the heavenly and earthly energies were forcibly drawn over to converge on the Dark Demon Sword. In the blink of an eye, the black flame on the Dark Demon Sword transformed into a surging black flame, the intense heat distorting the void, and then slashed out a terrifying black flame wave that was 50 zhang long. Boom! The black flame wave collided with the 6 ground-level martial techniques, instantly exploding. The terrifying destructive power radiated outwards for hundreds of zhang, far more horrific than the confrontations of the Tiangang realm. The temple was extraordinary, with special divine powers protecting everything, so even though the destructive power from the collision was terrifying, it did not damage the temple in the slightest. When everything dissipated, Qin Xian's figure appeared. Although his body was covered in charred and burned marks, it was merely surface wounds, and he was recovering quickly, unharmed. The 6 statues were all knocked away. Good. Qin Xian looked at the 6 statues, his eyes shining bright, his internal energy boiling without end. It had been a long time since he experienced such an exciting battle. But strangely, after the 6 statues stood up again, they did not continue to attack Qin Xian. Qin Xian frowned slightly. At that moment, a cold and emotionless voice echoed in the temple. "Congratulations, challenger, you have successfully completed the King Sealing Battle Challenge. You may seal the king." Clearly, he had held out for a full quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour has already passed? Time flies so fast. Qin Xian sighed. He knew he could not continue fighting, for he saw the 6 statues had retreated back, resuming their form as towering stone statues, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He glanced at Nalan Qingchang, who was also enduring through the King Sealing battle, having managed to hold out for a quarter of an hour as well, but compared to him, she appeared far more battered, covered in blood, kneeling half on the ground with her silver spear, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, indicating serious injury. Every now and then, she would cough, blood spilling from her red lips. Thus, he took out healing pills, and when Nalan Qingcheng opened the pill bottle, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Even from a distance, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a jolt of energy. It was definitely a top-quality pill. Suddenly, he thought, if Ling Er were to take such a pill, would it help her recover without needing the divine pill? After taking the pill, Nalan Qingcheng's complexion visibly improved at a rapid pace. At this moment, she felt a sense of intuition and looked towards Qin Xian. Upon seeing him standing there almost unscathed, her usual belief of being invincible among her peers was overshadowed by 7 parts astonishment and 3 parts complexity in her eyes. This Qin Xian from the mysterious Tianfeng city was too strong. Though still only in the true martial realm, he was already beyond just king-sealing combat power, presenting an invincible demeanor among kings. After a moment's adjustment in taking the medicinal pill, Nalan Qingcheng quickly recovered more than half of her strength, regaining her unparalleled grace, and actively approached Qin Xian, adding a tone of respect. "You are strong, much stronger than I imagined. I didn't expect a true martial realm fighter to reach the legendary 11-tier limit." This is an awe that comes from the heart. Qin Xian's injuries have completely healed, showcasing a powerful self-healing ability. Looking at this spirited young girl, he also admired her, saying, "Miss, you are being modest. You are also very strong. You are about the same age as me, yet you have already reached the celestial strength realm and possess the power of 81 forms." Chapter 27, The Royal Order. Indeed, being 16 years old and already at the celestial strength realm qualifies one as a genius. Not to mention possessing the power of 81 forms, which makes her an extraordinary genius. Nalan Qingcheng lightly shook her head, indicating that being a level higher doesn't matter much. For those of their generation destined to become royalty, it is essential to hone each major realm to perfection before breaking through. This way, there will be more possibilities for the future. However, she couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Qin Xian is merely at the true martial realm, otherwise, if they were both at the celestial strength realm, she would very much hope to fight him. Although Qin Xian has reached the peak of the true martial realm, she is highly confident. In the same realm, she believes she can be invincible, possessing an unwavering heart of confidence. At that moment, with a thunderous roar, in the center of the temple, an ancient and massive stone tablet rose from the ground, towering 10 feet high. The stone tablet was etched with numerous names, taking up half of its surface. Nalan Qingcheng noticed the confusion on Qin Xian's face and said, "This is the royal stone tablet. Throughout the ages, anyone who has passed the royal trial can have their name inscribed here to be recognized as royalty. Didn't your elders tell you?" Qin Xian shook his head, saying, "I just accidentally stumbled into this temple."
Nalan Xincheng showed a look of surprise. You don't know about the royal trial? I don't know.
It was clear that Qin Xian was not lying. Nalan Xincheng was amazed, and she didn't ask further. Instead, she stepped forward to the royal stone tablet and said, if you inscribe your name on the tablet, you can successfully become royalty. She extended a delicate jade finger, and at the tip, immense power erupted. In the empty space above the royal stone tablet, she inscribed her name stroke by stroke. Qin Xian hesitated slightly but ultimately chose to step forward and carve his name as well. He could feel that it would be difficult to engrave his name on the royal stone tablet. There was an invisible and powerful resistance. However, his strength was greater. The power of 99 bulls gathered at one fingertip, forcefully breaking through all resistance, successfully carving the two characters Qin Xian. Boom! Boom! In an instant, when his name was engraved, the majestic temple was filled with radiant colors, and the energy of the world became incomparably rich. On the towering divine statue, two beams of auspicious light burst out and entered both their bodies. Qin Xian could sense that this auspicious light contained a rich power of laws, which was a special type of law, and it once again baptized his physical body. However, his physical strength was already at its peak within the true martial realm, close to the legendary power of 100 bulls. Thus, while there was an effect from the auspicious light, it was not significant enough to allow him to truly reach that step and possess the power of 100 bulls. But for Nalan Xincheng, the effect was evidently greater. Not only were her injuries completely healed, but her aura had also become significantly stronger. Finally, the auspicious light settled in her dantian, and Qin Xian pondered returning to study it carefully. At the same time, two special stone tokens fell from the sky. They looked rather plain, but were carved with peculiar ancient writings, mysterious beyond measure, and emanating a supreme majesty that made thousands bow in submission. Each one had a clear ancient character inscribed on it, royal. Holding the tokens, Qin Xian could sense that they resonated faintly with the special auspicious light within him. He attempted to activate the auspicious light within his body, and instantly, the tokens transformed from ancient artifacts, radiating an overwhelming and colossal aura. Under this aura, Qin Xian felt as small as an ant, as if he were facing the divine statue seated in the center of the temple.
Nalan Xincheng said, this is the royal order, a recognition for those who become royalty. As long as you hold the king's order, you are the universally recognized young king.
Moreover, within the fighting tower, the king has countless rights and a noble status. In fact, the position of a king surpasses even that of a branch lord of a dynasty, almost equal to the position of a branch lord of an emperor. And the holy light of the king granted by the temple is the source of power that activates the king's order and is the only proof of the king's identity. Additionally, each king's order contains a record of a top-tier martial skill, at the very least, a ground-level martial skill. Of course, the king's order actually has many more functions. You can explore them gradually. But there's one thing you must remember: although you have obtained the king's order, it does not mean it will always stay in your hands. If you encounter other kings in the future, they will inevitably try to seize the king's order from you. Because the existence of the king's order is highly significant, involving the legendary. Nalan Xincheng wanted to say more but hesitated, not finishing her thought. I see, thank you for the information. Qin Xian clasped his fists, feeling a strong liking for Nalan Xincheng before him. Nalan Xincheng did not stay long. A stone door appeared behind her, which was indeed the door of the king. She turned to enter the door of the king and paused for a moment, looking at Qin Xian, saying, you are very strong, you have already become a king, and in the future, you will certainly encounter other young kings. However, since we have both come to the temple to be kings today, it is destiny. If you ever have the chance to visit the ruined capital, I will surely welcome you. As soon as her words fell, her graceful and unparalleled figure had already vanished. Alright, I hope to see you again in the future. Qin Xian bade farewell to Nalan Xincheng, and a door of the king also appeared behind him. He turned and entered, returning to the trial ladder, climbing down. However, he did not realize that within the buried sky tower, a mysterious person's eyes were deep, as if they could see everything. They looked outside and chuckled softly. I didn't expect there would be such a thing here. That's truly interesting. Huh, it's already been such a long time. Why hasn't Qin Xian come out? Could something have happened? Impossible, since Qin Xian has become the newly crowned #1 on the human ranking. It means he is invincible. He shouldn't encounter any problems. Perhaps there is a special reward in the trial, causing him to return late. At Tianfeng City, in the fighting tower, at the human-level martial arena, a sea of people eagerly watched the passage, anticipating Qin Xian's heroic return. However, after witnessing Qin Xian's success in breaking onto the rankings, he still hadn't appeared after a long wait. Many people frowned, puzzling whether something had happened to Qin Xian in the trial. Otherwise, why would it take so long for him to come out? However, the information about the ranking trials was too scarce. Historically, only those geniuses who met the qualifications to challenge the human ranking could enter the trial, and the majority of people had no idea how to break into the human ranking. Lu Yunshi, as a mentor at Tianyuan Martial Institute, naturally knew a thing or two about the human ranking trial being the trial ladder. However, there weren't many relevant records in the institute. Most were information left by past prodigies on the human ranking. But even the former crown prince, who challenged the human ranking and reached the top, returned very quickly. He did not take as long as Qin Xian. However, she knew that on the trial ladder, every time one defeated a martial imprint of a top prodigy, they could receive the baptism of the rules of the trial ladder, which brought plenty of benefits. Perhaps it was for this reason that Qin Xian had been delayed for so long, she thought. She could not help but look at Lu Chengfeng. As the branch lord of the fighting tower, he might know more. However, seeing the slight confusion on the handsome face behind him, she realized he was equally clueless about what had occurred inside. Time ticked away, bit by bit. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Xian's tall and slender figure emerged from the trial world, descending from the sky and landing on the martial stage. In an instant, there were flames of enthusiasm, admiration, and awe. Looking up in astonishment, countless gazes fell upon him. Without a doubt, today, they all witnessed the birth of an unparalleled genius. In just half a day, he successfully climbed to the top, and he soared straight to number 1 on the human rankings. It was like witnessing history. Facing a true number 1 on the human rankings, the formerly unwilling and defeated Kong Gang had lost all courage to compete. Because he knew, this was a monster among monsters. With his abilities, he could only barely step onto the human rankings, and how could he dare to compete against the strongest genius ever ranked? To battle against such an unparalleled genius was indeed his honor. Under the martial arts arena, the talented disciples of the Tianyuan martial house looked at Qin Xian with deep admiration. The strong have always been highly respected. Watching the dazzling Qin Xian, Lu Yuncher's eyes sparkled. She was even more determined that no matter the cost, she had to recruit Qin Xian into the Tianyuan martial house. A monster ranked number 1 on the human list is immeasurable in value. At the same time, she was even more curious about what Qin Xian's true background really was. Lu Yuncher desperately wanted to rush over and invite Qin Xian to join the Tianyuan martial house again, but she hesitated, seeing Lu Chengfeng approaching Qin Xian first. Facing this newly crowned number 1 on the human rankings, Lu Chengfeng showed no trace of surprise. He had no aloofness of a senior, smiling gently, directly praising him. Today, young friend, you have shown me what a true genius is. I thought it was already impressive for you to reach the human rankings, but I didn't expect you to soar straight to number 1. At such a young age to already be the number 1 in the current dynasty, your future is truly limitless. Becoming a king is certainly not a problem. For Lu Chengfeng to say such a thing is a confirmation of Qin Xian. Although they knew that Qin Xian could reach the top of the human rankings, indicating his extraordinary talent and limitless future, hearing Lu Chengfeng openly state that becoming a king is not a problem still caused many to gasp in awe. It must be known that those who become kings wield powers that can move mountains and seas, far beyond the ordinary martial cultivator. They are incredibly powerful. Even in the vast Zhao dynasty, with its 12 major provinces and countless martial cultivators, those who can truly become kings are exceptionally rare, truly standing at the very peak of the pyramid. Even for the great Zhao dynasty, they hold a great deal of respect and fear towards those who can become kings. Without a doubt, these words affirm Qin Xian's potential for the future. Many looked at Qin Xian with envy, their minds already racing with ways to build a good relationship with the future king. Senior overestimates me, I am merely lucky to succeed, Qin Xian replied humbly. If it were anyone else, achieving such a result would likely have them proudly waving their tail, but Qin Xian maintained such a humble attitude that Lu Chengfeng felt even more favor. Friend Qin, you don't need to be so modest, your potential is evident to all now. Young friend, this place is not suitable for conversation, please follow me. Although Qin Xian was puzzled, he followed Lu Chengfeng away from the martial arts arena. Lu Yuncher could only watch helplessly. Chapter 28, Invitation to the Tower of Fighting. Arriving in a splendid hall of the Tower of Fighting, adorned with many precious furnishings and decorations, including beast furs of level 3 and above and precious elemental crystals. There were no others present here. Young friend Qin Xian, as the new number 1 of the human rankings, the Tower of Fighting will reward you with 300,000 points, 10 million gold coins, 10,000 pounds of top-quality elemental stones, and one 5-fold battle weapon. As Lu Chengfeng's smile landed, a tall and noble beauty in a qipao came over, holding a brocade tray on which lay 2 gleaming golden cards. A special ring. Lu Chengfeng said, this is the Battle Tower's points card, containing 311,000 points for you, my young friend Qin Xian. Because your points exceed 100,000, you have reached the 2-star standard. Additionally, this is a 5-star card from the Money Shop, which holds all your recent rewards from the martial battles and the Human Ranking Challenge, totaling 11,130,000 gold coins. As for this storage ring, it contains all the reward spirit stones, along with 2 battle weapons. Compared to the previous rewards, which were over 10 times richer, this was enough to make a powerful force like the Tianqing sect green with envy. Qin Xian immediately understood Lu Chengfeng's intentions. He was worried that others might be jealous, which was why he brought him here. Naturally, he felt grateful and immediately thanked Lu Chengfeng before accepting everything without hesitation. With these rewards, he would have enough resources for his cultivation for a long time to come. Spirit stones are incredibly precious items. Although the countless breakthroughs of the eternal divine body were achieved through the powers of two great bloodlines, spirit stones would also accelerate his cultivation progress.
Wealth has many uses, too.
As for the battle tower's points, they are extremely valuable. They can be used in the shops and auction houses under the battle tower, granting limited permissions and great discounts. They are crucial indeed. One must know that the shops under the battle tower are spread throughout the world, not limited to just the Zhao dynasty, covering at least hundreds of dynasties, even higher ranks of imperial dynasties, naturally possessing countless treasures, including earth-level martial arts, skills, and even legendary heaven-level martial arts and skills. Generally speaking, most people's points cards are merely ordinary cards. Only those with points exceeding 10,000 can upgrade to a 1-star card, whereas 100,000 points merit a 2-star card, and 1,000,000 points become a 3-star card, and so on. Qin Xian's points reached over 300,000, making it a 2-star card. The higher the star level of the points card, the greater the permissions and discounts in the battle tower. Moreover, some special treasures require enough points to purchase. Suddenly, Qin Xian recalled the king's sealing order. According to Nailan Xingcheng, the status of an honored king could rival that of a branch tower master of an imperial dynasty. He wondered if the permissions would be even higher? At this moment, Lu Qingfeng's gaze was intense as he started speaking. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the battle tower? If you join, you will gain even stronger permissions, and you will receive generous treatment. For example, the first prize in this human ranking challenge. I can represent the battle tower to guarantee that as long as you are willing to join, you can receive the same rewards every year. Additionally, I can offer you a status and permissions no less than those of a province branch tower master, without the need for you to deal with complex affairs. You can focus solely on your daily cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Xian was startled and moved. It must be said that the battle tower is truly wealthy. The reward for ranking first this time would undoubtedly make top forces like the Tianqing Gate in the southwest region envious, yet they were willing to offer this as annual compensation just to get him to join. Moreover, the status and permissions offered were comparable to those of a branch tower master, and he could concentrate on cultivation without handling everyday complex matters. One could say, this is an extraordinary treatment. However, from Lu Qingfeng's words, it was understood that the battle tower, while not interfering in the royal internal competition, was still actively recruiting talents. For instance, Quan Gang was one of them. One must admit that Qin Xian was quite tempted by the conditions promised by the battle tower. It's not to mention that even the young master of the Tianqing Gate at the beginning did not have such treatment, and even those who met Lu Qingfeng, a branch tower master, had to show respect. However, Qin Xian held the king's sealing order, which provided him with permissions higher than that of a province branch tower master. Additionally, even though the rewards for joining the battle tower were tempting, it was necessary to pay a price. One could not gain without effort. Of course, more importantly, after experiencing the indifference of the Tianqing Gate and the Qin family, he felt disheartened. His desire to join a faction diminished, and he didn't want to be tied to the chariot of power, so he politely declined. I'm sorry, I don't have that thought for now. Lu Qingfeng thought the conditions offered were not enough, so he said, Qin Xiaoyu doesn't need to refuse immediately, we can talk more. As long as you are willing, the Do Tower can provide you with at least 3 types of earth-level martial skills for you to cultivate. Moreover, I have learned that the Tianyuan Martial House is inviting you to join, offering a spot in the Holy Source Cave. This condition can also be offered by the Do Tower. Furthermore, as long as your strength reaches the standard, you can go to the main tower of the upper dynasty to cultivate, where a king-level respected person will personally guide you, and you will have the chance to review ancient saint manuscripts. Each type of earth-level martial skill is worth a fortune. Know that the Grand Tianqing Gate does not have even one earth-level martial skill. The highest ones are merely high-grade mysterious skills. This shows the importance of earth-level martial skills. However, compared to that, the latter conditions are even more attractive, having a king-level respected person guiding you personally and a spot like the Holy Source Cave. But Qin Xian still shook his head and politely declined. I'm really sorry, senior, I don't want to join any faction for now. Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly, thinking Qin Xian was trying to drive a hard bargain, feeling a bit dissatisfied. But upon making eye contact, he found that Qin Xian's gaze was calm, not bargaining, and it faintly showed some rejection, as if there were hidden troubles, making it inappropriate to continue. He could only sigh and say, alright then, since Qin Xiaoyu doesn't have this thought for now, I won't force it. However, if you do consider it in the future, I hope you prioritize the Do Tower. Additionally, you don't need to leave immediately, you can head to the Merchant Association. The Merchant Association under the Do Tower is spread across the world, with countless treasures, from pills, battle weapons, martial skills, and more, everything you could think of. You currently have a 2-star card, which offers an 80% discount on most items in the Do Tower's Merchant Association, and you can buy some precious items that ordinary people cannot purchase. He directly skipped a topic, resolving the small awkwardness from before. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. He wondered if the Merchant Association had the healing pill or similar pills for sale. Since Lu Qingfeng, as the sub-tower master, had many complex matters to attend to, he instructed a Merchant Association supervisor to personally take Qin Xian to the Merchant Association. The Merchant Association was located beside the Do Tower, covering a vast area, composed of 5 floors, quite magnificent.
Once inside, it was golden and brilliant, with countless people bustling about.
Inside were numerous shops displaying medicinal herbs, materials, pills, weapons, martial skills, and more. It was incredibly lively. Mr. Qin, congratulations on reaching the top of the human list. As the Merchant Association supervisor, Li Jiaoyue naturally recognized that the person in front of him was the recently acclaimed top newcomer, Qin Xian, who had caused a sensation in the city. Such a genius must be a key figure for the Do Tower to win over, so he naturally displayed a very friendly attitude.
Thank you. May I ask what Mr. Qin would like to purchase?
Our Do Tower Merchant Association has all kinds of items, including pills, weapons, formations, martial skills, techniques, and various rare beast products. Everything is available.
Li Jiaoyue said while leading the way and enthusiastically introducing.
Once the two entered the Merchant Association, they attracted attention. Li Jiaoyue's identity as a supervisor was noble, while Qin Xian wore a large black robe to avoid trouble, obscuring his figure, making it hard to see his true face.
However, because of Li Jiaoyue's status, it sparked much attention and speculation about his identity.
Qin Xian said, "I would like to buy some highly effective healing pills, similar to the healing pill from the Tianqing Gate. Are there any?" Li Jiaoyue chuckled lightly and said, "Mr. Qin, please rest assured. The Do Tower Merchant Association has everything, and we indeed have several types of healing pills similar to the healing pill."
Within words, the absolute confidence in the Do Tower commerce was evident.
After speaking, he led Qin Xian to a place called Medicine Pavilion, an ancient and elegant large pharmacy. This pharmacy was vast and bustling, attracting many people who stopped by. Although the prices of pills were not low, even the most ordinary first-grade pills often cost dozens of gold coins, equivalent to an ordinary martial artist's wealth accumulated over a year. Of course, the effects of pills far surpassed those of raw medicinal herbs, and different pills served different purposes, such as aiding cultivation, breaking boundaries, healing injuries, and so on, causing them to sell like hotcakes, often in short supply. A fragrant aroma of pills wafted from within the pharmacy, as green jade pill bottles filled with pills lined the red sandalwood counter, with many people making purchases.
Under Li Jiaoyue's guidance, they smoothly entered the medicine pavilion and went directly to the second floor.
While the first floor sold ordinary pills, the second floor focused on much rarer pills, at least second-grade pills.
Speaking of pills, one cannot forget the alchemists.
An alchemist, as the name implies, is a person capable of producing pills. Because the pills they create can heal injuries much more effectively than raw herbs and can also refine various pills that help enhance strength or break through barriers, every alchemist's presence is extremely precious, far exceeding that of martial artists, making them highly sought after by various powers, thus their status is very noble.
Moreover, the number of alchemists is also extremely rare, requiring very harsh conditions to qualify as an alchemist. This also leads to the fact that even the most ordinary one-star alchemist, even if they are only at the body refining stage, has a status comparable to that of a heaven rank expert, or even more noble. After all, no matter how rare heaven rank experts are, they cannot be compared to the rarity of alchemists. In general, a one-star alchemist can only refine the most ordinary first-grade pills. To refine second-grade pills, one typically needs to be a two-star alchemist. And the existence of two-star alchemists is very few across the entire Southwest Province, holding a status above that of ordinary heaven rank experts. Chapter 29, Is Qin Xian a waste from the Qin clan?
Naturally, second-grade pills are also extremely precious. The second-grade pills displayed on the second floor were only a handful, compared to the hundreds on the first floor. They were pitifully rare. Moreover, their prices were 10 times higher, starting at least at 300 to 400 gold coins, which directly discouraged countless ordinary martial artists. However, Li Jiaoyu did not stop, but continued to lead Qin Xian to the third floor while cheerfully saying, "Mr. Qin, the second floor sells second-grade pills, though their effects are good. The truly best healing pills are on the third floor. What's sold there are all third-grade pills. The Heaven Star Sex Returning Spirit Pill is one of the third-grade pills." Soon they arrived on the third floor. In the large room, there was only a long table made of sandalwood, on which lay less than 10 kinds of pills. What caught Qin Xian's eye was one of them, which was the Heaven Star Sex Returning Spirit Pill. A maid dressed in a high-slit cheapao approached, slightly bowing upon seeing Li Jiaoyu. "Greetings, Supervisor Li."
Then, she also slightly bowed to Qin Xian, "Esteemed guest, hello."
As she bowed, one could clearly see a deep and alluring cleavage on her chest. Li Jiaoyu's gaze was hot as he quickly averted it, smiling at Qin Xian. "Mr. Qin, the healing pills you want are right here." Qin Xian strode forward, his eyes scanning the various pills on the sandalwood table. Aside from the returning spirit pill, there was also a healing pill called the soul returning pill. Li Jiaoyu enthusiastically introduced, "Mr. Qin. As for the effects of the resurrection pill, you should know, so I won't say much more. And this other pill, similar in effect, is called the soul rebirth pill. It's named as such because it can save a life as long as there is a single breath left. Moreover, compared to the resurrection pill, the more important function of the soul rebirth pill is to nourish and strengthen the soul, enhancing one's ability to comprehend. Qin Xian was slightly astonished. This soul rebirth pill could actually nourish and strengthen the soul. You must know that the soul is ethereal and difficult to grasp. Even a powerful expert in the celestial realm cannot truly unleash the power of the soul, they can only superficially cultivate their soul power into spiritual thoughts for external perception, and that's all.
Aside from continuously cultivating to strengthen the soul, there is no other way.
And the soul rebirth pill's ability to nourish and strengthen the soul, enhancing comprehension, is undoubtedly enough to drive any celestial realm expert crazy. Qin Xian could not help but sigh, no wonder alchemists held such a noble status. Being able to refine such pills, it is reasonable that they are honored by major powers as esteemed guests. At the same time, he glanced at the price tag on the table and was shocked. The price of a soul rebirth pill was actually 18,000 gold coins, while the less effective resurrection pill was still 8,000 gold coins. You must know how many celestial realm experts do not have that much in all their assets. Indeed, elixirs are extraordinarily expensive, and alchemists have a very lucrative profession. Of course, for Qin Xian, who had over 10 million gold coins on his card, he could still afford it. Qin Xian immediately bought up all the resurrection pills and soul rebirth pills, 13 resurrection pills and 8 soul rebirth pills. Additionally, he also purchased 3 blood cleansing pills, each worth nearly 20,000 gold coins, along with some other auxiliary cultivation pills. Essentially, he had purchased more than half of the pills on the 3rd floor. Furthermore, he bought quite a few pills on the 1st and 2nd floors, covering various effects such as healing, boosting strength, and saving lives. Although some pills seemed of little use to Qin Xian right now, it's always good to be prepared. In one go, even with the 2-star card's 20% discount, he spent over 400,000 gold coins. Afterward, Qin Xian strolled around the trading house, and gradually spent more than 500,000 gold coins throughout the day. Almost half of the wealth on the card was gone in one swoop. After a spree of shopping, Qin Xian checked the various items in his storage ring, then contentedly donned a dark cloak to conceal his figure and silently left Tianfeng City.
He didn't want to draw too much attention. Outside the fighting tower.
Originally hoping to continue offering better conditions to recruit Qin Xian after he emerged, the Tianyuan martial house group learned that Qin Xian had quietly left and could only depart in disappointment. Master Lu's expression was calm, but his mood was not very good. Because Qin Xian had been taken away by Lu Chengfeng for so long, he wondered if he had joined the fighting tower.
Although the Tianyuan martial house is the top cultivation sacred ground of the Zhao dynasty, it is only limited to the Zhao dynasty.
She understood the profound background of the fighting tower. Currently, she only hoped that Qin Xian had not chosen to join the fighting tower. Unfortunately, even though they had long dispatched people to investigate Qin Xian's identity and background, they found no useful information at all. The only similarity they discovered was that in the jurisdiction of Tianfeng City, there was a Qingchuan town with a Qin family, where a former genius named Qin Xian also appeared. Looking at the information in the report, everyone was disappointed, and some even laughed dismissively. The current intelligence organizations are really getting worse. They couldn't investigate the real Qin Xian and ended up just finding another Qin Xian. A small Qin family in a tiny Qingchuan town, how could they possibly cultivate a monster who ranks first on the list? Although the data shows that this Qin Xian also has good talent, he was once the young master of the Tianqing Gate, but his dantian was destroyed, and he was expelled from the Tianqing Gate, making him entirely different from the real Mr. Qin Xian. Wei Wuxiu shook his head even more. Impossible, Qin Xian is such an invincible person, the top of the human list today, so incredibly talented. The Qin family is merely a small family in Qingchuan town, they simply do not have enough resources to cultivate such a prodigy. Even our Tianyuan martial house might not be able to cultivate one. Others also nodded in agreement, not believing that such a small Qin family could give rise to an unmatched prodigy like Qin Xian. At this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly said, "Teacher Lu, I just remembered that the Qin family in Qingchuan town is precisely the Qin family that Qin Xingqiang mentioned, right? He even invited us to participate in the Qin family ceremony, and it is tomorrow. Since Qin Xian has appeared in Tianfeng City, it is very possible that he lived nearby for some time. The Qin family is the local family, and coincidentally, tomorrow is the Qin family's family ceremony.
Why not ask Qin Xingqiang about it then? Perhaps we can leverage the Qin family's influence to investigate." Lu Yunshi nodded, "This idea is good.
Since we have already promised Qin Xingqiang, we can stop by tomorrow and casually ask if he knows Qin Xian. Even if we do not find him in the end, bringing back a bloodthirsty killing body to Tianyuan martial house would not be a wasted trip."
At the same time, in the fighting tower,
Lu Chengfeng was dealing with tedious matters when the housekeeper hurried in, respectfully saying, "Tower Master, regarding Qin Xian's background, my subordinates have collected the latest intelligence, which is suspected to be related to the Qin family in Qingchuan town."
Qingchuan town? Lu Chengfeng put down his work and looked at the housekeeper. Speak. Clearly, in his mind, Qin Xian's importance was much higher.
The housekeeper answered seriously, "Report to the Tower Master, one of the 4 great families in Qingchuan town, the Qin family, also has a young man named Qin Xian, who was once the young master of the Qin family in the Tianqing Gate. However, about a month ago, this Qin Xian was on a mission when his Dantian was destroyed, first expelled by the Tianqing Gate, and then, after returning to the Qin family, he had a fallout and was also expelled. As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the intelligence, which recorded detailed information, onto Lu Qingfeng's desk. Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly. He did not believe this Qin Xian was the same as that Qin Xian because there was too much difference between them. But he still read through the complete intelligence information. Indeed, the Qin family in Xingchuan town also has a similarly aged Qin Xian, who has decent talent. A few years ago, he was recruited by the Tianqing Gate and had been performing exceptionally well, becoming the young master of the Tianqing Gate, allowing the Qin family to rise to one of the 4 great families in Xingchuan town in just a few short years. However, before this Qin Xian's Dantian was destroyed, he could only be considered slightly talented, barely reaching the limit of second stage in the true martial realm. But compared to the new number 1 on the human list today, this Qin Xian was in no way comparable, a huge difference. Moreover, it was well known that the Dantian of that Qin Xian from Xingchuan town was destroyed. If he were to show such devilish talent, how could the Tianqing Gate and the Qin family be foolish enough to expel him? Lu Qingfeng's brows furrowed, looking at the housekeeper with indifference. Lu Shu, you've been by my side for so many years, can't you see the truth in such information? The housekeeper was frightened and said, Tower Master, it is my fault. This is the only related information discovered at the moment. Aside from this, there is nothing else. Lu Qingfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. The fighting tower was spread throughout the wasteland state, so its intelligence capability goes without saying. But this Qin Xian, since he could become the newly crowned number 1 on the human list, such a prodigy must not have been cultivated by ordinary powers, likely not from the Great Zhao dynasty. In the end, he was merely the tower master of the Tianfeng city branch. The authority he mastered was merely limited to the Great Zhao dynasty. If this Qin Xian truly came from outside the Great Zhao dynasty, there would be no way he couldn't investigate. Then his gaze fell upon the Qin family of Xingchuan town, and he discovered that apart from another Qin Xian sharing the same name, there was actually a bloodthirsty killing body. Oh, a bloodthirsty killing body? Although it doesn't rank in the Taishan divine body rankings, it's still a decent physique. Tomorrow is the Qin family's great family ceremony. It would be good to see how that bloodthirsty killing body performs. If suitable, it would indeed be worth cultivating. Uncle Lu, make arrangements for me to visit Xingchuan town tomorrow. Your subordinate obeys. Chapter 30, Qin Xingqiang exits the closed door. In Tianfeng City, no one knew that Qin Xian had already left the city. However, due to him becoming the new number 1 on the human ranking, the uproar caused was simply immense, turning into an invisible storm sweeping the entire southwest province, even the Great Zhao dynasty. Countless people were trying to find out who exactly this new number 1, Qin Xian, really was. After all, a prodigy who could become the new number 1 on the human ranking could not possibly be unknown. They must have been well known long before. Unfortunately, no matter how much they inquired, they couldn't get the results they wanted. The only close information was that many people found out that there was a boy named Qin Xian from the nearby Qin family in Xingchuan town, and he was of similar age and had once been the young master of the Tianqing Gate. The Tianqing Gate could be considered one of the top 3 superpowers in the entire southwest province. However, it was said that this Qin Xian had his Dantian shattered and had lost all his cultivation, becoming a waste person just over half a month ago while on a mission. First, he was expelled from the Tianqing Gate, then he was looked down upon by the Qin family. Later, it was only heard that this Qin Xian had used some secret method to temporarily regain his mobility, killing 2 elders of the Qin family and the father-son duo of the Sun family, causing a huge uproar, and both major families in Xingchuan town wanted to hunt him down. After learning about the related information, everyone shook their heads, not believing that this Qin Xian was the same as the one they were seeking. Because the difference between the two was simply too great. The Qin Xian from Xingchuan town was a waste person with a shattered Dantian, while the new number 1 on the human ranking was a young, invincible genius praised by Master Lu as having the potential to hold a king's title. Furthermore, if the Qin Xian of Xingchuan town was truly the current new number 1 on the human ranking, then such an unparalleled figure, how could the Tianqing Gate expel him, and how could the Qin family dare to look down on him? In their view, such a new number 1 on the human ranking must have been cultivated by some transcendental power. Moreover, they had also seen a recent image of the Qin Xian from Xingchuan town, with bloodshot eyes, a pale face, and looking quite disheveled, which simply did not match up. Yet, the most unlikely things often become possible. How could they know that since Qin Xian awakened the 10,000 Dao divine body and advanced to the true martial realm, he had essentially undergone a transformation? His sword-like brows and starry eyes, graceful like jade, were entirely different from the disheartened self who had returned after being expelled by the Tianqing Gate, now appearing spirited and unparalleled. Similarly, in Xingchuan town, the 4 major families also received the relevant news and showed astonished expressions. Everyone, there's no need to panic. This could not be that waste Qin Xian. Even if Qin Xian could really repair his Dantian and restore his cultivation, he would at most only possess the strength of 18 bulls, and at most reach the 2/9 limit. The new number 1 on the human ranking in the duel tower, reportedly at least has the 8-9 limit, surpassing the records of the former crown prince, so they could not possibly be the same person.
They're just two people sharing the same name.
At the Qin family residence, in the hall. Because the family ceremony was about to be held, the high-ranking family members who were busy working in various locations were now gathering in the hall to discuss. Among them was the mysterious Qin Xian matter that had caused a sensation in recent times. The Grand Elder Qin Sangming sat steadily in the first position on the left under the main seat. Upon hearing this news, he showed no signs of worry and calmly spoke. Other high-ranking family members nodded in agreement. Even before Qin Xian was expelled from the family, he had exceptional talent, but he was just far too different from the newly risen number 1 on the human rankings, Qin Xian, which was a stark contrast. It was clear they could not be the same person. Alright, since we know it's just a matter of a shared name, there's no need to waste time discussing this further.
Let's talk about tomorrow's family ceremony instead.
At this moment, the person sitting in the main seat spoke. He was a middle-aged man with a stern face, very similar to Qin Xingxiong, but more mature and powerful. He was the current head of the Qin family, Qin Shan. In recent times, he had been in the royal capital on business and had just returned. Upon learning about the recent events, he showed no opposition to the expulsion of Qin Xian from the family. On the contrary, he supported it. This was because he was Qin Xingxiong's father. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Xian was the junior master of the Stargate and had brought great benefits to the Qin family, he would never have allowed Qin Xian to become the family's junior master. Now that Qin Xian had been expelled from the Stargate, he had lost his value, and naturally, he could be kicked out as a useless waste. Qin Shan scanned the high-ranking members and said lightly, "I just received very important news. The master of Lutao from Tianfeng City intends to personally come tomorrow to watch the family ceremony.
Our Qin family must be well prepared." What? The master of Lutao is actually coming in person?
Although the master of Lutao is just the master of the fighting tower, his position is so high that even the city lord must regard him with caution, not to mention that he is also a top-notch expert surpassing the Tiangang realm.
Could it be because of Xingxiong?
Immediately, everyone in the hall looked shocked.
Not only for them but for the entire Qin family, for the whole of Qingchuan town, and even the entire southwestern province, Lu Changfeng was a top figure.
It was said that he was a super expert who surpassed the Tiangang realm, with a position strong enough to be on par with the city lord of Tianfeng City. Now, he was actually going to personally attend the Qin family's family ceremony. Without a doubt, this was the highest honor for the entire Qin family. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Shan's mouth. That's right, he is coming for Chilnger. Because Chilnger is one of the champions with 10 consecutive wins in the fighting tower's human-level arena, and he possesses a bloodthirsty body, so the master of Lutao seems to pay great attention to Chilnger, coming tomorrow specifically to see his true strength. Everyone should know Quan Gang, who was previously ranked 33rd on the human standings, is a disciple of the master of Lutao. As long as Chilnger performs well, I believe this master will likely take Chilnger as his closed-door disciple.
Being taken as a closed-door disciple by the master of Lutao?
In the hall, a series of gasps could be heard, and everyone's eyes were filled with intense heat. Once he became an official disciple, Qin Xingxiong would surely soar to great heights. Moreover, the entire Qin family would undoubtedly rise as one, achieving great fortunes together.
Becoming the first family in Qingchuan town would be an undeniable fact.
In an instant, various high-ranking members rushed to congratulate Qin Shan. "Head, how fortunate you are to have such an outstanding son like Xingxiong. This is also a blessing for our Qin family. If he becomes the disciple of the master of Lutao, he will surely be able to reach the peak of the dynasty's hierarchy, equaling entering the Tianyuan martial house.
Moreover, people from the Tianyuan martial house will also be there tomorrow.
It will surely be a grand event. Head, this matter must be communicated to the other 3 great families, so we can take advantage and put some pressure on them."
Speaking of the last sentence,
a steward offered advice. Qin Shan narrowed his eyes, feeling that there was indeed a feasible way.
Another steward spoke up. "Yes, even the Master Lu and the big shots from Tianyuan martial house personally came for Xingxiong.
At that time, we can surely use this momentum to suppress the other 3 families. Moreover, as long as Xingxiong joins either the fighting tower or Tianyuan martial house, in the future, the Qin family will surely become the number 1 family in Qingchuan town under Xingxiong's leadership, and becoming the number 1 family in Tianfeng City in the future is also not impossible." Qin Shan was about to speak when a voice interrupted. "That's right, in the future, the Qin family will definitely become the number 1 family in Tianfeng City under my leadership." Everyone turned to look, shocked to see Qin Xingxiong appearing at the entrance to the hall, not realizing him at all until now. This shows that Qin Xingxiong's cultivation had greatly improved.
Qin Shan immediately stood up, his face filled with joy. "Xingxiong, you have completed your cultivation?"
The eldest elder, Qin Sangming, had shining eyes. He felt that Qin Xingxiong's aura was far more powerful than half a month ago, revealing a look of surprise. "You have reached the limit of 3-9?
3-9 limit?
No, Qin Xingxiong raised the corner of his mouth with pride. "I have broken the 3-9 limit, and now I possess the strength of 33 bulls." As he spoke, blood energy surged around him, and shadows of fierce bulls emerged, totaling at least 33, utterly shocking to the heart.
33 bulls of strength? Incredible!
We can only manage about 13 or 14 bulls at most. Even at his strongest, Qin Xian seemed to have only 18 bulls of strength, barely reaching the limit of 29.
Could this be the terrifying potential of the bloodthirsty killing body?
The crowd could hardly believe it, only Qin Shan laughed heartily, filled with happiness. Good, very good, as expected of my son. The true martial realm has reached 33 bulls of strength, and with your bloodthirsty killing body, no wonder even someone like Lu Chengfeng, the Tower Master, is tempted. I now announce that my son, Xing Xiong, will become the young master of the Qin family. No one in the hall opposed, as Qin Xingxiong's displayed cultivation and potential were far too strong, fully qualifying him to be the young master of the Qin family. Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Xingxiong's expression was calm, as if this were the most normal thing for him, but he still said lightly, "Thank you, father." "Alright, Xingxiong, your father knows that your ambitions lie beyond the family. The family also will not restrict you because of this young master status." Qin Shan looked at Qin Xingxiong and said, "However, this will all be formally announced tomorrow, just to show others that the Qin family has a true Qilin child, overshadowing the entire Qingchuan town, far beyond that useless Qin Xian. And I believe that once you showcase your 33 bulls of strength tomorrow, Master Lu will surely want to take you as his disciple, and the Tianyuan martial house will also go all out to recruit you. At that time, the Zhang family and Wang family will be utterly crushed beneath our Qin family. Let your father arrange these things," Qin Xingxiong said lightly. "By the way, I have been in seclusion for half a month. I need to consolidate my cultivation and urgently require a battle. Father, please arrange for 100 people for me to practice with." Everyone present understood the underlying meaning of Qin Xingxiong's words and couldn't help but feel a chill. Because the so-called practice meant killing, and the bloodthirsty killing body meant the more people he killed, the faster he improved. Bringing 100 people to kill was simply insane. If this got out, they would be despised by the world. The Qin family would also become the target of everyone's scorn. Chapter 31, The Awakening of Qin Linger. Qin Xingxiong paid no attention to the crowd and turned to leave. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances. A family steward wanted to speak up to discourage him, but at this moment, Qin Shan's cold gaze swept across, saying icily, "You all should understand how important Xingxiong is to our Qin family. As long as Xingxiong can become the closed-door disciple of Master Lu or join the Tianyuan martial house, it will bring immense benefits to the Qin family, even greater than the help of the Tianqing sect back then. If anyone dares to stop us now, don't blame me for being ruthless as the head of the family." As he spoke, the powerful aura of the Tiangang realm slowly overflowed, filling the entire hall. On the other side, the great elder Qin Songming also opened his eyes, coldly scanning everyone. Though he said nothing, his intentions were clear. Faced with the intimidation and temptation from the two strongest members of the family, the high-ranking members had no choice but to agree. Before long, 100 innocent people were secretly transported into the Qin family. After returning to Qingchuan town, Qin Shan entered the courtyard, took off his black robe, and rushed directly to his mother and sister's room. Lu Qingyue was by the bedside, meticulously taking care of the unconscious Qin Linger. Qin Linger still had not awakened, but her face had regained a little color. "Mother, I am back. It's good that you are back." Seeing Qin Xian return, Lu Qingyue instantly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles, especially lately when the Qin family had been secretly hunting them down. Qin Xian had been gone for several days in a row, how could she not worry? Qin Xian approached the bedside. Now that he had awakened the Wan Dao divine body, his strength had reached the limit of the 11 levels, and his perception had greatly improved. Observing Qin Linger up close, he could sense that his sister's vitality was stronger than before. However, her injuries remained, so she was still in a coma and had not awoken. Lu Qingyue looked at her son and then at her sick little daughter, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Xianer, why not skip tomorrow's family ceremony? Let's all go to the royal capital. In the royal capital, there will surely be spirit medicines and doctors who can heal Linger, so you won't have to take risks." She always felt that she owed her son too much and did not want him to take risks tomorrow. Because she knew that the Qin family would definitely not let Qin Xian go easily. Qin Xian naturally understood his mother's worries. He shook his head with a smile and said nothing, but directly took out a pill bottle. He opened it, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, instantly lifting his spirits. He said, "Mother, you don't need to worry, I have brought back a miraculous medicine that can heal Linger. This is a soul-returning pill, its effects are similar to the revitalizing pill and can save Linger." Lu Qingyue was both surprised and delighted. "Where did you get this?" She had naturally heard of the soul-returning pill. It was a third-grade pill, worth its weight in gold, and even compared to the revitalizing pill from the Tianqing sect, it was far inferior. It was said to be able to bring the dead back to life, which was really an extraordinary feat. "I went to Tianfeng City a few days ago, participated in several martial fights at the Fighting Tower, earned some money, and then bought it from the Fighting Tower merchant." Qin Xian calmly replied, glossing over his words without revealing everything. Some things were simply too shocking for him to explain, and he did not want his mother to worry more. Moreover, the secret of the burial tower was too significant. It was not that Qin Xian did not trust his mother, but he would not tell anyone, including those close to him, about this matter until he had absolute power.
That was the true way to protect them.
Pouring out a soul-returning pill from the bottle, Qin Xian gently opened Qin Linger's little mouth and successfully placed the pill inside. The soul-returning pill melted instantly, and Qin Xian transmitted his vital energy to help Qin Linger dissolve the pill's potency more quickly. Before long, it was visible to the naked eye that the pale face of Qin Linger rapidly regained some color. The medicinal power of the soul-returning pill was taking effect. Lu Qingyue watched in astonishment and joy, clearly feeling that her daughter's previously weak breath had become much steadier and longer, and her heartbeat had become stronger. All of this was proof that things were improving. Moreover, Qin Xian, being the Wan Dao divine body, cultivated a vital energy that was extraordinary, unlike ordinary energy that could compare. Inputting it into Qin Linger's body could nourish her health. Then, he took out a special pill bottle and said to Lu Qingyue, "Mother, this is the cleansing marrow pill.
It can wash the marrow and strengthen the body. Once you take it, you can officially begin your cultivation."
This was especially bought for his mother.
Lu Qingyue was just an ordinary person.
Previously, when he was the young master of the Tianqing sect, he could use the sect's influence to ensure his mother's good life. Furthermore, Lu Qingyue didn't like cultivation, so Qin Xian never forced her. But during this period, Qin Xian realized that strength was the foundation of everything. Without enough power, if something happened, it would put those around him in danger. At this time, the people around him must also cultivate to avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles. Lu Qingyue naturally knew the value of the cleansing marrow pill and immediately refused. "Mother is getting old, giving the cleansing marrow pill to her would be a waste. Xianer, even though your Dantian has been destroyed, I know that the path of martial arts does not necessarily require one to cultivate yuan power. You can also specialize in honing your physical body. Though this path is a lot harder, there is still hope to reach the peak of martial arts in the future.
This cleansing marrow pill is for you. In the future, you might be able to follow the path of honing your physical body."
She understood that Qin Xian had always yearned for the peak of martial arts and that he must have been in great pain since his Dantian was destroyed. As for what was shown when he saved Qin Linger, the recent rumors said that Qin Xian hadn't actually recovered at all but merely forcefully regained some strength using the secret method of the Tianqing sect. Qin Xian understood his mother's good intentions and smiled slightly, saying, "Mother, you don't need to worry about me. I have already repaired my Dantian and restored my martial arts cultivation, and am stronger than before."
Lu Qingyue was both shocked and delighted. "Really? Really?"
As he spoke, a dense aura of yuan power emerged from Qin Xian's palm, exuding an extremely powerful presence.
He said confidently, "Mother, you don't need to worry, I am stronger now than I was before.
And tomorrow, I will participate in the Qin family's grand ceremony. Although the divine recovery pill is no longer a necessity for us, it is something I took back from the Tianqing sect.
It belongs to me, and I will definitely get it back."
Lu Qingyue knew that once her son made a decision, he would not easily change it.
She could only sigh lightly and say, "Xianer, promise me you will be careful."
"Mother, just rest assured." After checking on Qin Linger, whose vitality was continuously strengthening but wouldn't wake up immediately, Qin Xian chatted for a bit before making an excuse to leave.
Once Qin Xian left, the worry on Lu Qingyue's face disappeared instantly.
At the same time, on the bed, Qin Linger, who was supposed to be in a coma, woke up, her gaze deep with wisdom beyond her years. Chapter 32, Entering the second layer of the Heavenly Burial Tower. Arriving at the side room, Qin Xian entered the Heavenly Burial Tower.
"Predecessor, do you know what this royal decree is?" Qin Xian directly took out the royal decree.
This royal decree was quite special and required the sacred light of the royal path granted by the divine temple to activate. The mysterious person did not appear, and a cold voice echoed, "This thing is not bad, kid.
You can study it."
Qin Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. Nailan Xincheng had said that the royal decree had many functions, and even the mysterious person praised it as a good item.
It must certainly be extraordinary.
He studied it for a while, then activated the sacred light of the royal path within his body. Suddenly, the royal decree emitted a mighty power that shook the heavens, which was truly astonishing. However, for Qin Xian, who had witnessed the power of the sword demon, it wasn't that impressive. Even after the sword demon's death, its power still overshadowed everything. After some research, suddenly, a special profound light burst out from the royal decree and entered Qin Xian's mind, revealing a martial skill, Void Sword Finger. What surprised Qin Xian even more was that this was actually a middle-grade Earth-level offensive martial skill. The value of Earth-level martial skills was immense. The complete cultivation method now existed in Qin Xian's mind. He began to practice, following the route in his mind, gathering vast amounts of elemental power into his right-hand sword finger, and pointed it out. Buzz! Almost soundlessly, invisible ripples suddenly expanded layer by layer from the sword finger at the center, spreading forward. Although there was not much change in front of him, at most just chaotic mist being swept away, Qin Xian was shocked to discover that with the spread of the invisible ripples, an incredibly terrifying force of destruction also silently expanded, annihilating everything. This was still in the incredibly stable space of the Tsongtian Tower, which itself was indestructible. Otherwise, outside, the power of this sword finger's point would definitely be far from this. Of course, as a mid-grade Earth-level attack technique, the consumption was also huge. Even though Qin Xian's elemental power far exceeded countless martial artists of the same realm, and his dantian was immensely rich in elemental power, he still consumed nearly half of it in one go. If it were an ordinary true martial realm practitioner, once executed, it would directly exhaust all the elemental power in their body. Yet the power was enough to be terrifying. If coupled with the assistance of drawing in the elemental energy of the world outside, the power would certainly be much stronger. However, since it was the first time using it, there were still many flaws, and he wasn't very skilled, so the power he displayed did not reach the expected effect. In the Tsongtian Tower, Qin Xian practiced again and again. For this void sword finger, he was quickly becoming skilled, and his power grew stronger each time compared to before. Finally, not knowing how much time had passed, when Qin Xian's elemental power was almost depleted, he once again executed the void sword finger. He pointed out, and heavy invisible ripples spread out, covering a radius of 30 feet. Wherever they passed, the chaotic mist was directly annihilated into ash by the invisible and terrifying sword aura. Qin Xian revealed a look of satisfaction. He was confident that when he unleashed this move of the void sword finger, even the Grand Elder Qin Sangming within 30 feet would undoubtedly die and could not resist at all. Moreover, with his cultivation level, even if he encountered a monstrous level Tian Gang realm, a slight carelessness could also lead to defeat. Sensing the time outside, he found that a day had unknowingly passed, and night was beginning to fall. Indeed, during practice, one could forget the passage of time. Qin Xian threw out a large pile of elemental stones, operating the Wanhua Chaos Art, and instantly, centered around him, formed a vortex, as thousands of ordinary elemental stones were quickly refined and absorbed by him. In a moment, the elemental power consumed overnight was completely replenished. Moreover, to Qin Xian's slight surprise, when his internal elemental power was depleted to the extreme, nearly none remaining, and he cultivated again to replenish it, he discovered that the amount of elemental power his dantian could store had increased a notch. Faintly, this allowed his power to rise slightly again. Although it had not yet reached the strength of 100 bulls, if this continued, it would definitely be achieved. This made Qin Xian see hope for breaking through the limit of 99 bulls' power. Just as he was trying to continue cultivating, a mysterious person appeared, his gaze resting on him, and said, "Kid, although by constantly exhausting and restoring elemental power, you will reach the strength of 100 bulls one day, the process is too slow. I have a method. I was planning to wait longer, but unexpectedly, you reached the 11th limit so quickly, it's time to go to the second floor." Second floor? Qin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The first floor held the sword demon, a formidable foe from ancient times. He wondered what kind of powerhouse was imprisoned on the second floor of the Tsongtian Tower. Moreover, if he could gain the sword demon's legacy on the first floor, perhaps he could obtain corresponding legacies on the second floor. Maybe this was related to his achievement of reaching the strength of 100 bulls smoothly? But you must be careful, the old guy on the second floor is not dead and is quite tough to deal with. The mysterious person reminded. With a swoosh, Qin Xian disappeared from the first floor and reappeared on the second floor. Unlike the desolation of the first floor, the second layer is like a doomsday world, with towering active volcanoes standing, recklessly erupting lava, and the ground flowing with scorching magma. Even the air is filled with the burning smell of sulfur. Even though Qin Xian had reached the 11th limit of body refining, making his body incredibly strong, at this moment he felt as if he were being burned by fire. As the master of the Burial Heaven Tower, Qin Xian also understood that each layer of the Burial Heaven Tower is actually like the first layer, originally empty. Thus, it can be seen how astonishing the cultivated beings imprisoned on the second layer are, actually transforming the second layer into such a terrifying doomsday realm. Those who are unaware do not know that this is a space for imprisonment. Booming sounds. Deep and terrifying rumblings echoed in the second layer. From a distance, Qin Xian was shocked to discover that in the center of the second layer, a colossal figure could be faintly seen floating, exuding overwhelming might, shaking the heavens and earth. Upon closer inspection, it was, shockingly, a huge cauldron, impossibly large, like a mountain, with its entire surface engraved with various ancient and mysterious patterns. Below it were erupting active volcanoes, thick pillars of lava recklessly smashing against the giant cauldron, the terrifying temperature directly burning the giant cauldron to a bright red, like a red-hot iron. Focusing his gaze, Qin Xian clearly saw a figure seated in front of the giant cauldron, indifferent to the erupting lava before him. The sky-high lava splashed everywhere but could not touch him in the slightest, showcasing his extraordinary cultivation. At that moment, the figure sensed something, turned, and looked at Qin Xian. Boom! Just that one glance struck Qin Xian like a lightning bolt, leaving his mind blank. When he came back to his senses, he found himself beside that figure. Although he was shocked, he had experienced many things and calmed his mind, respectfully bowing to this figure. Junior Qin Xian pays respects to the senior. The figure was an elderly man with white hair, face dirty, scruffy beard, wearing a tattered black robe, and hair a chaotic mess, like a bird's nest. At first glance, he looked like a beggar on the street.
The old man glanced at Qin Xian with disdain and said, "You are the new master of the Burial Heaven Tower? How could the Burial Heaven Tower choose you? Your strength is so pathetic, like an ant. I don't even know how many I could crush with one finger." Faced with the old man's rude and contemptuous words, Qin Xian could only smile bitterly. The man indeed had that capability. At this moment, he could only look around, trying to find the mysterious figure. However, the old man saw through Qin Xian's thoughts at a glance, sneering, "What? You still want to find other helpers? Useless. Here, I am the one who is number one in the world. Since you have come to the second layer, if you are a tiger, you must lie down, if you are a dragon, you must coil up for me. As the new master of the tower, you will serve as my pill servant for 100 years. As he spoke, an unparalleled force surged from all directions, as if even the space itself was frozen. Qin Xian could not move, only watching helplessly as he flew towards the giant cauldron. Damn it! Qin Xian cursed inwardly, but the more it was this time, the calmer he became. After all, he was the master of the Burial Heaven Tower, the true owner here, not some old beggar. With a thought, he felt as if he had merged with the Burial Heaven Tower, and in the next moment, with a flash, he vanished. Reappearing, he was already over 100 miles away. The space of the second layer had already been opened up by the old man to more than 100 miles in radius. Oh. Interesting. The old man exclaimed, a hint of interest rising in his heart, as an invisible and vast power surged forth from his brow, instantly enveloping the entire second layer space. Just freed from his imprisonment, Qin Xian felt that irresistible invisible force reappear, completely sealing all his movements. This is soul power. Qin Xian was shocked, feeling this invisible power. It was surprisingly soul power. Who on earth is this old man? But he is not bad either. With the authority of the master of the Burial Sky Tower, even if the old man is extraordinary, he can't trap him. Do you really think this old man can't trap you? At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Qin Xian. An old hand silently landed on his shoulder, and suddenly, he felt his consciousness under attack, falling into emptiness. The old man looked at the unconscious Qin Xian, showing a faint, elusive smile, and said, "Why don't we take the opportunity to plant a soul mark, making this kid acknowledge me as his master, then we can leave this damned Burial Sky Tower. I advise you to not do this." Without a sound, the mysterious person appeared and spoke lightly. "It's you." The old man's expression changed. "Have you already submitted to this kid? You think too much. Who in this world can make me submit?" The mysterious person revealed a hint of mockery. "As for you thinking I'm helping him? No, I'm just helping you, stuck in this tower. If you don't believe, try to plant the soul mark." The old man was clearly not going to be easily dissuaded. Finally having such a great opportunity to leave the Burial Sky Tower, how could he easily miss it? Moreover, once he enslaves Qin Xian, he could indirectly control the Burial Sky Tower. For this divine artifact, even as an old man, having seen countless extraordinary and saintly objects, he still found nothing that could outmatch it. Especially, that supreme treasure once held by that great emperor. The old man's overwhelming soul power surged from the center of his brow, causing the space to tremble. The soul power was so strong, vast as an ocean, madly condensing in front of him, ultimately forming a special seed the size of a thumb, with countless special ancient script marks all over it. Inside the small soul mark, however, it contained boundless soul power, unfathomable. This was the soul mark. The mysterious person showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. After a millennium, this old guy's soul power actually increased, having made a breakthrough. Then, this special soul mark gently fell, sinking into the center of Qin Xian's brow. Planting the soul mark. Moreover, with the old man's soul power, he was confident he could successfully plant it within 3 breaths. This was still because the mysterious person spoke, so he was cautious, otherwise, he could complete it in an instant. Even a royal or respected master could not possibly resist. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. The process of planting the soul mark went remarkably smoothly. The mysterious person witnessed everything and could not see his expression clearly under the mist. When the soul mark was about to be completely planted, the old man was just about to show a joyful smile when suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He looked in horror at the center of Qin Xian's brow. The soul mark that had consumed a large amount of his soul power suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Impossible, with my soul power, in the entire Taishan continent, it is hard to find a few who can match me. Why would it disappear? The old man was confused and rushed forward, releasing even stronger soul power directly into Qin Xian's brow for exploration. But, as the vast as smoke soul power entered Qin Xian's brow, it seemed to enter a black hole, unable to leave. Strong as the old man's cultivation was, at this moment, he was astonished, wanting to pull back the massive soul power he had explored but found it utterly useless. That soul power had completely lost connection.
Impossible, even if this kid is the new master of the burial sky tower, it shouldn't be like this. The old man was both shocked and doubtful. Encountering such a situation for the first time in his life, he was truly puzzled. But at this moment, he felt greatly wary of Qin Xian, because the 2 releases of soul power had already reached 10%. With the old man's cultivation, even just a simple 10% of soul power was astonishing, rare in the world. He couldn't help but look at the mysterious person. He said in a deep voice, "Did you know this from the very beginning?" "That's right," the mysterious person replied. "Why didn't you tell me?" The old man's teeth were gritted, having lost a full 10% of his soul power, not knowing how many years it would take to recover. "Why should I tell you?" The mysterious person sneered. Hearing this, the old man fell silent, not only because the other party had no obligation to inform him, but also due to his wariness of the mysterious person. Then his face turned fierce. "I don't believe you can devour all my soul power." A tremendous wave of soul power suddenly erupted, transforming into a giant that stood miles tall. Then, as it stepped forward, it shrank in an instant, becoming the size of an ordinary person, but radiating a crystal-clear brilliance, as if crystallized, merging into Qin Xian's forehead. The mysterious person shook his head. "Old man, you will regret this." Sure enough, just a short moment later, that crystallized soul figure frantically escaped, its brilliant light dimmed considerably, its aura weakened far beyond measure, both astonished and terrified. "Impossible, what kind of background does this kid have? Why is his soul like this?" Chapter 33, The First Alchemist, the Saint of Tai Su Dan. The soul figure swiftly returned to the old man's forehead, but its aura had directly plummeted significantly. In just a brief moment, it lost another 20% of soul power, combining to a total of 30% lost. Damn it, it's unknown how many years it will take to restore this. This time it was truly a heavy loss. At that moment, Qin Xian woke up slowly, realizing that both the old man and the mysterious person were present. A cold look suddenly appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the old man. "Are you trying to enslave me?" The old man looked at him indifferently. "So what? You're just a tiny ant in the true martial realm. Do you really think becoming the master of the burial tower makes you remarkable?" Qin Xian fell silent. Although he was angry, he also knew the old man's words held truth. For an existence more terrifying than the sword demon, true martial realm really was just a tiny ant, even if he was the ultimate powerhouse at 99 times their strength. However, being weak didn't mean he would allow the old man to enslave him like this. Qin Xian didn't know what had just happened, but he was clever enough to realize he hadn't been successfully enslaved by the old man. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't allow him to speak like this, and he wouldn't dare to talk to the old man that way. He coldly stared at the old man, thoughts darkening, and directly communicated with the burial tower. As the master of the burial tower, he could naturally utilize it. Even if he couldn't fully wield it, at least the first and second floors could still be used. Buzz. An invisible force reached out, directly restraining the old man. The old man's expression changed, a tremendous soul power erupted from his forehead, shaking the earth, far more terrifying than before. The entire second level changed drastically, countless volcanoes erupted, and the void tore open with cracks, collapsing into emptiness. But when Qin Xian looked, all the cracks in the void were smoothed out, the boiling volcanoes quieted. Almost everything on the second floor was frozen solid by the invisible force. Even the old man was trapped there, no matter how terrifying the soul power, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Inside the burial tower, Qin Xian was the ultimate master. Except for the unfathomable mysterious person. Qin Xian discreetly glanced at the mysterious person. Sure enough, this mysterious individual was far more terrifying than he'd imagined, able to remain calm and independent even in the second level of the burial tower, which he completely controlled. What exactly was the true identity of this mysterious person? But now that the mysterious person was an ally, Qin Xian wouldn't be foolish enough to go against him. His gaze shifted back to the old man, his figure flashing. He arrived in front of the old man. Qin Xian glanced coldly at the old man and said, "Since you dare to enslave me, you must also pay the corresponding price. I can give you one chance, either hand over your legacy or die." The old man sneered, "Youngster, do you really think you can threaten me with death? I have roamed the world and faced countless life and death situations. What is there to fear? Do as you wish, but you only managed to limit me because of the burial sky tower. Without it, a tiny insect like you could be killed 1,000 times just by my breath. Well, I'm sorry, but I am the master of the burial sky tower." Qin Xian's smile was also full of mockery. Although this was a world-class strongman, it would be a pity not to obtain his legacy. However, since he had tried to enslave Qin Xian, if he didn't act decisively, the other captives in the burial sky tower would think they could bully him as well. Only by being ruthless can one establish a foothold. Qin Xian said coldly, "Since you want to die, I will grant you that." "Alright, you win. I am willing to hand over my legacy to you." The old man interrupted him and answered without hesitation. "Grant you what? What did you say?" Qin Xian stared at him in disbelief. One moment he was claiming not to fear death, and the next he was willing to hand over his legacy? This sudden twist left Qin Xian momentarily stunned.
I said I'm willing to hand over my legacy to you, the old man repeated without a hint of embarrassment. Qin Xian. Didn't you say you weren't afraid of death?
The old man shrugged. That was just me bluffing to see if you would fall for it. I didn't expect you to be clever and not take the bait, so of course I had to agree quickly.
Who said, old man, I was afraid to die? If I can live well, why should I seek death?
Qin Xian was at a loss for words for a moment. The mysterious person couldn't help but say, "You're quite shameless, old man."
The old man chuckled. What's the use of being face-conscious?
Being shameless allows one to live freely and comfortably. Unfortunately, that guy was very serious.
Back then, he didn't give me any opportunity at all. Otherwise, why would I be locked up in this damned place for tens of thousands of years?
I would have long found hundreds or thousands of beautiful women to enjoy life with.
Hundreds or thousands of beautiful women.
It turns out this old man is quite the lecher. Kid, although I said I would give my legacy to you, not everyone can cultivate my legacy.
What does that mean? Qin Xian asked suspiciously. May I ask your identity, senior?
Since he was willing to hand over his legacy, out of courtesy, he had to show some respect. The old man stroked his long beard and said proudly, when I was still out in the world, people respected me and called me the Grand Master of Alchemy.
Qin Xian was stunned. This disheveled, seemingly old beggar, who was also scared of dying, was actually the famous Grand Master of Alchemy from years ago.
Like the Sword Demon, the Grand Master of Alchemy was a great leader from ancient times. However, compared to the Sword Demon who utilized the sword to achieve enlightenment, suppressing the Taishan, the Grand Master of Alchemy not only excelled in martial arts but was even more commendable for his alchemy skills, reaching a divine level that no one could surpass. As a result, people revered him as the alchemy saint. It's known that every alchemist has a prestigious status, and is highly respected by the public, let alone the Grand Master of Alchemy, the pinnacle alchemist of the Taishan continent, whom countless alchemists aspired to become. However, 10,000 years ago, this Grand Master of Alchemy declared a seclusion, and until now, has never reappeared.
Many people suspected that the Grand Master of Alchemy might have passed away.
Hence, numerous legends about the Grand Master of Alchemy circulated across the Taishan continent. It has been passed down through the ages. Qin Xian did not expect that the legendary Taisu Danshang and the Sword Demon were both imprisoned in the Tomb of Heaven Tower. He could not help but look at the old guy with suspicion. No matter how he tried, he couldn't connect this old fellow with the legendary Taisu Danshang. After all, the images of Taisu Danshang that circulated in the prosperous world depicted him as a celestial being, while this old man was as messy as could be.
Is this old man really Taisu Danshang? Or is he just fooling me?
The old man knew what Qin Xian was thinking and immediately puffed out his beard and stared. What's there to doubt? If I hadn't been stuck in this damned place for thousands of years, with no beautiful woman around, I wouldn't need to care about my appearance.
Otherwise, I wouldn't look this messy.
All right. Qin Xian reluctantly accepted this fact and couldn't help but feel envious. After all, Taisu Danshang had reached the peak of alchemy, unmatched by anyone. Just looking at the elixirs sold by the Medicinal Fragrance Pavilion and the Fight Tower Merchant Association showed how expensive they were. A random third-grade elixir cost a whopping 100,000 gold coins. If he could obtain Taisu Danshang's alchemical legacy and become a master alchemist, it would undoubtedly not be too difficult. In the future, even producing high-grade elixirs that could drive kings and nobles crazy would probably be effortless. However, Qin Xian also knew that not everyone in Taishan continent had the qualifications to become an alchemist. To become an alchemist required very strict conditions. On one hand, one needed to meet the standards for soul power, on the other hand, one needed to have the affinity for the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
The strength of soul power involved the delicate manipulation during alchemy.
The affinity for the 5 elements was about different aspects of alchemy: metal for controlling the elixir furnace, wood for affinity with medicinal materials, water for controlling the medicinal liquid, fire for managing the Dan fire, and earth for the growth of medicinal materials. Taisu Danshang waved his hand and revealed a stone tablet, saying, "This is the soul testing tablet, which can test the strength of soul power. Try to release your soul power and let me see how strong it is." Qin Xian did not waste words. He slightly closed his eyes, and an invisible yet overwhelming force surged from his forehead, merging into the soul testing tablet. With the continuous influx of soul power, the tablet suddenly burst into radiant light, as brilliant as a small sun, dazzling beyond measure.
At this sight, even Taisu Danshang couldn't help but blink in astonishment. This kid's soul power was much higher than he expected.
Eventually, words gradually appeared on the surface of the tablet: 9th step of Heaven Realm.
9th step of Heaven Realm?
Qin Xian was not clear on the standards for measuring soul power and looked towards Taisu Danshang, only to find a look of shock appearing on the old fellow's face.
Damn it, what kind of background does this kid have?
He's so young, yet his soul power actually reached the 9th step of Heaven Realm. When I was tested, I barely reached the 7th step of Earth Realm. He must have absorbed my soul power, otherwise, how could he have achieved this level?
It must be so, there's no doubt. Taisu Danshang couldn't help but curse inwardly.
The strength of soul power is also classified into levels: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, wasteland, flood, universe, void, with each level divided into 9 small tiers. The first step of yellow is the weakest, while the 9th step of void is the strongest.
Alchemist's soul power is stronger than ordinary people.
Generally, at 16, when testing for alchemists, an ordinary 16-year-old often only reaches the first step of yellow realm, while martial practitioners may reach the 3rd step of yellow. Alchemists can reach the 7th step of yellow, showing significant innate talent. Taisu Danshang, as the foremost alchemist in the Taishan continent, also had astonishing innate soul power, achieving the 7th step of Earth Realm during his first soul power test, a level that could be described as miraculous. Even the soul power of a strong fighter in the celestial realm is far from comparable to his.
This level of innate soul power is enough to be recorded in history.
However, the Grand Alchemist of Taishu discovered that Qin Xian's innate soul power actually reached the terrifying 9th step of the celestial realm. Throughout the ancient and modern times of the entire Taishan continent, no one has reached this level.
Chapter 34, Unparalleled Alchemical Talent.
The Grand Alchemist of Taishu, who has always been confident that his alchemical talent is hard to find a rival throughout history, was severely struck down, secretly cursing that the boy must have devoured 30% of his soul power to reach this step. Although he knew this was just deceiving himself, because different soul powers could not merge together without special refinement, let alone that his 30% soul power far surpassed the 9th step of the celestial realm, all this proved that Qin Xian's innate soul power was indeed fearfully strong. Even he felt a bit jealous. Seeing Qin Xian looking at him, the Grand Alchemist of Taishu cleared his throat and said lightly, "Well, reaching the 9th step of the celestial realm can barely be considered good, just enough to hit the basic standard for becoming an alchemist." Qin Xian curled his lips, probably guessing that he definitely did not just barely meet the standard, but he didn't say much. Then, the Grand Alchemist of Taishu continued, "Now we will start testing the affinity for the 5 elemental attributes. Generally speaking, as long as you have affinity for the wood and fire elements, you qualify to become an alchemist. Try to sense the elements of heaven and earth. As long as you have elemental affinity, the corresponding elements will naturally emerge, representing the elemental affinity that you are born with." Qin Xian sat cross-legged, eyes closed in emptiness, his mind settling down, and began to sense. Before long, a faint firelight began to appear around him, showing his affinity for the fire element.
Then, a green light appeared, showcasing vitality.
Moreover, the firelight and green light were rapidly intensifying, soon becoming 2 flames the size of fists, with one being green light. The Grand Alchemist of Taishu had a blank expression. Obviously, Qin Xian indeed had the qualifications to become an alchemist. Although he only had control over the fire and wood elements, the manifestation showed that his affinity for the 2 major elements had reached above the 6th rank. The affinity of martial artists to the elements of heaven and earth is generally divided into 10 ranks, with the first being the most ordinary and the 10th being the highest. Of course, this is merely the perception of ordinary people. In fact, above the 10 ranks, there are also the holy rank and even more heaven-defying divine rank. Generally, alchemists need to reach a 4th rank elemental affinity as a basic standard. Attaining a 6th rank is already quite good. However, for someone like the Grand Alchemist of Taishu, a mere 6th rank elemental affinity is quite ordinary. If it were not for Qin Xian being the master of the burial sky tower, such qualifications would simply not catch his eye. It must be noted that his own elemental affinity at the time surpassed the 10th rank, reaching the holy rank.
If not for that, how could he become the #1 alchemist in the Taishan continent?
Suddenly, the Grand Alchemist of Taishu exclaimed in surprise because, after the firelight and green light reached 6th rank brightness, they still did not stop and continued to intensify, clearly indicating that the affinity for these 2 elements was not just 6th rank. At the same time, golden light re-emerged from Qin Xian.
This was the affinity for the gold element. After the golden light, gray-yellow light appeared, representing the earth element. Then, blue light emerged, representing the water element.
The Grand Alchemist of Taishu clearly did not expect that Qin Xian actually had affinity for all 5 elemental attributes. Although only the fire and wood elements needed to reach the standard to become an alchemist, the higher the affinity for various elements, the higher his future achievements in the path of alchemy. It must be noted that the materials needed for alchemy are not just wood attribute herbs, but also special herbs like divine milk, divine spring, meteors from beyond the sky, origin crystals, etc., encompassing various special attributes. The wood attribute herbs are merely the largest category among them.
Moreover, the affinity for metal elements makes controlling the alchemy furnace easier. The affinity for earth elements allows herbs to grow more quickly and have higher quality.
The more types of affinities for the elements of heaven and earth one has, the easier it becomes to succeed in alchemy than for ordinary alchemists, and even achieve greater heights. Without a doubt, for Qin Xian, who is attuned to all 5 elements, his accomplishments in alchemy will be extraordinary in the future. Especially among the 5 elements, his affinity for wood and fire has reached the 8th level, while the other 3 elements have reached the 5th level. The great alchemist of Taishu speculated that achieving the level of a master alchemist in the future would not be difficult.
However, this was not the end of it all.
As the light of the five elements continued to shine brilliantly, other elemental lights began to emerge around Qin Xian. A silver light flashed, which was the lightning element.
A deathly light emerged, revealing the death element.
A vivid green light appeared, containing vibrant life, not the wood element, but the life element.
Various elemental lights quickly emerged, appearing in dozens and even hundreds in an instant, continuously emerging and illuminating the entire void in a dazzling array of colors.
Even the great alchemist of Taishu, who had seen much, had never seen anyone with such affinities for so many elements. A look of shock spread across his scruffy old face. Who on earth is this kid, and why does he have such affinity for so many elements?
Boom! Boom!
At that moment, a green little tree shadow appeared, radiating rich vitality. On the other side, flames surged, and a small sun appeared, wildly radiating blinding light.
The elements are manifesting.
This kid's elemental affinity has reached the holy level, and he even has dual elemental affinities at the holy level. The great alchemist of Taishu was once again shocked, recalling that he was no better at that age. There was no doubt that Qin Xian's future achievements might be comparable to his own. But soon he was shocked again, as the little tree was visibly growing at a rapid speed, and the little sun was constantly enlarging, indicating that the elemental affinity could advance even further.
Could it be divine level?
The great alchemist of Taishu stammered. Even he, a transcendent being who had seen countless worlds, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. What divine level elemental affinity represents, no one knows better than he does. At the same time, the metal element took the shape of a mysterious meteorite shadow, the water element manifested as a huge water ball, and the earth element transformed into a small patch of land. Without a doubt, the affinities for these three elements had all reached the holy level.
Holy level for the five elemental elements.
But soon, the fire element and wood element continued to rise, suddenly reaching an astonishing level. Before him, Qin Xian was surrounded by a blazing sun and towering trees that shaded the sky.
Two elements at the divine level. Moreover, the other elements also radiated dazzling lights. Although they did not fully manifest, they reached astonishing levels of 9 and 10.
I've struck gold, struck gold. The great alchemist of Taishu looked at Qin Xian with immense envy, as if he were gazing at a priceless treasure. Who would have thought that the master of the burial sky tower had such an outrageous talent in alchemy? His innate soul power had reached the 9th step of the heavenly realm. The affinities for wood and fire elements were divine level, and the affinities for the other three elements also reached the holy level, with many elements reaching levels 8, 9, and 10.
Where did this genius come from?
He couldn't help but look at the unfathomable mysterious figure and asked, who exactly is this kid?
Is he a descendant of an emperor?
No, even if he is, he shouldn't be this outrageous. The mysterious figure replied calmly, no comment, but I can tell you that he is the body of 10,000 paths, and has already awakened. The body of 10,000 paths, no wonder he has such high affinities for so many elements, but even if he has awakened, he shouldn't directly reach the divine level in the 5 elements.
There must be other reasons. Could it be that it lies deep in his soul?
Taishian Danshang frowned, puzzled by this, and could only temporarily set it aside. At this moment, Qin Xian awoke, seeing the 5 elements taking shape before him, feeling an extraordinary closeness to them, as if they were his own children. Especially towards the fire element and wood element, it was even more so. It was clear that these two elements were far more intense and vibrant than the others. At the same time, he noticed various elements outside of the 5 elements manifesting, which were also quite familiar, though they lacked quite a bit compared to the 5 elements. For such closeness to the fire element, Qin Xian could understand it. After all, the mysterious person said he was born with the law of fire, but why was he so close to the wood element?
That might really be due to talent. He looked at Taishian Danshang. I must have the talent to become an alchemist, right? To some extent, I suppose.
Taishian Danshang said with a lack of sincerity, but his tone was much more genuine now. He then released his soul power from his brow, which transformed into a substantial luminescent jade and tossed it over. This is my alchemical legacy, place it on your brow, and your soul will absorb it. Qin Xian accepted the luminescent jade, and touching it felt just like reality. However, due to his wariness of Taishian Danshang and knowing this old man had a history, he didn't dare to put it in easily. The old man rolled his eyes. Don't worry, if I wanted to enslave you, I would have done it just now, there's no need to wait. The mysterious person also said, don't be afraid, this old guy suffered a big loss on you, and you are quite talented in alchemy, he is very protective of talent. Trusting the mysterious person, Qin Xian still placed the luminescent jade on his brow, and in an instant, countless streams of information flowed into his mind. It took a full half a day for Qin Xian to digest everything. Alchemy techniques of transforming heaven. This is the alchemy technique created by Taishian Danshang, who gathered countless alchemy schools from the Taishan continent, taking the essence and discarding the dross, and achieved mastery in the art of alchemy. Though it was Qin Xian's first encounter with alchemical techniques, he could still feel the exquisite brilliance of alchemy techniques of transforming heaven. If released, it would surely drive any alchemist in the world mad with desire.
However, this alchemy techniques of transforming heaven only has 3 volumes? It seems incomplete.
Qin Xian looked at Taishian Danshang.
Taishian Danshang rolled his eyes. Of course, if I gave you the whole thing without reservation, what if you went crazy and killed me?
I have to keep a few trump cards. Qin Xian chuckled helplessly, saying, Senior, you can rest assured, I wouldn't do that.
Humph, who would believe you? Keeping a few trump cards is sensible.
Qin Xian felt helpless too, as he was not the kind of person to burn bridges. Moreover, even if it was just the first 3 volumes of alchemy techniques of transforming heaven, it would be enough for him to study for a long time. After studying a little, Qin Xian could sense the vast depth of alchemy techniques of transforming heaven, and deeply felt how unfathomable Taishian Danshang's alchemy skills were. Before he could continue exploring, sensing the time outside, it was already the next morning. Today was the day of the Qin family's grand ceremony, and Qin Xian would not miss it for anything. Chapter 35, The Qin Family Ceremony. Exiting the tomb tower, Qin Xian arrived at the adjacent room and found his mother, Lu Qingyue, radiant and rejuvenated, as if she had transformed, looking several years younger. Moreover, she emanated a powerful aura, having reached the body refinement realm, and her strength was at least over 4,000 pounds, making her progress quite astonishing. Without needing to think much, it was clear that Lu Qingyue must have taken the cleansing marrow pill, resulting in a complete transformation. One must admit, the effect of the cleansing marrow pill was truly remarkable. No wonder it's a third-grade pill worth 100,000 gold coins, it really is worth more than its price. Moreover, it's not just that Lu Qingyue's physical strength has reached 4,000 pounds, her body, having been cleansed of marrow, is now much easier to cultivate. This is also why the cleansing marrow pill is valued so highly. Qin Xian exchanged a few words with his mother before coming to the bedside to check on his sister's condition. She still hadn't woken up, but her face was rosy and her breath steady, indicating she was not seriously harmed and would regain consciousness soon. Seeing that her daughter's injury had healed and she was about to wake up, Lu Qingyue felt very good and wanted to take the opportunity to dissuade her son from attending the family ceremony. Because today was the day of the Qin family's grand ceremony. Ultimately, she still worried that the Qin family had set a trap. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Xian said, Mother, I know what you want to say, but my mind is made up, this matter must be resolved, or my heart will remain troubled. Hearing this, Lu Qingyue could only sigh. She knew that having a troubled heart would affect future cultivation and that she could not dissuade him, so she said, Xianer, be careful.
I understand, Mother.
Qin Xian bid farewell to his mother and left the courtyard, his eyes radiating a cold light. The humiliation the Qin family brought upon him must be avenged.
Back then, he had the ability to make the Qin family one of the 4 great families of Qingchuan town. Now he had the power to bring the Qin family back to the era when they were oppressed by the 3 great families, and perhaps even worse than that time. On this day, the Qin family estate was festooned with lights and decorations, bustling with excitement. Because today was the annual family ceremony of the Qin family.
The family ceremony was an extremely important day for any major family in Qingchuan town, the annual ancestor worship day and also a crucial day for appointing family officials. It was also the day to select the outstanding young talents of the family and allocate corresponding resources. Thus, many clan members from outside the area returned home. Naturally, as one of the 4 great families of Qingchuan town, the Qin family's grand ceremony attracted attention from various forces in the town. The other 3 great families and several other factions were invited to attend. At the Qin family estate, after half a month's repair work, the damages caused by Qin Xian had been fully restored. In front of the ancestral hall of the Qin family, there was a massive wooden platform standing in the center of the square, with rows of seats arranged around it. As the sun gradually rose, members of the 3 great families and many other forces in Qingchuan town began to arrive, and the vast martial arts square was filled with a sea of people. In front of the giant wooden platform were the important figures of the Qin family. At the forefront were 2 seats, occupied by the current head of the Qin family, Qin Shan, and the top young talent of the younger generation, Qin Xingxiong. When they saw Qin Shan, the heads and elders of the other 2 great families, the Sun family and the Xia family, showed a slightly serious expression, sensing his immense strength. They did not expect this guy to have become so powerful after just a few months away. He was even subtly stronger than the elder, Qin Songming. But when their gazes fell upon Qin Xingxiong, the expressions of various forces could not help but reveal a trace of shock. If Qin Shan's power was understandable after decades of cultivation, far surpassing the usual Tiangang realm experts, then Qin Xingxiong's strength left them astonished. In just a short period, they could feel that Qin Xingxiong's strength had grown tremendously. Even the Tiangang realm experts from the 2 families felt a lurking sense of fear in front of him. Clearly, Qin Xingxiong had now reached a level that could threaten Tiangang realm experts. Both families were heavy-hearted. Once thought that the Qin family would be weak and powerless after losing the previously greatest genius, Qin Xian, they did not expect a more monstrous talent, Qin Xingxiong, to emerge, evidently surpassing Qin Xian of the past. Especially sensing a faint yet intense bloody aura emanating from Qin Xingxiong, they couldn't help but frown.
Usually, only after killing would someone have such a strong bloody aura. Could it be that Qin Xingqiang has killed quite a few people? But they weren't sure, because randomly killing people is an act that invites public outrage. Even top experts wouldn't dare to do so lightly. Qin Xian is here. At that moment, the guard's voice suddenly rang out, instantly plunging the lively plaza into a brief silence. Countless gazes immediately fell upon the figure at the entrance. A tall silhouette appeared at the doorway, a wide black robe covering the entire body, allowing people to confirm that it was indeed Qin Xian only through the corner of his face exposed beneath the robe. Didn't expect this useless person would actually dare to show up today. This heartless useless person really isn't afraid of death, daring to appear at the family ceremony. But good, he killed the family's second and third elders, as well as the head of the Sun family and his young master. Having committed such a heinous crime, he must not be easily spared. If he really escapes, his sister is definitely dead. Don't forget, that useless person's sister still needs the divine pill to save her life. TSK, maybe he really thinks of himself as that recently promoted #1 genius in the human rankings? Voices filled with mockery, disdain, indifference, and bitterness rose from the Qin family side, all eyes locking onto Qin Xian. Qin Shan, Qin Xingxiang, and Qin Songming gazed at Qin Xian coldly, saying nothing, surprisingly not making things difficult for him at all. The people from the two families sighed in their hearts. Though Qin Xian initially joined the Tianqing sect and became its young master, putting considerable pressure on both families, everyone knew Qin Xian would inevitably become one of the strongest in Xingchuan town. He possessed an extraordinary demeanor and never resorted to despicable means, which earned them respect. They pointed out to their family juniors, seeing Qin Xian as a target. But it was a pity that Qin Xian suddenly became useless. Nevertheless, the people from the two families were surprised that Qin Xian still dared to appear, as they had heard through special channels that the Qin family threatened him with the divine pill, forcing him to show up. What a shame! If only Qin Xian were that new genius ranked #1, the Qin family wouldn't dare to expel such an extraordinary talent. Both families' heads and elders felt a tinge of regret but soon released their worries. If Qin Xian were that #1 genius, both families would surely be trampled underfoot immediately. Qin Xian's expression remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about his situation, as he walked leisurely towards the Qin family's position. Even after becoming an outcast and being targeted by the Qin family, he still had to sit in the Qin family's position on the day of the family ceremony. After all, he hadn't formally withdrawn from the Qin family yet. When Qin Xian walked beside Qin Xingqiang, the latter's cold and sarcastic voice rang in Qin Xian's ear. Qin Xian, didn't expect you really dared to show up. This has surprised this young master a bit. Just hope you won't escape, otherwise, the divine pill will be gone, and your sister won't be saved. I hope you don't escape either, because I really want to kill you. Qin Xian paused slightly, glancing calmly at him. Long ago, after entering the true martial realm, he no longer viewed Qin Xingqiang as a rival. Although he could sense that Qin Xingqiang had made immense progress in a mere half-month, growing much stronger. Having reached a strength of at least 30 bulls, it can be said that he has broken the 390 limit. But to him, it was far too weak, not worth his attention at all. This time returning, Qin Xian only wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to him. Hearing this, Qin Xingqiang only sneered, I hope that when this young master steps on your head, crushing every bone in your body, you will still have this thought. The position Qin Xian was assigned in the Qin family was right in the last corner, usually reserved for those least valued within the clan. Clearly, the Qin family's insult to Qin Xian had reached its peak. Qin Xian was not surprised by this, he walked over calmly. At that moment, Qin Xianxian appeared before him, her brows curved in a smile, saying, Cousin Qin Xian, my promise still stands. As long as you are willing to hand over everything from the Tianqing sect to me, I will definitely persuade Grandpa to give you the returning God pill. To Qin Xianxian's extremely hypocritical words, Qin Xian didn't even glance at her, walking straight past as if there were no one else around. Under the scornful and mocking gazes of the Qin family members, he reached the last row, to the very edge position. After being ignored, Qin Xianxian's gaze towards Qin Xian turned cold, her small hands clenched tightly, and she coldly snorted inwardly, Qin Xian, you will surely regret this. Perhaps worried about being too close to Qin Xian, a young member of the Qin family, who had originally been seated nearby, stepped away with big strides and spat, damn it, how unlucky to be arranged to sit with this waste, I'd rather stand. That's right, because of this waste, 2 elders of the Qin family have died, and our strength has dropped drastically, what a shame. Be careful, don't forget that this guy dares to kill even his own family. He just borrowed the secret techniques of the Tianqing sect. Now half a month has passed, how can he continue to act? Just wait to be slaughtered by Brother Xingqiang. He definitely can't be Brother Xingqiang's opponent. I heard Brother Xingqiang has broken through the 390 limit, even the Tower Master of Tianfeng City and the Tianyuan Martial House have come because of him. Truly enviable, if only I could join Tianyuan Martial House, how wonderful it would be. As these young clan members praised Qin Xingqiang, they did not forget to trample on Qin Xian. If it were before, Qin Xian might have felt very cold, but having seen through the Qin family, he felt nothing at all. He sat down calmly. Chapter 36, The Big Shots Make Their Entrance. With various major forces continuously arriving, the performance arena regained its liveliness. Guests of Tianyuan Martial House have arrived. At that moment, a voice announcing the guests echoed, quieting the performance arena. A group of young people filed in, each exuding exceptional demeanor, with the leading woman just over 20, beautiful and charming, extremely captivating. But what surprised all the forces was that these were people from Tianyuan Martial House. Tianyuan Martial House is the #1 cultivation holy land in the current Zhao dynasty, gathering countless talents from across the dynasty. They knew very well how proud those from Tianyuan Martial House were. The so-called Qin family might be considered a big family in Xingchuan town, but in the eyes of Tianyuan Martial House, it counted for nothing. Even a mere martial house instructor could belittle local families. What they didn't expect was that for a family ceremony of the Qin family, people from Tianyuan Martial House actually came. All major forces felt a heavy heart. This unspoken signal was not simple at all. Sitting in the last row, Qin Xian squinted his eyes, not expecting that they would actually come. Seated at the front, Qin Xingqiang sensed the shocked gazes of various forces, his internal vanity greatly satisfied, standing up with his father Qin Shan and the elder Qin Sunming to personally go welcome them. Xingqiang greets Master Lu, greetings to everyone. Greetings to Master Lu, greetings to everyone. Qin Shan and Qin Sunming did not dare to be negligent, although they were the top experts in Clear Spring Town, in the eyes of Tianyuan Martial Mansion, they were nothing at all. Their attitude was very warm. Lu Shi slightly nodded. When she looked at Qin Xingqiang, she noticed that his strength had grown much stronger compared to their encounter at the fighting tower, so she knew he must have made a breakthrough during this time. She could not help but nod slightly, even if they came this time without finding that Qin Xian, being able to attract this Qin Xingqiang was still worth the trip. However, she vaguely sensed the bloody aura on him. Although it was somewhat concealed, it could not escape her perception, and she could not help but frown slightly but did not say much. Lu Shi, everyone please take a seat. Qin Xingqiang spoke politely. The Qin family had already arranged high-quality seats in the front row, just corresponding to the number of people from Tianyuan Martial Mansion. The people from Tianyuan Martial Mansion did not hold back and sat down. A maid had already stepped forward, bringing out delicious dishes and fine wine. Brother Xingqiang, thank you. Wei Wuxiu spoke up. Others also nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their gratitude. Although the Qin family members did not verbally express their thanks, they were not dissatisfied, on the contrary, they were very pleased. After all, the people from Tianyuan Martial Mansion were martial geniuses and future pillars of the great Zhao dynasty, so having a bit of pride was normal. Lu Yunchi was sitting next to Qin Xingqiang and spoke at that moment. Qin Xingqiang, do you know anything about Qin Xian? Qin Xian? Qin Xingqiang's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, but he quickly understood that the Qin Xian Lu Yunchi mentioned was not that useless Qin Xian, but the recently very prominent new #1 on the human list, Qin Xian. He only learned about that person sharing the same name and surname as the useless Qin Xian after he exited his seclusion. Although he also believed that he was proud and hard to defeat among his peers, he felt genuine awe towards that new #1 on the human list. Only being at the true martial realm allowed him to truly understand how terrifying the other's genius was. To become the new #1, he must have at least reached 72 bull strength, far surpassing him by an unknown amount, and was certainly not someone he could compare himself to. Qin Xingqiang, being so clever, immediately understood Lu Yunchi's intention. Although he felt somewhat frustrated, he still shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Lu Shi, this is the first time I've heard of this Qin Xian's existence. He must not be from the southwest province, otherwise, he would not be so unknown." Hearing this, Lu Yunchi and the others could only sigh in disappointment. However, Lu Yunchi would not let the conversation fall flat. Instead, she said, "In a few days, Tianyuan Martial Mansion will come to Clear Spring Town for recruitment. Generally, as long as one reaches the 2-9 limit, they can be admitted into Tianyuan Martial Mansion." Qin Xingqiang understood Lu Yunchi's meaning, confidently smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Lu Shi. I believe you will see whether I qualify for admission to Tianyuan Martial Mansion later." Lu Yunchi could see that he was very confident, and it must be that his cultivation had greatly progressed during this time, so she nodded slightly. The arrival of the people from Tianyuan Martial Mansion greatly satisfied the vanity of the Qin family members, each raising their heads proudly, glancing with great pride at the other two great families. The other two families, at this moment, did not dare to speak casually. The two family heads could only secretly sigh. "The Tower Master is here." At this time, a tense voice came again from the door, capturing everyone's attention. Lu Chengfeng strode in, exuding a powerful aura. Except for a small number of people, everyone else widened their eyes in surprise. They initially thought it was already impressive that the Qin family had invited people from Tianyuan Martial Mansion. Who would have thought that even the great figure Lu Chengfeng had personally come? That was someone who would make even the town master of Clear Spring Town have to show 3 points of respect. Everyone did not dare to continue sitting, quickly standing up to greet him, respectfully saying, "We meet the Tower Master." Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, I happen to have business passing through Clear Spring Town. Hearing that today is the family grand ceremony of the Qin family, I come uninvited, I should be welcomed, right?
Qin Xingxiang personally led Qin Shan and Qin Sangming forward to greet, astonished, saying, the younger generation greets the Tower Master. It is truly an honor for our Qin family to have the Tower Master here. Lu Chengfeng's gaze fell on Qin Xingxiang for a moment, causing him to slightly furrow his brows and softly sigh inside. He could clearly sense the strength of Qin Xingxiang, though his talent was decent, it was a world apart from that of Qin Xian. However, he still smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, I heard that the Qin family has produced a bloodthirsty killing body, with extraordinary talent. Today, I see it is indeed so. Tower Master has overpraised me. Naturally, Qin Xingxiang was pleased to receive such praise from such a great figure, but he still had to be humble.
Lu Chengfeng slightly nodded and did not continue the conversation.
At this moment, the Qin family had already sent up a top-class throne, which was several times more distinguished than those of the Tianyu Martial Mansion Group, and it was located in the central prime position of the Qin family seating. At first glance, the two main seats of the Qin family were situated on either side of Lu Chengfeng's throne. Lu Chengfeng was not polite and sat down directly. Qin Xingxiang and Qin Shan were naturally very pleased and quickly sat down, respectfully beside him. Although the Tianyu Martial Mansion Group had decent seats as well, compared to Lu Chengfeng's position, they were quite a bit inferior. Though the Tianyu Martial Mansion Group knew they could not compare to Lu Chengfeng, such an attitude left them feeling rather dissatisfied, and the smiles on their faces turned forced. Lu Yunshi had an expressionless face, no one knew what she was thinking inside. Regarding this, Qin Xingqiang and Qin Shan were unaware and chatted enthusiastically with Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng spoke little, only occasionally saying one or two sentences, while mostly listening.
The Sun family has arrived. The Diyuan sect has arrived.
At this time, there came two shouts once more. A large crowd surged in, and at the forefront was a cold-faced elder dressed in a brocade robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was Elder Zhu from the Diyuan sect, followed by Sun Yangda, the head of the Sun family.
The appearance of the Diyuan sect and the Sun family indicated that the visitors were not here for good.
Qin Shan excused himself to Lu Chengfeng, stepped forward to greet them, and cupped his fists, saying, I greet Elder Zhu, and I greet Brother Sunday. Elder Zhu responded indifferently, while Sun Yangda slightly nodded towards Qin Shan, saying, Brother Qin, I apologize for arriving late to the Qin family grand ceremony today. You are too polite, Brother Sun, Qin Shan said. He was not angry at Elder Zhu's disregard for him because the Qin family indeed held little importance in the eyes of the Diyuan sect.
Sun Yangda asked, has Qin Shan arrived?
Qin Shan replied, he has arrived, he is sitting at the back there. Rest assured, Brother Sun, today our Qin family will give the Sun family an explanation. Following Qin Shan's guidance, everyone looked toward the dark-robed figure at the far edge of the Qin family seating, their eyes cold. Good, as long as Brother Qin says this. Qin Xian forcibly broke into my Sun family half a month ago and killed the third elder and his son, this matter cannot be glossed over. Elder Zhu came here in person today for this reason, Sun Yangda stated.
Please rest assured, Brother Sun and Elder Zhu.
Leading the way, Qin Shan and the group finally sat down at the arranged seats. However, at this moment, upon seeing Lu Chengfeng sitting on the Qin family side, both Sun Yangda and Elder Zhu's expressions changed dramatically. They knew very well that this was the Tower Master of Tianfeng City's Fight Tower. They quickly got up and approached to greet, we greet the Tower Master. Lu Chengfeng glanced at them indifferently and slightly nodded, indicating acknowledgement. The two were astonished, as even they, let alone the head of the Diyuan sect, found it hard to meet the Tower Master on ordinary days.
But under the current circumstances, they also couldn't say much more.
After apologizing to Lu Chengfeng, they returned to their designated seats for the Sun family.
Naturally, they no longer held their earlier arrogance.
Not long after, the sun reached its zenith, the perfect time for ancestor worship. Led by Qin Shan, Qin Xingxiang, and Qin Sangming, all the members of the Qin family stood up, walked to the ancestral hall, and knelt down, paying their respects. Only Qin Xian did not stand up, he remained seated, draped in a black robe that covered most of his face, leaving no one clear about his expression. Both great families knew that Qin Xian had been expelled from the Qin family, so they were not too surprised. Lu Chengfeng and the group from Tianyuan Martial House were somewhat puzzled, but beneath the black robe, they could only see a glimpse of a chin, unsure of who this person was.
Even so, a few of them felt an eerie sense of familiarity from that exposed chin.
Qin Shan respectfully bowed to the ancestor tokens inside the Qin family ancestral hall, saying, Ancestors, may you be blessed by the heavens, today my Qin family welcomes a prodigy, possessing a bloodthirsty physique and extraordinary talents, destined to lead the Qin family to new heights in the future.
The Qin family members followed Qin Shan in a deep bow.
After the ceremony, Qin Shan scanned everyone present and announced loudly, Everyone, today my Qin family has a born prodigy with a natural bloodthirsty physique, I hereby declare him the young master of the Qin family. The atmosphere was calm, everything was as expected. Yet, many from the two great families cast their eyes towards the black-robed figure in the corner, their gazes filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, the elder Qin Sangming suddenly glared angrily at Qin Xian, his voice booming across the hall. Sinner Qin Xian, how dare you sit there openly during the family ceremony, showing no respect for your ancestors. Get over here and kneel down to confess your sins. Chapter 37, is your so-called effort just this? Earlier during the ancestor worship, the elder remained silent, only speaking at this moment with everyone, including outsiders, watching. It was clearly an attempt to humiliate Qin Xian before everyone, making him feel ashamed. Lu Chengfeng and the group from Tianyuan martial house watched coldly, knowing the poor relationship between the Qin family and the discarded Qin Xian, but ultimately, it was a matter belonging to the Qin family. Under everyone's gaze, beneath the black robe, Qin Xian slowly raised the corner of his mouth into a smirk, unrelentingly mocking, "Old man, what you call ancestor worship is merely homage to your ancestors. I have never been a member of your Qingchuan Town Qin family." Although he shared the last name Qin, he was not a true descendant of the Qingchuan Town Qin family. It was merely a same surname relationship. Hearing this voice, the Tianyuan martial house group felt an instinctive familiarity, thinking it sounded like the new number 1 on the human rankings, but they quickly shook their heads in denial. That genius, such a prodigy, how could a small Qin family nurture someone like him, let alone abandon such a world-shattering talent? Qin Shan glared at Qin Xian, coldly stating, "What a claim of not being a member of the Qin family. Over the years, how many resources have you taken from my Qin family? At one point, you were even chosen to be the young master, and we sent you to the Tianqing Gate, allowing you to become the sixth young master, all thanks to the support of my Qin family." Qin Xian scoffed sarcastically, "Qin Shan, we all know the truth. If it weren't for me showing enough talent to be noticed by the Tianqing Gate, what ability did your little Qin family, which couldn't even rank among the 4 great families of Qingchuan Town at that time, have to send me to the Tianqing Gate? Let alone make me the sixth young master. Moreover, it was after I became the young master of the Tianqing Gate that your Qin family became one of the 4 great families of Qingchuan Town. Everyone knows this. Though I know both you and your son have no shame, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. I have to say, your shamelessness truly makes me see you in a different light." Hearing these words that fully exposed the reality, Qin Shan's face grew even colder, but he couldn't make a move in front of outsiders and only said coldly, "You sharp-tongued brat. You only know how to use empty words. It seems that the Tianqing Gate was completely right to expel you." In response to this useless trash talk, Qin Shan let out a cold laugh. Qin Shan said to Qin Xingqiong, "Xinger, starting today, you are officially the young master of the family. To avoid discontent among our clansmen, you must show enough strength to win their approval." These are just formal words, but everyone knows this is to incite Qin Xingqiong to take action against Qin Xian. "I understand, father." Qin Xingqiong nodded and then stepped onto the huge martial arts stage in front of the ancestral hall, looking down from above, his gaze directly landing on the only figure in black robes at the far corner of the Qin family's seating. With a hint of mockery he said, "Qin Xian, as the new young master of the Qin family, I need to demonstrate sufficient strength to gain the crowd's support. And you, as the former young master, I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge?" In an instant, all eyes fell upon the black-robed figure. Qin Xian? Lu Chengfeng and the group from the Tianyuan martial house also looked over. Is this really the Qin family's abandoned child, Qin Xian? Because he shares the same name with the newly crowned number 1 on the humanity ranking, they were paying extra attention to this abandoned Qin Xian. Unfortunately, they could not truly see what this Qin Xian looked like beneath the black robes. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Xian said, "All right." Then, he slowly stepped forward and climbed onto the martial arts stage. Seeing Qin Xian shrouded in black robes from start to finish, Qin Xingqiong couldn't help but sneer, "Qin Xian, what's the point in hiding now? But it doesn't matter, soon, in front of everyone, I'll show you what true genius is." Qin Xian calmly replied, "I'll be watching." Qin Sangming, as the host of this match, glanced at both sides, discreetly nodded to Qin Xingqiong and said, "The match begins." Swish! As soon as the words fell, a spirit sword appeared in Qin Xingqiong's hand. He took a step forward, his figure moving like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Qin Xian. A powerful blood energy erupted, with over 20 phantom images of fierce bulls emerging. Seeing this scene, people from both great families were astonished. Wasn't Qin Xingqiong only at 17 bulls of strength just before? How did he increase to 20 bulls in just half a month? Impossible. No genius could possibly improve that quickly. Only Lu Chengfeng and his companions from the Tianyuan martial house remained calm, knowing that 20 bulls of strength were only ordinary. However, they also realized this was not Qin Xingqiong's true power. With the strength of 20 bulls gathered in one sword, he thrust it directly at the head of Qin Xian beneath the black robes. It was clear he meant to kill him. Yet, Qin Xian simply reached out with 2 fingers and pinched the sword, rendering it unable to advance even a fraction, and lightly mocked, "I originally thought your so-called bloodthirsty killing body was impressive. I didn't expect your strength to be so limited. You've truly disappointed me." The 4 great families were stunned. Although this sword strike was not strong, among the younger generation, few could resist it, especially someone as calm as Qin Xian. Several disciples from the Tianyuan martial house frowned slightly. This abandoned Qin Xian seemed much stronger than they had imagined. The power he displayed was undoubtedly that of a martial arts genius.
How could the Qin family abandon such a person?
Qin Xingqiang clearly did not expect Qin Xian to be able to fend off his attack. It had only been half a month after all.
Moreover, this guy's Dantian was clearly destroyed. Why could he still showcase such strong power? Humph, Qin Xian, do you think I really only have this much strength? Roar, roar, roar.
Qin Xingqiang no longer held back, his essence force erupted, and in an instant, 33 fierce bull phantoms appeared, shocking the entire venue. People from the three great families couldn't help but stand up, their eyes wide open. 33 bulls of strength. Elder Zhu from the Guyuan sect was also taken aback. Even the young master only has 18 bulls of strength. How could Qin Xingqiang be so strong? He then looked at Sun Yangda beside him and said, "Brother Sun, didn't the Qin family want Qin Xingqiang to join the Diyuan sect before?" This elder has agreed to this matter. With the talent Qin Xingqiang has shown, becoming the young master would be absolutely no problem.
Sun Yangda couldn't help but say, "Elder Zhu, after the Qin family's family ceremony ends, I will accompany you to find Qin Xingqiang. I believe he will be very happy."
Good. Qin Xingqiang radiated a powerful aura, and at the same time, an invisible killing intent spread, turning into a unique atmosphere that enveloped the entire stone platform.
At the scene, many young members of prominent families turned pale, horrified as they stared at Qin Xingqiang under the dual influence of the 33 bull strength and the invisible killing intent.
The elders of the three great families' eyes lit up. It's the bloodthirsty killing body with its bloodthirsty killing intent.
Special physique holders always suppress ordinary physique holders, just as expected.
Under such fierce killing intent, the combat power of ordinary warriors at the same level is suppressed by more than 30%.
Such fierce killing intent first hit Qin Xian, crashing into him like a violent wave.
However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Xian stood firm, his face unchanged, simply looking at Qin Xingqiang with indifference. "You think you can suppress me with this bloodthirsty killing body? You're still a bit short." He possessed the myriad Dao divine body, not to mention he had already devoured the 13th ranked Guiyuan sword body from the Taishan divine body ranking.
The higher the ranking, the stronger the bloodline physique.
A mere bloodthirsty killing body that hadn't made the list had no qualifications to affect Qin Xian in the slightest.
For Qin Xian, using the special aura of the Guiyuan sword body to suppress him was simply beneath his disdain. Bloodthirsty slash. Seeing this scene, Qin Xingqiang immediately gathered the 33 bull strength, and in an instant, a strong blood aura radiated from his body, pushing his power up significantly, creating the illusion of a full 39 savage bulls, coldly staring at Qin Xian, saying, "To force me to show my full strength, Qin Xian, you can consider yourself to have died for a good cause." After saying that, he thrust his sword with all his strength. Many thought Qin Xian was absolutely doomed. No matter how strong, he couldn't possibly be Qin Xingqiang's opponent now. Many from the two families showed complex emotions, only able to sigh silently. But the next moment, they were all shocked to find that the spirit sword still rested between Qin Xian's two fingers, unable to advance even a bit. With a sound, Qin Shan and Qin Sangming widened their eyes, unable to imagine what they were witnessing. Sun Yangda and Elder Zhu also changed their expressions. Under the black robe, Qin Xian slightly lifted his eyelids and said, "Is this what you call full strength?" Chapter 38, Qin Xian's terrifying strength. Qin Xingqiang was both surprised and angry. He had clearly exerted all his strength, so why was it like this? Qin Xian was clearly a trash with a shattered dantian. How could he resist him? He let out a thunderous roar, gripping the sword with both hands, the veins on his arms bulging, and the hard stone beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. Yet despite this, he still made no progress. Impossible. With a sound, nearly everyone at the scene stood up, including the people from Tianya martial house, mouths agape at this scene. That was 39 bull strength. Even the young geniuses from Tianya martial house on the platform dared not easily face it head-on, let alone like this. Even a Tian Gang realm expert would be cautious of it. It could even kill an ordinary Tian Gang realm warrior. Wasn't Qin Xian a useless person? How did he manage to do this? There was only one possibility. Suddenly, the people from Tianyu martial house exchanged glances, thinking of an unbelievable possibility that left them bewildered. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it became. They looked at Lu Yunshi, and a complex expression appeared on the elegantly beautiful face of Lu Yunshi, filled with joy as well as shock. He lightly nodded towards them. Lu Chengfeng also thought of this, although still sitting there, his expression showed a hint of shock. Qin Xian, you must have used some life-consuming or potential exhausting secret technique to be this strong. I refuse to believe you are truly that powerful. Qin Xingqiang roared, suddenly erupting with an intense bloody aura that made everyone present change color. Such a strong bloody aura proves that Qin Xingqiang must have killed many people. Though martial cultivators are above ordinary people, there is an unspoken rule: one cannot indiscriminately kill the innocent, or they will be seen as a fiend and punished. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Xingqiang turned unfriendly.
Elder Zhu also suppressed his desire to capture Qin Xingqiang. Although his talent is indeed impressive, such a display of bloodshed made the Di Yuan sect wary. Qin Shan and Qin Sangming both knew the truth, their faces looking grim. They were already thinking of how to deal with this, as mishandling it would be a great trouble for the Qin family. Bloodthirsty 100 slashes. At that moment, Qin Xingqiang violently absorbed all the bloody aura, transforming into a killing god. His power surged greatly, and the spectral image of wild bulls around him exploded to a staggering 49, breaking the 5-9 limit. Clearly, this was not Qin Xingqiang's true strength, but rather the use of some secret technique.
Qin Xian, die for me.
Qin Xingqiang suddenly pulled out his spirit sword from between Qin Xian's fingers, roaring loudly as he struck a 10-zhang-long blood-red swordlight that fiercely slashed down upon Qin Xian.
With a thunderous boom, the entire stone platform was split in two, dust soaring into the sky.
Outside the stone platform, a straight gorge over several dozen zhan long appeared, cutting deep into the ground by 3 to 4 zhang. Everyone was shocked. This strike could easily slay the vast majority of the Tiangang realm experts. However, at the moment the dust settled, Qin Xian's figure reappeared before everyone, unscathed, and even the area around him within a radius of 10 feet was perfectly intact. Only this time, his black robe was utterly destroyed by the blood-red swordlight, revealing his true appearance, a handsome face with sword-like brows and starry eyes exposed to everyone.
It really is him.
The people of Tian Yuan Wufu, having long had their suspicions, still couldn't help but gasp in cold breath when they truly saw that it was the newly ranked number 1 on the human list, Qin Xian. The strongest prodigy in the current human rank turned out to come from the small Qin family of Qingchuan town. It was nearly unbelievable. Lu Yunshi recalled what Qin Xian had said at the beginning, that he was merely a discarded person of the sect, a discarded family member. At that time, she thought he was some otherworldly prodigy, only to realize now that he was indeed discarded, just from the Tianqing sect and the Qin family. Lu Chengfeng suddenly stood up, shock written all over his face. This Qin Xian, indeed was that Qin Xian. However, the 4 great families of Qingchuan town did not know that Qin Xian was the newly ranked number 1 on the human list, as it was too hard to believe. They had not been to the fighting tower to witness it with their own eyes, so they were unaware. How is this possible? Qin Xingqiang still couldn't believe it. This strike was boosted by a secret technique, strong enough to directly kill a Tiangang realm expert, but how could that damned waste, Qin Xian, withstand it? Whoosh! At that moment, Qin Xian moved. Before Qin Xingqiang could react, he suddenly appeared before him, reaching out to grasp his neck, lifting him into the air. Like holding a chick, Qin Xian said indifferently, I have to say, you have truly disappointed me. I thought being bloodthirsty was something impressive, it turns out it is just this. You. Qin Xingqiang was both furious and terrified. The anger was because Qin Xian dared to humiliate him publicly. The fear was because he unexpectedly couldn't react, and he immediately unleashed his source power. Wanting to break free. But in fear, finding that there was no way to break free from that palm, as if it were forged from dark iron. When did Qin Xian become so strong? Even compared to those martial talents from the Tianyuan martial palace, he was far superior. Boom! In the next moment, Qin Xian forcefully threw Qin Xingkong down onto the ground with one hand. The terrifying force caused the hard stone platform to crack inch by inch, and the latter even spat blood. Qin Xian, stop! Let Conger go immediately. Although Qin Shan and Qin Sangming were shocked that Qin Xian had such terrifying strength, they couldn't allow him to harm Qin Xingkong, so they immediately shouted to stop him and rushed forward, displaying their terrifying powers from the Tiangang realm, attacking Qin Xian one after the other. Terrifying ancient elephant phantoms emerged, filled with a sense of oppression, charging straight at Qin Xian. Hee hee, if the young can't win, you bring the old ones? Qin Xian squinted his eyes, completely unafraid. Swish! At that moment, Lu Yunshi appeared in front of the stone platform. Her seemingly soft and elegant figure unleashed a terrifying aura that surpassed the 2 Tiangang realms, causing the ancient elephant phantoms surrounding Qin Shan and Qin Sangming to shatter like foam. Qin Shan and Qin Sangming paused, their faces dark as they stared at Lu Yunshi, asking, Lu Master, may I ask what you mean by that? The 3 great families were equally in an uproar, not expecting the Tianyuan martial palace to intervene at this moment. Lu Yunshi coldly said, enough, you two. This should be a matter between the younger generation, both of you are seniors and should not interfere. Qin Shan, fearing the Tianyuan martial palace behind Lu Yunshi, did not dare to offend too much, and said, Lu Master, although this is a matter of the younger generation, it also concerns my Qin family, so please do not interfere. This statement made Lu Yunshi frown, as it was indeed true, this was an internal matter of the Qin family, and as an outsider, she felt it was inappropriate to intervene. Recklessly intervening would only be unjustifiable. However, this was also one of the best ways to get on good terms with Qin Xian. She truly did not want the Tianyuan martial palace to miss out on a prodigy like him. Just as Qin Shan and Qin Sangming were preparing to strike again, Lu Chengfeng rose and said coldly, you two, I also believe this is a matter for the younger generation, you two should not interfere. As his words fell, the entire venue was in shock. If Lu Yuncher was merely a mentor from the Tianyuan martial palace and could not fully represent its stance, Lu Chengfeng was the master of the fighting tower in Tianfeng City and could fully represent the tower's attitude. Moreover, he was a super powerhouse who shook the empire.
Let alone the four great families of Qingchuan town, even the leaders of the Tianqing sect in Daiwan zone, and even the lord of Tianfeng City, would have to give him some respect. Tower master, what do you mean?
Qin Shan and Qin Sangming had incredibly ugly expressions, yet they did not dare offend the tower master of Tianfeng City. At the same time, they were puzzled why even such a prominent figure as Lu Chengfeng was standing on Qin Xian's side. They truly could not understand. Qin Xian glanced at Lu Chengfeng and, seeing him look over as well, nodded slightly, revealing a smile. Lu Chengfeng naturally would not pass up this great opportunity to befriend the newly crowned number one on the human rankings. Looking at Qin Shan and Qin Sangming, he said blandly, "Qin Xian is my nephew." Of course, this was just fabricated, but it served to intimidate others. The entire venue was in an uproar, not expecting Qin Xian to have such a relationship with Lu Chengfeng. Upon hearing this, although Qin Shan and Qin Sangming did not know when Qin Xian became Lu Chengfeng's nephew and why they had never known it before, if they had, they would have never dared to expel Qin Xian. They knew that today it was unrealistic to touch Qin Xian, so they had to bow their heads in a grim manner and say to Lu Chengfeng, "Since Qin Xian is the Tower Master's nephew, we will definitely show respect." However, Qin Xian wants to release Jiang'er. Qin Xian said, "You can release her, but don't forget the promise made that day. First, hand over the spirit returning pill." Hearing this, Qin Shan and Qin Sangming's faces changed. The spirit returning pill had already been consumed by Qin Xingqiang. Now, the Qin family had no spirit returning pill to give to Qin Xian. But they couldn't say this out loud. Qin Shan said, "Release Jiang'er, and we will immediately give you the spirit returning pill." Qin Xian keenly observed the change in their expressions, and his heart sank. He said, "Hand over the spirit returning pill first, or don't blame me for being ruthless and directly killing Qin Xingqiang." His aura was filled with killing intent, without any attempt to hide it. Qin Shan and Qin Sangming's faces darkened. Just as they wanted to use another excuse, at that moment, Qin Xingqiang, lying on the ground, was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, laughing madly. "Ha, Qin Xian, do not think you can get the spirit returning pill. I have already consumed and refined it. Even if you win against me, your sister will still die." Damn it! Although Qin Xian already knew about the despicable nature of the Qin family, he didn't expect it to be this despicable. Immediately, a surge of killing intent rose in Qin Xian, his power surging. "Not good, hurry and stop him." Qin Shan and Qin Sangming rushed forward. Lu Yuncher and Lu Chengfeng were about to intervene, but Qin Xian said, "Thank you, two seniors. Leave this to me." "All right." Both of them stepped aside. Qin Shan and Qin Sangming almost simultaneously charged forward. "Ha, if the young ones cannot win, you send the old ones?" Qin Xian scoffed, showing no fear, and stepped hard on Qin Xingqiang, making him constantly spit blood and unable to struggle. He then faced the two powerful warriors, Qin Shan and Qin Sangming, with fists raised. Looking for death. The two powerful warriors were furious. Boom! Boom! The three clashed together, and terrifying power erupted, causing a thunderous explosion. The giant stone platform, already split in two, couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Yet, under countless astonished gazes, Qin Xian stood unmoving like a mountain, while the two powerful warriors were thrown back, spitting blood in shock as they stared at Qin Xian. The two powerful warriors had been furious and attacked, yet they were shockingly sent flying by a mere true martial realm warrior. How strong must Qin Xian be? Did he reach the Heaven Gang realm? Chapter 39, Shamelessness. However, Lu Changfeng and the group from Tianyuan martial house remained calm. They already knew about Qin Xian's strength. How could just two ordinary Heaven Gang warriors be his opponents? Qin Xingqiang, since you dared to go back on your promise and consume the spirit returning pill, you will pay the corresponding price. Qin Xian looked down at Qin Xingqiang, stepping down with a force that couldn't be resisted, directly affecting the latter. In an instant, Qin Xingqiang felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, with his bones breaking inch by inch, blood seeping from his pores without restraint, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. More importantly, his dantian was directly crippled, and waves of energy leaked from his pores, disappearing in an instant. Ah! Qin Xingqiang's eyes widened in blood and he let out a heartbreaking scream. Crippling his dantian was even worse than killing him. Xingqiang! Xiong'er! Qin Shan and Qin Sangming were also furious. This was not just crippling Qin Xingqiang, it was destroying his future and the bright prospects of the Qin family. Qin Xian, I will kill you. The two charged towards Qin Xian once more, unleashing their. Even the highest level dynasty, the Great Qian dynasty, which governs dozens of dynasties including the Zhao dynasty, had never heard of such a monstrous genius being born. Only in ancient secret scrolls could such records be found. Undoubtedly, as long as nothing goes wrong, this kind of prodigy will surely become a king and a ruler in the future, even having the chance to pursue the path of the saints. However, how could they know that this was still Qin Xian hiding his strength, fearing that if he revealed too much, he would attract unnecessary trouble?
Even so, the display of 90 bulls of strength still shocked everyone. The 19th limit, this Qin Xian's potential exceeds my imagination.
I must recruit him to join the Tianyuan martial mansion, no matter what it takes. Lu Yunshi immediately made up her mind. Similarly, Lu Qingfeng's eyes were burning with passion as he murmured, to think it is the 19th limit. The rumor is that only the strongest heir in the supreme forces of the wild state could possibly reach such a limit. To see such a genius appear in Qingchuan town. This kind of genius will surely become a king and a ruler in the future. It's even highly likely they will reach sainthood. I must get close to this Qin Xian if I can recruit him. He could already imagine that the dual tower would surely bestow upon him unimaginable and generous rewards. Others were even more shocked beyond words. What kind of monstrous genius is this? What? 90 bulls of strength. Qin Shan and Qin Sangming were also horrified. Qin Xian slammed both fists out, colliding fiercely with the two powerful Tiangang realm experts. With a thunderous boom, Qin Xian remained unmoved like a mountain, his blood energy soaring, using absolute strength to break through their martial skills, then grabbing both their necks and slamming them hard onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the already cracked giant stone platform exploded into two massive pits, the two Tiangang realm experts directly suffering heavy injuries, lying in the pits and vomiting blood nonstop. In a single exchange, he severely wounded two Tiangang realm experts. The strength of the newly ranked number 1 on the human ranking displayed in full. The entire scene was in shock. Everyone widened their eyes, witnessing Qin Xian's invincible battle power firsthand. How is this possible? Grandpa and the clan leader are both in the Tiangang realm, and they've stepped into the Tiangang realm for at least 10 years.
How could they not even last one round against Qin Xian? Qin Xianxian stared in disbelief at the scene, still unable to believe it.
A deep regret began to rise in her heart. If she hadn't once threatened Qin Xian with the heavenly star sex martial arts and skills, perhaps she could still have remained close to him.
But now,
Qin Xingxiang was utterly desperate, never imagining that the father and elder he had relied on the most, giving their all, still couldn't match Qin Xian's power. Just half a month had passed, and Qin Xian had grown so much.
Moreover, the 90 bulls of strength he displayed were something Qin Xingxiang could never hope to reach in his entire life. Damn it, didn't Qin Xian's dantian break? How could he have soared to such heights in just half a month? He truly couldn't imagine it.
In the giant pit, Qin Shan and Qin Sangming were coughing up blood nonstop, trying to struggle and stand up again. But Qin Xian naturally wouldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. Both of them had their dantian destroyed by his burst of yuan power, turning them into useless bodies, with massive amounts of yuan power leaking out, causing their cultivation to collapse rapidly. The two were incredibly enraged, their decades of hard work completely wasted in an instant. It was hard to accept. This also meant that they would no longer be the awe-inspiring Tiangang realm experts, but would become ordinary people, even weaker than body refinement realm practitioners. But even more terrifying was the potential Qin Xian had shown. A deep sense of regret arose in their hearts. If they hadn't humiliated Qin Xian like this back then, how could the Qin family have fallen so low? How could they and Qin Xingqiang have been crippled, becoming useless? After crippling the dantian of the three, Qin Xian stood tall, his gaze sweeping towards the Qin family, his voice cold. Now, who else wants to take revenge for them? Come back. However, facing Qin Xuanfeng's sharp gaze, the Qin family members all lowered their heads, no one dared to meet his eyes, worried that they might accidentally provoke him. The strongest three of the family, the second elder was killed, the family head and the elder were crippled, and the new young master Qin Xingqiang was also disabled. How could they dare to attract his attention? At this moment, a Qin family steward couldn't help but speak up. Qin Xian, all of this is the fault of Qin Shan, Qin Sangming, and Qin Xingqiang. It has nothing to do with the Qin family. Besides, you have already crippled the three of them and shown sufficient strength. The family also needs a leader, so why not come back and take the position of family head? I believe no one will dare to oppose it. Hearing someone speak first, the other family stewards' eyes lit up, thinking this idea was feasible, and they all started to speak. Yes, Qin Xian, you are also one of us in the Qin family, and you defeated them head-on during the family ceremony. You have the strength to be the family head. Qin Xian, as long as you take on the position of family head, I believe the Qin family will become even stronger under your leadership. All along, it has been their fault, we have never been involved. Qin Xian, the Qin family has always been your home. Many Qin family members looked at Qin Xian with passionate eyes. Now they vaguely understood that Qin Xian was the new champion of the human ranking, who had been in the spotlight recently. If they couldn't figure this out, then how foolish could they be? Even though the Qin family had lost three powerful warriors, they were still deeply injured, but as long as Qin Xian was willing to take the position of family head, the Qin family would not only avoid falling from the four great families but would also instantly become the most prominent family in Qingchuan town. Moreover, it was clear that both the Fighting Tower and Tianyuan Martial Academy valued Qin Xian immensely. With Qin Xian's influence, the Qin family would definitely occupy more territory and resources in Qingchuan town. More importantly, now that Qin Xian had become the new champion of the human ranking, he had heard that the rewards from the fighting tower were incredibly rich, with gold exceeding 1,000,000 and tens of thousands of pounds of elemental stones. If these resources were placed within the Qin family, it would surely allow the Qin family to produce several powerful warriors in a short time. Especially those stewards in the true martial realm's limits, their breathing couldn't help but quicken slightly. Once that happened, they would definitely be among the first to become powerful warriors. Seeing all this, the members of the three major families couldn't help but curse the Qin family for being shameless. When Qin Xian was crippled, the entire family disliked him and even expelled him. Now that Qin Xian displayed strength and talent far beyond the past, they had the audacity to shamelessly ask him to come back as family head. What were they thinking? Outsiders could see through it all. It was shameless and blatant. The people from Tianyuan Martial Academy and Lu Chengfeng frowned, feeling disdain, but did not interject. You. Qin Xingqiang, Qin Shan, and Qin Sangming were both angry and sorrowful. Their anger reached a boiling point, and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Xian sneered, looking down at the three who had been crippled, mocking, "Do you see? After being crippled, you have fallen to this state." The three were so furious they coughed up more blood. If it weren't for their dantians being destroyed, they definitely would have erupted and killed this group of turncoats. Cousin Qin Shanshan walked forward, on the verge of tears, appearing pitiful as she pleaded, "I'm sorry, it was Grandpa who made Xianer do this. This has nothing to do with me. Cousin Qin Xian, please come back to the family." Qin Sangming laughed desolately 3 times, not refuting but despairingly closing his eyes. At this point, he still cherished this precious granddaughter, only wishing not to implicate her. Qin Shanshan looked at Qin Xian, tearfully pleading, "Very pitiful, Cousin Qin Xian, look, these are all grandfather's demands, it has nothing to do with Xianer. Come back." Qin Xian responded coldly, "When glory comes, everyone flatters and offers. In the low valley, everyone wants to step on me. For such a Qin family, I'd rather not have it." The faces of the Qin family members changed drastically, especially a few elders who hurriedly said, "Qin Xian, you were born a Qin, and you'll die a Qin ghost. You can't betray the family." Chapter 40, Qin Xian's Dominance. Haha, I'm not any Qin family person. Qin Xian sneered repeatedly. An old clan elder couldn't help but scold, "Qin Xian, don't forget, it was the Qin family that raised you and nurtured you to reach today's status. Now that you have grown up and spread your wings, you don't want the family anymore? This will draw the scorn of the world. That's right, your blood flows with the Qin family, and today it's because you have crippled some of our strongest members. You must provide an explanation to the Qin family. Either come back as the head of the family, or hand over all your treasures and let it go." Another elderly clan elder spoke up, his tone deep and authoritative, coldly demanding. "Qin Xian, everything today is because of you. If you don't take this responsibility, you will be guilty before your ancestors. Can you bear this responsibility? We have decided, from today, you are the new head of the Qin family. Moreover, we heard you became the new top of the person list and must have received many rewards. Given your extraordinary strength, let all these rewards be confiscated by the family treasury to offset today's sins." Within the Qin family, several other usually reclusive elders stood up, demanding with no mercy that Qin Xian must take responsibility for everything that happened today. They decisively stated that Qin Xian should surrender all rewards from becoming the top of the person list. With several of the highest-ranking elders leading, other Qin family members also spoke up, trying to morally bind Qin Xian. "Qin Xian, what the elders said is right. You are still a member of the Qin family, how can you say you betray the family? Come back and be the head of the family. Everything done today can be overlooked. After all, Qin Xian, your strength is so great, and your martial arts talent is extraordinary. The Tianyuan martial house will definitely go to great lengths to recruit you, so you shouldn't need yuan stones for cultivation. Why not submit everything to the family for the benefit of others, and soon we will add several strong warriors to the family. Cousin Qin Xian, I hope you can consider the family's greater good and not betray your ancestors. What a shameless family. This is everyone's evaluation of the Qin family, they have seen shamelessness, but not such shamelessness. Damn, they really have no shame." Wei Wuxiu was both angry and furious. How could these people be so shameless to speak such words of moral coercion? He really wanted to rush up and argue. Other disciples of the Tianyuan martial house were equally furious. Having personally witnessed Qin Xian rise to the top of the person list, they held deep admiration and respect for the remarkably talented Qin Xian, unable to bear seeing him bullied by the family, wanting to stand up for him. But Lu Yunshi stopped them, not allowing them to step in. She also wanted to know how Qin Xian would handle this situation. If he really compromised, although his talent remained unmatched, she would still be disappointed. Because a person with such a mindset, no matter how incredible their talent, is destined to not reach the true pinnacle of martial arts. In the future, they would also easily fall under invisible limitations imposed by others. Lu Chengfeng felt the same way. As figures of their status, they had more to consider. Moreover, he didn't mind stepping in to resolve matters when Qin Xian was bound by moral constraints, preparing Qin Xian to owe him a favor for joining the fighting tower. Seeing that Qin Xian remained silent for a long time, one elder's fear had long vanished, replaced by a self-assured confidence as if he held Qin Xian's secret, continuing to scold in an elder's tone, "Qin Xian, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and hand over all the rewards." Before he could finish his sentence, the next moment Qin Xian instantly grasped the elder's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Feeling the terrifying strength in his palm and the chilling killing intent, Qin Xian's icy voice frightened the elder, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "What I hate the most in my life are noisy people like you who enjoy moral coercion, especially old fossils like you who rely on age. Do you really think you can easily control me, Qin Xian?" Feeling a bone-chilling sense of impending death, the elder was both alarmed and terrified. "Qin Xian, what are you doing? I am an elder of the clan, your ancestor, you cannot disrespect me." Other elders quickly tried to persuade him. "Qin Xian, put the elder down immediately. You are disrespecting your elders, let the elder down now and we can let this pass." Clearly, even at this point, they still wished to morally manipulate Qin Xian. "Since that's the case, I'll let him down then," Qin Xian replied. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Qin family breathed a sigh of relief, while others sighed deeply, thinking that Qin Xian was ultimately still too young. Despite his extraordinary talent, he was still firmly under the control of the older generation. "Good, hurry up and put me down," the elder, who was lifted, hurriedly scolded. "All right." With a crack, the elderly elder's neck was crushed directly by Qin Xian, killing him instantly, then he was carelessly thrown to the ground, eyes wide open. Clearly, until his death, he couldn't believe that Qin Xian would kill him in public. The scene fell into a deathly silence. "Qin Xian, how could you do this? Even daring to kill an elder, you..." Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, then without even looking at the three who had been crippled, walked towards Lu Chengfeng and Lu Yunshi, clasping his fists and saying, "Thank you very much, two seniors. You're too polite, young friend." Lu Chengfeng and Lu Yunshi replied. They both knew that even if they didn't intervene, Qin Xian could easily handle it by himself. Their help was just an added bonus. Qin Xian glanced at the chaotic martial arts square and said, "This isn't the place for conversation. How about the two seniors, along with everyone from the Tianyuan martial mansion, come to the living room for a chat?" "All right." The two agreed, and the several talented disciples from Tianyuan martial mansion were quite excited, able to get close to this newly crowned number one on the human ranking. Then, Qin Xian turned to the three great families and said, "I apologize for the spectacle. Young friend Qin, you're too polite. We won't disturb you any longer, we'll take our leave." The members of the three great families didn't dare to say anything more, bid farewell, and quickly departed. Even the Sun family, who had a grudge against Qin Xian, hurried to smile at him, not showing any trace of their earlier intent to seek revenge. In fact, they didn't dare to. Elder Zhu cast a deep glance at Qin Xian and, before leaving, remarked meaningfully, "The Tianqing sect will definitely regret their choice." Qin Xian laughed without speaking, leading Lu Chengfeng and the group from Tianyuan martial mansion away. On the shattered stone platform, Qin Shan, Qin Xingxiong, and Qin Sangming lay covered in blood, weakly struggling to their feet, letting out a sigh of relief. Although Qin Xian had crippled them, at least he hadn't killed them. Looking around at the Qin family's members, who should have treated them with utmost respect and obedience, they were now instead met with hateful looks and pointing fingers. "It's all their fault. If it weren't for them, Qin Xian wouldn't hate our Qin family so much. Yes, Qin Xian is the true chosen one, he must have never been crippled but only wanted to see our Qin fa. Naturally, there are more geniuses. Yet even so, the great Qian dynasty has not produced a peerless monster with the strength of 90 bulls. In a certain sense, Qin Xian can be called the top person in the true martial realm of the great Qian dynasty. Mr. Qin truly deserves to be called a rare and unparalleled talent throughout the history of the great Qian dynasty," Lu Yunshi sincerely praised. She did not dare to address Qin Xian as little friend Qin like Lu Chengfeng, because Lu Chengfeng was the tower master of the split tower, holding a high position and power, mingling with the elders in Tianyuan Martial Academy, while she was just a mentor in the academy. "You two seniors overstate." Qin Xian looked at the two and smiled gently. "I believe your visit is not just for a simple social call, is it?" Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng and Lu Yunshi exchanged glances, and the former spoke first, smiling. "The purpose of our visit was originally to see what the bloodthirsty killing body of the Qin family was like, to see if it was suitable for recruitment. I didn't expect little friend Qin to be from the Qin family, and I didn't know that the bloodthirsty killing body had enmity with you. Of course, this time we truly came to the right place. If we hadn't come personally, we wouldn't have known that little friend Qin is indeed from the Qin family of Qingchuan town. Since you asked, let me be straightforward. I want to invite little friend Qin to join us, on behalf of the Split Tower." Lu Yunshi also said, "I also invite Mr. Qin to join, on behalf of the Tianyuan Martial Academy." The limitless potential displayed by Qin Xian made both powerful forces unwilling to miss the opportunity. Qin Xian said, "Sorry, two seniors, I have said before that I do not wish to join any forces for the time being." Before, the two did not understand the reason, but now they understood why Qin Xian was so resistant. First, he was expelled from the Tianqing sect, and then he was also expelled from the Qin family, leading to his disillusionment with sects and families, causing a psychological resistance. Despite this, Lu Chengfeng was still unwilling to give up, saying, "Little friend Qin, you don't have to refuse immediately, you can think it over. This time I come on behalf of the Split Tower, and I am very sincere. I mentioned last time that as long as you are willing to join the Split Tower, you can immediately become the Tower Master of a provincial-level branch, without handling complicated affairs. In addition, we offer 10,000 pounds of medium-grade elemental stones, 10 million gold coins, 3 types of Earth-level martial skills, 1 quota for the Holy Source Cave, the opportunity to train at the headquarters of the Great Qian Dynasty, personal guidance from the King of Honor, and access to ancient sacred scrolls." The entire hall was shocked. Everyone, including Lu Yunshi from the Tianyuan Martial Academy, stared in astonishment at Lu Chengfeng, gasping in disbelief. In order to have Qin Xian join, the Split Tower was indeed incredibly generous. Provincial-level branch tower master, Earth-level martial skills, quota for the Holy Source Cave, qualification for training at the headquarters of the Great Qian Dynasty, personal guidance from the King of Honor, access to ancient sacred scrolls. None of these were not sought after by countless martial artists. They far exceeded 10,000 pounds of medium-grade elemental stones and 10 million gold coins combined, yet all of them were promised to Qin Xian alone. Although everyone knew the newly ranked number 1 on the list had limitless potential, the promises made by the Split Tower to recruit Qin Xian truly shocked them. Wei Wuxiu, Zhao Feng, Li Jianmei, and others couldn't help but clench their fists, their breathing becoming slightly hurried. Such a generous offer was something they had never dared to dream of, even when imagining becoming a powerful figure in the future. What was even more unbelievable to them was that last time, Qin Xian actually refused. Lu Yunshi quietly clenched her fist, but her gaze gradually became determined. "But, that was last time." Lu Chengfeng smiled slightly, his gaze looking intensely at Qin Xian. "Little friend Qin, the potential you are now showing far exceeds that of before. As just mentioned, looking across the entire Great Qian Dynasty since its founding, aside from the mysterious and ethereal Chen Taizu, no one has been able to reach the limit of 90 bulls in the true martial realm. The potential you have shown is worth the Split Tower offering even more. I can represent the Tower of Battle, as long as you, Qin Xiaoyu, are willing to join. On this basis, the level of martial arts will increase to 7 types, and 3 kings with the title of Venerable will personally guide your training. Moreover, every year you will have the chance to listen to a sage's teachings. And also, as long as you show enough talent to meet the requirements, you can also become a disciple of the sage." Upon hearing this, everyone's breaths became hurried. Lu Yunshi showed a look of shock. A sage is an existence that can change the world, a being greater than the kings with the title of Venerable. It is said that when a sage appears, they can manipulate the heavens and the earth, even shatter stars beyond the domain, powerful to the point of being unbelievable, making even dynasties tremble in fear. Even the great Zhao dynasty does not have the existence of a sage. To be able to become a disciple of a sage is an enormous honor that even kings with the title of Venerable would not refuse. Lu Chengfeng also believed that no one could refuse such a grand temptation. After all, the power of a sage is not something just anyone can be qualified to serve. Qin Xian showed a hint of surprise, not expecting the Tower of Battle to be so generous, but this was only the beginning. He quickly calmed down and said, "I want to know, if I join the Tower of Battle, what do I need to give in return? There is no free lunch in the world." Although he displayed astonishing talent, the Tower of Battle could not just offer such great gifts for the sake of goodwill and connection, there must be some underlying conditions. Lu Chengfeng looked deeply at Qin Xian, seemingly not expecting him to remain so calm. One should know that such a promise could make even oneself struggle to keep true composure, especially when it involves a sage. No wonder he could reach the strength of 90 bulls in true martial realm, being such a remarkable prodigy. He slowly said, "Since Qin Xiaoyu has taken the initiative to ask, then I won't hide anything. After joining the Tower of Battle, you will not be able to join other forces. Moreover, you need to represent the Tower of Battle Division of the Great Zhao Dynasty in 6 months, to participate in the Great Qian Dynasty's Tower of Battle Division's Young Hero Competition, and aim to secure one of the top 3 places. Then, you will participate in the Young Hero Competition in the Wilderness State. Of course, if you can win a king's order, that would be even better." Naturally, Lu Chengfeng held no hopes for Qin Xian obtaining a king's order. The king's order can only be awarded to a select group of unmatched prodigies in the entire Wilderness State, and such prodigies often have powerful backing that overshadows even the Great Zhao and Great Qian dynasties. Thus, for his expectations of Qin Xian, being able to participate in the Young Hero Competition in the Wilderness State would be already impressive. A king's order? Qin Xian's facial expression became somewhat strange, he already possessed one. Of course, he wouldn't say it directly, and pretended to be unaware, saying, "Senior, I can still recognize the Young Hero Competition, but what is the king's order?" The disciples from the Heavenly Origin Martial House were also quite curious, this was something even the Heavenly Origin Martial House had not informed them about. Lu Chengfeng had specifically come to find Qin Xian alone and offered rich promises to let Qin Xian represent the Tower of Battle in the Young Hero competition in the Wilderness State to obtain a king's order.
Clearly, this king's order is not an ordinary thing.
Lu Yunshi seemed to know something, looking at Lu Chengfeng in surprise, but said nothing. Lu Chengfeng did not hide it, saying, "Actually, telling you all this doesn't matter. The so-called Young Hero competition is the strongest competition targeting all the young prodigies in the entire Wilderness State, aiming to select the best batch of young heroes and granting them the title of King and Venerable. To put it simply, whoever can stand out in the Young Hero competition can obtain a king's order.
With a king's order, one can claim to be a king among the young generation, universally recognized as the strongest prodigy."
Upon hearing this, the eyes of the few disciples from the heavenly origin martial house sparkled with excitement, and their breaths quickened. All of them are the best talents of this era. Who wouldn't wish to be a king among their peers, surpassing their contemporaries?
This is an unparalleled glory.
Upon seeing the disciples present with fiery gazes, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but smile, but when he glanced at Qin Xian, he slightly paused, noticing that the latter's eyes were not as heated as the others, seemingly indifferent. So, he subtly said, "Young friend Qin, obtaining the kingship order not only allows you to stand as a king among the younger generation but also grants significant power, enabling you to sit on par with the head of a royal branch. It is no less than being called a king, and even saints may personally descend to accept you as their disciple." The underlying meaning was that no matter how high your current treatment is, it is vastly different compared to young kings. However, the more Lu Chengfeng said this, the more Qin Xian didn't know what to say. Because he already had the kingship order, he was a young king himself. Seeing the strange expression on Qin Xian's face, Lu Chengfeng could not understand what it meant, but he didn't say much more. After all, he had said what he needed to. "Senior, I see the sincerity of the fighting tower, but since I am here, I hope to hear the sincerity of the Tianyuan martial house," Qin Xian said.
Lu Chengfeng nodded. That is only right. He didn't dislike Qin Xian's actions.
It was normal to compare options. Lu Yunshi said, "Mr. Qin, about the conditions promised by the Tianyuan martial house, I can't make too many decisions. However, there is an elder from the martial house on his way here, he has the authority to offer more."
"Please wait a moment, Mr. Qin." "No need, he has already arrived." Lu Chengfeng looked towards the entrance.
"Ah, worthy of Tower Master Lu, indeed your cultivation is unfathomable." As the laughter faded, an elderly man in a silver robe appeared silently at the hall's entrance, his hair white yet youthful, with a long silver beard, striding into the living room, his sharp eyes staring intently at Qin Xian, both surprised and amazed. Indeed, the current number one on the human ranks, vigorous as a dragon, truly formidable, possessing the strength of 90 bulls, unmatched in the world.
"I am Zhuo Suyu, coming uninvited."
"Please don't mind, young friend." Upon the arrival of the elderly man in silver robes, Lu Yunshi and the team from the Tianyuan martial house immediately stood up and respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to Elder Zhuo." Qin Xian stood up and clasped his fists in greeting. "I pay my respects to Elder Zhuo." He could feel the immense power of Elder Zhuo. Although his aura was restrained, the faint momentum he exuded far surpassed Qin Sungming and Qin Shan, and only Lu Chengfeng could contend with him. It seemed he was another super powerhouse above the celestial realm. Elder Zhuo stroked his beard and smiled. "Young friend Qin, the Tianyuan martial house also has great sincerity and hopes you can join us."
"Of course, the Tianyuan martial house will provide corresponding conditions.
If you are willing to join, I can represent the house and directly promote you beyond the normal standards. Offered 10 spots for understanding the Holy Source Cave, a contribution value of 50,000, 1,000 gene of medium-grade origin stones, 10 million gold coins, and 5 types of Earth-level martial skills. All mentors within the house can be consulted an unlimited number of times, even the house master and elders. Of course, in mentioning these conditions, we know we cannot compare to the fighting tower. But one thing is that the fighting tower cannot provide.
The Tianyuan martial house holds 2 recommendations for the Tianhuan Holy House. As long as your abilities meet the standards, you can use these recommendation spots to directly enter the Tianhuan Holy House for training. Lu Chengfeng showed a look of surprise. "You even offer spots for the Tianhuan Holy House. The Tianyuan martial house is indeed generous." "Tianhuan Holy House?"
Qin Xian's brow furrowed. He was not clear on what this Tianhuan Holy House was, but seeing the shocked expressions of others, even Lu Chengfeng showed surprise. It was evident that this Tianhuan Holy House was extraordinary. As if sensing Qin Xian didn't quite understand, Lu Yunshi elegantly tucked her hair, smiling gently. "Mr. Qin, perhaps you are unaware. The Celestial Wasteland Sacred House is like the Tianyuan Martial House, but the Tianyuan Martial House is the top cultivation holy land of the Great Zhao Dynasty, while the Celestial Wasteland Sacred House is the top cultivation holy land of the Wasteland State. Even the Great Qian Dynasty's Great Qian Martial House is far inferior. If the most monstrous martial talent of the Great Zhao Dynasty is in the Tianyuan Martial House, then the most extraordinary group of talents in the entire Wasteland State gathers in the Celestial Wasteland Sacred House. Moreover, the Celestial Wasteland Sacred House has living ancient sages for cultivation, and not just one. Without many words, this alone can show the terrifying nature of the Celestial Wasteland Sacred House. Elders was said, of course, to enter the celestial wasteland sacred house, as long as you, Qin Xiaoyu, perform exceptionally well, you can also compete for the king's order, but you do not need to represent the Tianyuan martial house.
Qin Xian suddenly asked curiously, if I have the king's order, can I enter the celestial wasteland sacred house without a recommendation?
Elders was shook his head and smiled, if you have the king's order, you do not need a recommendation to enter, rather, the celestial wasteland sacred house will invite you.
What are the conditions? Qin Xian asked.
Elders was said, represent the Tianyuan martial house in the 100-house grand competition 3 months later and secure a place in the top 50 of the South Wasteland.
Top 50? So low?
Qin Xian was slightly stunned. Seeing Qin Xian's astonishment, Elders was sighed and shook his head. The 100-house grand competition is the competition among geniuses of all the martial houses in the Wasteland State, held once every 5 years, similar to the genius competition mentioned by Master Lu, but smaller, as it is limited to martial house geniuses. That said, there are countless martial houses in the Wasteland State. The 100-house competition is just a shorthand.
There are hundreds, even thousands, of martial houses in the South Wasteland alone. Securing a place in the top 100 is extremely difficult. Securing a place in the top 50 is just a goal.
Qin Xian could tell that the Tianyuan martial house did not have much hope, and it seemed they had not placed in the top 100 in previous years.
In other words, the strength of the Tianyuan martial house was quite ordinary among the many martial houses in the Wasteland State.
Back then, it was hard, but now, as long as you, Qin Xiaoyu, join, plus there are the Crown Prince, Nangong Yao, and Gu Shichao within the martial house, there is hope.
Elders said.
Qin Xian sat in the main seat, silently pondering, and neither side disturbed him. After all, this was a careful choice. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. Both sides looked at him with anticipation, knowing a result was coming. Qin Xian looked at both sides and said, I see the sincerity on both sides, and I must say, I am very tempted.
After careful consideration, I have made up my mind. Both sides held their breath, looking at him without blinking, wanting to know the final answer. If the situation allows, I have a win-win solution. What win-win solution?
That is, I will join both the Fighting Tower and the Tianyuan martial house. Qin Xian said slowly and clearly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chengfeng immediately rejected, no, Qin Xiaoyu, although your talent is truly amazing, one should not be so greedy. Lu Yunshi furrowed her brows as she looked at Qin Xian and said, Mr. Qin, whichever you choose, we will not blame you, but wanting both is unrealistic. Qin Xian remained calm, smiling lightly. First, let me ask both of you, why are you willing to pay such a high price to invite me to join? Lu Chengfeng said, naturally because of your talent, a monstrous prodigy with a limit of 19, with a great hope of transcending and reaching the level of the sages. Elders was said, indeed, but it also means you have a significant hope, not that you will necessarily become a sage. Throughout history, there have been many prodigies who, with extraordinary talent and youth, remained proud and achieved only limited success, some barely stepped into the ranks of kings. Clearly, having a limit of 19 at the true martial realm is astonishing, but both men believed that Qin Xian was too proud, wanting to swallow everything. With such a mindset, his future achievements might be limited. Yet Qin Xian said nothing, instead looking at Wei Wuxiu, and
Zhao Feng and others looked at him with curiosity.
Lu Yunshi understood his meaning and said to several disciples, you all go outside and wait for a moment.
Although the others were very curious about what would come next, they dared not disobey and obediently left the living room.
At this moment, Qin Xian smiled slightly, without speaking, and stood up, causing a phantom of wild bulls to appear before him, which quickly grew to as many as 90, creating an impressive scene. Lu Chengfeng, Lu Yunshi, and Elders Wu exchanged glances, all of them somewhat confused about what this meant. After all, they had seen Qin Xian display the strength of 90 bulls before. Roar! At that moment, under the stunned gaze of the three, the 91st wild bull phantom appeared, roaring skyward.
How is this possible? The three widened their eyes, still unable to believe it. Even though it was only one more wild bull phantom, the significance was extraordinary, representing a break of the 19 limits.
It is important to know that within the true martial realm, each increase in bull power is extremely difficult, and breaking through the 9 limits is even more challenging. Especially since Qin Xian had already reached the 19 limits, wanting to break through this limit was incredibly hard, even for someone with exceptional talent, and it could take years to succeed.
However, in the next moment, the 92nd bull, the 93rd, the 94th, and the 95th bulls appeared. 95 bulls of strength. A full 95 wild bull phantoms crammed every inch of space in the living room.
Lu Chengfeng, Lu Yunshi, and Elders Wu were in unprecedented shock.
Absolutely an unparalleled prodigy in all of Huangzhou's history. Qin Xian smiled faintly at the three and said, now, do you three still think I am just being overly ambitious? Chapter 43, The Young Family Breaks Off the Engagement.
Lu Chengfeng, being a regional leader, had seen much and managed to restrain his shock, wearing a wry smile as he said, young friend Qin, we were wrong.
With your talent, you definitely have the right to do this.
Please rest assured, our Do Tower will agree, and this matter will be reported upwards. I believe that even the saints would want to accept you as a disciple. Elderswood took a long time to regain his calm and said, young friend Qin, the Tianyuan Martial Mansion has also agreed. Please rest assured, no one will oppose this. For such an extraordinary prodigy, even if they joined at the same time, neither Do Tower nor Tianyuan Martial Mansion would oppose it. Those who reach the 19 limits are already extremely rare in the world, let alone those who can break through the 19 limits, making them nearly impossible to find. This also proved that Qin Xian had the right to be proud. However, how could they know that Qin Xian still kept some things hidden? Elder, I won't see you off. In front of the Qin family's gate. After discussing everything, Lu Chengfeng, Elder Zhua, Lu Yunshi, and others from the Tianyuan Martial Mansion were personally seen off by Qin Xian. Ha ha ha, young friend Qin, come to Do Tower more often. Yunshi, come visit me for tea when you have the chance. Lu Chengfeng laughed heartily as he bid farewell to Qin Xian and Lu Yunshi, then left first with Elder Zhua in a luxurious 10-horse carriage. Since Elder Zhua hadn't come to Tianfeng City for a long time, he wanted to catch up with Lu Chengfeng on this trip, so they left together. At the same time, a vehicle pulled by 4 horned horses passed by, eventually stopping in front of the Qin family's gate. That carriage looks somewhat familiar. It seems to be like the carriage of Do Tower, and it appears to be a carriage that only the branch tower masters are qualified to board. Inside the carriage, an old man in a grey robe frowned as he looked at the departing carriage, puzzled as to why the tower master's carriage from Do Tower would appear in front of this small Qin family. Is it because of Qin Xingxiong? According to the information he had obtained, Qin Xingxiong seemed to possess a bloodthirsty killing body. Although he wasn't included in the Taishan Divine Body ranking, he still had a pretty strong body, showcasing great potential. Then his gaze fell on the plaque of the Qin family at the gate. It seems I have arrived. Let's go, Minger, follow me inside. Yes, master. The old man stepped down from the carriage, dressed in a silver-gray brocade robe, his shoulder-length white hair neatly combed, followed by a young man in a brocade robe who looked both handsome and somewhat arrogant. The young man had a frown on his face, looking rather unwilling, but as soon as he saw the crowd in front of the Qin family gate, especially the women like Lu Yunshi and Li Jianmei, his eyes lit up. Especially Lu Yunshi, with her alluring figure and curves, radiated a mature charm that was rare in young girls, captivating his heart. He never expected that coming to this rural place with his master would allow him to meet such a stunning beauty. If he could take the chance to flirt with her, it would definitely make the trip worthwhile. The old man in the grey robe also scanned the crowd in front of the Qin family gate, especially Lu Yunshi. This woman, seemingly just over 20 years old, gave him a feeling of danger. She was not simple. He just did not know what her relationship with the Qin family was. Moreover, this young woman felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere, but he could not recall at the moment. While the old man in the grey robe and the arrogant young man were sizing up the crowd, Lu Yunshi and the others were also observing them, but the somewhat reckless glance from the arrogant young man made everyone frown. Qin Xian noticed that the grey-robed old man and the arrogant young man suddenly stopped the carriage in front of the Qin family gate. Having never seen these two people before, he asked, "Who are you?" It seems this young man should be from the Qin family, looking exceptionally handsome. Could he be the notorious Qin Xingxiong? The old man in the grey robe had never seen Qin Xian before. He stroked his beard and chuckled, "I, a humble teacher, come from the Yang family in the royal capital. I am Yang Gu. Young friend, may I ask if this is indeed the Yang residence of Qingchuan town?" "Yes, this is the Yang residence of Qingchuan town." Qin Xian responded, slightly frowning, because the Yang family of the royal capital was indeed the family of his fiancée, with whom he had an engagement. However, even though there was an engagement, the two sides had not had much interaction. Today, it seemed that the Yang family from the royal capital had come to attend the Qin family's family ceremony, and especially with these two who did not seem like they held power in the family, they looked rather unfriendly. Yang family from the royal capital? Yang Gu? Lu Yunshi suddenly understood. No wonder she found this old man somewhat familiar, as he was an elder from the Yang family, and he had a relatively high status as an alchemist. She recognized him as Yang Gu, the fifth elder of the Yang family. Although his cultivation was average, he was a 3-star alchemist, making him quite high in status even within the Yang family. Lu Yunshi cupped her fist and said, "So it is Elder Yang. I am Lu Yunshi from Tianyuan Martial House." The other disciples of Tianyuan Martial House also reacted, looking at Yang Gu with increased respect, and approached to cup their fists and greet. "We greet Elder Yang." Perhaps Yang Ji's cultivation was ordinary, but his alchemy skills were considerable, plus the frightening ability of an alchemist to summon friends. Even the typically proud disciples of Tianyuan Martial House had to show some respect, not daring to offend easily. Lu Yunshi? Yang Gu was slightly stunned, then he remembered, she was actually the mentor from Tianyuan Martial House. He smiled while stroking his beard and said, "I never expected to meet Mentor Lu here, truly a fate. This is my disciple Yang Ming. Though his alchemy skills are average, he recently passed the Danui assessment and became a 1-star alchemist. Minger, quickly greet Mentor Lu." The arrogant young man stepped forward, looking at Lu Yunshi intently, smiling as he greeted, "Yang Ming, I greet Mentor Lu."
He actually became an alchemist? How old is he? He should be under 20 at most, right?
To become a one-star alchemist at such a young age, his future is limitless.
Upon learning that Yang Ming was also an alchemist, the few disciples of Tianyuan martial house displayed looks of shock. In general, the vast majority of alchemists only become true alchemists after the age of 20, struggling to pass the alchemy examination. Even among the one-star alchemists, it is not uncommon for some to pass the examination only after the age of 25, 6, or even 30. At Yang Ming's age, he is definitely considered exceptionally talented, and his future achievements in alchemy should not be too bad. Instantly, the several members of the martial house felt a desire to befriend him. Being able to make friends with an alchemist would definitely bring endless benefits. Lu Yunshi revealed a hint of admiration. Master Yang is truly remarkable, he has cultivated such an excellent disciple. May I ask what brings Yang Ming and his master to the Qin family?
Seeing that Qin Xian seemed to be a bit puzzled, she took the initiative to ask. With her status, her inquiry would not seem too abrupt. Before Yang Gu could speak, Yang Ming stepped forward and said, "We have come this time to represent the jewel of my young family, to withdraw the marriage proposal with Qin Xian."
Withdraw the marriage?
Lu Yunshi and the members of the Tianyuan martial house were all shocked, instinctively looking at Qin Xian, the one who was to be jilted.
At the same time, they secretly gasped. The current top genius of the Dezhou dynasty, Qin Xian, who recently topped the human rankings, was actually being jilted? Could the young family of the capital be out of their minds?
One must know, with Qin Xian's limitless potential, even the royal family would be willing to grant him a princess, and the Nango family's gem would also desire to form a union with him.
Who is this?
Noticing a subtle change in the atmosphere, Yang Gu, not being foolish, turned to Qin Xian and spoke. Qin Xian, facing public humiliation, did not change his expression and calmly replied, "If you haven't mistaken, I should be the Qin Xian you're looking for."
Chapter 44, The Young Family Will Definitely Regret This.
Upon hearing this, even though Yang Gu held a high status, he felt a bit awkward for a moment. On the other hand, seeing Qin Xian, the one who was jilted, right in front of him, Yang Ming sneered, stepping forward with a hint of sarcasm, "So you are the useless Qin Xian with a shattered dantian. Good, this saves me and my master some effort. Since that's the case, I won't bother wasting my breath. Today, my master and I are here to withdraw the marriage for Xian Yuan, and from now on, you are no longer Xuan Yuan's fiancé."
Reasons.
Qin Xian's expression immediately darkened, although he had no feelings for the unfamiliar Xian Yuan and even saw the annulment as a relief. Because he also disliked this arranged marriage. In the past, perhaps it was out of interests, and relying on the influence of the royal young family to intimidate others, but now, with his potential, achieving the path of a sage was not out of the question, and he no longer needed the young family. He also hoped to find a girl he liked as his future wife. But one thing is one thing, being publicly jilted is completely different from asking someone else to withdraw a marriage.
It was simply humiliation. Reasons? Yang Ming sneered, "Isn't that very simple? Xian Yuan has passed the Tianyuan martial house's Xian Academy test.
Once enrolled, she becomes a member of the Xian Academy, which only true martial talent is qualified to join. And you, a useless waste with a shattered dantian, have no right to climb to Xuan Yuan's level.
Moreover, even if you don't agree, my young family has ways to annul this engagement. However, if you agree, it would be better for both sides. Of course, you don't need to worry. Although the marriage is being annulled, our Yang family will not let you suffer. Here is a bottle of high-quality body tempering pills and a rejuvenation pill as compensation. Though it can't repair your dantian, taking the body tempering pill will allow your physical body to reach the limit of body refinement stage. At that time, you won't be a truly useless waste. Being an ordinary martial artist isn't bad. This rejuvenation pill is also of medium-grade second tier. I heard your sister suffered severe injuries and almost died. The rejuvenation pill might not be as good as the divine pill, but it can help your sister recover significantly. Living a normal person's life is not a problem." While speaking, Yang Ming always glanced sideways at Qin Xian, never looking at him directly, casually tossing out 2 pill bottles from his storage ring, as if he were merely giving charity. However, he did not notice that Lu Yunshi and the others from Tianyuan Martial Academy were looking at them as if they were fools. The Tianyuan Martial Academy group, who initially had some desire to befriend them, immediately reeled back and decided to keep as far away from this fool as possible from now on. The grey-robed elder Yang Gu frowned a little, feeling that Yang Ming's tone was not good, but ultimately did not speak to dissuade him. Perhaps he also felt that only in this way could the relationship between Qin Xian and Yang Xian be cut off quickly, preventing Qin Xian from shamelessly clinging to Yang Xian. Yang Xian was now the true jewel of the Yang family, with an unlimited future in martial arts, and could not be delayed because of such matters. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to break off the engagement with Qin Xian, and now it happened that Qin Xian's dantian was destroyed, making it easier to dissolve the engagement.
To his surprise, Qin Xian showed no signs of anger. Instead, he calmly reached out, grabbing the 2 bottles of pills from afar and spoke expressionlessly, "Breaking off the engagement is fine, but the Yang family, as a great family in the royal capital, and Yang Xian, being the jewel of the Yang family, isn't this compensation a bit too stingy?"
Led by Lu Yunshi, the group from Tianyuan Martial Academy couldn't help but feel puzzled. Mr. Qin was actually so reasonable? Yang Ming frowned and coldly said, "What else do you want?" "I don't want anything else.
Since you took the initiative to break off the engagement and let my reputation suffer, it is reasonable and fair to compensate a bit more."
"I believe your Yang family wouldn't want me to continue bothering Yang Xian, would you?" Qin Xian replied, "Since that's the case, I request a bit more.
This way, your Yang family's jewel will no longer be trapped by a waste like me with a shattered dantian. It's good for both sides."
"Otherwise, are you saying your Yang family thinks so little and would have me agree for this measly compensation? That wouldn't look good if it gets out, would it?"
Hearing this, Yang Gu slightly nodded. "You're right, this matter was initiated by my Yang family, and it is reasonable and courteous to compensate more. I can decide to give you an extra Hui Yuan Dan. Though it's not as good as a Hui Shen Dan, it is still a second-tier high-quality pill, which is several times better than a rejuvenation pill. Additionally, 30,000 gold coins, and a high-quality yellow rank martial technique, how about that?" Qin Shan looked at Yang Gu in surprise. This old man was quite decent and was offering compensation worth nearly 100,000 gold coins.
"Good." Qin Xian agreed. "Minger, give it to Qin Xian."
"Yes." Yang Ming casually tossed the 3 items to Qin Xian, sneering, "The person is a waste, but the heart is rather greedy. Since that's the case, then my master and I will not continue to disturb you."
Seeing that their purpose was achieved, Yang Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, spoke to Qin Xian, and then looked at Lu Yunshi with an even deeper smile, saying, "Teacher Lu, my apprentice and I have important matters to attend to. We will leave first and will visit you all when we return to the royal capital."
Yang Ming seemed a bit reluctant but warmly said to Lu Yunshi, "Teacher Lu, after returning to the royal capital, I will definitely visit you and everyone here as a member of the Martial Academy's alchemy class." Lu Yunshi merely responded coldly with an while the other Martial Academy disciples had lost all the initial warmth, showing a rather cold demeanor, even subtly distancing themselves. Yang Gu and Yang Ming observed this scene with furrowed brows, not understanding why the Tianyuan Martial Academy group suddenly turned so cold. However, as they still had important matters to attend to, they did not think much about it and left in the carriage. As they departed, Yang Ming leaned out of the window and arrogantly said to Qin Xian, "Qin Xian, don't forget what you said today. Remember, don't keep pestering Xianer in the future. Otherwise, don't blame the Yang family for not letting you off easy." "Don't worry, I hope she won't bother me in the future instead," Qin Xian replied with a statement that left them baffled. The master and disciple left in a cloud of dust. Qin Xian ignored them and put away the compensation. Li Jianmei could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Mr. Qin, why didn't you retaliate when the Yang family insulted you so much?" Qin Xian replied, "Why should I retaliate? When a person is at their lowest, they can see clearly everyone around them. It's good to see this fiancé clearly, especially since our relationship is just okay. Since the Yang family wants to break off the engagement, then let them break it off. Besides, the Yang family is generous and has given me these pills as compensation, which is quite good. Are you not afraid of damaging your reputation?" Qin Xian laughed, "Tell me, if the world knew about this, whose reputation would be damaged?" Hearing this, Lu Yunshi and the others suddenly realized and laughed. Qin Xian's reputation damaged? It wouldn't be. The only one whose reputation would be damaged is the Yang family. Because they missed the chance to recruit the unparalleled genius who just claimed the top of the ranking list. People everywhere would laugh at the Yang family's foolishness. Chapter 45, Talent in Alchemy Like No Other. As a special enrolled student at Tianyuan Martial Mansion, Qin Xian naturally did not need to continue taking the entrance exam for Tianyuan Martial Mansion, he simply needed to report to the royal capital in a month. After sending off the group from Tianyuan Martial Mansion, Qin Xian turned back to take one last look at the Qin family and completely said goodbye to them from now on. At this moment, there was no need to hide his identity any longer. He returned to the courtyard openly and found that his sister Qin Linger had already woken up. Although her body was still somewhat weak, it was much better than before. "Brother!" When Qin Linger saw Qin Xian, she called out happily. She knew that he had gone to the Qin family today for the family ceremony to seek justice for her. Ever since waking up and learning this, Qin Linger had been quite worried, fearing he might run into trouble. It wasn't until she saw him return that she finally sighed in relief. "Linger." Qin Xian stepped forward, seeing her face much redder and her breathing steady, he felt a lot more at ease. "Xianer, are you okay?" Lu Qinyue looked at him with worry. Although she was happy that he returned safely, she knew that the Qin family would not let him off easily today and feared he had sustained internal injuries. Qin Xian smiled, "Mother, I'm fine."
Seeing this, Lu Qingyue finally relaxed and asked about the family ceremony. Qin Xian recounted the process. When Lu Qingyue learned that Qin Xian not only easily defeated Qin Shinkong but that even the great elder Qin Sangming and the family head Qin Shan were no match for him, while the three were incapacitated, both she and Qin Linger showed shock and were speechless for a long time. They were not too clear on just how strong Qin Shinkong was, but they thought that even if he was strong, he wouldn't surpass a celestial gaze realm. However, Qin Shan and Qin Sangming were celestial gaze realm experts, and yet they were not a match for Qin Xian, astonishingly nonetheless. Moreover, when they heard that the leaders of Tianyuan Martial Mansion and the Battle Tower personally came and vied for Qin Xian to join them, their wide-open eyes reflected their shock, and they couldn't come to grips with it for a long time. To both Lu Qingyue and Qin Linger, Tianyuan Martial Mansion and the Battle Tower were colossal forces, far surpassing the Qin family by countless times. They never expected that one day, they would be able to connect with them. Furthermore, the leaders of these two superpowers showed kindness to Qin Xian, willing to offer great sacrifices to invite him, which made them feel it was unreal. Lu Qingyue looked at Qin Xian. Xianer, is what you said true? And how much strength do you have now? Earlier, Qin Xian had not said clearly just how strong he currently was. But to be invited by both Tianyuan Martial Mansion and the Battle Tower certainly meant he was not simply an ordinary true martial realm. For his mother and sister, Qin Xian naturally would not hide it. He smiled slightly. 99 bull strength. As he spoke, fierce illusions of powerful cattle emerged, dense and bursting with an astonishing momentum. When seeing this scene, the two were unable to believe it. It felt so dreamlike. After a long time, Qin Xian revealed that he had received a tremendous opportunity, encountering an unfathomable teacher, and with his help, he had risen from the ashes and soared to great heights. Of course, he still did not mention the secret of the burial tower, and he had not actually said anything wrong. The mysterious person was, in a sense, a teacher to him. After a while, Lu Qingyue and Qin Linger regained their calm, also feeling happy for Qin Xian. Because all along, they knew that Qin Xian longed for the pinnacle of martial arts. When his dantian was shattered, he must have suffered a severe blow. Now, not only had his dantian recovered, but he could also practice again and soar to the skies. Mother, Linger, from now on, we are no longer members of the Qin family. In a month, I will also go to Tianyuan Martial Academy to train, and they have arranged a courtyard for me within the academy, allowing family members to come. You can come to the capital with me, Qin Xian said. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue and Qin Linger naturally did not refuse. However, after living in Clear Spring Town for so many years, suddenly having to leave was inevitably a bit hard to part with. Even though some not-so-good things had happened in the Qin family. By the way, mother, how did father die back then? Suddenly, Qin Xian asked about his father's death. When he was young and innocent, his father had passed away unexpectedly, leaving only a black jade ring behind. This black jade ring concealed the burial tower. In the past, he had thought about finding his father, so he practiced diligently, step by step becoming the young master of the Tianqing sect, using its influence to search for his father's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he found nothing. But later, Qin Xian accidentally entered the burial tower and felt that the unexpected death of his father back then seemed to be very suspicious. Moreover, when he recalled chatting with the mysterious person had mentioned that his bloodline was extraordinary and also noted that no one in the world could kill Qin Linger. It seemed that all of this was subtly revealing that his father's uniqueness was extraordinary. He even suspected whether his father had truly passed away. When Qin Xian suddenly mentioned his father, Lu Qingyue showed a trace of sadness, her bright eyes glistening with tears. Your father was not weak back then, but he was only in the early stages of the Tiangang realm, and there are many powerful super demons in the Wanyao Mountains. He was unfortunate to encounter a third-tier great demon, which is why he lost his life. Seeing that mentioning his father's death touched the pain in his mother's heart, Qin Xian felt a bit guilty and gently hugged his mother. I'm sorry, mother. He could tell that his mother was not lying. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Lu Qingyue gently wiped away her tears, looking at Qin Xian with comfort. Xianer, I'm fine. If your father could see you grow up so much and become a member of the Tianyuan Martial Academy, becoming so powerful, he would definitely be very gratified. With the comfort of the brother and sister, Lu Qingyue's emotions calmed down. Mother, I'm going back to cultivate. After saying goodbye, Qin Xian left the room. Lu Qingyue watched Qin Xian's departing figure, revealing a complex expression, murmuring to herself, I'm sorry, Xianer. Inside the burial tower, Qin Xian was receiving one-on-one alchemy guidance from the Tai Su Pill Saint. Especially with the foundation of the alchemy art of refining heaven and his affinity for the wood and fire elements, combined with his own soul power reaching the 9th step of the heavenly realm, Qin Xian's alchemy skills were progressing at an astonishing speed. In less than a day, he successfully refined a first-tier pill. Although it was just the most ordinary first-tier pill, and the easiest healing pill among the first-tier pills, normal first-tier alchemists would have over a 70% success rate. But one must know, Qin Xian had only just started practicing alchemy for one day. The successful alchemical creation is truly a genius among geniuses. Even those with outstanding talents often need to spend months in research and practice.
Only then can they begin to refine first-tier pills. Facing the majestic cauldron like a mountain, the great alchemist Taisu looked at Qin Xian, who had successfully refined a healing pill. Even this former #1 alchemist of the Taishan continent was momentarily dumbfounded. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it, what kind of genius is this kid, managing to refine a pill on the very first day? Back then, even with my amazing talent, I took a whole month just to initially refine one. Comparing people can be infuriating. His alchemical talent had made many great alchemists envious, but now he unexpectedly encountered an even more monstrous talent. Though he acknowledged that Qin Xian's alchemical gift was unparalleled, he wouldn't say it aloud. Instead, he grumbled, "Kid, your talent must be too poor, huh? I personally taught you for 1 day, and you still failed 3 times before finally succeeding. I've had many disciples before, and you are definitely the worst among them." "Is that so?" Qin Xian looked at the old man suspiciously, feeling like he wasn't being told the truth. "Humph, what this old man says is true." Taisu grunted, impatiently saying, "Now, watch how I refine pills, especially pay attention to the one mind, many use a secret technique from the heavenly refining technique. As he continuously improved his alchemical skills, Qin Xian didn't neglect his cultivation either. Every day he practiced the sword demon inheritance. The sword demon was an unparalleled powerhouse from the ancient age of the Taishan continent, who had dominated an entire era. It was rumored that he could slice through stars and kill gods, his power was unimaginable. The inheritance of the sword demon was not to be underestimated. The first form of the flamewave sword technique was a middle-tier earth-level martial skill. The second form had reached the peak of the middle-tier earth level, and the third form was already high-tier earth level. The flamewave sword technique had a total of 5 forms. The first 4 forms were all at the earth level, however, the 5th form combined the techniques of the first 4, and according to the inheritance explanation, the strength of the 5th form was already comparable to heavenly-level martial skills. Heavenly-level martial skills are the superlative martial skills found at the peak of the continent, powerful and unmatched. Every type of heavenly-level martial skill contains terrifying power. However, the third form of the flamewave sword technique requires reaching the Tiangang realm to practice. The fourth form requires surpassing the Tiangang realm and becoming a martial arts master to cultivate. The fifth form requires reaching the martial king realm. To become a king and gain respect, how difficult it is. Yet with Qin Xian's talent, not only could he cultivate the second form, but he was also able to practice the third form. Though the sword demon had long passed away, he left behind the sword path inheritance, rich with experiences and memories of sword techniques. When Qin Xian practiced the flamewave sword technique, it was truly a case of achieving twice the result with half the effort. As time quietly passed, 20 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. Under the personal guidance of the great alchemist Taisu, and due to his talent against the heavens, Qin Xian's alchemical skills soared at an astonishing pace. In a mere 20 days, Qin Xian not only could refine first-tier pills but also reach a remarkable quality. In fact, he had already begun refining some second-tier pills as well. Even the so-called #1 alchemist of the Taishan continent, Taisu, was left speechless when he witnessed Qin Xian refining second-tier pills. He had seen geniuses before, but never one to this extent. It was extraordinarily against the heavens. In under a month, he became a 2-star alchemist. In the entire Taishan continent, he was probably the first of his kind. Chapter 46, The Thick Skin of the Qin Family. After half a month of closed-door cultivation, Qin Xian felt a bit mentally fatigued and exited the burial sky tower. As he walked out of his room, suddenly, a familiar voice came from the room next door, belonging to his mother and sister. "Aunt Lu, Sister Linger, it's been so long since you left the family. You must feel quite inconvenient now, right? Come back to the Qin family. Now the Qin family is not what it used to be, no one will cause you any trouble anymore. Many of our family members are thinking of you." It was Qin Shanshan's voice. He looked through the window and saw in the living room, led by Qin Shanshan, several clan elders and deacons had come, all wearing friendly smiles. On the main seat, Lu Qinyue and Qin Linger sat on the left and right. Qin Xian did not enter immediately, he wanted to know if his mother and Linger still had feelings for the Qin family. He could be ruthless toward the Qin family, but he could not ignore his family's emotions. On the main seat, Lu Qinyue had already seen what kind of people the Qin family were. With a polite but somewhat distant tone, she said, "There's no need to return. When Linger was severely injured and needed the divine pill, the Qin family did not help us because we were also part of the Qin family. Instead, they forced Xianer to hand over everything from the celestial stargate, which made it somewhat possible." Hearing Lu Qinyue, who was usually gentle and kind, mention this matter, Qin Shanshan couldn't help but feel her face flush with embarrassment, not knowing what to say. This was what she had used to threaten Qin Xian back then. An elderly clan elder immediately spoke up, completely unbothered by the awkwardness, smiling and saying, "Qinyue, this is all just a misunderstanding. Trust me, as long as your family of 3 is willing to return to the Qin family, I can guarantee that no one will dare to treat you like this again."
Moreover, the Qin family no longer has a head of the family.
Qin Xian's talent is extraordinary, and his strength is very strong. He is more than capable of taking that position. No one will oppose it. On the contrary, all the Qin family members will support him. He knew that Qin Xian had no good feelings toward the Qin family and even harbored resentment.
But Lu Qingyue was different.
As a woman, if she could sway things from her side, it might encourage Qin Xian to return to the Qin family. Another clan elder also said, yes, since you came to the Qin family, although the family has made mistakes, they have never treated you poorly.
You must have some feelings for the Qin family. Now, with 3 elders, the head of the family, and several initiators dead or incapacitated, no one will dare to target you again. Come back. Lu Qingyue remained silent.
It was clear she was hesitant. The elder took advantage of the moment and played the emotional card. Qingyue, the strongest among the Qin family, have either died or been crippled, still because of Qin Xian. Now, the Qin family is surrounded by enemies in Xingchuan town, with hungry wolves everywhere. You wouldn't want the prosperous Qin family that rose step by step under Qin Xian's efforts to suddenly revert to its former state, or even be split apart by other forces, right?
Lu Qingyue hesitated.
Indeed, she did not like the Qin family, but she also found the elder's words quite reasonable. The current Qin family only began to grow stronger after Qin Xian became the young master of the Celestial Stargate. Qin Xian had put in a lot of effort. If the Qin family was targeted and divided by other forces, her son's hard work would have been in vain. She furrowed her brows and said, I don't know if I can persuade Xianer. Seeing that Lu Qingyue was wavering, the crowd from the Qin family immediately looked pleased, and the elder continued, Qingyue, you are Qin Xian's mother, I believe he will listen to you.
If he really doesn't want to, it is enough that you and Linger come back. Outside, Qin Xian sneered. The Qin family really knew how to play their cards well. They were actually trying to appeal to his mother's emotions. Indeed, if Lu Qingyue personally spoke up, even if Qin Xian disliked the Qin family, he would not embarrass her. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if he was unwilling, as long as Lu Qingyue and Qin Linger returned to the Qin family would not need to worry about being divided, nor would other forces dare to target the Qin family. After all, his reputation stood strong. All the major forces must be wary. Mother, leave it to me.
Lu Qingyue was about to speak when Qin Xian walked in from outside, his cold gaze sweeping over the Qin family members. That icy gaze made them feel as if they had fallen into a freezing cave. He coldly sneered, you Qin family are really good at scheming. Seeing that I'm not back, you plan to surround Wei to save Zhao, letting my mother and sister go back, and then using my name to intimidate those forces? Qin Shanshan, exposed in public, couldn't help but turn red with embarrassment, but the 2 clan elders, being old hands, didn't feel awkward at all and chuckled, Xianer, you misunderstood. This time, our Qin family truly knows we were wrong and wants to bring you all back.
Is that so?
Qin Xian laughed pleasantly while his eyes contained undisguised sarcasm, making even the thick-skinned old men feel embarrassed, not knowing what to say.
Qin Xian appeared pitiful as she said, Cousin Xian, listen to Xianer. This time we are sincere and absolutely won't dare to deceive you again.
Qin Xian glanced at her indifferently and said to the 2 clan elders, I know what you are thinking, but I don't care what your thoughts are.
While I'm still in a good mood, you can get as far away as possible.
These words were a complete rejection.
Qin Xian, you.
The 2 clan elders flushed with embarrassment, wanting to use their elder status to speak to Qin Xian again. But upon meeting that cold and ruthless gaze, they immediately recalled the scenes from the family ceremony, feeling a chill run down their spines, cold sweat dripping down their backs. They no longer dared to say a word and dragged Qin Shanshan away. Before leaving, Qin Shanshan shot a resentful and slightly angry look at Qin Xian. After the Qin family left, it finally became quiet.
Lu Qingyue felt a bit guilty. I'm sorry, Xianer.
It's all because mother was soft-hearted for a moment and almost agreed.
Qin Xian shook his head. Mother, it's okay.
Even if you agreed, I could still refuse again. As for the Qin family inviting us back, it is indeed sincere. However, this sincerity is just hoping I can intimidate various forces. The Qin family won't have an easy time now that they have lost the several celestial boundary experts, Qin Shan and Qin Sungming.
As Qin Xian said, Xingchuan town originally had 4 major families controlling this small town.
For a long time, these 4 major families were evenly matched, and even if there was a slight difference, it wouldn't be too much. Moreover, they occupied many prosperous streets and shops, as well as mining resources in Xingchuan town, all of which brought in a large amount of money every year.
Who wouldn't be envious?
With the strongest experts of the Qin family, the 3 elders and the family head, either dead or crippled, without any celestial boundary experts in the family anymore, the weakened Qin family naturally became a coveted prize in the eyes of the other 3 major families. If it weren't for their fear of Qin Xian, this strongest monster, the 3 major families would have already attacked to rob them. But even though the strongest members of the Qin family were all killed or crippled by Qin Xian, as long as Qin Xian didn't show any clear intention, the 3 major families wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lu Qingyue sighed, understanding the logic, but after having lived with the Qin family for so many years, it was hard for her not to feel nostalgic. Qin Xian said, "Mother, in a few days, you and Linger should come with me to the royal capital." Leaving Lu Qingyue and Qin Linger there made him feel uneasy, so it was best for them to live together in the royal capital. But Lu Qingyue shook her head. "No, Mother is used to life in Xingchuan town and doesn't want to leave." "Mother." Qin Xian wanted to continue persuading, but Lu Qingyue interrupted him. "Xianer, Mother knows what you want to say, and also understands your filial heart. But Xingchuan town is where Mother has lived her whole life. Your father also is in Xingchuan town. If Mother leaves, he will be very lonely. As for Linger, let her stay with Mother for now. Now that you have regained your strength, no one dares to bully Mother and Linger anymore. Linger is still young, and staying by your side will only bring you trouble. When she is old enough, we can send her to Tianyuan Martial Academy to train together." Qin Xian knows his mother's mind is made up, and since his parents have loved each other for a lifetime, his mother would never leave his father alone in the grave. As for Linger, he wishes to take her with him. With the talent he has shown, he could definitely get her a special admission to Tianyuan Martial Academy. However, after the events at the Tianqin Gate, he fears repeating the same mistakes, and since his sister's cultivation is still weak, forcing her into Tianyuan Martial Academy might discourage her from training because of her low strength. Moreover, as Lu Qingyue said, staying in Clearwater Town is not a bad thing. With his current reputation, no one in Clearwater Town would dare to touch his family, and he can also use his authority from the battle tower to send strong protectors for the two of them. In the end, Qin Xian agreed. With less than 10 days left before entering Tianyuan Martial Academy, Qin Xian has stopped his training and is preparing to head to the royal capital. Before that, he spent time with his mother and Linger, and specially went to the battle tower in Tianfeng City to ask Lu Chengfeng if he could help look after them when he had time. Lu Chengfeng naturally agreed with a smile. 7 days later. Behind Clearwater Mountain. This is a piece of land belonging to the Qin family, with a small grave built on top of the mountain, no tombstone, and no signs of weeds. It is clear that someone often tends to it. This is Qin Xian's father's grave. Before leaving, Qin Xian came to pay his respects at his father's grave. He stood in front of the grave, took out a cup of clear wine, and slowly poured it out, saying to himself, "Father, I am about to leave. I will soon head to Tianyuan Martial Academy to train, and I probably won't be back for a long time. If you were still alive, you would be so happy for me, right? As for Mother and Linger, you don't need to worry about them. I have some capabilities now. I have established good relations with Tianyuan Martial Academy and the Battle Tower, and I have dealt with those who oppose the Qin family. From now on, no one will dare to bully us again. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am now at the top of the human ranking and have passed the assessment of the King's Hall, becoming a young king. Although I don't understand much about being a young king yet, it seems to be quite useful. At least my status can be on par with the Tower Master of the Imperial Battle Tower. Before leaving, I want to ask you, Father, were you really just an ordinary martial artist? Why did you leave me that black jade ring and information about the burial tower?" Qin Xian chatted as he poured the wine, as if he were talking about everyday matters. Until it was late, he slowly turned to leave. The small grave returned to its usual silence. After an unknown amount of time, the air in front of the grave suddenly twisted, and an old figure emerged. It looked frail and about to wither, without any aura, yet simply standing there made the air seem frozen. Chapter 47, Soul Power Test. The old man's slightly murky gaze fell on Qin Xian's gradually disappearing figure, and his aged face showed some comfort. "My lord, if you could see this, you would surely feel at ease. The young master is truly your child." Although his bloodline was sealed, he still broke free from the shackles, grew stronger, and activated the 10,000 ways divine body, reaching the young king stage. Moreover, I can see that the young master is doing very well. He has reached the 11-9 limit in the true martial realm, which is no worse than you in those days. Indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog. If the sealed bloodline could be unlocked, there is hope to break the myth of the ages. But unfortunately, according to your wishes, the young master cannot yet unlock the seal, to avoid being tracked by the imperial family. However, this old servant believes that with the young master's abilities, one day, I will break the chains and meet you. I truly feel sorry for the young master. I have never really taken care of him. Looking at Qin Xian's back, the old man's face showed a bit more shame. As the emotions changed, dark cracks appeared in the void around him, as if it could collapse at any moment, showcasing the old man's unfathomable strength. But all of this was limited to the area around the small grave and did not affect the outside world. Suddenly, the old man's face changed dramatically, exposing a look of shock, as the void ahead was suddenly pierced, revealing an eerie aura of altered time flow. As countless points of light from time rained down, they gradually converged into a turbulent river. It was the River of Time. It spanned through the ages. Across the River of Time, a majestic figure crossed space and time, making him feel a sense of threat. However, when the blurry figure gradually became clear, and the old man truly saw the true face of the visitor, it was like being struck by lightning.
He opened his mouth and murmured, "It's actually you."
Qin Xian bid farewell to his mother and sister and set off on his journey. Before arriving in the royal capital, he wanted to take an examination for the alchemist certification. Taking the alchemist qualification test was, on one hand, about meeting the standard for alchemy skills, and on the other hand, alchemists held a very high status in the Taishan continent and were quite sought after everywhere. Having an alchemist badge allowed for conveniences in many situations, making future actions easier. Of course, to be certified as an alchemist, one must pass the alchemy exam at the Dan Association. The Dan Association is the alchemy guild of the Taishan continent.
Only by passing the Dan Association's examination could one be certified as a true alchemist. However, since there weren't many alchemists in the southwestern province, there was no branch of the Dan Association in Tianfeng City.
Therefore, Qin Xian needed to travel to the main city, Giant Stone City, in the southeastern province next door, where there was a Dan Association branch.
Coincidentally, tomorrow was the monthly alchemist examination day, so he chose to set off today for this reason. One day later, after traveling over 1,000 miles, Qin Xian arrived at Giant Stone City. Giant Stone City is the #1 main city in the southeastern province of the Great Zhao dynasty, not at all inferior to Tianfeng City. Moreover, compared to Tianfeng City, Giant Stone City appeared more prosperous, not only because it is located in a relatively rich province but also because it is near the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, which has an abundance of medicinal materials. Thus, a considerable number of alchemists have settled in the southeastern province. Inside Giant Stone City, there is a branch of the Dan Association located here. After inquiring along the way, Qin Xian encountered few setbacks, and he smoothly arrived at an ancient and towering building in the city center. This building is 7 stories high, grand, and majestic, making it the highest building in the city apart from the fighting tower. Although it is situated in the city center and the streets bustle with people, very few enter the Dan Association. Even if there are occasional visitors, they are either staff or alchemists, dressed in satin robes, wearing the alchemist badge issued by the Dan Association, stepping inside under envious and respectful gazes. Amid the astonished and admiring gazes, Qin Xian walked into the Dan Association branch in Giant Stone City. The interior of the Dan Association branch was spacious, and as soon as he walked in, a faint scent of medicinal materials greeted him. The decor was ancient and elegant, making one feel at ease. There were not many people inside, although today was the monthly alchemist examination, there were not many participants. This surprised Qin Xian, and then he thought about it and couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a small crowd. After all, becoming a true alchemist is incredibly difficult. Before Qin Xian had a chance to find someone, a tall woman in a qipao approached him. Ying smiled politely and said, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here, sir?" Qin Xian replied, "I am here to participate in the alchemist assessment." "Oh? You are here for the alchemist assessment?" The woman in the qipao showed surprise, not expecting that the young man, who looked only 16 or 17, was actually here for the alchemist assessment. This was indeed too young. It is known that even the most ordinary first-star alchemist assessment is usually attended by those in their early 20s, and many are already in their 30s when they come to take the assessment. This shows how difficult it is to become an alchemist. That's right. The woman in the qipao came back to her senses and hurriedly bowed in apology, her graceful figure revealing a momentary glimpse of captivating white. She said, "Sorry, sir, please follow me." Leading Qin Xian to the front desk, the woman explained the situation to the staff, and several other elegantly dressed staff members in qipaos showed expressions of surprise, also not expecting that Qin Xian was so young to be participating in the alchemist assessment. One of the women in a red qipao took out a sheet of parchment and said, "Sir, please provide your name, age, teacher's name, and pay a deposit of 1,000 gold coins. This deposit is to prevent people from casually participating in the alchemist assessment and wasting the resources of the Alchemist Association. As long as you demonstrate a certain level of alchemical skill, this deposit will be refunded to you, regardless of whether you pass the assessment." Qin Xian understood, as becoming an alchemist is highly sought after, attracting various parties, and there are indeed some who pretend to be alchemists despite not being one. Since participating in the alchemist assessment doesn't require spending money, even if one fails, they could still claim that their alchemical skills were not up to standard, thereby deceiving many. Over time, the Alchemist Association added this rule. 1,000 gold coins is not much but also not little. For someone with an alchemist as a teacher, it is nothing. This rule effectively discourages a good portion of those types. Qin Xian, 16 years old, my teacher is, Elder Su. Qin Xian took out a heavy bag of coins from his storage ring and placed it on the front desk, containing exactly 1,000 gold coins. This was a backup, and there are over 100,000 gold coins in his storage ring. Not everywhere accepts payment by card. As for the teacher, it is not wrong to say that he was taught by the great Tai Su Dan Shang, who passed down the alchemical legacy to him. However, he couldn't say it was Tai Su Dan Shang outright, or else the other party would surely think he was a fraud. Tai Su Dan Shang is a remarkable figure, standing at the pinnacle of the Taishan continent as the first alchemist 1,000 years ago, and he vanished for over 10,000 years. 16 years old. The beautiful women at the front desk looked at Qin Xian in shock. Although they had already noticed he was very young, martial cultivators can often maintain their youth, and some can even reverse aging, so they had only guessed he was around 16 or 17. But upon hearing his actual age, they were still taken aback. It was the first time in many years they had seen someone so young come to participate in the alchemist assessment in Giant Rock City. However, when they heard the name Elder Su, the women in Kipeos exchanged glances, as they had never heard of him. Perhaps he is just an unremarkable ordinary alchemist. It was such a pity that such a promising young alchemist might be ruined here. Even if he couldn't pass in the end, he should still have some foundation to be able to participate at such a young age. Of course, if he really was a fraud, well, then they would take the 1,000 gold coins. As for the name Qin Xian, they certainly did not associate it with that newly crowned genius who topped the rankings. That kind of genius naturally devotes all their time and energy to martial arts. How could they have time to study alchemy? Qin Xian said, "Is there a problem?" No problem, no problem, we just think you, Mr. Qin, are young and accomplished," several women in Qipao quickly replied. The tall woman in Qipao stepped forward and smiled, "Mr. Qin, we have already registered you. If you want to participate in the first star alchemist assessment, you must first pass the soul power test. Only if you pass this test can you take the real first star alchemist assessment. Please, come with me." Led by the woman in Qipao, Qin Xian came to a large door not far away. He gently pushed the door open. Inside was a space of medium size, with a stone tower standing at a height of 5 or 6 shan, consisting of 18 levels. Each level has a hollow center, with a candlestick standing in the middle. Below stood a young man in a brocade robe, just over 20 years old, with his palm resting on the soul power testing tower. Waves of soul power surged out, merging into the testing tower. Visibly, a beam of light rose from the first level of the soul power testing tower, and suddenly, the candlesticks on each level of the tower lit up with bright flames. In an instant, the soul flame on the candlesticks of the first 6 levels of the soul power testing tower was ignited, illuminating with brilliant light. Only at this moment did the young man in the brocade robe show signs of strain. "Keep igniting for me," the young man in the brocade robe shouted, his soul power surging. Almost simultaneously, the candlestick on the 7th level of the soul power testing tower slowly ignited a flame that was noticeably dimmer than the previous 6 layers. The young man's face turned slightly pale, cold sweat appearing on his forehead, clearly indicating this was his limit. Then, a normal token fell from the soul power testing tower, landing in the young man's hand. The token faintly displayed the words Huang Qi. The woman in Qipao bowed with respect and said, "Congratulations, sir, your soul power has reached the 7th step of the Huang realm, successfully passing the soul power testing tower's test." Chapter 48, Xianjiu. The young man in the brocade robe also showed a joyful expression, grabbing the token and happily leaving the room. Qin Xian watched the departing figure of the young man with contemplation. The woman in Qipao smiled and explained, "Mr. Qin, this is our Dan Association's soul power testing tower, which can test the soul power level of alchemists. Each level represents a step, meaning it can test up to the 9th step of the Huang realm. If you want to participate in the first star alchemist assessment, you need to reach the 6th step of the Huang realm, which means you only need to reach the 6th level." The gentleman just now reached the 7th step of the Huang realm and successfully passed the soul power test. Once you successfully pass the soul power test, the testing tower will grant you a pass token. Qin Xian nodded slightly, "I understand." He entered the room and approached the soul power testing tower. Just as the woman in Qipao was about to guide him on how to test, a voice came from outside, "Xiaoya, Elder Gu is here, you need to come help." The woman in Qipao, named Xiaoya, gave Qin Xian an apologetic smile, "Mr. Qin, I'm very sorry, but I have some important matters to handle immediately. Could you please wait a moment?" Qin Xian smiled slightly, "You go ahead, I roughly understand how to test." Hearing this, Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, "In that case, Mr. Qin can test on his own. If you have any questions, you can wait for me to come back before testing, I will return shortly." "Okay, you go." After Xiaoya left, she closed the door of the room as she went. Qin Xian was actually happy to be alone, as this way he was not constrained. He then stepped forward confidently to the soul power testing tower, placing his palm on top. Boom! A vast wave of soul power burst out instantly, merging into the soul power testing tower. Boom 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 boom. Almost in an instant, the candlesticks on each level of the soul power testing tower erupted with an incredibly bright soul power flame. Just as the young man in fine clothes from before was merely an ordinary candle, what Qin Xian ignited now was like a small sun, blazing and dazzling. In the blink of an eye, he rushed up to the 18th level. All the candlesticks in the 18th level of the soul power testing tower were successfully lit. Moreover, it was clear that this was far from the limit, otherwise, the candlesticks on the 18th level wouldn't be so bright and glaring like those on the previous levels. At the same time, the flames of the candlesticks in the soul power testing tower slowly retracted, and a special token floated gently into Qin Xian's hand, clearly marked with the word Xianjiu.
This represented that Qin Xian's soul power had reached the ninth step of the Xian realm. Of course, this was just the limit of the soul power testing tower, not Qin Xian's true limit. Creak. At this moment, the door to the room opened, and Xiaoya came in. Seeing the token in Qin Xian's hand, although she couldn't make out the words on it, only those who had successfully passed the soul power test would be granted such a token. She couldn't help but bow slightly and sincerely congratulate him. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, on successfully passing the soul power test. You can now proceed to the assessment for a first-star alchemist. The first-star alchemist assessment is right this way, please. Under Xiaoya's guidance, Qin Xian arrived at another large door. Gently pushing open the door, he found a space particularly vast inside, no less than the alchemist conference hall, with several uniformly made alchemical furnaces displayed. Apart from a white-haired old man on a chair in the center of the hall, who was resting with his eyes closed, there were also over a dozen people aged between 20 to 40, both men and women, all sitting on the edge of the assessment hall, their expressions somewhat tense. It seemed that these were all alchemists here for the assessment. Among them, a man and a woman were particularly eye-catching. They were two young adults in their early 20s. The young man wore a white robe and was quite handsome, his brows carrying an air of arrogance. The woman was similarly stunning, elegantly shaped, with a perfect figure, especially her full and upright chest. Every gesture and move she made exuded a hint of charm, making her stand out in this assessment hall, attracting many glances of the other assessors, and Qin Xian could faintly hear several sounds of swallowing. What surprised Qin Xian, however, was that this man and woman were acquaintances. Because they were disciples of the alchemy elder from the Tianqing sect. The young man's name was Zhang Changqing, and the woman's name was Duan Ruyu. Due to the esteemed status of alchemists, even the sect leader showed great respect to the alchemy elders, so these two disciples naturally held an uncommon position within the Tianqing sect. Even when they were once the young master and young mistress of the sect, Zhang Changqing and Duan Ruyu had never shown Qin Xian much respect. Moreover, Zhang Changqing and Zhang Yi were cousins, so even when Qin Xian was sent by the sect leader to the alchemy peak to request pills, Zhang Changqing often took the opportunity to trouble him. Thinking of Zhang Yi, Qin Xian recalled the failure of that mission, which ultimately stemmed from someone leaking their whereabouts, leading to a disastrous end that not only shattered his dantian but also caused the tragic deaths of a few brothers he treated as trusted companions. All of this had been subtly hinted at by Zhang Yi when he left the Tianqing sect. Even Qin Linger's severe injuries and near death were caused by Zhang Yi. Remembering this, a sharp killing intent flickered in Qin Xian's eyes. This matter could certainly not go unpunished. However, he was still too weak. Even though he could easily slay strong opponents at the Tiangang realm now, the Tianqing sect was the foremost sect in the southwest province, with unfathomable depths, housing several super strong ones above the Tiangang realm that he could not contend with at present. To seek revenge, he must at least reach the Tiangang realm. Moreover, he needed to plan gradually. The appearance of Qin Xian, although it drew many surprised glances from the participants of the alchemy assessment, seemed to astonish them with his youthfulness. However, Zhang Changqing and Duan Ruyu did not raise their heads but whispered to each other, sharing laughs, thus failing to recognize Qin Xian. Qin Xian did not know the other examinees and was too lazy to make acquaintances, so he sat down alone at the edge of a vacant seat in the waiting area. Not long after, the door of the assessment hall was pushed open again, and a girl dressed in an old, tattered robe entered, her head lowered, slightly messy long hair covering her face, making it impossible to see what she looked like. However, because she wore a somewhat worn robe, other examinees cast looks of disdain towards her. Zhang Changqing and Duan Ruyu also shot her disdainful glances. No one noticed that an old man with white hair sitting in the center of the hall had slightly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the girl, revealing a trace of surprise. That guy's precious disciple actually came too. The girl seemed a bit self-conscious, feeling the disdainful eyes of the crowd. She lowered her head more, hesitating as she looked at the empty seats. Although there were a few vacant spots, the other examinees intentionally placed their belongings there, clearly not wanting her to sit next to them. Only Qin Xian at the edge calmly said, "There are empty seats here." Qin Xian. Initially, Zhang Changqing and Duan Ruyu did not intend to look, but when they heard this clear voice, which carried a sense of familiarity, they instinctively raised their heads and were surprised to recognize Qin Xian. They didn't expect to encounter this former young sect master here. But this is the alchemist assessment. What is he doing here? The girl seemed also taken aback that Qin Xian would invite her. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed to make up her mind and quickly moved to the vacant seat beside Qin Xian, lifting her head slightly to reveal a pair of clear, bright eyes, softly saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Qin Xian smiled lightly. "Qin Xian, how did you end up here?" At this time, Zhang Changqing and Duan Ruyu walked over, standing before Qin Xian with a condescending look, questioning him. However, neither of them connected him to the recently acclaimed first place on the human ranking list. One reason was that they deliberately concealed the information that Qin Xian was indeed the first on the human ranking list because of the situation with the Earth Origin sect. When others heard Qin Xian's name, they couldn't help but glance over, but they did not associate the two together. Qin Xian stood up tall, slightly taller than the two, and with a gaze pointed downwards, he returned the condescending look, indifferent, saying, "Where I appear is none of your business."
Being looked down upon by this waste, Jiang Changqing naturally felt unhappy.
He coldly snorted, "This is the alchemist assessment hall, not just anyone can enter freely, Qin Xian.
You are not an alchemist at all. What qualifications do you have to be here?
Then he looked at those present and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, I know this Qin Xian, he was once part of the same sect as my junior sister and me. But I can tell everyone that this guy is not an alchemist at all, and not long ago, his dantian was shattered, so he isn't even a martial artist. Moreover, this kid has already been expelled from the sect, so he must have deliberately sneaked in." As his words fell, everyone present cast disgusted looks at Qin Xian. Over the years, there have been many sham alchemists who, relying on entering to take the assessment, deceived the outside world into thinking they had a certain level of alchemical skill, tricking many people out of their herbs and money, and causing the reputation of genuine alchemists to suffer significantly. For those who aspired to become alchemists, they naturally loathed such deceitful individuals fiercely. The attitude immediately turned bad.
Since that's the case, let's ask the Alchemy Association to expel this fraud. I thought at first this kid must be unusual. How can someone so young meet the standard of a one-star alchemist? Turns out he's a fake.
Ha, if that's so, perhaps even the soul power test could be faked.
Kid, get out immediately. We don't welcome guys who trick gods and ghosts.
If you don't leave right now, don't blame us for being rude. One after another, 7 or 8 examiners stood up, their glares directed at Qin Xian, threatening him verbally. Seeing that other examiners supported him, Jiang Changqing's smile grew even wider. "Qin Xian, if I were you, I would apologize to everyone now and leave here, rather than continue embarrassing myself."
Duan Ruyu said lightly, "Qin Xian, Jiang's senior brother is right. If you can't refine pills, don't participate in the assessment to avoid further embarrassment. Considering we were once fellow disciples, leave here immediately."
Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Qin Xian showed no panic. Instead, he sneered, "Jiang Changqing, you're not wrong. During my time in the Tianqing sect, I really never refined pills.
But becoming an alchemist is so simple.
It doesn't take long, just spend a month or two to study, and passing the one-star alchemist exam is no problem." This statement undoubtedly stirred the anger of the crowd. How difficult it is to become an alchemist is something no one understands better than they do. Not only does it require talent, but also sufficient pharmacology knowledge and a lot of time to study, far tougher than martial arts training. The examiners present had basically spent nearly 10 years or even over a decade just to achieve initial success, believing they had a chance to pass the one-star alchemist assessment.
To think that after only 1 or 2 months of studying alchemy, one could become a true alchemist? This is simply a huge insult. Kid, you're looking for death. Someone, get this kid out of here. You think you can succeed in 1 or 2 months? It's simply wishful thinking.
One by one, the examiners glared at Qin Xian with red eyes, filled with anger. Even the long-bearded white-haired examiner sitting in the chair couldn't help but open his eyes to look at Qin Xian, then shook his head.
This is not youthful arrogance, this is being blind to reality.
Only the girl in the old robe beside him looked at Qin Xian with trust in her eyes, stuttering, I
believe in you."
Qin Xian looked at her in surprise and smiled, "Thank you for your trust."
"What's your name?"
The girl in the old robe whispered, "Lin Miao Miao." Qin Xian nodded, then scanned the examiners present, sneering, "It's not that I look down on you.
To put it bluntly, you are just a bunch of mediocre talents. Kid, you. Looking for death."
As the once quiet examination hall grew louder, with many examiners ready to rush and beat Qin Xian, the examiner coldly snorted, his voice booming like thunder, "Everyone, shut your mouths.
What's the use of shouting?
The assessment is about to start, everything will be determined by strength." The hall instantly fell silent, no one dared to easily offend the examiner. The examiners could only look coldly at Qin Xian, their murderous intent apparent.
The examiner stood up and said, "I am the examiner Gouhua for this one-star alchemist assessment.
We will now begin the assessment. All examiners, come forward and stand in front of the alchemy furnace. The exam question this time is to refine the Qingling Dan. You have 1 hour to refine the pill, all the materials are prepared.
Let the exam begin."
After saying this, staff members came forward to present plates containing all the materials for refining the Qingling Dan. Alchemy is rarely successful on the first attempt, in most cases, it requires 2 or more tries. The clear spirit pill is considered a relatively easier pill to refine among first-tier pills. Even a one-star alchemist with average strength can achieve a success rate over 30% on their first attempt.
2 chances are enough. It's actually Elder Gu.
I didn't expect Elder Gu himself to be the examiner this time.
This time, we absolutely cannot be careless.
The many examiners present were astonished. They clearly recognized the examiner, a highly respected alchemist whose skills had reached 4 stars. Let's not talk about just the southeastern province, even across the entire Zhao dynasty, he ranks among the top alchemists with significant influence in the Alchemy Association. However, this elder Go is often elusive, the examiners had never really seen him, and even their teachers had met him only a few times, so initially, they didn't recognize him. Elder Go personally conducting the examination made the examiners feel thrilled and excited, urging them to step forward to show their skills, hoping to catch Elder Ge's eye. If Elder Go acknowledged them, even as his disciples, their teachers would surely be extremely willing and even feel honored. The process of refining pills is quite strict and rigorous, allowing not a single mistake. The examiners immediately sensed the fire elements in the world, beginning to gather fierce and high-temperature flames in the alchemy furnace. Naturally, this process takes some time, and those with a higher affinity for fire elements can gather them in a shorter time. Just as all the examiners were closing their eyes to sense the fire elements, in just about 10 breaths, Qin Xian sensed a blazing flame rising from the nearby alchemy furnace, illuminating the entire furnace and reaching an extreme temperature of 1000 degrees, distorting the air around it. It was Lin Miaomiao. Generally, the higher the affinity for fire elements, the higher the temperature of the flames produced.
Qin Xian looked at the quiet Lin Miaomiao in surprise, realizing her affinity for fire elements was surprisingly high.
Noticing Qin Xian's gaze, Lin Miaomiao blushed and nodded to him. Ge Hua was equally surprised. No wonder that old fellow had a treasure of a disciple, showing high affinity for fire elements, at least above level 6. Then he looked at Qin Xian beside him. His earlier remarks had also caught Ge Hua's attention. However, upon seeing Qin Xian standing there with closed eyes, lacking any sparks in the alchemy furnace, Ge Hua frowned and felt disappointed. To dare to boast like this, it was truly ignorant of him. If it were not still the examination period, he would have surely kicked the kid out immediately.
Unaware of Ge Hua's thoughts, Qin Xian simply wanted to take a brief rest.
After a day of traveling, although Qin Xian was far more energetic than his peers, he was still a bit tired, so he planned to take some time to rest. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. However, to outsiders, he stood there with closed eyes, like other examiners sensing the fire elements. Around 10 breaths later, Jiang Changqing also gathered a sufficiently strong flame, followed closely by Duan Ruyu, showcasing impressive fire element sensitivity. I and junior sister Ruyu both have a 5-star fire element affinity. We should be the most outstanding in this assessment. Jiang Changqing showed a smug smile, scanning around, feeling increasingly pleased as he saw the other examiners still struggling to sense the elements. However, when he saw the blazing flames in Lin Miaomiao's alchemy furnace, his expression immediately fell, turning gloomy. Clearly, he hadn't expected that there could be someone with even higher elemental affinity than him. When the gaze fell on Qin Xian, who stood there with closed eyes and motionless, his expression softened a lot, replaced by a mocking look. Waste is waste, and after all this time, he still hasn't condensed any flame. He really is just fooling people. Let's see how he faces everyone later. Jiang Changqing and Duan Ruyu, though not as skilled as Lin Miaomiao, were still better than the other test takers, as those others had only just begun to condense a tiny bit of flame. At this moment, Lin Miaomiao had already begun to release her soul power, using it to throw various herbs into the alchemy furnace, manipulating them step by step, burning with flames to extract their essence and discard the dregs, transforming them into clusters of medicinal liquid. Naturally, the alchemy process is tedious and complex. It's impossible to achieve it all at once. However, throughout the process, Lin Miaomiao appeared completely at ease and unhurried. But when he saw Lin Miaomiao refining the herbs, the first herb had just been turned into medicinal liquid and left the furnace when the second one fell into it effortlessly, making Ge Hua show a surprised expression and exclaim, "What a strong soul power! It must have reached the 4th step of the Xian realm. I must have been blind, that old guy has really struck gold this time." Jiang Changqing and Duan Ruyu exchanged glances, both showing displeasure. They didn't expect the seemingly shy and low-key Lin Miaomiao to be so fierce. With a cold snort, the two also began to throw in herbs for refinement, releasing sufficiently powerful soul power, but compared to Lin Miaomiao's, theirs fell far short, only reaching the 9th step of the Huang realm. Just one step away, and they could enter the Xian realm level. But who knows how long it would take to successfully make that leap. The gap between the 9th step of the Huang realm and the 1st step of the Xian realm is a world apart, despite being just one step. But at this age, it's still quite impressive. Soon, half an hour passed, and at this point, most test takers had condensed strong flames and were burning and refining various medicinal liquids. Typically, alchemy is divided into 5 major stages: condensing fire, refining medicine, merging, condensing pills, and forming pills. Now, nearly all the test takers had reached the 2nd stage. In fact, Lin Miaomiao had even begun the 3rd stage, gradually merging various herbs. Of course, each herb has a different medicinal property, some are even mutually exclusive and require careful handling. Even though Lin Miaomiao was quite talented, she still needed to be careful at this step. This little girl really has exceptional talent. If she wasn't the treasured disciple of that old guy, I would want to snatch her for myself. I haven't encountered such a talented young person in all these years. Ge Hua paid considerable attention to the girl. With such outstanding talent, passing the assessment was certainly not a problem. Time passed little by little, and soon another half hour had passed. During this time, several test takers made mistakes while merging the medicinal liquids, causing medicinal properties to clash and creating quite a mess. As there were 2 chances, they had to start refining again.
Fortunately, time was still quite ample.
At this point, Lin Miaomio had begun to condense pills. A pill the size of a thumb was continually forming in the alchemy furnace, and as the flames burned, the pill's uneven surface was gradually smoothing and rounding out. After a moment, a crystal-clear pill was finally formed successfully. As she pulled with her soul power, the pill burst out of the furnace and landed in her tender palm, which carefully held it into a pill bottle. Lin Miaomio stepped forward, hands offering the pill to Ge Hua, a bit timidly saying, "Elder Ge, I have finished refining it."
Good.
Ge Hua was quite fond of Lin Miaomio. He took out the pill to examine it closely, revealing a satisfied expression as he nodded repeatedly, "Very good, this clear spirit pill is of excellent quality, it's a high-grade first-tier pill."
Congratulations to you. You passed the assessment. Hearing these words, the candidates who were struggling to refine their elixirs all showed envious looks.
Passing the assessment was one thing, on the other hand, the quality of the elixirs they refined reached a high standard, which indicated that Lin Miaomio's alchemy skill was not weak at all, surely outstanding among first-star alchemists. At first, they had underestimated her.
Thank you, Elder Ge.
Lin Miaomio expressed her gratitude timidly.
Ge Hua smiled, "No need to thank me, it is your strength that earned this.
Moreover, your talent is really quite good, you have truly mastered the essence of Gufeng's alchemy." Upon hearing this, although still refining elixirs, the candidates revealed looks of surprise. This girl in the old robe was actually Gufeng's disciple. Gufeng was among the top alchemists in the southeast province, just like Ge Hua, with his alchemy skill reaching the 4-star level. Damn it, if they had known she was Gufeng's disciple from the start, they should have made sure to get to know her well.
Many candidates felt regretful.
And this regret caused 3 candidates to make mistakes in refining, forcing them to start all over again. Meanwhile, Zhang Changqing and Duan Ruyu had also reached the 4th step of the condensation phase in refining elixirs. They were carefully condensing the elixirs, but obviously, they were quite at ease, not in a hurry, and even managed to glance at Qin Xian, who was still with his eyes closed, snorting with laughter. There is still one person here who hasn't even condensed any flames yet.
Chapter 50, What is a Genius?
The tense group of candidates, upon hearing this, looked at Qin Xian, who had been motionless with his eyes closed since the beginning of the assessment, and they relaxed a bit, following up with laughter. "He really is here to scam gods and ghosts. I really don't know how this kid managed to sneak into the assessment. Yeah, he hasn't even condensed the most basic flames, he probably doesn't even have 1-star affinity for fire elements, otherwise, how could he take more than an hour without condensing flames? I even have reason to believe that this guy might have passed the soul power test through some underhanded means." Mocking voices rose and fell. At this moment, Qin Xian had become the target of their ridicule. Lin Miaomio looked at Qin Xian with some worry. She had a good impression of this boy who did not despise her from the very beginning. At that moment, Qin Xian lazily woke up, stretching his waist comfortably and exhaling, "I slept really well. What time is it now?
Is the assessment over?"
The mocking expressions on everyone's faces grew even more pronounced. He truly was a fraudster. Ge Hua frowned, his impression soured.
Zhang Changqing mocked, "Qin Xian, the assessment is not over yet."
Of course, for a useless person like you who knows nothing about alchemy, it ended from the start. You have really disappointed me. Just now you said we were a bunch of useless people.
How come up to now you haven't shown any capability that would make us view you differently?
Duan Ruyu looked down on him. "Qin Xian, seeing that you were once a member of the Tianqing sect, I advise you to kneel down and admit your mistakes promptly, then roll as far away as you can, and we might generously not hold it against you." Qin Xian glanced at them, sneering, "You think too much, in my eyes, you're still a bunch of useless people.
I just felt the assessment time was too ample, so I took a nap.
I didn't expect that after an hour, you still haven't succeeded in condensing your elixirs. Truly useless." "Humph, Qin Xian, just using your mouth won't do you any good. If you're really that impressive, then show us your results."
Duan Ruyu coldly snorted. "Well, today I'll let you worthless people see what a true genius is."
Qin Xian smiled and shouted at flames, "Come." Zhang Changqing, Duan Ruyu, and the others were prepared to continue mocking. Even the exceptionally gifted Lin Miaomio spent several breaths to gather her flames, while this waste, Qin Xian, would at least take a full quarter of an hour.
However, the next moment left everyone dumbfounded.
Inside the alchemy furnace, a ball of searing flame suddenly appeared, the terrifying heat instantly turning the entire furnace bright red.
This affinity for the fire element. How could it be gathered so quickly? 9th grade element affinity?
Ge Hua was taken aback. To gather flames in an instant, how terrifying must the fire element affinity be for such a feat, at least reaching the 9th grade level. With a 9th grade fire element affinity, even he, a 4-star alchemist, could not match it. Without a doubt, as long as Qin Xian's wood element affinity and soul power met the standards, he was a natural-born alchemist. At the same time, at the moment the flames soared up, a powerful soul force that made everyone present tremble at their very souls was released from the center of Qin Xian's brow. Even someone of Gu Hua's status found it hard to believe as he watched Qin Xian, such strong soul power, several times stronger than Gu Feng's precious disciple, at least the soul power of the seventh step in the profound realm. How can this young boy possess such astonishing soul power at such a young age? The thick soul power swept over the 4 types of herbs on the plate, and the next moment, it directly controlled them into the flames. This scene truly stunned everyone. Alchemists have always been extremely cautious when refining medicine, even skilled alchemists place herbs one by one to avoid conflicts in their properties. Who would dare to throw in 4 types at once like he did? It was purely an amateur's method. It's over, this kid has talent, but he is too arrogant. How can he throw in 4 types of herbs all at once? Gu Hua opened his mouth, glanced at Qin Xian, and immediately felt a sense of helplessness. This was just wasting materials. But the next moment, he was left speechless because he saw the 4 herbs suspended in different positions, each being burned by the gathered flames. The Tianqing grass needed gentle flames, so he controlled the flames to soften, burning it slowly at a temperature of 400 degrees. As for the Shirtu fruit, because its skin was as hard as stone, it had to be burned at a high temperature of over 1,000 degrees, thus heating the flames to above 1,000 degrees. For each type of herb, Qin Xian controlled the flame temperature to match what was needed. Controlling the level of flame temperature was not difficult, but the challenge lay in controlling the flames to simultaneously transform into 4 different temperatures within the furnace, refining 4 types of herbs without any errors. Even Gu Hua, known as one of the most skilled alchemists in Giant Rock City in the southeast province, admitted he would never dare operate this way nor had the ability to do so. What kind of monster have I encountered? And what kind of alchemy secret technique is this? After all my years in the Great Zhao dynasty, why have I never seen it before? Gu Hua clicked his tongue, still unable to believe it as he looked at Qin Xian, as if he were gazing at a monster. Lin Miao Miao, hidden under her thick hair, shone with astonishment in her eyes, feeling incredible about Qin Xian's extraordinary controlling ability. Impossible. Jiang Chongqing and Duan Ruyu were incredulous. At first, seeing Qin Xian throw in 4 types of herbs, they prepared to sneer at his arrogance and overestimation, only to be slapped in the face moments later. Simultaneously controlling 4 types of herbs for refining was not something that couldn't be done, but it required extremely high skills, powerful fire element affinity and control, as well as strong soul power and precise control, none of which could be missing. Even their teacher, the alchemy elder from the Tianqing sect, could never achieve such a feat. However, they would never know that Qin Xian had hidden his true abilities, even while giving his all. Simultaneously controlling the refinement of 6 kinds of medicinal materials was no problem for him. But this was merely an assessment for a lowly 1-star alchemist, and there was no need for such effort. Before long, 4 kinds of medicinal materials were refined at the same time, transforming into 4 droplets of varying sizes, which flew out under the control of soul power, landing into individual pill bottles, before continuing to manipulate another 4 types of materials for burning and refinement. This cycle repeated, and only 3/4 of an hour had passed before all 21 kinds of medicinal materials for refining the Qingling pill were successfully produced. Then, accompanied by Qin Xian's soft command, the 21 droplets entered the alchemy furnace, and the flames inside instantly surged, reaching over 1,500 degrees. 1,500 degrees of flame. In the assessment hall, everyone gasped. It was already tough for a 1-star alchemist to condense flames of 1,000 degrees, let alone 1,500. Although a higher flame temperature doesn't always mean better results, it often speeds up the alchemy process. Refining the Qingling pill was just such a case. Under the scorching flames exceeding 1,500 degrees, the 21 droplets merged in pairs, and then continued to condense together. The process seemed simple, but in reality it required extreme caution. A slight mistake in the merging of conflicting medicinal properties could easily lead to an explosion of the pill. This required a remarkably powerful soul power for precise manipulation. At least 4th step soul power in the mystic realm was needed. Damn it, who said this young brother was useless? What a powerful soul power, at least 4th step in the mystic realm, or maybe even higher. Incredible, this young brother looks to be no more than 20 years old. How could he possess such strong soul power? Did you not say he has never refined a pill? How dare you deceive us? How could someone who has never refined a pill have such terrifying soul power and alchemy skills? The assessors all looked angrily at Jiang Chongqing and Duan Ruyu. If it weren't for their false claims that Qin Xian was merely a discarded waste who had never refined a pill, they would not have mocked him so coldly. Anyone could see that, even without successfully refining a pill yet, Qin Xian's extraordinary alchemy skills meant success was just a matter of time. Moreover, possessing such strong soul power and elemental affinity at such a young age meant his future achievements would surely be remarkable. In the face of such a genius, they should have been trying to befriend him, yet due to Jiang Chongqing and Duan Ruyu, they had already made enemies. Thinking of this, their anger only grew stronger. If it weren't for the alchemy assessment, they would have wanted to kill the couple right there. Jiang Chongqing and Duan Ruyu wore bitter expressions. Little did they know that although Qin Xian's dantian was crippled, his talent for alchemy was monstrous to such an extent. While they were clearly unaware, they had never witnessed Qin Xian refining pills during their time at the Tianqing sect, nor had they heard of it. Otherwise, how could the Tianqing sect have been willing to let such an alchemical genius go? Qin Xian deftly operated, and within just a quarter of an hour, the 21 droplets smoothly merged into one. Furthermore, the flames rose sharply again, reaching a level of 2000 degrees, once again shocking everyone's perceptions. The pill liquid, originally the size of a fist, was quickly shrinking and condensing. This was the most crucial stage of pill condensation. Only by successfully condensing the pill could it be considered a successful refinement. So fast? At this moment, Duanruyu and Jiang Changqing finally came to their senses, realizing that Qin Xian's alchemy speed was beyond imagination, while they were still stuck in their slow process of condensation. At this point, even if they were at odds with Qin Xian, they had to acknowledge his terrifying alchemy prowess. A quarter of an hour later, the fist-sized liquid medicine was reduced to a thumb-sized pill, its surface uneven, but as it was continually refined under the burning flames of 2000 degrees, it gradually became smooth and round. Before long, with the release of fragrance, a pill, completely radiant in a deep azure color, flew out from the alchemy furnace and landed in Qin Xian's palm, its surface showing no hint of impurities. Almost at the same time, the pills of Jiang Changqing and Duanruyu also successfully coalesced and flew out, their surfaces shimmering with a touch of blue light, clearly showing good quality, but compared to Qin Xian's refreshing pill, they seemed considerably dull. Gehua said nothing unnecessary and directly approached Qin Xian, staring at the pill, even his tone becoming a bit more respectful. "Qin, young friend, may I take a look at this refreshing pill?" "Of course." Qin Xian casually handed it over, but Gehua carefully placed it in his palm, observing closely. The more he looked, the more he marveled. What a refreshing pill, entirely radiant deep azure with a hint of blue. It is the highest level of refreshing pill, blue beyond blue, belonging to the first-grade supreme pill. A supreme-grade pill of this level, even the most ordinary first-grade alchemist would struggle to refine it, let alone a 3-star alchemist, and even a 4-star alchemist might not be able to produce it. In the assessment hall, a wave of gasps filled the air. Even a 3-star alchemist couldn't refine it, and a 4-star alchemist might not even be able to? Doesn't that mean Qin Xian is even stronger than a 3-star alchemist? Of course, being able to refine a supreme-grade pill doesn't necessarily require a 4-star alchemist, sometimes it's just luck. Gehua's words made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Although Qin Xian was indeed extraordinary, it was evident he was still not a 4-star alchemist. Qin Xian merely smiled and did not refute, glancing at the other examinees present. Apart from 2 or 3, everyone else was still focused on their alchemy and dared not meet his gaze. Jiang Changqing and Duanruyu also did not dare to meet his eye, turning their pale faces away, and even clutched their own refined refreshing pills tightly, afraid to show them. Qin Xian did not pursue earlier comments further, for through his recent alchemy, he had already thoroughly slapped those people's faces. After thinking for a moment, since he had come to the alchemy conference, merely testing for a 1-star alchemist seemed a bit of a waste of opportunity, so he addressed the assessment official. "Gulao, can I test for a 2-star alchemist as well?" Testing for a 2-star alchemist as well. Everyone's lips twitched. Look at this, is he even human? Gehua slightly nodded, not surprised. Being able to calmly refine a supreme-grade pill was enough to prove that his strength was far beyond that of a simple 1-star alchemist. "Sure, follow me." The assessment for the 2-star alchemist was in a different location, separate from the 1-star alchemist assessment. As Qin Xian left, the awkward atmosphere in the assessment hall dissipated significantly. Originally, they thought Qin Xian was just a guy trying to scrape by in the alchemy assessment and then scam spirits. They had mocked and ridiculed him before the test, only to find out that they were the real clowns. The other assessors exchanged glances, forced smiles appearing on their faces. Some even ended up losing their composure during the process, resulting in failed alchemy, their efforts wasted. Sigh, well, since we failed today, let's just wait for the next assessment. I wonder if that Qin Xian will pass the 2-star alchemist test. That's hard to say. Although being able to refine a first-grade supreme pill is impressive, it doesn't guarantee he can refine a second-grade pill. However, I believe Qin Xian has a high chance of passing the 2-star alchemist assessment. It should be about 50%. Hearing other candidates talking, Jiang Changqing and Duanruyu turned pale, clenching their fists. Unexpectedly, that guy, despite having a shattered dantian and no cultivation, became an alchemist, and his talent is exceptionally extraordinary. Although he refined a first-grade superb elixir, it must be due to luck. The assessment officer even said it's impossible to pass the 2-star alchemist assessment. The sudden contrast made Jiang Changqing feel jealous, continuously cursing in his heart that Qin Xian would surely fail. Soon, an hour passed, and the assessments in the hall concluded, but the door to the 2-star alchemist assessment hall did not open. Eventually, after several more minutes, the door to the second-level assessment room suddenly opened, and Qin Xian was the first to walk out, shaking his head and sighing, his face full of disappointment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Changqing couldn't help but feel pleased and pretended to speak kindly to Qin Xian as he walked by. "Qin Xian, what happened? Was the 2-star alchemist assessment too difficult, so you couldn't make it? Don't be disappointed.
If you study harder for a few more years, with your talent, I believe you can definitely pass.
Hearing the mockery in Jiang Changqing's words, Qin Xian merely glanced at him dismissively, too lazy to respond, and coldly brushed past him, leaving the assessment hall.
He actually failed. Well, even if Qin Xian is extraordinary, he's only 16 years old, how could he possibly pass the 2-star alchemist assessment?
I thought he was amazing, I didn't expect him not to pass. The other candidates inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qin Xian indeed had a talent for alchemy, it ultimately wasn't too far beyond them. Only Lin Miaomiao stood there, and although she saw Qin Xian looking somewhat disappointed, it felt like he was disappointed for other reasons. After thinking for a moment, she took the initiative to chase after him. Soon after, Gu Hua also came out, looking somewhat disappointed. At that moment, Jiang Changqing stepped forward, his smile increasing. Gu Lao, although Qin Xian didn't pass the 2-star alchemist assessment, you don't have to feel disappointed. After all, he's only 16 years old. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to become a 2-star alchemist at this age. Gu Hua could see the gloating on Jiang Changqing's face. Knowing he had a grudge against Qin Xian, his expression darkened, and he coldly snorted, "Are you really this happy to kick someone when they're down?
It seems you are not suited to be an alchemist. This time, I declare your failure in the alchemist assessment." As the assessor, he naturally had the authority to declare candidates failed. Jiang Changqing's expression changed. "Gu Lao, no, I was wrong." "Whether you were wrong or not, I don't know, but I can tell you one thing," Gu Hua said coldly. "My disappointment isn't because Qin Xian failed the 2-star alchemist assessment, but because he passed and wants to attempt the 3-star alchemist assessment, and successfully refined a 3rd-grade elixir. It's just that the Dan Association branch in Jushir City isn't ranked high enough to hold the assessment." What? Everyone was stunned, showing disbelief. Passed the 2-star alchemist assessment? Refined a 3rd-grade elixir? A 16-year-old 3-star alchemist. If this gets out, it will surely cause a huge uproar. Jiang Changqing stood still, murmuring, "It seems the Tianqing sect has let go of a genius alchemist with limitless potential." After coming out of the assessment hall, Qin Xian arrived at the front desk. Seeing Qin Xian come out first, the pretty waitress in a Cheongsam, Xiaoya, thought he had failed, so she comforted him. "Mr. Qin, you don't have to feel upset. It's just one failure, there will be another chance. After all, the alchemist assessments are held monthly. If you didn't pass this time, you can try again next month." Qin Xian looked somewhat strange. I passed the assessment." Passing doesn't need to worry you. While still trying to comfort him, Xiaoya came back to her senses.